Let our dedicated military and veteran advisors help find the right path toward the degree you need for the career you want. University of Maryland Global Campus. Visit us in our virtual advising rooms at umgc.edu/virtual advising. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Milo's Pro Rewards members go big during Lowe's Pro Savings Days. Get member volume discounts plus an extra 5% off eligible orders with a quote of $2,000 or more. Plus, buy more and save more with up to 25% off DWV pipes when you spend $250 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Exclusions, more terms and restrictions apply. Can't be combined with any contract or special pricing. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's a new year, and Staples has fresh deals to get you fully equipped for 2026. Like up to $120 off HP Smart Tank printers. This deal means business, and so do these printers. Shop in store and online today. Staples. That was easy. Ends 131.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do? Text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
It's the last call for clearance at Lazy Boy. We are clearing everything out store-wide. Get 2 great chairs for one low price, plus up to 50% off clearance. All the comfiest Lazy Boy furniture is all on sale during the last call for clearance. Get our best offers on your favorite Lazy Boy furniture. Hurry, deals like these won't last. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy. Discount applies to select floor models, discontinued items, overstocks, and clearance. Excludes advertised items and select styles. See store for details.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet. Forget about easing into the new year. My guys over at Ted Britt Chevrolet and Sterling are coming out swinging. Now, for a limited time, score up to 25% off MSRP on a new 2026 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. That's up to 25% off. Real savings on one of the most in-demand trucks on the road. I'm not doing the math, but that sounds like a ton of dough. Starting the year with torque, not talk, at Ted Britt Chevrolet and Sterling. Cruise by and tell them Danny sent you, or check them out now at tedbrittchevy.com.
You may not run a 4440, but you can still move like a pro. What's up, guys? It's Grant Paulson to tell you about Metropolitan Moving and Storage, where you always get the kind of white glove service the pros rely on. Local or long distance, residential or commercial. They'll pack, stage, and even custom crate your fragile stuff. Long distance moves, you get your own truck, your own crew, and a guaranteed delivery window measured in hours, not days. So no, you're not going to hit the combine, but you can move like a pro with Metropolitan Moving and Storage. More at DCMetropolitanMoving.com.
Cold temps, long season. This is when you lean on the thing or that someone who can handle real ice time. The Chill Deals Winter Sales event is on at Lindsay Chevy in Woodbridge, and my guy, GM Danny Dimes, has the lineup locked in. Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, big minutes, steady shifts, no scrambling on the bench, real inventory, smart pricing that holds up under pressure. And by the final horn, you're just grabbing the key. Take it from me, GP, you will love it at Lindsay. LindsayChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your...
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Hey, it's BMitch here.
Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Rude Pro Partners have access to 60 months of same-as-cash promotions on qualified equipment from February 1st to April 30th. Rude also offers other aggressive financing options. As temperatures continue to stay cold across the DMV, make sure you're saving money with the most efficient HVAC equipment. Rude makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Rude Pro Partner near you at rude.com. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
EB here. Don't miss my entertainment page mornings on the Junks for the latest celebrity dish and a good laugh. But for a serious deal on your next ultimate driving machine, it's got to be my team over at BMW Fairfax. Check them out at BMW Fairfax or BMWFairfax.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Milo's Pro Rewards members go big during Lowe's Pro Savings Days. Get member volume discounts plus an extra 5% off eligible orders with a quote of $2,000 or more. Plus, buy more and save more with up to 25% off DWV pipes when you spend $250 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Can't be combined with any contract or special pricing. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
For all 106.7 The Fan contest rules, log on to thefandc.com/rules.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
Don't it feel good when your crowd behind you takes it in, fires, touchdown!
This is your home for the NFL playoffs and Super Bowl 60.
Let's go dominate! Touchdown! Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up! He's got it!
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station. It's the Sports Junkies.
All right, I'm going to give you real quick. A good reason to listen.
On 106.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Happy Thursday morning, all. We are the Junks coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan. Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I am Cakes, at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter. Jason Bishop is here.
What's up?
Hello.
Welcome back.
Also here, John Paul Flame.
A little warmer today.
Yeah, it's like 40.
It's going to feel like 70 compared to the next 10 days.
And Eric Bickle also here. That is your Junks foursome. I am good. Returning yesterday from bringing Winnie to her surgery. Everything went well. She is home recuperating.
Yep.
It's going to be a long rehab recuperation process.
Yeah, what does that entail for Winnie?
She has a rehab assignment back where she had her surgery today. So she gets dropped off. My son is dropping her off like at 8:30 or 9. I'll pick her up at 3.
Wow.
And then there's various like exercises and rehab checkpoints she's going to hit along the way to get back up to speed.
How was she doing? Like, could you see it in her face that she was not happy and uncomfortable?
I mean, she was under anesthesia still when we picked her up.
True.
So
that's true.
They give her painkillers after.
She's got a whole battalion of medicines.
She got the oxy.
It's the whole thing.
Cake scared me straight because we are new pet owners, have had a dog for a week, and don't have pet insurance. We'll go to the vet, the same vet.
Yeah.
Mikey Stotts' wife over in the Kentlands.
I need to shout out Christina, Bikey Bots' wife. She's been nothing but fantastic throughout the whole
Do they live in the Kentlands area now?
No, he doesn't live there, but her office is right there.
Yeah.
It's right next to Giuseppe's Pizza.
Mm-hmm.
He told me that she's single-handedly keeping that place in business. But Cake scared me about the pre-existing conditions bit. And so we're going to take our dog to the vet for the first time next week. I got to get the insurance up and running before that first visit.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably fine for a regular visit, but for something with a big bill like the one I'm going to be paying, pet insurance is a great thing to have. Just didn't have it in time, but I will have it in time for the next calamity.
Maybe I'll bring my dog to go see her. I've never met her, but I would trust her. I mean, I trust the vets that we bring my dog to, but they're different every time you go.
Right.
There's a bunch of different vet
now,
doctors.
That's a long haul. You're going to be hauling it into the MD.
Yeah, I say that now, but I mean, I don't know. I just feel like she would be more honest than maybe a typical vet that might just want to get money out of me.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't speak to that, but she and her staff, they've been awesome throughout the whole thing.
Good.
So she's in good hands. She's resting. And, just hope everything
do you still
goes well.
have your, remember you used to get made fun of because you would take your previous dog on walks with a stroller. Do you still have that stroller up and running?
That was because Simba was just old at that point, like 15 or 16 years old. And once she passed, I mean, the stroller was just falling apart. It was a $30, $40 stroller, went right into the dump.
Can your dog still walk around?
She can walk, but she needs assistance.
Yeah.
Because you still need to take the dog for walks so that it can go to the bathroom.
Yeah, we had to bring her in and out of the house, but I can't just open the door and let her go out and run into the backyard at this point. Now it's like you help her down the steps. She's on a leash, so if she sees a squirrel, she doesn't take off and mess up the surgery. And then she's back for another surgery.
Right.
So you got to be very delicate and
you got your hands full
and careful. Yeah. Hands full.
How's it been going with yours? Have you had any incidents yet? They wrecked any furniture, hopefully, or
so far so good.
Torn up the floors.
Oh, there is one piece of furniture which got torn up a little bit.
Oh, good.
It's gonna happen, but so far so good.
Well, I mean, I just want a little suffering. I don't know.
Perverse pleasure in
kind of.
I built the crate, and we put the crate right next to the couch.
Yeah.
And the first few days, we didn't really use the crate.
Yeah.
But when Jess goes to work and then I go to work, there's a couple hours where he's by himself. So we've decided to put him in the crate, and we put the crate right next to the sofa, and he chewed up the sofa a little bit.
Through the crate?
Yeah.
Well, that's just poor placement of the crate.
Poor placement of the crate.
You need him in isolation.
But the first 2 days we put him in a room, and he went crazy in the room, and he left a present.
Left a present. Oh, nice.
Yeah. So now, so far, so good. No accidents, but he did have the chewing incident.
Right, so we've wrecked her couch. That's good, and we've had one poopy.
Two.
2 poopies.
No,
2
okay.
poopies. But on hardwood floor in the room, which is designated to it, then we realized we can't just leave him in a room when he leaves, because when you leave, everybody leaves, he starts whimpering a little bit. He gets sad.
Aw. All right.
Yeah, dogs like companionship. They don't want to be left alone for long periods of time.
And who's been defaulting to most of the walks?
It's probably about yeah. She'll do when she gets home from school. I make her do the walk then, and then. But I do the late night. I already did one this morning. I probably do the majority. Just a second.
You're doing a
Isabella
pre-show
third.
walk with the dog. Now that's
strong.
a thing. I've never done that.
That's strong.
I think Jason does that. I just take her out for take Rocky out for 10 minutes. 10-minute walk.
Okay, that's
at 4?
Still,
That's 10 minutes.
That's
That's 10
still a thing.
valuable minutes.
It's a real thing.
Yeah.
10 more minutes you can be stupid.
Gets a couple whizzes in. Maybe goes number 2.
Sure.
Now, let me ask you, do you have a fully fenced-in backyard?
So, yes and no. It is fully fenced in, but there are a couple holes. So I just bought something on Amazon, and I bought a mallet, and I got to add it low.
Because
we have a picket fence, but you could definitely get underneath it.
All right, so you're going to
in a
fix
couple
that,
spots.
and then you could just let the dog out to go pee and then come back in 5 minutes later?
Yes.
I mean, is that a thing, or people don't do that anymore?
No, I think
Or
you
they
can
just
do
let
that.
the dogs run?
I think Cakes does that.
Oh.
Like,
What, just let the
I don't
dog
know.
out?
I don't have dogs. I don't know what the trend
Oh,
thing
I'll
is.
let the dog out. She'll be
Yeah.
out for 5, 10, 15
She can run
minutes.
around, do whatever,
Sure.
and then come back in.
Yeah.
Because you could do that in the morning instead of actually go out there and be butt
Now,
cold.
here's the risk you're on. If the dog's a big barker, you can't just let your dog out
Can't
at
just
4 in the morning
unleash him on the-
and wake up the
how
entire
close?
neighborhood.
How close is the next house
That's
to you?
an issue.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he lives in a regular neighborhood. So, you can't just... Like, if your dog is a mute and doesn't make noise, you can let it run around at 5 in the morning.
You can't just throw the dog out there and not keep an eye on it, because could be eating squirrel, could be eating flowers.
In your backyard?
In your backyard. Stuff it shouldn't be putting in its mouth. It'll make it sick.
I don't mind the quick walk. It's I'm doing like a 10-minute walk.
It wakes
That's
you
good
up.
for you, I guess.
10-minute walk.
Yeah.
It's just, it is what it is.
Well, dogs get into a routine. So as the dog gets older, over the next few weeks, months, it'll get in a routine. You'll be fine.
But Cakes' $5,000 bill has definitely put a little fear in me that I need to get the pet insurance taken care of as soon as possible.
Go do it.
Because Cakes did the move where he got the diagnosis, then got the pet insurance.
Yeah, I screwed
well,
up.
that's a pre-existing condition.
Yeah, what
so
are you
they
gonna
said they did a Dikembe Mutombo. No, and blocked the coverage.
Now, I haven't tried to submit a claim because I know it's just going to get swatted back in my face. I just don't, there's no reason to even try to submit it.
Worth a try. But if she tears another ACL, that'll be covered.
Then I'm good.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way that's a pre-existing condition. It's to a different leg,
Yeah. Right.
or maybe to the same leg. I don't even want to think about it. I just need to get through this catastrophe and then move on to the next.
I'm
All
with you, buddy.
Coming up on the show today, Tucker Barnes from Fox 5. He will join us coming up at 6:35 to talk about the incoming Snowmageddon this weekend. Baldy joins us, as he always does, throughout the NFL season at 7:20. And Jimmy Traina, writer for SI and host of SI Media Podcast, he'll join us coming up at 8:25 right here on the Junks.
DC's FM Sports Talk 106.7 The Fan.
All right, guys. You know me, you know all of us. We're always out there trying to keep up. I'm not going to just give up just because we're getting old. Like to play golf, play tennis, pickleball, whatever. But we are old. Back spasms, bone and joint pain, they can slow you down. That's why I trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or you just want a connection to over 400-plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. Their urgent ortho helpline is open 365 days a year. Don't wait. Call 844-VANTA-365. I've seen how much of a difference they can make.
Home builders across the DMV have trusted Ace Trim Carpentry to keep their production schedules on track, specializing in high volume and multifamily residential projects, delivering reliable manpower without ever sacrificing quality or safety. Our experienced team understands the demands of production building. We provide consistent quality that elevates your finished product and adds real value to your home building process. For craftsmanship you can depend on and a partner who understands builders' needs, choose Ace Trim Carpentry. Ace Trim. the home builder's trade partner.
Need a work truck that pulls its weight? My team over at Lindsay Ford of Wheaton is your commercial vehicle headquarters. Transit vans, Maverick, F-150s, Super Duty trucks, and more, all priced to move and built to keep your business moving. Or do what I did, plug in and power up your drive in a new F-150 Lightning or Mustang Mach-E. Lindsay's Chill Deals Winter Sales event is on right now, so get over to Lindsay Ford, ask for my guy Jay Raptor, and tell him Cake sent you. Take it from me. You'll love it at lindsayford.com.
BMitch here. Cats fans, it's a new year and a power play of a ride. Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers, have locked in with Harley-Davidson of D.C. and your Washington Capitals to give away a custom, one-of-a-kind Caps Harley-Davidson signed by the entire team. Drop the puck on the new year in the saddle and enter at capsfansbike.com. That's capsfansbike.com. And remember, when you ride protected with Law Tigers. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Calfus and Knockman, Olivia Donahue.
JP Finlay here for my team over at Oarsman Alexandria Kia, where they have a simple philosophy. Keep the customer happy. Like with great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed with the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. They have a great selection of quality certified used vehicles, and they'll pay up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your current vehicle. Keeping customers happy keeps them coming back. I know. I've bought 4 cars from the Oarsman Group. Take it from your buddy JP. Oarsman Alexandria Kia. Let's ride together.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Cold temps, hot cards, you know when the hand's right. It's the Chill Deals Winter Sales event at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, and my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, and much more. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsaychevy.com. Together, let's drive.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Big Game, brought to you by Hyundai. This year's playoffs have been a thrilling display of some of the best players in football right now. After another great weekend of playoff football, we're down to the best 4 teams in the league facing off for a trip to the biggest game of the season. Who will be able to finish strong and stamp their ticket to the big game? Brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
It's clear, temperature around 40.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Wake Wake up with the Sports Junkies.
My starting quarterback needs sex.
He needs to be a normal young
He needs to be sexually fulfilled.
No.
My quarterback needs sex. Regular sex.
I know Drake May's getting some.
Okay.
He's married.
Yes.
I'm right.
Yeah. My quarterback needs release.
I'm talking about football. Quick release. Find
Quick
those
release.
receivers.
The Sports Junkies. Weekday mornings from 5 to 10 on Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan. It's the Sports Junkies.
You're on the air.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Welcome back to an Open Line Thursday, brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors? Search windownation.com. Their windows are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home because it's where you live. Shortly, we will get into the Junkie Sports page. There's not a lot of good news on it, but we will get to it in a bit. But before that, we have to address a topic.
Okay.
All right, Mike Marr, boots on the ground, who's in the biggest gambling hole I've ever seen. Trying to get out of it.
I mean, other than your own personal hole back in the early 2000s?
Yeah,
that was a bigger hole.
I was in a big one, but we're focusing on the present, EB, not the past. We're looking forward, not backwards.
Oh, okay.
So Mike Marr is trying to dig himself out of this hole so he doesn't have to run, I think it's 8+ miles to work in his boots on the ground, work boots to work.
Mm-hmm.
So he typically makes his picks on Fridays. Now, Mike Marr is not going to be here on Friday because I believe he's going on a ski trip.
Yep.
So herein lies the rub.
Call it a bro trip.
It's a bro trip. It's a hang. Probably won't be a lot of skiing. Probably a lot of boozing, if I had to guess.
Mm-hmm.
So we need Mike Marr's pick.
Yeah.
But we need it typically on Friday.
Yeah.
I think he's reluctant to give the pick on Friday because he's going to be on his bro trip with the boys. So we need to secure a commitment for the pick for Mike Marr.
Well, we're trying to make it appointment listening.
Yes, correct.
So it's Friday at 7:45.
Yeah.
He's balking.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's balking. I don't know. I don't know if he wants to.
He doesn't want to get up.
He doesn't want to get up to call in.
Yeah.
For his segment.
You don't think you can handle it? You're not man enough to handle that?
Well, I'm on holiday. I'm going to be on vacation. When you guys are on vacation, do you want to get up at 7:30?
I usually do.
Not really, but like I'm sure all of us at some point during like days off or vacations have called in. When
are you leaving? Are you leaving today?
Yeah, I leave after the show.
So
later.
he's going to be out partying tonight. He's going to be boozing.
The thing is, I think he should have the discipline to call. It's not a big deal. You call and go back to bed. The downside is, though, he might not actually have the discipline. And so if we wait for him to call in at 7:45, what are we going to do if he doesn't do it?
This might be your secret sauce to actually hitting on a pick, Mike Marr.
You know what?
You got to change the juju a little bit.
A drunken pick might be your best pick of the last month. I would just lean into it.
I think he's got to make. I think he's got to make 2 picks
instead of thinking about your picks for a week and then botching it. Maybe you just
see the board clear.
Go with it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll call in if you guys want me to. I already have the pick. I know what I'm going to make. Mm-hmm. But 7:45, we can make it happen tomorrow.
Sized. I have people messaging me, coming up to me, asking me, "Hey, do you know what Marr's playing this week?"
So they can go the other way.
I mean, it's up. I got my Long Island guys are locked in. They
Hey, what's that pick?
Yeah, when's the pick? When's the pick? Actually, Vinny wants to send you something because he's made so much so far.
Sized.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the hottest thing on the Junks right now.
It is.
I said it's the hottest thing on the Junks right now.
It's the coldest, hottest thing.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think, listen, if you're a little banged up, that's fine. You can handle it. You can muscle through. You can muscle through about a 7 or 8 minute call.
Yeah, I'm going to wake up the entire house.
That's fine. You know what? They'll be fine. It's okay.
Ski boots on the ground.
Yeah, ski boots on the ground.
What's the ratio of bros to chicks?
Bros to hoes?
9 girls, 7 guys.
That's pretty good.
You are going to wake up the whole house.
That's pretty good.
How many attractive out of the 9?
Oh, you're really putting them on. Are you the king of uncomfortable?
It's not calling out specific names. Are they all attractive?
Say yes.
Yeah, Mark. Say they're all beautiful.
Yeah, they're all. You don't do that.
You can tell us the truth during the break.
Yeah, I mean, you're just going to ruin it.
Best 9 looking girls I've ever seen.
There you go.
Nice. That'd be a fun trip.
Yeah.
So you leave today, and then where are you going? Wintergreen? Where are you going?
Wisp. This is like our ninth year in a row. We've gotten the same house, and then normally the same group of people, or like plus or minus 5.
I don't even know where Wisp is. Where's that?
Western Maryland.
Deep Creek, Maryland. It's
Up
about
near like Cumberland, I think.
Should be a shortage of snow.
Yeah.
Are you prepared to be marooned there and stuck there into next week?
That's the thing is the cars that we're going down with are all Ford trucks. There's 3 Ford F-150s
all right.
and then 1 Tahoe.
When are you supposed to return?
Sunday, probably.
Sunday night, but we might leave or Monday. We don't really exactly know yet. We have the house through Monday.
Oh, I would leave Monday, bro.
But I took off Monday as well. So
And
I'm
leave
kinda,
Monday.
Yeah, I'm kind of
leave Monday.
Yeah,
Leave
leave
Monday, give him more time to get it all
Let them
cleaned up.
let them clean the roads a little bit.
By the way, I just got a text that my tournament has been officially canceled, which I am shocked.
Wow.
I've been secretly worrying for you
Yeah.
because I knew it was going to be struggling coming back.
It was
not just for the show, but also your safety.
Where was that tournament?
It's just in Norfolk, which they're only expecting a wintry mix, but I think there's so many people coming from all over the region.
Yeah.
They just don't want to they don't want to maybe be on the hook for guilting people into coming.
Right, right.
I think my club was actually thinking about pulling out anyway, putting it to individual teams' votes. And if they put it to my vote, I don't know what I would vote. I don't want to be a wussy. I probably would have voted, let's play.
Well, we'll get more details about it.
It would have been a nightmare.
Really? You would have...
I don't think I would have voted to bail. I would have felt like a wuss. So I'm glad they just took the decision out of my hands.
What would have been the benefit of going? Just to not feel like a wuss?
Well, I do enjoy it,
just
too.
the competition.
I do enjoy it, too, the competition. But I don't know. I would have felt a little bit wussy because I do feel like I can make it back. I do feel like I can drive in any condition.
I know, but it's not like a dusting in Montgomery County where they cancel school for a week or it's raining and they cancel school. I mean, this is the big one.
You do have to look out for the safety of your kid.
Yeah, that's the only other thing I was feeling.
But it's what's out of your hands. They canceled it.
They pulled the plug.
It's a good move.
Yeah,
because you would have been Miz coming back on Sunday.
Possibly. I was already thinking about all the blankets and all the beef jerky and everything I was going to bring.
Sure, you need provisions.
All the water.
This is Valdez's time to shine.
Hey, I went. I got 4 jugs of water yesterday
just to make sure you're locked in. Well, just like for a couple days.
What if the power's out?
I'm just goofing on you. It's all good.
Yeah. What if the power's out?
I'll be bitter, and I want to borrow
you
a
can
jug
no,
from
you. Can no water.
Yeah, I'm ill prepared. I'll be honest.
I have a huge Generac generator that I've had for like 15 years. It's unbelievable. When the power goes out, we're lit up like a Christmas tree.
Silly.
But I haven't used it in a couple years because I haven't lost power.
Yeah.
I kind of want to call Crop and just see if they test it.
Is it gas powered? How does it work?
I think so.
You think so? You don't know how it's powered?
I think that's how it works.
Yeah. You might want to figure that out before the storm hits.
Well, it doesn't matter. Well, I can do nothing. I've had it for 15 years.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's how it works.
Okay.
Did you get your milk and bread yesterday?
No, D bought a bunch of like sandwich stuff and a bunch of stuff. But
frozen pizzas.
I did pop into Safeway yesterday at like 5:30, and it was pretty busy.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's busy also because it's close to dinner time. But then I was like, oh, it's people snow panic buying.
Snowmageddon.
It's already started.
That certain waters. Somebody said if it wasn't D, it was somebody. It might have been my daughter up in New York. That certain waters are starting to disappear off the shelves.
Oh,
like some of our favorite brands or whatever.
Well, everyone's snatching them.
Well, you can't give frozen pizzas and lunch meat because if you have a generator. But if the power goes out, your stuff in the fridge will spoil. That's why you had to get peanut butter.
We have lots of tuna fish.
I got lots of cans of tuna.
We have lots
and
of cans of
beans.
tuna.
I'm good.
Yeah, I think we'll be good. We got lots of like mac and cheeses and that kind of stuff. We'll be all right. We'll survive.
You'll
make it. You'll be good.
Yeah.
And the snow, I was watching some of it this morning. It's going to get out of here a little bit earlier than I thought. So it's not going to go all night, Sunday night into Monday. I think it's going to stop.
Evening.
I think it's going to stop maybe at 8 or 9 on Sunday. Could be wrong, but it seemed like it's going to stop a little bit earlier. So Monday shouldn't be as bad.
I know we're going to have Tucker on here next.
Yeah.
But I saw Doug, because my wife reported to me. I didn't see it. She reported to me, that he reported 10 plus. That's what his official.
I know. I just wondered what that plus means.
Yeah.
See,
these
guys
it
are all
sound as big as 22, like Dee was saying a week ago.
They don't want to commit to totals.
I know they don't. They don't want to go out on a limb.
Totals. I'm going over totals.
Doug should just say, guys, my vibe. Here's my gut.
Right.
we're going to get 18 inches.
No, he's not going to do that.
But he's not going to do it.
Specific.
So that's why they're safe. They go 10 plus.
Right.
Because if we get 10,
they deal in
they're
ranges.
Yeah,
But if we get 24, they say 10 plus.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Here's my problem is that I recently moved and I don't know what the plow
You don't know what
situation
your
is in my
neighborhood's
in my community, especially because I live down a pipe stem. So I have
What does that mean? I've never heard that
I
before.
don't know what that means.
It's like a street that
like a
goes
dead-end
down
street?
into a cul-de-sac and
Okay.
comes back. Yeah. So I have no idea
You're
when the
probably one of the last ones.
when the plow comes, how efficient
And
it
you
is.
need a plow because
Yes.
you don't
Work.
have 4-wheel drive. You do have front-wheel drive, though, which I do maintain can be
Now,
effective.
many times Odyssey will spring for hotel rooms, like if a major storm is coming in. Is that going to be a thing, or
I'm waiting for Boss Man to
Well, see, here's
send
the
out
problem.
the email.
They would have to get the hotel room for Saturday night because that wouldn't
Yeah,
help for Sunday
it's
night
probably
because it's
true.
going to be impossible to get into the city on Sunday.
2-night bender.
So you'd have to get in on Saturday night and stay 2
I'm
nights.
just going to have my car cleared. I'll wake up at 2:45 Monday morning, and I'll just drive in
Here's
here.
the other thing.
Matt, I could pick you up if you wanted, but you'd have to leave when I want to leave on Monday.
No, that'd be too late for him. He needs to be here he needs to be here earlier. I think.
Might be able
Well,
to get stuff. I might be able to get stuff done the night before.
And then hop in.
Because I'm
Is it
taking my
automated up until 5 a.m.?
Yeah,
So that could work.
yeah, but like a lot of the paperwork stuff that we do.
Yeah.
Beforehand.
Well, that's fine. We can wing it. I mean, it's going to be a wing it day anyway. Monday. Monday's going to be a wing it day.
No one's going to be at school or at work on Monday.
Here's the other thing you got to do. Don't sleep. And I know I need to do it. Is especially you got to make sure you're loaded up with gas.
Oh yeah, I did that
Stranded.
yesterday
Make sure you're
too.
loaded.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be like 64.
Packed to the gills.
Yeah, 64 miles, and you're just sitting there for 3 hours. You don't have enough.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll load them up. Load up the fleet tonight.
Load up the fleet.
Yeah.
Got to do that. I got a free weekend now. I guess I'm just sit in the house, I guess. There's nothing
Well, at
to
least
do.
you can watch the games now on
Get
Sunday.
the shovel,
Yeah.
or you get to send Dean
Not
out
watch
to
them on your
shovel.
phone.
Yeah, she's the shoveler. I'm not a big shoveler.
It's a lot of shoveling.
But
Hurt my back.
But these meteorologists are now predicting the sleet, the mix
Yeah.
is going to come further north earlier on Sunday than it was maybe 2 or 3 days ago.
So is it the net result? They're predicting a little less than maybe they were a week
That's
ago?
my gut.
Yeah, it's maybe diminishing a little bit.
So instead of the stories that you heard of us getting maybe 20 inches,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna go 10
All right,
max.
Let's us stop forecasting. Let's hear from an expert. When we come back, Tucker Barnes, Fox 5 meteorologist, is going to inform us about Snowpocalypse 2026. How many inches we're going to get? When's it going to start? When's it going to end? Tucker Barnes will join us next here on The Fan.
From free agency to the NFL draft, this is your station for every move of the Commanders' offseason.
The story is. Now let's just focus on the defense.
You were right. I was
We
wrong.
are football.
Are we good to go?
Sports Radio. 106.7 The Fan.
All right, guys. EB here. FanDuel's turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the championship round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in, take a shot at an upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. Who do you like? The Rams? Patriots? Bronx? Who are you taking? Then apply your profit boost and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. So visit FanDuel.com/EB and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present DC. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's your boy Bish here for my guy Josh Cochran and the team over at Buyer Subaru in Alexandria, where giving back is just how they're built. The Subaru Loves to Help event is on, and Buyer is proud to support Operation Warm at Carpenter Shelter, helping local kids stay warm and taken care of this winter. While they're at it, Josh is making the math work. You can score as low as 0% APR on a new 2025 Forester or Outback for 36 months. So do what I'm doing. Get over to Buyer Subaru in Alexandria. Tell them Bish sent you in. Check them out online at buyersubaru.com.
Boost your breakfast at Whole Foods Market.
Get a pint of organic blueberries for $4.99 each with Prime through January 27th. Add some color to your pancakes, yogurt bowls, oats, and more. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet. Forget about easing into the new year. My guys over at Ted Britt Chevrolet and Sterling are coming out swinging. Now, for a limited time, score up to 25% off MSRP on a new 2026 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. That's up to 25% off. Real savings on one of the most in-demand trucks on the road. I'm not doing the math, but that sounds like a ton of dough. Starting the year with torque, not talk, at Ted Britt Chevrolet and Sterling. Cruise by and tell them Danny sent you, or check them out now at tedbrittchevy.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
New year feels like you're playing shorthanded. Time to capitalize at Lindsay Ford of Wheaton. My guy Jay Raptor's got F-150s, Mavericks, Transit vans, and more, all priced to clear the zone. And you'll be in and out quicker than a line change. You'll love it at Lindsay. LindsayFord.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth Podcast. For nearly 2 decades, The Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the Sports Junkies on 106.7 The Fan.
Man, these guys are so classy, you know?
Pretty damn good.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Here's your guest lineup for today's show. Brian Baldinger. Baldy will join us coming up at 7:20. We'll talk championship weekend, coaching carousel, and more with him at 7:20. And Jimmy Traina, writer for SI, host of SI Media Podcast. He'll join us at 8:25. We can talk all things sports media with him. We can touch on Tom Brady, Tony Romo, and more with Jimmy. He's been on the show a few times. Always great to touch base with him. So that's at 8:25.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully Tucker Barnes joins us shortly. You know, he's a super busy guy with the impending massive snowstorm.
All right, I might be wrong on the snow totals.
You might be wrong?
Yeah, my prediction.
Okay.
Even though that sleet's going to come up earlier in the weekend than expected.
Yeah.
The snow total. So I'm just watching Taylor Grenda, who's did the morning show on Fox 5.
Right.
She predicted for Ashburn 19.1.
Oh, that's a big boy. That's a big one. That's a no-joke snowstorm. 20 inches of snow.
She's predicting for D.C. 14.7.
When I was looking at the
a lot.
projections, it said Saturday night snow accumulating 8 to 12, and then Sunday throughout the day another 8 to 12 in North Potomac.
So hold on. Say it again. It's going to start?
Yeah, well, based on the projection they gave in like the daily forecast, they were saying Saturday night could see accumulating 8 to 12 inches of snow, and then another 8 to 12 in the day Sunday.
Right.
All right, Gaithersburg, 19.6.
When was our last blizzard?
Like 2016, I believe.
Yeah.
Big snowfall about a decade ago.
What do we have, about 30 inches? We had one.
I don't recall the numbers, but I just know there was a big one about 10 years ago.
I do remember that. I couldn't get off my street.
It's just going to suck because that crap is just going to linger for weeks.
Oh, it's golf courses.
It's one thing to get through this weekend.
Golf courses are going to have snow on them for
they're
weeks.
They're going to be pummeled
because it's going to be so cold. They're not going to melt.
That's not going to melt.
Get those cart paths cleared. Get them cleared.
Yellow ball.
CPO.
This is going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, this just sucks.
So there's no such thing as a dumb question, right?
No.
Oh, I don't know.
Not from you.
I don't know if I believe that in that saying, but
Or
go
they're
ahead.
only dumb questions. Yeah.
So I'm not bringing my car on this trip. But I have a big tarp in the back of my in my trunk.
Yeah.
If I put the tarp over my car, because I won't be back until after the snowstorm, there's nothing wrong with that, right? And then just rip the tarp off, and then I don't have
think
to clean
so.
my car.
The problem is my wife has the same thing. She do the Instagram viral thing everybody's doing where they put it on their driveways, their sidewalks, their steps, put a tarp, your car, same thing. Problem is, I think it's going to be so cold and so much snow, you're not going to be able to do jack with it.
It's too heavy.
It's going to be too heavy. It'll be too heavy and too frozen.
Yeah, or frozen. The weight of it.
I mean, you could do it.
It's hard.
But I don't know how. It might be more of a hassle than what it's worth because it's going to be so much, especially if it's frozen to the car. Maybe like if it freezes to the car, you could really screw up maybe the paint on it. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was a little worried about.
I would maybe stay away from it on the car. You could give it a shot on your steps or something.
Just come back from your drunken escapade ski weekend and then go start your car, let it run for an hour, literally an hour, to burn all the snow off. And then you shovel it off, or you have your broom to get all the snow off, and you're good.
So we're going to wake up Sunday morning, and we're just going to be shoveling.
You're going to be buried.
I mean, right away.
I would think, yeah.
I'm not going to bother with it. Just let it sit there.
Well, how are you going to get out of your driveway?
Got to get the car out.
Like how are you going to leave your house?
I'm going to park my truck, that has four-wheel drive, at the end of the driveway.
Smart.
So I don't have to shovel the entire drive. I'm going to park it.
Back up.
I might have just parked it on the street.
The problem is the plows will back you in.
Right in the middle. Right in the middle of the street.
You can't do it because the
prepare to have
plows
your
will
car
back
run
you in.
over or towed.
I know. I'm kidding. But the snow. I have such a small cul-de-sac. The snow plows, when they push the snow towards people's mailboxes, it's impossible to get out. Sometimes they'll push it right in front of your driveway.
Yeah,
so I'm
that's
gonna have to park my truck at the very end of the driveway. It's gonna be a nightmare.
You got a 4-wheel drive, dude. Just put it in 4-wheel drive mode. Hit the gas. Go out on your street. You're gonna be good.
I think you're going to be fine.
I'm going to.
You will get. I do think though that you get back. Was Tucker on?
I think the main roads on Monday will be
will be
okay
fine
because they're going to be treating them
All
and
right,
plowing.
let's
all
go
day
to
Sunday.
the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We welcome in Tucker Barnes, Fox 5 meteorologist. Tucker, thanks for taking some time, man. We know you're super busy.
What's up?
Tucker, are you there, buddy?
Gentlemen, it's good to hear your voice. It's been years.
It has been a
Tell me
while.
when it's going to snow.
Tucker, this is going to be an effing nightmare. Especially since I live in Ashburn. I'm just watching Taylor this morning and her European snow forecast.
Yep.
19.1 at Dulles. I live 5 seconds from Dulles.
By the way, why do the Europeans get all the love with the forecasts and the models? Can you explain that to me,
Yeah,
Tucker?
how accurate is the European model?
I'm not a big super weather nerd like Jason. I need it like spoon-fed to me.
Okay, European, it just performs well. That's the bottom line. So that's sort of the gold standard of weather models. That's why we all kind of, bow in its presence. But it misses occasionally. And, the deal is this. All the models are giving our area at least a foot of snow, and some of them are a little more aggressive, up to 18 or 19 inches. But, the big question here, guys, is going to be, do we get mixing? You guys have lived here your whole lives. Me too. And, do we get that sleet and that freezing rain mixing in at some point, especially towards the end of the storm? That would hold down totals. But we're all systems go here for a big, big storm this weekend.
Is there any chance? I feel like I heard like a week ago about this, 4 or 5 days ago, and maybe some of the estimates are a little lower than they anticipated. Are we trending in the right direction in terms of less or no?
Okay, so we got some really big numbers, and you looked at your phone, and it was throwing out 19 to 24 inches and all that stuff.
Right.
So I think that's a little aggressive. I think the numbers will probably come in inside the Beltway 8 to 12 inches, and then if you live out in places like Ashburn, as mentioned, you might be talking about 16 inches. But this will be our biggest storm we've probably seen since literally 10 years ago. You guys know it's 10 years ago today that we started our last big storm around here.
Mm-hmm. So when do you expect the snow to start?
Saturday night. Okay, so the Weather Service just put out the winter storm watch. Saturday night, 7 p.m. That goes into effect through Monday morning. Worst of it will be late Saturday night and the first half of your day on Sunday. Our snow rates will probably be 1 to 2 inches an hour. It'll be really like snow globe stuff. It's going to be really impressive out there Sunday morning. That's the time to get out there and enjoy it. And then you'll get a chance to clean it up for the next 3 or 4 days. Because
it's going to be really cold.
Guys, it's not going anywhere. Yeah, I mean, as far as I can see next week, we don't get it above freezing. So, it's going to be a challenge to get the schools back open next week and the rest of it.
All right, just give me somebody that wants to be somewhat optimistic. What could be the best case scenario where it's not quite as dire and as dramatic, and maybe we only get 6 inches instead of a foot or something? Like, what would need to happen?
So there is a scenario where, as the storm system really wraps up, it throws what we'll call a warm nose up, and so we'll get some warmer air in the mid levels of the atmosphere, and that would give us more sleet. Okay. And that would hold the numbers down. We could then maybe get like a 6 to 8 inch snow total. But I really think that you got to get south and east of 95 to see those kind of numbers. You guys that are north and west of 95 you guys are gonna get in the jackpot. I mean, it might mix a little at the end, but you're gonna get a lot of snow.
We're gonna get hammered
before that happens.
That's
what I'm trying to say. You're gonna get hammered.
There's no way of getting around it.
So you agree with the 19 inches in Ashburn?
I mean, listen, if you ask me how much are you getting in your house, I would say you're going to get 16.5 inches.
16 and a half. All right. There you go.
All right. We
Tucker,
know you got to run,
Tucker. Man. We know you're super busy. We appreciate you taking some time with us, man.
Love you guys. Keep doing the great work.
Love you too, man. It's Tucker Barnes, Fox 5
care,
meteorologist. I mean, he's probably sleeping like 3 or 4 hours a night, like this last week.
Yeah, but these guys
this is what they live for.
They love it.
You hear the glee in his voice?
Yeah, he loves it.
It's just miserable.
Hasn't their jobs become much easier? I know they go to school for it, but if there's just these models and they're just basically
read the computer,
running with the models,
they're not sitting there playing with stuff. They're reading what they're saying.
It's very hard. I think it would be hard to point to the right cities when they have the green screen behind them.
You're looking at the map in front of you. All you have to do is just point, and it should correspond to the green screen, right? As long as you know basic geography, what you're pointing at, I would think.
There's just
everything's labeled.
But there's no getting around it. We're getting hammered.
Yeah.
There's no getting around it.
I'm just hoping that mix gets in a little bit earlier than they expect. I want the mix.
Yeah, I want nothing.
I want nothing too, but
I'm hoping for sunshine.
Well, you keep hoping for that. I don't think that's going to happen.
Benj during the break yesterday said, "You love this, don't you? You love weather." I don't. I like thunderstorms in July.
You get so psyched to talk about weather.
He does.
I do, but not snowstorms. This is a nightmare.
He's weather specific. What he likes and dislikes.
Yeah, I like thunderstorms. I don't like snowstorms. Snowstorms are everlasting, and they just make your life harder, especially if it's going to be 10 degrees.
Yeah, I hate when I see that stupid snowball fight on the mall.
Yeah.
And all I think about is, how am I going to get into work?
Right.
And then they're sitting there prancing around on the mall, throwing snowballs at each other.
What adults have time to go out and engage in a snowball fight?
Now,
if it's with your kids in your yard or whatever, that's fine.
Losers.
But I'm talking about like, hey, let's meet up on social media and go throw snowballs at each other. Like, seriously?
And film it. Right.
I understand that you're off work and you need something to fill your day. But if you're a grown adult throwing snowballs at other grown adults, man, I got a lot of questions.
My wife loves this. She loves snowstorms.
Like big, debilitating snowstorms.
And I say, of course, T, of course you love it. You don't have to get up in the morning at 4.
It's just a big
Where are you driving today?
Right.
Nowhere. A thrift store, maybe?
Right.
Nowhere. I got to drive effing 40 miles. All right, so I hate it.
Well, sure.
I'm telling you, I hate this. Can't you tell? Can't you see my face? I'm bitter.
I can tell.
But you love talking about it. Now you love talking about your angst.
Well, I mean, I'm just being honest.
He's working through his feelings. It's all good. He's just getting it out there.
If Boss Man offers up hotels Saturday through
Monday,
would you take?
No. I'll drive.
I'd consider it. I've done it before.
I don't want to sit in this
I
hotel for 2 days.
I've done the snow bro hang down here in D.C. before some of the big storms.
No, I will make it. I'll just leave early.
I think I watched
an hour, 2 hours.
Pretty sure I
early.
watched Sam Darnold implode in the playoffs.
We did.
Or late in the regular season last year.
We also went to that restaurant, sat down, and got no service for 15 minutes, and then walked out.
That's true. I'll never go to that establishment here again.
That's the other thing.
It won't happen.
These places on Sunday, let's just say you came down here and you wanted to go out, they'll all be closed.
There might be a couple open that just try to get some business.
Maybe, but
I
mean, I know Circa's closing.
I mean, the drunkards
Yeah,
need to go somewhere.
Who's trekking down to like Navy Yard to go like bar hopping when
but the locals,
storm of the
But
century
all these people that
is
live
coming
around
in?
here, they're going to want to go out and just booze it up.
I guess that's true.
Yeah,
but I mean, a lot of places will be closed.
What do they
Because
say?
they can't get employees here.
Right.
So what are they saying? Yeah, like for like Meg in New York. See, she's made a city. I mean, she should be fine. But I mean, are they getting way more because it's more north?
I
have a friend in Boston. What is she getting?
I'd have to go look at that.
Just go on your weather app and type the
I'm just
city.
asking if it's like the talk of the country.
It's definitely the talk of the country.
Yeah.
I mean, like, aren't 20 states going to be like
But
hit by the storm?
I keep hearing more about the South than I do the North. Maybe because it's so unusual. The
Yeah,
South
it's
is getting
unusual.
hit.
And I don't think they handle it well down there.
Yeah.
No.
We don't handle it well here.
No.
We don't know how to handle it. Now,
It says 10 inches of snow possible, 10 plus inches of snow possible for New York City.
New York City? Okay, so so for some reason it's worse here. I don't understand.
Yeah, I always thought like Maryland, Northern Virginia, Delaware.
We'd be at the bottom of it.
No, that we're getting the brunt of this
Particular one. Yeah, it seems like it. I don't know why.
Well, New York's on the water, so maybe that helps. It's a little bit warmer. But they're still going to get some.
Checking Mike Marr's snow total expectations for Wisp.
I think it's a lot.
Oh, Western Maryland? Yeah, it's going to be.
Are you guys going to actually
If Ashburn's getting 19, you're getting 20.
Are you going to be excited like skiing while it's snowing, or knowing your group and your history, you guys just going to be drunk anyway?
No, this is my first time that I've gone to Wisp in like the 7 years that it's snowing even close to this amount.
This sounds pretty fun, by the way. Here's a forecast for Wisp. Okay, Saturday, high of 9 degrees.
Oh, my
high.
God.
Okay, cloudy and bitterly cold, an inch or two of snow in the afternoon. Extended time outside can lead to hypothermia
and death.
Unprotected pipes may freeze. You picked a great weekend to go ski with the boys and the girls. Man, that is brutal.
What's it say for snow total?
Then it goes into Sunday. Frigid with snow, high of 18, accumulating 1 to 3 inches. So it looks like they're going to get less in Wisp.
Is that 1 to 3 per hour or 1 to 3 total?
This says frigid with snow accumulating 1 to 3 inches.
Yeah, but he's going to have fresh powder. That's actually the best time to ski.
And it's snowing more into Monday. He's never. This is the last you're going to see of Mike Marr. This is the last time you're going to see that guy's face.
All right, let's bang on a couple of these calls. Let's go to Mitch in Manassas. Mitch, what's up, buddy? Y'all with the Junkies.
How you doing this morning, gentlemen?
Hey, Mitch.
Oh my gosh,
Good.
you guys have been making me nervous these past couple days with this.
What we
storm.
do.
Been trying to,
Yeah, I'm starting to get anxious.
Yeah, I've been trying to stay calm with it. It reminds me of like back in 2016, about like 10 years ago. That storm out. Like,
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
like, super bad. Like just even from not even from like a work standpoint, just like from a mental health standpoint, it's like being locked in like that just keeps you all trapped up, freaks you out. You
Not
know,
good.
so.
Only thing to do is booze. I might start boozing.
Are you going to
again.
have to get up and go to work on Monday? Or are you going to be able to work from home?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and try to work from home on then, just figure things out. But like, it's driving. The ice is the most nervous part about it all. Just once everything starts to like refreeze and whatnot and all that. Once it starts.
Well, shouldn't they be
boiling
prepared?
down.
They've had like 2 weeks' notice. They should have freaking
Oh, they're going
salt
to
everywhere.
Oh, they're going to treat every road. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't treat it like on a Thursday. You want to treat it Friday night.
No, I don't know whenever you have to do it.
Friday night and Saturday.
Yeah, I
they'll
don't
be
know when
treating
you
it.
have to do it, but they should be prepared. They should be using all the trucks.
But see, they mostly care about the main roads. The back roads, they don't give an F about that. That's why the back roads will be a nightmare.
Yeah.
Sorry. So if you live in a tight neighborhood with small, narrow streets, they're not going to treat those.
Get to last.
Right, but I'm going to come into work just straight down Connecticut Avenue. For most
You're going to be fine.
Well, you should be all right.
Main roads, you're going to be good.
Yeah.
Cakes, I checked Deep Creek. It says 26 to 32 inches.
Well, I'm looking at a completely different weather
No, I think it means 1 to 3 inches per hour. That's what I think that means.
I actually think that's the best scenario for him as long as he gets there.
Right. So much fresh powder. You guys are getting your money's worth.
Black Diamond Mike.
This doesn't bother JP. He hasn't said anything about it. This doesn't bother you.
I don't know. You want to know why?
Why?
He's off next week.
Oh, you're taking off?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's brilliant.
But I also don't get angst like you guys over it. I mean, it's going to happen. We've dealt with it a million times.
Yeah, but I just don't like it. Like,
I don't ever fear running out of water like you guys and running out of bread.
Oh, I don't fear that.
Yeah.
I mean, if I had to, I'll just walk to the Harris Teeter. I can walk to it.
In some ways, I'm looking forward to it. I'm telling you now, I'm still in the game of taking my kids sledding, but I might build an igloo. Silly.
JP loves snow days. Big snow day guy.
Well, when you're off work for the whole week,
right.
I don't blame him.
My goal will be to not touch the snow other than the bottom of my feet.
That would be my goal, but I know that's not going to happen.
I mean, if there's 20 inches of snow, it's going to be tough to work around it.
Yeah.
I wish you luck in that endeavor.
Have to take the dog out for walks like 3 or 4 times in the snow.
Dog still wants to walk.
My dog loves the snow, too. She's just going to prance around in it, lay down in it. She loves it.
Let's go real quick to Chris. He's calling from St. Croix. I think he wants to gloat.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be gloating.
Chris, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, hey, what's up, boys? I just calling to Joe Nunya and ask Cake or Mike to bet on the Patriots this weekend. Please, please. All this weather talk, you guys, I'm sitting out here on my porch with no shirt on and shorts getting ready to go play golf. So, I'll be
There's
thinking
definitely
about
an appeal to that life.
So,
my wife and I have talked about retiring in Puerto Rico.
Now, are you living there or just vacationing?
No, we live here. I've talked
It's
to
the
you guys.
zip line guy.
Oh, yeah.
I remember.
Yeah.
Wow.
I live here now. So
What's
Your name should be Zip Line and then your first
Zip
name.
Line Chris.
It shouldn't be
Why?
Chris.
Because that is business, the zipline business?
He's a zip line guy.
Yeah.
So he runs a zip line service? Is that what he does?
Yeah, I'm the general manager. It's owned by somebody else, but I'm the general manager.
Anybody die on your watch?
No, of course not.
Nothing.
You would have heard about that.
Clean safety record.
You know what?
He'd be out of the business if that happened.
Clean safety record. You guys might have heard about it last week in St. Croix. We had a shark attack where this a shark bit a woman's arm off, and she survived and then died at the hospital.
Oh, I did hear that.
How did she die at the hospital?
Massive blood loss?
Dagger. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I did. I think I did see that on the
That's
news.
freaking horrible.
Hey, Chris, do me a favor.
Yeah.
Send me a picture, just like your something of like the last day or two, the last 24 hours. Send it to my Twitter, EB Junkies. I just want to be a little bit jealous. I don't know if it's you by the beach.
I don't have Twitter. Do you guys get pictures on your? Can I send a picture on your text line?
Can you
Sure.
do it?
Yeah,
No,
sure.
that doesn't work, does it?
Just don't send a
Okay.
picture of the woman with her arm bitten
You're
off.
like the only. Do you have Instagram or something, or do you have anything?
No, I don't do social media.
Bro,
No.
he's island living.
Maybe
Why
that-
would you be
I can
doom
understand
scrolling?
you don't
Why are
post,
you
but-
doom scrolling when you're island living?
But don't you
point.
at least
Exactly.
don't you at least just look? Like you don't have to post anything.
His head is
my
literally
wife- my
buried
wife-
in the sand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He looks
my,
out
my
on
wife
the...
has all that. My wife has all that stuff, and she gets the birthday announcements and tells me that it's my friend's birthday, and then I text them. Yeah, I don't do social media.
All right. Well, can your wife send me a pic on
He's
Twitter?
winning at life. His brain
I just want to see where you're living.
his brain isn't rotting like ours on social media. He's winning.
I'll figure out a way to make it happen for you.
St.
EB.
Croix very
As long
close
as-
to Puerto
as long
Rico,
as-
EB.
As long as Mike and Cakes promise to
bet on the Pats.
bet on the
Okay,
Patriots,
yeah,
bet on the Pats this
I
week.
guess I'm the only Broncos fan in St. Croix. He wants to jinx the Pats.
I mean, Cakes, EB, you've been to Puerto Rico a bunch of times. St. Croix is right there, right next to it.
Oh, I know. They all look the same to me. I just want to be jealous of it for a second. I just wanted to see how silly it is right now.
By the way, I'm sure they have silly golf courses in St. Croix. They can't have bazilli golf courses, right?
They don't have at least a few nice ones.
They might have a couple, but they don't have.
No, they probably only have 2 or 3 on the entire island.
Yeah, the island's probably the size of this building. They can only fit so many. Small. Yeah.
They might have par 3s.
Yeah. All right, when we come back, we will hit the Skins, and coming up at 7:20, we'll talk more NFL with Brian Baldinger. Baldy joins us at 7:20 here on The Fan.
DC's FM Sports Talk, 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. This is why NFL owners should be on a permanent mute button. Bills owner Terry Pagula blamed the refs for the loss, then fired his coach for losing the same game. So which is it? Was it rigged or is your guy trash? You can't scream conspiracy, then hit send on your termination email. That's like blaming the oven and firing the chef. I'm John Lund.
You turn on the news, there's a new headline every day. Inflation's climbing. Interest rates shifting. New tax laws being proposed. It's enough to make anybody nervous about their money. But here's the thing. You don't need to chase every headline. At Trajan Wealth, spelled Trajan Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors help you tune out the noise and focus on the big picture. They'll work with you to build a long-term financial strategy based on your goals, your risk tolerance, and your time horizon. Peace of mind starts by calling Trajan Wealth. Instead of constantly reacting to market swings, you'll have a plan designed to keep you on track no matter what the economy throws your way. Check them out right now, TrajanWealth.com. Just like in sports, it's not about one play, it's about the entire season. Don't let uncertainty dictate your future. Call Trajan Wealth today. The number is 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Cold temps, long season. This is when you lean on the thing or that someone who can handle real ice time. The Chill Deals Winter Sales event is on at Lindsay Chevy in Woodbridge. And my guy, GM Danny Dimes, has the lineup locked in. Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, big minutes, steady shifts, no scrambling on the bench, real inventory, smart pricing that holds up under pressure. And by the final horn, you're just grabbing the key. Take it from me, GP, you will love it at Lindsay. LindsayChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Pro Savings Days are on at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get an additional 5% off when you buy 5 or more select GE, Whirlpool, and Electrolux kitchen or laundry major appliances. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Discount valid to My Lowe's Pro Rewards members only. Exclusions and other restrictions apply. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for details. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Hey, it's Cliff Kingsbury. Look, my life on the field is nonstop. Game prep, film study, long days. So when I want to shut the world out for a bit, I head to Hammer & Nails. From the grooming services to include men's, manis, petties, it's luxury from the moment you walk in. They hand you a drink, you slip on noise-canceling headphones, and everything slows down. I'm not thinking plays, I'm just relaxing. If you're a guy who needs a real reset, trust me, Hammer & Nails is it. Treat yourself. You'll thank me later.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Live from the LindseyCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK FM and WJFK HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
Tip, they score!
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Dylan Strome tips and Alex Ovechkin shot. You get a goal. You get a goal. Carlson, a shot, he scores.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
Dylan Strome and Justin Sordiff scored for the Caps to make it 2-0 in the first period. But then the Canucks scored 4 goals, hanging on for a 4-3 win over the Capitals. With the win, Vancouver snapped an 11-game losing streak, and now the Capitals are riding their own losing streak, 4 games now. Over in Major League Baseball, the big news that broke last night, the Mets have acquired all-star Freddie Peralta, as well as fellow right-hander Tobias Myers from the Milwaukee Brewers, in exchange for Brandon Sproat and Jet Williams, 2 of their top prospects. Both of those prospects landing in the top 100 overall, so the Mets getting back Freddie Peralta in exchange for some big names. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Let's talk it out.
You can watch the show live or on demand.
What are we watching for?
As I said, we're not sure. On YouTube.
Celebrating 30 years of the Junks, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Brian Baldinger joins us coming up at 7:20, Odyssey NFL Insider. We'll talk championship games, coaching, hires, and more with him. So that's coming up at 7:20. Right now, let's hit the skins. Prime skin hitting time.
Yeah, it is, Cake.
7 a.m.
Blizzards are top prime skins hitting time, too.
They could be.
Stuck inside.
A lot of baby making. A lot of baby making coming up this weekend. All right, Cakes. Defensive coordinator search saga continues.
Yep.
Looks like Al Harris is next up. Of course, he worked with Dan Quinn in Dallas. I was telling the boys, I saw somebody tweet, I think this is accurate, that like for the last 3 years, he's had the leading interceptor in the NFL. It's been like 3 different Cowboys, I think. You go back to like Bland, Diggs, and there was one other guy. So that's something, obviously, that Washington needs to focus on, not only just get better defensively, but create turnovers. Seems to have been able to help that. So far, Joe Cullen has been interviewed. Brian Flores has been interviewed. Brian Flores now off the table because he's re-upping in Minnesota if he doesn't get a head job.
Yep.
Jonathan Gannon, the ex-Cardinals head coach. Patrick Graham, the Raiders DC, has interviewed here. Of course, they're going to interview Al Harris. Carl Scott, the Seahawks DB's coach, and then Denard Wilson, the former Stag and former Maryland Terrapin ex-Titans defensive coordinator, has interviewed here.
I did put up the poll of the day. Have the Commanders botched their hires at offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator? You can vote at Junks Radio. Junkies poll sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. Get 25% off select merchandise, tees, hats, hoodies, and more. Love my Surfside hoodie. Use that code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. I went on with Grant and Danny yesterday, and I know Danny's really upset they didn't interview Mike McDaniel.
Mm-hmm.
I went and looked at the numbers. You know what? The last 2 years, his offensives have been below average in points, in yardage.
Yeah, but you've seen the things he can design. You've seen
his
the play
first 2 years were really good.
Well, you might also argue he has a average to possibly below average quarterback as the trigger man
Just hasn't been playing
for his
well.
offense.
That's usually how it works out, though, right?
Yeah, he still has a reputation.
I still kind of like Mike McDaniel. I think he's going to do good things in L.A. for Harbaugh.
I'm quite sure that he and DQ had a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And while they may have not done a formal interview, I think they decided for whatever the timing wasn't right or whatever, especially with him. I think, like JP said, I think the fix was in. They wanted Blau. They didn't want to lose him. DQ's talked about how he likes to hire from within. I just think it just wasn't going to work this go around.
I think it was predetermined. They were going with David Blau. They went through the interview process because you kind of have to do it with the Rooney Rule and all these things. And so they even interviewed a couple of their guys, and he leapfrogged 2 guys, one an assistant head coach / running backs guy who's been a head coach, who's being interviewed by the Buffalo Bills for the head coaching job, and he leapfrogged Brian Johnson, who's been a play caller and offense coordinator in Philadelphia. So they believe he's a boy genius.
Yeah, well, they're hoping.
Right, they didn't want him hitting the open market. That's why they offered him the gig.
As far as the defensive coordinator goes, I personally think that Flores, and again, I'm just a dope. I don't know anything. I can't tell you anything really about Patrick Graham. Brian Flores was the sexiest name for me. He's now off the board because whether he gets a head coaching job or not, he's going back to Minnesota as a DC. I don't know. I don't have an opinion. All the guys, Denard Wilson, do I want him just because he's a Stag?
Yeah.
Not really. Carl Scott. I don't know. Al Harris. Sure, I like the resume. I like the fact that he knows how to coach guys up.
He helps create turnovers, man. You look at this.
Turnovers.
The current Commanders, led by Mikey Sanderson with 4 picks.
Yeah.
Bobby Wagner was second on the team with 2.
Yeah.
Lattimore one.
I don't know how you coach that. I don't know how you teach guys.
But here's the thing about these candidates.
Yeah.
Now that San Francisco and Green Bay are open, they're probably more attractive than Washington.
Yeah, I think this is not an attractive job.
I mean, just comparing those two that have openings now.
Why would you want to come here
teams.
and coach the worst ranked defense? I guess you could say, well, it could only go up. Well, that's true, but could only go up a couple spots.
So Harris has never been a defensive coordinator. He's just been a defensive backs coach, right? I'm pretty sure.
I think so. Defensive backs coach and passing game coordinator.
Defensive pass game coordinator, right?
Yeah. So who knows?
But he's been with he was with Kansas City for a while.
Dallas.
Chicago this past year.
Yeah. Maybe I would lean Al Harris cakes. I don't know. But I
seems
actually,
to be the lean right now.
I don't have a strong opinion, to be honest with you.
Do you think they've botched it, Jason Bishop? 1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. Do you think Washington has botched the hires at offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator?
Well, they haven't hired a defensive coordinator yet.
But that might be part of the problem. Like maybe you could throw a bigger bag of Flores.
No, I got to wait to see who it is. We have no idea why Flores didn't take it. We have no idea.
Well, maybe he likes the personnel in Minnesota. He's comfortable working with O'Connell.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I'm sure they offered him a big sack of money to stay. I don't know the details of his deal, but I'm sure they paid him handsomely to retain him.
They love David Blau. I mean, I guess you got to trust them that he's going to be good with Jaden. Would I have preferred a more established guy with some experience? Probably, but Blau might be the next Mike McDaniel.
Al Harris did have assistant head coach title in Dallas in 2024.
Oh,
that title just makes me laugh.
I know they just slap an extra
if
title
it was
on,
legitimate, like if that was a legitimate title, all right. If I'm Anthony Lynn, forget that he's getting interviewed by Buffalo. I'd be offended that a 30-year-old assistant quarterbacks coach gets leapfrogged over me to be the next offensive coordinator. And if I was Brian Johnson, I'd be offended too, because you are in a position that's above this guy who's 30 years old. You've done the job. You've been a play caller.
Sometimes younger guys
it would be like,
get bigger opportunities.
I know, but it would be like all of a sudden promoting Ben. Like all of a sudden Ben.
Right.
Who's been here for a week.
Yeah. I know, but hey, sometimes the job market is unfair.
I guarantee they're offended. They still want to get paid.
These would be better if all of a sudden Ben was assistant program director.
I'm sure he wouldn't be happy.
Right? That would be.
But at the end
a
of the day, just like Valdez, just like us, we're employees. We just have to deal with it.
No, of course.
We don't own
the
team. We're not calling the shots.
Of course, but he does point to there could be some bitterness in the building.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be one thing if you hire somebody from outside. Like if Mike McDaniel got hired, Anthony Lynn can deal with it. Instead, Anthony Lynn, who's been a head coach, who's been an offensive coordinator, so he's been a play caller, He gets leapfrogged by a guy who was the assistant quarterback's
Dan
coach.
Quinn doesn't care about right now? Ruffling feathers and hurting guys' feelings because he needs to win to keep his job.
He does.
He feels like hiring Blau is the best way for him to win.
Look, Blau may be excellent, and we've gone through his resume, right? He's got ties to Ben Johnson and all these great play callers, and he's been a quarterback in the league. But this is a theory. He also might be somebody that is more amenable to having the front office tell him this is what we want to do.
He could be,
and Cliff Kingsbury
supposedly could influence him more.
Cliff Kingsbury supposedly wasn't happy with the GM intervening, saying, "Hey, this is what you should be doing on first down. This is what you should be doing on second down."
Well, not necessarily that. It sounds like he was questioning him after every week they would have sit downs. He didn't really like that.
It's the last thing any coordinator wants.
Yeah. So anyway, that's where we are. We'll see what happens with the Al Harris situation. We got people chiming in. I know Valdez also has audio that we can get to. If not this segment, we get to later of John Lynch talking about Brendan Ayuk and Kyle Shanahan. By the way, I was completely thrown during the national championship game when they kept saying offensive coordinator Mike Shanahan. They kept throwing me. Did you show that?
Not related.
Not related.
Yeah, same name.
Shanny. And
it's another Shanny.
It was
I had to look
crazy.
it up.
Yeah.
I was like, nope, not related.
All right, let's go to Terrence in Baltimore. Speaking of Terrence, I don't know if you're a Ravens fan, but Valdez tells me that Rossini is reporting that Lamar kind of favors Cliff Kingsbury.
Oh, nice. That's not good news for Valdez.
What's up, Terrence?
Hey, how you doing, fellas? So I'm not a Ravens fan. I moved here a couple years ago. I'm a Washington fan through and through from Northeast DC. But I think they got it right, man. I think that, for me, either way, whether we had a good season or a bad season, I thought Cliff was going to be gone after this year, right? So I think that they were always planning on replacing him possibly with Blau, and it just kind of came under different circumstances, mutually parting ways versus him taking another job. And so I think they got that part right. As far as the DC goes, I like Patrick Graham. Honestly, I know the Raiders defense, numbers-wise, they don't necessarily look appealing, but I think he, anytime you have a DC that was able to last through different regimes, I think that says a lot about how good of a person and how good of a coach that person is. So and he's been able to do a lot with less, in my opinion, outside of Max Crosby. So I think I think Patrick Graham might be a good choice, but I also think that they're just expanding their search because I think DQ understood that, hey, the way I'm doing it and the way I maybe see defense and the way I call it is antiquated and old, and I do need to bring someone in that's different, that sees it different and does it a different way than I do it.
All right, good stuff. Thank you, Terrence. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Terrence.
Right. Let's go to Devin in Rockville. Hey, Devin, what do you think? Did they botch it?
I don't think they botched this, fellas, man. I'm a tail off of Terrence, man. I think they got it right with the offensive coordinator position. Mike was the home run hire, but let's be real. If we would have hired Mike and we would have had a good season, he'd be gone after a year. I think Blau is you have him longer than a year or two, maybe
That's a good
even
point.
3, so you keep the consistency.
Yeah.
But the defensive coordinator, like you guys been saying too, it's not appealing. Like who worthy gonna want to come over here? We don't have nothing shiny to work with, so it's a project when you come over here and these people's jobs and their name on the line. So I will be blessed if we could bring Al Harris, because remember, DQ wanted to bring Al Harris over here with him when he came from Dallas. Joe Witt was the second option. I take it off the air.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Devin. Appreciate it. Is that true? He wanted Al Harris, couldn't get him, so Joe Witt was the guy?
I hadn't heard that. Maybe.
Maybe I don't want that stench of that Joe Witt anyway. You know what I'm saying? But maybe that's a knock against Al Harris.
They denied the interview request.
Al Harris did.
The Cowboys
did.
did.
The Cowboys did. Gotcha. But they let him take Witt. You can have Witt, but you can't have Al Harris.
They knew what they were doing.
Wow.
They were on to something.
We're sabotaged.
In that case. All right, coming up next, we'll be joined by Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider. He will join us next here on The Junks.
106.7 The Fan.
All right, guys, EB here. FanDuel's turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the championship round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in. Take your shot on an upset or build a parlay that fits the moment. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. Mike Mars making his pick 7:45. You know what to do. Then apply your profit boost and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. So visit FanDuel.com/EB. Grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
My team over at Orsman Chantilly Kia has a simple philosophy: keep the customer happy. Like with great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed with the Orsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. Plus, they have a great selection of quality certified used vehicles. And Orsman Chantilly Kia offers free Virginia State inspections on your vehicle. It's that simple. Keeping customers happy keeps them coming back. Take it from your pal, BMitch. Orsman Chantilly Kia. Let's ride together.
It's your boy Bish from the Junkies, and when I needed a new HVAC system water heater and a sump pump, I called Foley Mechanical. Dan Foley, the owner, came out himself, not some faceless company owned by private equity. He owns 100% of Foley Mechanical. He takes pride in every job. His crew, top notch. These guys know exactly what they're doing, especially with older homes and radiator heat. They crushed it at my house. They will for you. Foley Mechanical serves D.C., Maryland, and Virginia and proudly installs Amana HVAC equipment. Call Dan Foley. He's the real deal.
Hey, it's your boy Bish here for my guy Josh Cochran and the team over at Buyer Subaru in Alexandria, where giving back is just how they're built. The Subaru Loves to Help event is on, and Buyer is proud to support Operation Warm at Carpenter Shelter, helping local kids stay warm and taken care of this winter. While they're at it, Josh is making the math work. You can score as low as 0% APR on a new 2025 Forester or Outback for 36 months. So do what I'm doing. Get over to Buyer Subaru in Alexandria. Tell them Bish sent you in. Check them out online at buyersubaru.com.
You may not run a 4.440, but you can still move like a pro. What's up, guys? It's Grant Paulson to tell you about Metropolitan Moving and Storage, where you always get the kind of white glove service the pros rely on. Local or long distance, residential or commercial. They'll pack, stage, and even custom crate your fragile stuff. Long distance moves, you get your own truck, your own crew, and a guaranteed delivery window measured in hours, not days. So no, you're not going to hit the combine, but you can move like a pro with Metropolitan Moving and Storage. More at DCMetropolitanMoving.com.
Hey, what's up? It's Sandy Rouillet here for my friends and trusted realtors, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams. If you're planning to sell your home, I personally recommend you work with the best. They sold my place. Call the Reynolds of Power Home Team. For over 35 years, Debbie and Sarah have been helping thousands of families sell and buy homes in our area. If you want to maximize the sale of your home, here's why you need to call Debbie and Sarah Reynolds. They already have the buyers. Over 16,300 buyers in waiting. These buyers are screened and looking to buy right now. As a result, they sell their homes 3 times faster and net their sellers 4.27% more money on average. It's over $30,000 more dollars right in your pocket. It's the difference between settling and selling smart. They simply get results. And the best part, if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. Guaranteed in writing. Call now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Sunday, it all comes down to this. The road to the Super Bowl runs through Championship Sunday. With Bo Nix out, can Jarrett Stidham lead the Broncos to victory against Drake May and the Patriots? The AFC Championship kicks off at 3 on the Fan. Then it's Sam Bradford and the Rams against the Seahawks, dominating defense for the NFC crowd.
Seahawks get a stop.
This is your home for the NFL playoffs and Super Bowl 60. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
It's the Sports Junkies.
I hear what you're saying, and I like it.
On 106.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, where we're joined by Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger, host of the Best Football Show podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Baldy will join us in just a second.
I quite enjoyed Baldy getting into it with a couple of our listeners via Twitter last week.
Oh, he was engaging with the Twitter trolls?
Yeah, I can't remember the exact content. I'm looking for it now.
I mean, come on. Baldy,
he got fired up.
They're beneath you. You don't need to do this.
Yeah.
Baldy.
What's up, Baldy?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I was saying that I quite enjoyed you getting into it with a couple of our listeners after our interview last week.
What did they piss you off about?
Yeah, what was the topic?
I don't know. We were talking about Cliff. I'm not sure. I forget.
I'm trying to find it.
I really don't. I honestly don't engage that much, but sometimes I just get irritated.
Yeah, you get
Like when you
triggered.
get irritated, sometimes you're just like, enough of this.
Right.
Yeah, you just get triggered. No, I've been there.
Our
Yeah,
listeners,
you just get triggered, man. I mean, honestly, I get mad at myself sometimes when I do. Because you can't. The thing is, as you can't win.
Yeah.
Like nothing you can say can win.
Yeah.
So like sometimes I get mad at myself for getting triggered. And then responding. Like, it's okay to, if somebody, sometimes they're just clueless and you just want to set the record straight.
Right.
And then sometimes you're like, what's the point?
I found it. You were defending the hire of Harbaugh. I think people were taking shots at Harbaugh. And
maybe that's what it was. Like, I'm a John Harbaugh. Look, I know John. I mean, sometimes it's just relationships, and you're just like, wait, I know this guy pretty good. Like, I lived in Philly when John came with Andy Reid in 1999. I mean, they rebuilt that whole franchise, like basically within a year. And John was a special teams coach. They had the best kicker in the league, and he did his job. And then when he was looking to become a head coach like his brother, he didn't know if he wanted to go the college route like his brother did and go to college to get to the NFL, or if he could get to the NFL. So I remember he reached out to me and, asked if I could help him, like he was looking at Duke University, some of these college jobs that were open. So I gave his resume to some people. It didn't work out, but, obviously it worked out for the Ravens. And I don't know, I think he's going to hire a good staff. And, my former mayor of Marlton, New Jersey is his kicking coach, and he found Justin Tucker, and he found this kid that kicked for him this year, and he'll find another kicker for him. And the Giants need a kicker.
Hasn't this been a crazy offseason with all the openings?
Yes.
I mean, if you would have told me Buffalo, Baltimore, and Pittsburgh were all looking for coaches, I would have said you're from another planet. What would your?
I know. I mean, those are stable places,
I know.
And I mean, the idea is to get to them. I mean, it always takes a little bit of luck, in order to win a Super Bowl. But you got to get to the tournament every year, and these guys get to the tournament every year.
Could you buy that Tomlin could just quit cold turkey like this? Allegedly, like this is it? That's the rumor?
Well, I mean, I know the rumors that are out there, but I don't know. At some point, 19 years in one place, maybe you need a change. Maybe you just can't stop hearing all the noise that's out there about, can't win a playoff game and all that kind of stuff. He's trying to win it with a 42-year-old quarterback. I'm not knocking Aaron. Aaron was the best option they had. But, you follow Pittsburgh. I mean, since Ben Roethlisberger started to really kind of decline, they haven't been able to figure out the quarterback's position. If you don't figure that out, nobody's going to win. Your team's never going to win playoff games.
By the way, I found your response to our listener, and I loved it. But the guy said, John also has 4 fourth-quarter collapses with the Ravens, or 4 fourth-quarter collapses more than anyone.
Okay.
And you're right. How many division titles has he won? I could pull stats all day to denigrate any candidate. How overrated is he when he was the number 1 head coach in the cycle?
I mean, I'm not saying anything wrong, right? I mean,
no, I got your back. I loved it.
Okay.
Baldy speaking the truth. There it is.
All right. I actually, made sense of sometimes you get a little emotional. Yeah. Flip the guy off, So I'm glad I at least made, some common sense there.
Insider Calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. So here in D.C., you can cross Brian Flores' name off of Dan Quinn's wish list for defensive coordinator. No surprise he goes back to Minnesota. He gets a deal there unless he gets hired as a head coach. Now it looks like Al Harris is in the crosshairs. Give us your, any skinnier intel you have on Al Harris and why he'd be a good fit here in D.C.
Well, I mean, just going back as a player, the Eagles signed Al Harris. Basically, I think he was in Tampa, and they just had an excess of corners. He ended up having a great career as a player, but he's been on staffs now where he's been the eyes up in the booth. I see him at games sometimes. He's upstairs, part of the coaching staff that's upstairs. But he's been a great player. He had a particular style. He was an excellent press man corner. I think he's learned a lot along the way, and I think he can relate to the players. And there is, I'm at the All-American Bowl right now. I was with a really good defensive back coach yesterday, and I was asking him about why these corners panic and they give up these big plays. And so we started breaking it down. And if you give up these pass interference calls in games, you lose games because of it. Buffalo did, and whether the call is right or wrong, you got to teach these. There's certain techniques you can teach, so guys don't panic when the ball is in the air. There's certain drills you can do. And I think that's just one component that I think Al Harris would be good at. But I think he knows all the coverages. I was just breaking down C.J. Stroud's first interception, and he threw it into quarters coverage. It was excellent job by New England running the coverage. The route combination against it isn't bad, but it's going to take a perfect throw. And, he could have thrown the check down to Chubb and, been just fine. But I think you've got to be able to disguise your coverages. You got to have you got to be able to game plan week to week. But most importantly, you got to be able to be a good teacher. And I think Al Harris would be excellent at it.
So I was looking at your breakdowns at Baldy NFL on Twitter, and you've got a couple videos of the Caleb Williams play. Now, they end up losing the game, but where does that rank amongst the unlikely plays you've seen?
Well, you have to, first of all, I think you have to separate it from every, Hail Mary throw, going back to Roger Staubach, because it's not a Hail Mary. He's basically running for his life. He's being pressed, by Kobe Turner and Jared Verse and Josiah Stewart. They're coming at him, and he's just trying to buy time. How he located Cole Kmet in the corner of the end zone from 45 yards away is beyond me. But then to have the arm strength to be able to throw it over the head of the corner that's sitting right there in that situation is amazing. It's just an amazing throw. And to do it on fourth down when it's your last shot and, it becomes the throw of the postseason and you give yourself a chance to win in overtime. It's just, the whole thing was just amazing. It's as good as you're going to see. And like I said, it's not a Hail Mary in the typical sense where, okay, we're going to be Jaden Daniels against the Bears last year and just throw it up and hope, Brown came down with it, whoever, win a game like that. This is a postseason game. This is sudden death. This is fourth down. This is the last throw of the game potentially. And then to complete it like that, I honestly have no idea how he even, like, maybe he knew Cole was going to be in the end zone because he was running this kind of like backside wheel route. But to be able to locate him and to put it right where he did was just as good as it gets.
And then what did you see on the pick at the end of the game when he said there was miscommunication?
Well, I don't know what DJ Moore was doing.
Right.
I mean, honestly. So, first of all, it's a 2nd and 8 throw. He's got Kyle Monangai just on a check down over the middle. You know, you might get 2 yards on it. I'm sure Landman's going to be right there to kind of blow it up. But you're going to live for another down. The throw is not – it's not a bad throw. I mean, obviously, Cam Curl comes down with it. But DJ's running the route like he doesn't think he's going to get the ball or he doesn't flatten in that particular play. So there is some level of miscommunication. And, you know, the quarterback is relying on the receiver to be where he thinks he's going to be. And so that's a miscommunication. And, you know, there's a lot of quarterbacks that wouldn't make that throw because they don't want to chance it. But, you know, Caleb is an aggressive guy, but you'd feel a whole lot better if DJ was really, if he knew he was, like, the ball was coming to him. It didn't look like he knew it.
Yeah.
So, Baldy, lots of experts obviously counting the Broncos out because of the Bo Nix injury. Jarrett Stidham steps in, but I'm perusing your Twitter, and you definitely have faith that Stidham can step in and help keep this Broncos team competitive. Why do you think Stidham can help lead this team to the Super Bowl?
Well, I mean, look, I remember when he came out of high school, Stephenville High School in Texas. You know, Art Briles was the head coach at Baylor. And he was the number 1 quarterback prospect in the country, and Art Briles got him. I mean, he was there to replace, RG3, basically, and he was going to keep that thing rolling. And then things blew up at Baylor. He went to Auburn. But, you know, when he got in the league, you know, he went with Josh Daniels to the Raiders, and you know, he played. Derek Carr got hurt. He played those last 2 games. He went up against the number 1 defensive football. This is what Sean Payton has referenced, which was San Francisco, and he went up and down the field on them, and they lost in overtime. But he played great. And you're like, you know, maybe he's one of these guys that just needed to sit for a little bit and buy his time. And Sean Payton picked him up, and he liked him. And you know, who knows? I mean, you sit for 2 years and not really play, and you think you're going to go up against the number 4 defensive football and go up and down the field like you did against the 49ers in a regular season game might be a little far-fetched, but he's been a good quarterback. He's won a lot of games in college. He's won just 1 game in the pros, but he's only gotten 4 shots. I think the team around him is pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, and so as long as he doesn't just make boneheaded mistakes the way we saw in Houston last week, I mean, he's got a chance.
So,
but I would also finish by saying this. Like, the idea that you can just hand the ball off and, you know, and play defense, like, that's nonsense. This championship Sunday, you got to make throws to win the game. And so that's the question. Can he make the throws that, say, Drake May made last week on, you know, to Stephon Diggs for a touchdown or Kayshon Boutte for, you know, the touchdown? I mean, those were great throws in big spots to help win the game. Can he make those kind of throws?
So you mentioned May, and I think May played about a C game last week. Now, Will Anderson was making Will Campbell look like a backup. So, you know, they were putting a lot of pressure, but he's got to take care of the ball. And, you know, some of his throws were off. So I'd say May's got to play a lot better than he did against Houston. And they lay 5.5 at Denver. I mean, Denver's defense led the league in sacks. So what kind of problems do you think Denver can pose for Will Campbell and the rest of the offensive line for New England?
Well, the problem, I mean, look, you get 71 sacks. I mean, you know, that's, you know, they won by a lot. But the problem, and Sean Payton addressed it all year, and then finally last week, the sacks became sack fumbles and takeaways. And that's where they really weren't very good. I mean, they only had 14 takeaways in 17 games in the regular season. And so they had a lot of sacks. They weren't really, you know, they didn't change the game, their sacks. You know, you can overcome, you know, 1st and 10 to 2nd and 13. You can overcome that. And that's what a lot of teams did. And so last week, it made a big difference. Obviously, the Jaquan interception, you know, was huge. But they got the ball out last week, and that was, you know, and Josh Allen had a rough day turning the ball over because of it.
Right.
And so if they could do that, you know, I mean, that's Nick Bonito against Will Campbell. Can he do what Will Anderson did last week? That's Morgan Moses on the other side, and so can they affect? I mean, Jonathan Cooper hasn't done anything the last 8-9 weeks of the season, so I don't know if you can count on that or not from the other side. But I know Zach Allen and some of the guys inside are pretty good. So, can you get Drake May to turn the ball over the way Josh Allen did last week? That'd go a long way to overcoming that point spread that's out there right now.
So do you like Denver in the game?
I like Denver. I do. I like Denver in the game. I think it's going to be a tough place.
Right.
Drake May's already dressed. He's never played at altitude. I don't know. I think it does make a difference. Jacksonville's the only team that really went in there this year and played well and won the game and earned it. So New England is a very, very good quality team. They do things the right way. They got great special teams. Marcus Jones is a thief. Christian Gonzalez can shut anybody down. They've got really good pieces, but I like Denver. I think it's going to be low scoring and it'll probably be defensive minded. And but I like Sean Payton in a big spot here. To really make the right decisions from a coaching standpoint.
Talking to Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider. So let's get to the NFC Championship game. These two teams have faced each other twice, of course. Really close games. You had the first game where Darnold throws 4 interceptions and Seattle loses by 2, but they had a shot to win that. And then the last game, just a shootout, 38-37. How do you see this one playing out?
Well, that last one was 30-14 in the fourth quarter, and the Rams were blowing them out, and then things got weird, with certain calls, and the comeback came on. One thing, like Seattle's defense is the best defense in football. That being said, and they're good against everything. They're good. I mean, they've got an elite secondary. The pass rush is good. They shut the run down. They do everything right. And Mike McDonald's a great coach. But Matt Stafford has seen this defense. He's seen matchup guys that matchup zone. Mm-hmm. Sean McVay has seen it. They see the cut-ups every week. They see wherever their weaknesses might be, whether it's getting Jackson Smith and Jigba lined up on linebackers, whatever it might be. They know how to manipulate the defense better than anybody else, I think. San Francisco obviously was awful against. They couldn't score a touchdown. But I think they have a little better chance of it. The question is, can the Rams secondary play like they did last week? I mean, they won the game in Chicago. The interceptions, the fourth down stops by Cam Curl. I mean, they were outstanding last week. But they haven't been a great defense. In 4 of the last 8 games, they've given up 31 points or more. And so that's the question is, can the secondary hold up against Jackson Smith and Jigba? Can Sam Darnold take care of business? Can Kenneth Walker take over the running game now that Zach Charbonnet is out? I think Seattle can win a tight game up there right now this week.
Mm-hmm.
Baldy, it's been great.
I said at the beginning, I did it in kind of a I don't know, murky kind of statement. I said a team that has never won the Super Bowl is going to win the Super Bowl this year. Now, I didn't know it was going to necessarily be Seattle. Right. I thought there might be another team that was involved, which I won't say because they didn't get there. But I thought it was going to be a year where it wasn't going to be Kansas City, it wasn't going to be Philadelphia, it wasn't going to be a team that has won it. And so I'm still sticking by that and probably riding Seattle through this whole thing.
Baldy, this is your final appearance, man. We've really appreciated having you on throughout the NFL season. Hopefully we can run it back next year, okay?
Let's do it. I've enjoyed it, guys.
Yeah, thank you. It's been awesome, man.
It's been fun.
Yep.
Thank you, buddy.
Definitely.
Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Baldy. Appreciate it.
Okay, guys.
That was Odyssey NFL Insider Brian Baldinger, host of the Best Football Show podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Championship Sunday. Listen to the AFC and NFC Conference Championships.
Seahawks get a stop. Touchdown, New England!
On 106.7 The Fan. We are football.
Cold temps, red hot cards. You know when the hand is right. The Chill Deals winter sales event is on at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, and my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing. Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban. That's a hand you like to open. The flop, real inventory, silly savings. The turn, aggressive pricing that makes you lean in. And by the river, you're not guessing anymore. You're just grabbing your set of keys. Take it from your pal Cakes. When a hand plays out like that, you go all in at Lindsay Chevy. You'll love it at Lindsay, LindsayChevy.com. Chevy, together, let's drive.
Hey, it's BMitch here. Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Rude Pro Partners have access to 60 months of same as cash promotions on qualified equipment from February 1st to April 30th. Ruud also offers other aggressive financing options. As temperatures continue to stay cold across the DMV, make sure you're saving money with the most efficient HVAC equipment. Ruud makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Ruud Pro partner near you at Ruud.com. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
This is Dr. Riggleman with DMV Weight Loss. What if this year wasn't about another diet, but about getting your energy, your confidence, and your health back? Our all-natural program helps you reset your metabolism so you can burn fat efficiently and keep it off for good. No exercise, no counting calories, no risky injections. Feel better, live better, start your life-changing transformation today at dmvweightloss.com. That's dmvweightloss.com.
From 4X to XL and 100 pounds gone without being hungry. At 61, I'm in better health than in the last 35 years.
The DMV weight loss program has successfully helped thousands of people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in 60 days. You can start the program from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation today by calling 703-496-4680 or dmvweightloss.com. That's dmvweightloss.com. Results may vary.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet. Forget about easing into the new year. My guys over at Ted Britt Chevrolet and Sterling are coming out swinging. Now, for a limited time, score up to 25% off MSRP on a new 2026 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. That's up to 25% off. Real savings on one of the most in-demand trucks on the road. I'm not doing the math, but that sounds like a ton of dough. Starting the year with torque, not talk, at Ted Britt Chevrolet and Sterling. Cruise by and tell them Danny sent you, or check them out now at tedbrittchevy.com.
Ready to crush it in real estate? Join the Fine Living Group with my friend John Leahy and get the leads, training, and proven system to scale fast. Dominate your market, guarantee your income, and take charge of your career now. Visit joinfineliving.com today.
New year feels like you're playing shorthanded. Time to capitalize at Lindsay Ford of Wheaton. My guy Jay Raptor's got F-150s, Mavericks, Transit vans, and more, all priced to clear the zone. And you'll be in and out quicker than a line change. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsayford.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Just hear me out. Speaking of fans, let's go to the phones. It's funny.
106.7 The Fan.
Time now for the Junkies Blitz, brought to you by Offenbachers. Football season's here. Cooler nights are calling. Score big with a hot tub and fire pit, warmth, comfort, and the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbachers help you upgrade your backyard today. And don't forget, Offenbachers now carry indoor and outdoor saunas, and EB loves Spends lots of time in it.
So Jason was talking about the point spread with Baldy, and it is surprising that you have a home team in Denver
Number
being
one
such a
seed.
dog, but it's because Denver has to start their backup quarterback. Sean Payton talked about Stidham, and he said he's going to rip it against an aggressive Patriots defense. He said that's his personality. He's going to rip it. He has a calm demeanor that suits him well. I felt like our two quarterbacks were inside the best 32, he told the Denver Post. I'm glad that acquisition took place. And it was...
So he feels Stidham's a starting level type NFL quarterback.
Yeah, it was a year ago.
He hadn't thrown a pass in 2 years.
When Stidham, according to all reports, played better than Bo Nix in the preseason. But Bo Nix, because of his draft position, was given the starting job.
Right.
So
Well,
Stidham's
we'll
going to have an opportunity.
I was saying during the break that if Denver and Seattle win and go to the Super Bowl, it's one of the unsexiest matchups in Super Bowl history. You got two.
Yeah, it's
you got two
hard to argue.
Western teams. You got a backup quarterback on one. Okay, Sam Darnold. I guess he's a star, but you don't. It kind of lacks star power, especially when you compare it to last year and the last few years, because you had Mahomes and Kelsey and all these Super Bowls and the Eagles and the Niners.
Yeah,
but Denver with a backup quarterback against Seattle.
I mean, of course I'll watch, but Darnold and Stidham, that's hard to bring the casual eyeballs.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, that's a tough sell.
But that's if it happens. And
sure,
look, the eyeballs will be there. I saw the ratings for the Bills-Broncos game. Not even a championship game.
Yeah.
That's divisional round. It's playoffs. Had 40 million people watching it.
Yeah, well,
40 million.
You got Josh Allen against Bo Nix.
I know, but it tells you how popular the NFL is because the World Series is lucky to get 10 million now.
Well, I mean, everyone's going to watch the Super Bowl. I'm just saying, from a football fan standpoint, it's an unsexy matchup.
NBA
I don't know how
Finals.
anybody can disagree with it.
NBA Finals are lucky to get 10 million. You get a divisional round game between the Bills and Broncos drawing 40 million across the country. So Stidham himself seems confident in terms of his preparation. He said, what I always go back to in any game, regular season, preseason, AFC championship, it's still the same game. So we'll see how he performs getting this opportunity. I know Nick Foles had the funny tweet. Nick Foles backing up a backup quarterback, making a run to the Super Bowl. You mentioned the unsexy matchup could eventually be, if both their teams win, Stidham against Darnold. Darnold, of course, battling an oblique injury. Apparently, he says it continues to get better, but he's not a full go during the whole week. The head coach, Mike McDonald, said that they have a plan. They're going to work through it. He's not going to be throwing every ball, every play for the whole week. I do think he's going to have to make more plays than he made last week. He had 12 completions in the win, but they didn't need it.
They didn't need it. Right.
Is it confirmed that the Commanders offered McDonald, whatever his name is, McDonald? How do you say
McDonald.
it?
Mike
McDonald.
Did they offered him the job and he turned it down?
Is it confirmed? I have not seen such
You
confirmation.
mean before DQ?
I've heard rumors that he was
rumors
one of the
that
top
he
candidates.
turned him down.
Yeah, don't know.
FOMO?
This I do
Little
know.
bit.
Brian Flores
You
is
did
not.
last year. You loved it.
This
last
I do
year.
know.
I always thought he was a little cheesy.
Brian Flores is not
Said it
going
day
to
one.
be the Commanders' defensive coordinator because the Vikings announced that they signed Flores to a new contract extension. He's set to stay put unless he gets a head coaching offer from either the Steelers or the Ravens.
I think he's going to the Steelers.
I just read a report about the Steelers really loving that Shieldhouse guy.
Oh, really?
Off the
Yeah.
McVay tree.
From the Rams, yeah.
People want
Is he the OC or technically he's not the OC because he doesn't call the plays, but
He's the passing game coordinator.
he's passing game coordinator. Right. Okay.
A.K.A. Nate Shields. He's got a wonky last
and
name.
it looks like McDonald was the Commanders were outbid for him.
Yeah. Since we're talking about the coaching candidates, I saw this story about the Browns. So the Browns, according to this story, their coaching search has run into an unexpected roadblock. And it really shouldn't be unexpected.
Poor Cleveland.
But they haven't met the Rooney Rule. 9 candidates have been interviewed.
They've interviewed all whiteys.
The Browns are preparing to begin their second round meetings with
Get
a
Raheem
smaller
Morris in
group.
there.
It says right now. Well, it says.
Well,
no,
here's
no.
the problem. Mike McDaniel was supposed to interview for the head coaching gig.
And he qualifies, right?
He
Oh, yeah,
qualifies
he does.
as a minority candidate.
That's true.
And then he said, you know what? I'm not going to Cleveland.
Okay, so
I'm going
maybe
to coach with Harbaugh out in L.A.
All right, so we give him a pass.
So he never officially interviewed.
He pulled
Is
his name out
Shielhaus-
like 2 days ago, I think.
Is Shielhaus African American?
No idea.
I think
Because
he looks it.
the story says, this is from Daryl Ryder, who I believe we've had on the show. If the Browns decide to hire Nate Shielhaus, they can just hire him next week. If it is Grant Udinsky, they need to interview another minority
Right.
candidate.
Shielhaus looks like African American. Light-skinned African American. Counts.
He looks like what we used to call a Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Yes. He's in the mix, so
Yes.
to speak.
So anyway, Cleveland
Man,
Browns
he's only 30
still looking for a head coach.
35 years old.
Yeah.
John Harbaugh, of course, spoke about his new position there with the Giants. He seems excited, but people still are asking him about his relationship with Lamar Jackson. Some people speculating that there was some sort of a fallout. He says, to the contrary, phenomenal relationship with Lamar. Harbaugh said, everything has been absolutely positive. Ask him, he'll tell you. We love each other. We tell each other we love each other. He's one of my favorite human beings. We revolutionized offensive football with Lamar Jackson. I don't know why that doesn't get written about more.
These
That
guys
was
love each
Harbaugh
other.
talking about his relationship with Lamar. Now he's got to form the relationship with Jackson Dart. We talked a little bit about this wacky power theory and the injuries in San Francisco.
Yep.
I know later in the show we're going to talk about what John Lynch said about Brandon Ayuk. But John Lynch admitted that the team is at least checking into claims
Those electromagnetic
that an
fields, like,
electrical
fry Ayuk's
substation
brain.
located next to the team's practice facility has something to do with the team's injuries.
They're looking into it. You're right.
Definitely look into it.
Of course, conspiracy theories spread online claiming that substation is responsible for weakening soft tissue and muscle and could explain the rash of injuries that San Francisco has suffered.
John Lynch said, we've been reaching out to anyone and everyone to see, does a study exist other than a guy sticking an apparatus underneath the fence coming up with a number that I have no idea what that means.
It's
So-
simple.
so John Lynch
I
said.
have the solution. They can hire me as a consultant.
Move.
Just move. That's one. Or just build like a bubble around the practice facility that deflects all of the electromagnetic
Some sort of like
fields.
weird tinfoil or aluminum bubble.
I don't know what you
You
make
know
it
what?
out
They
of.
should all practice in the things you wear when you get an X-ray, like those big lead sheets.
Yeah. And then they run faster
Yeah.
on Sundays because they
Exactly.
But
Like,
we-
it's like a weighted vest. It's like a rucksack.
But Cakes, remember, we kind of equated it with the Commanders because of all the data centers around Commanders Park.
Right.
And they're not always in the bubble. I mean, they practice outside a lot, too.
True.
And they've had a ton of injuries.
Well, I'm going to guess the Commanders' woes are more because
They're
Jake
not very
Daniels
good.
wasn't on the field for most of the season.
Yeah, because he got hurt.
Yeah.
And finally,
The tendons just weren't good in the elbow.
Finally, in some coaching news, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers finalized the deal with Zach Robinson to be their next offensive coordinator. He wasn't brought back in Atlanta following the firing of Coach Raheem Morris. So these guys bounce around. Robinson will be Tampa Bay's 5th offensive coordinator in 5 seasons,
Man,
and the 4th in 4 seasons for quarterback Baker Mayfield.
Oh, by the way, Baker Mayfield, he's got a you know what in his pants to face Stefanski twice
Yes.
a year now because Stefanski basically said he was dealing with a garbage quarterback situation or something to that effect in Cleveland, and Baker took exception to that.
Well, Baker said he never heard from Stefanski. Like, Stefanski never
Right.
reached out. Now, I saw Joe Thomas defend him. He's like, well, texts go both ways. Baker could have reached out to him.
Yeah.
But Baker is a guy who definitely plays with the chip.
All right, coming up later on the show, Jimmy Traina will join us at 8:25. We'll talk sports media with him. But when we come back, we're going to tell you why sex is not just a young man's game. We'll tell you why.
It's news to lurch.
Next.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler, for the ride of life. ESPN drops the story. Jeannie Buss denies it, but doesn't really deny it. It's all true. She's tired of the LeBron experience, the ego, the side quest, the family package deal. Thanks for the memories, Bron. But Showtime isn't your retirement home. I'm John Lund.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Cold temps, hot cards. You know when the hand's right. It's the Chill Deals Winter Sales event at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, and my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, and much more. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsaychevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Danny Cripps, GM at Lindsay Volvo Cars of Alexandria, where we're paying over the cap for trades. No doubt about it.
Hold up, Danny. Dowd is about it. Why are you leaving me out of this?
No, Nick Dowd. Not you. Your trade-in value. We need all cars and are paying top dollar.
No way, Danny. Dowd loves it at Lindsay. And even though my XC90 seats 7, I never feel like I'm in the box. I'm not taking any offers.
I see, Nick. But how's about...
Psst, psst. Wow, one question though. Do you make checks?
Only the paper kind for your car.
Lindsay Volvo Cars in the heart of Alexandria. LindsayVolvoCars.com.
If we continue to consume our natural resources at the rate we do now, by 2050, it could take 3 Earths to meet our needs. The Earth can't speak up when it needs help, but we can. Be the voice for those who have no voice. Visit worldwildlife.org.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital.
The Golden Slam to wins!
WJFK FM and WJFK HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD3 Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Carrington drives, left elbow, flips up the shot.
Whoa!
Scores at the buzzer!
Goal, baby! The Wizards' biggest lead of the night.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
106.7 The Fan.
Sports Flash.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are finalizing a deal to hire former Atlanta Falcons offensive coordinator Zach Robinson as their offensive coordinator. Robinson was not brought back in Atlanta following the firing of coach Raheem Morris. And Brian Flores has agreed to a new contract with the Vikings. Flores was on an expiring contract after serving as Minnesota's defensive coordinator for the past 3 seasons. He's recently interviewed with the Ravens and the Steelers for their head coaching jobs. So if he is not hired to lead one of those teams, he's going to return to the Vikings. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies.
All right, I'm going to give you real quick.
Good reason to listen.
On 106.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. All right, so I teased heading into the break. Sex, not a young man's game necessarily. This is the surprising age when male sexual desire actually peaks, according to new research.
It's not like 21, 22, 23, 25.
Now, this is from a large-scale study.
That's when you're just, it's just a show.
Published this month in the journal. I've never heard of this journal. Scientific Reports.
Okay.
Has anybody in here ever dabbled?
You probably have.
Scientific Report.
Come on.
Never.
Somebody once got me one of those magazines as a goof, was there something called Popular Mechanics?
Yes.
Yeah, somebody got me that as a goof.
I don't know if I would guess it's still published. I don't know. Haven't seen one in the wild.
For 2 or 3 years, I just kept getting Popular Mechanics. Literally, I was the last person on earth to get that.
Did you also get Consumer Reports tell you which refrigerator or microwave to buy?
No.
Back in the day?
We used to get a ton. We were like a dental office. We got a ton of magazines.
There is a website for Popular Mechanics.
Okay.
Who knows if there's a magazine?
Yeah, don't know.
These
Anyway,
magazines are basically done.
This study was published in Scientific Reports, examined data from over 67,000 people, 18 to 89 years old.
That seems significant, and that's a pretty big age range.
It's a large sample size. The most surprising find was that men's sexual desire did not actually peak in their teens or 20s, as previously thought. Researchers determined that men's craving for sex hits its highest point in their late 30s and early 40s.
I don't think it's that
I find that to be true.
I don't find it to be that.
It's a lot different than 55.
I think it's pretty much the same at 55, too.
I still get sized. I don't know about Jason.
Sure.
He doesn't really get too sized. I don't know. I still get sized.
I just saw an article about
blood flow silly.
Blood flow
Goldie
strong.
Hawn. Now, that's the flip side.
I got zippy blood flow.
Yeah.
Goldie Hawn
I'm serious.
just turned 80.
You think I'm joking? I'm serious.
I know you're not telling the truth.
And so
I'm telling you the truth.
Goldie Hawn has been in a relationship with Kurt Russell.
Yeah.
For over 40 years.
Yeah.
And I saw this yesterday, and she said she's 80. Mm-hmm. She says you have to have good sex because sex is something that connects you and creates more belonging. Mm-hmm. People have healthy sexual relationships usually last a lot longer.
That's definitely true. You live
but
longer.
It's not just because of the act, it's because of the warmth and the intimacy that it creates.
I think
that's an 80-year-old still getting after it. She still finds Kurt Russell to be handsome, she says in the article.
Goldie Hawn from?
Silver
Annapolis?
Spring.
Tacoma Park.
Okay, Tacoma Park, Silver Spring, pretty close.
Went to Blair High School.
I bet she hadn't visited in 60 years.
Probably not.
I still can't believe
she
Jason
probably
asked
couldn't find it.
Where Josh Allen was from, the town. What was the town's name?
Well, I should have said.
People would know that.
Well, he said he implied he knew everything about Josh Allen. So I said, and it was the number 3 question. So I wanted to make it a little tough.
Okay.
What I should have said was he's from Fresno because it's like a suburb of Fresno.
Okay.
But he should have known he was from Fresno.
I think if you said what state, it would have been tough.
No, I would not.
Oh, he knew the state. Everyone knows what state he's from.
Not everybody's obsessed with where people are from.
This is true.
Yeah.
Well, I just was reading
none
about,
they didn't know any of our questions. It wasn't just that one.
Yeah.
But back to the survey,
Well, let me finish.
I think that's reasonable.
Of course.
Now I don't. This is speculation. Now I do think it would probably slow down at like 70.
Dude,
but if you're in good shape at 70,
I was just watching a little piece about Al Pacino, and he's how old is he?
85.
He's in his 80s. I'm
Definitely
pretty
in
sure.
his 80s.
He
Lock.
just knocked up his girlfriend, and he actually, I think, even thought there was biological reasons why it couldn't be his. They did a DNA test. It's definitely his.
right?
Oh, it is.
It's definitely his kid.
Should have gone on the Maury show. You are the father.
He is the father.
Yes.
85, still impregnating.
And I believe that the wife was 29,
She's
something
young.
like that.
She's a youngin'.
But young.
That's so weird.
Yeah, it could be like
No, but it
Mike
should
Marr's
still
sister
get
or something.
sized.
Yeah, of course. Of course. I'm going
That's
to tell you,
weird.
as long as I'm breathing, I'll be sized. I'll be in a hospital bed riddled with tumors, and I'm still going to be sized.
All right, this is just in code. But Jason says these things, and I'm kind of with you. I don't believe him. But
Yeah,
if you're
whatever.
100% honest, when's the last time you hit the sink?
Oh, I
That's
can't-
code.
I can't
I'm
remember.
not saying literally.
I can't remember.
Really?
Yeah.
So you don't do that ever?
You don't do that anymore?
No, I do, but it's been a while. It's been a few weeks.
Wasn't last weekend when Drake May advanced?
Oh, yeah. When I got home, I was watching it. Yeah, maybe it was.
So is that like once a monther for you?
I don't know. I mean, it's not very often.
It's
And I mean,
infrequent.
you think I'm kidding.
So,
I'm not.
So you don't
I
have,
actually don't
you
think
have
he's kidding.
hardly any interest.
Look. About right there.
Libido at a
Mine's
All-time low.
mine's silly. Mine's always sized. I'm always ready to rock.
No, not anymore. Those
Yeah.
days are over.
Why? I'll never.
I just don't have the willpower.
My urologist said, actually, it wasn't even mine. It was one we had in studio. It was actually a female urologist, and it made an impression on me 15, 16 years ago. She said, use it
or lose it. Right.
And I said, well, I'm definitely not losing it.
Yeah. I mean, you see reports now. These are on Twitter. I'm not delving into the Journal of American Medicine or whatever it's called. That
Scientific Journal. Yeah.
If you get to the end,
right,
a bunch of times a month or however many times per month,
it
your
reduces
prostate
cancer.
is silly.
Yeah, but the problem is,
that's not scientific.
I think there is some
paraphrased there.
research to it. There is some research to it. But the problem is the number's fairly astronomical.
Yeah.
It's like you got to get to your race like 19 times a month. Like it's a pretty high number.
Yeah.
Now I'm not saying it's not insurmountable.
Yeah, it's
but it
definitely
is,
attainable.
It's not that high.
Yeah.
That's impossible. 19 times a month. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Impossible.
I don't know if I buy this study because think back to when you were 18
Cleaning
years
your
old.
pipes out. Yeah.
Think back to when you're 18 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you ever think you were hornier then than you are in your late 30s,
I
early
find it almost
40s?
impossible because your testosterone's so high. You just
But I'll speak I'll speak to me at 18 though. It wasn't.
But you're down near humping your mattress.
It
when you're in
wasn't.
bed.
Yeah, but at 18 it wasn't as accessible.
Yeah.
Like it was hard to. Find,
It wasn't
you know,
available.
unless you had a
Yeah.
girlfriend.
I know, but
if you
your
didn't have a
natural-
girlfriend, you're going out, you're grasping it.
Yeah, but you
every
had-
once in a
Yeah,
while.
but your natural instincts.
you had mags
are
back then.
insanity.
Oh yeah.
They're insane.
Oh yeah. There's different
I'm not.
ways.
Yeah, I'm
to
not. I'm not
accomplish your-
saying. Yeah, I'm not saying like the actual act of having sex. I'm saying,
Dude.
you're just all of a sudden, whoop. There
Dude,
it
in
is.
high
There's a
school.
10.
You'll be in high school. You'll be in typing class, and you. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
So-
is true.
So,
But that doesn't happen
some chick,
really.
yeah, some chick walks
and
by
you
you
get
in
what
the
you go
hallway, and then you gotta tuck it in your waistband.
I mean,
Right.
that definitely doesn't happen here. It's nothing but just
Yeah,
big sausage fest
Nobody
here
in
at
here,
Odyssey.
unless you're watching. Nobody in here is just sitting here, and all of a sudden it's just out of the blue. There's a rocket
I
ship
wouldn't-
in your
I
pants.
wouldn't think.
No.
A stiff wind could make it
Right.
jump up.
Right.
Back then,
That's true.
Like that doesn't happen now.
But I think
in
that's
your late
different than
30s.
desire. That article's talking about like desire to have the act, not just solo. I think that's actually talking about, because I read the article about couples getting together. You know, married couples, do they have more desire when they're 25 versus when they're 45?
Of course.
Maybe a little bit.
I do think it's different for chicks. I do think that their interest diminishes more than men.
I think that article pointed out that for women, and I might be conflating them because I just saw this Goldie Hawn thing. For women, once they have kids, the desire goes down. For men, actually, when they have kids, sometimes they want to have more kids. Like it might be like a biological thing, or they just want to get after it more.
No, I think just horny.
On a side note, I did. This made me laugh. I was like cleaning out like a drawer in my desk.
Oh yeah, what'd you find?
Well, I'll tell you what I found, and I threw it away because it was expired a few years ago during Kris Kringle. Part of your gift to me was like definitely off-brand blue pills that you gave me as a bit.
Yeah. You got rid of them?
I never used them, and I looked. They expired like in 2025.
Who cares?
And I said, these are garbage.
Who
Tossed
cares?
them. They go.
You should have given me.
Who doesn't need to use them?
Dude, I've told you, I've tried probably 3 or 4 times, half of one, just to see.
Right, sample.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I think you bring.
Where did you get this half of a blue pill?
I got them from ordering supplements.
You got a pill cutter?
I have a pill cutter. I cut my zinc.
By the way,
every day.
what reputable site is giving you free?
None. No
Right?
reputable
Let me
site.
tell you, from India. Got it from India. Which is true. It just came free.
So Indian CVS is just handing out
Indian pharmacy will give you
blue
a free
chews.
blue pill
Okay.
if you order X amount or
that's
whatever.
That's part
I'm
of the
telling
reason
you it
too why
happens.
I threw it away because
Okay.
I looked at it. I was like, what's in these blue
India
pills?
must
Who
India must be the
knows?
horniest country in the world.
I don't know. They're like a penny, so they just throw them in there, bonus, like candy. And I think I got like 4 or something. I think what did I give you 2?
I think it was 2 packs.
Yeah, I think whatever.
They just
whatever I got.
rotted.
No, they looked viable, but I'm an expiration date guy, especially when it comes to drugs and medicine.
Right.
If it's
I'm
way
not.
past the date, trash.
out.
I think with drugs, I'm definitely not an expert. I'll use 10-year-old expired drugs.
Cakes is
I don't
literal.
care.
Cakes is literal.
Little-
Hot tubs
little-
would say recommended 10 minutes. He gets out at 10 minutes
15,
exactly.
It's 15, JP.
Trying to think
I'm not
with-
trying to dehydrate myself.
Dina found something. I think it was couscous or something.
Okay.
It was in our cupboard.
Right.
It was 12 years old. It had
12
you know
years
how I don't know
past
if you
the
guys have
expiration
stuff
date?
like you have old peanut butter.
Yeah.
You might have old tuna cans.
Yeah.
You have like a box of I don't know, stovetop or something. She went in there. I think it was couscous. She said the expiration date was 2014.
You got to purge that pantry every
2014?
once in a while.
Tells me you don't eat much couscous.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
They
think
just
it was
forgot it was
something
in there.
It was just
You just
forgot
forgot
it
it.
in there. Yeah.
That happened all the time where I grew up.
Yeah,
Because my mom would buy stuff and just they would
my
just
mom
sit in
would
the
have
cabinets.
Campbell's soup. That,
Just sit there.
Yeah, 100 years old.
Yeah.
100 years.
And Valdez is buying scratch and dent stuff all the time from the grocery
Hey,
store.
I bought a can of chilies for tacos
See, I'm telling you.
for 97 cents.
That's
Got a
your
big old
move.
dent in it.
I like it. I like your hustle.
Hey, let's go to John in Annapolis. John, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Good morning, boys. So, change the subject a little bit from the snow and the Commanders. Did you guys know who that Alex Honnold?
We had him in
is?
studio.
Yeah, he's been in studio guest.
In studio. Awesome guy,
okay.
actually.
Yeah.
Really good guy.
This is an incredible story, but you're about to tell.
Yeah, so tomorrow, live on Netflix, tomorrow night at 8,
Yep.
this guy is free climbing the Taipei Tower in Taiwan. 101 stories, over 1,600 feet.
Right. Without any ropes.
This guy's got no ropes, as always. You know, he doesn't use any kind of harnesses or anything. But the guy's got 2 young children. What's he doing? I hope he's getting a great payday. I gotta
I'm
imagine.
sure he's getting paid.
Oh,
heck,
sure. And he's just
he's
so
a one of
elite
one. Like
at
I
it.
remember watching Free Solo, and I'll never forget the part where they had him in like a doctor's office, and they did a brain scan of him, and the part of most people's brains that show fear or like the fear response,
Right. It's empty.
His looked like the North Korean electrical grid. There was it wasn't lighting up at all. Like that dude has zero fear.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't faze him to go climb. Is it Half Dome is what he scaled.
Was
Free
called?
Solo?
Yeah.
So he scaled
is he climbing this building live?
Yeah, I think so. Live at 8 o'clock.
I mean,
Netflix.
Now, what
that's
happens?
riveting.
What happens if it starts pouring rain and
Well,
your
they'll-
hands get slippery?
They'll cancel it.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he's
Yeah,
checked the
they'll
weather
have to cancel
forecast.
Yeah,
Well, this one guy said, that guy Alan Robert or whatever that's known for climbing stuff.
Okay.
You've seen him before. He's like a French guy, I think.
Yeah.
He did it, I think, but he used a rope.
Okay.
But he said it took him 4 hours.
Boo. Wimp.
Hold on. He said it took him 4 hours. He thought it would take 2.
Right.
And he was battered by wind and rain while he was doing it.
I just not checking
Cakes, how many floors? Cakes, how many floors did you race up the other day with?
Well, first of all, I wasn't racing. I was laboring.
Well, right.
I climbed steps 10 flights. I was a little bit winded. Now, again, Alex Honnold's in the greatest shape on the planet. I mean, that guy probably has 3% body fat.
Yeah.
And he's fearless. Like, it's way different.
Actually, I might pay to see Cakes do like 15 flights.
Well, you might
just to see how
might be paying to see a funeral. That's a lot of flights.
Yeah.
That's a lot of steps.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a
Thank
good
you,
weekend.
John. Appreciate it.
Stay safe. Stay safe. Yeah.
101 floors.
He
this
says
guy's
he
gonna
doesn't think
climb.
it's going to be that big a deal. Like, he's already practiced a little bit, maybe on some of the lower levels.
Yeah.
He doesn't think it's going to be that extreme. Obviously we had him in studio. We shook his hands. I have big hands.
Yeah.
His
hands are massive.
Pretty much pummeled mine.
Right.
Mine are pretty freaking big.
Yeah.
And they're so strong. Like,
Yeah,
they're crazy.
He's a remarkable human being. Like, his skill set is
I forgot that
unrivaled.
That's tomorrow. I'm definitely going to check that out.
I don't know, man. I'll be nervous watching a guy in case he could die.
Well, that's
Makes me
I
nervous.
think.
And that's why people like to watch
no
it.
one's going to say it, but that's the reason why everyone's watching.
Yeah.
Is that they secretly want him to die.
I don't
Do
want
we
him
know
to die.
the
I just want to see
building?
him accomplish it. It's an amazing accomplishment.
Taipei 101. Like, I don't even know what the building looks like. It doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah, I don't know.
So it's 1,600, almost 1,700 feet.
It's just butt tall.
Yes.
Let's go real quick to Dave. Call him from Raleigh. I was in Raleigh last week. Hey, Dave. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how you boys doing this morning?
What's up? Great. What's up, man?
I was going to actually, you guys were onto something, man. I'm a delivery driver for a variety of wholesale companies. So we deliver to all the places around here. When I go to the college campuses, nothing, man. I mean, they're ordering Zins like your boy Mar and Mountain Dews and Red Bulls.
Right.
But when we go out to the older retirement areas, like the golf areas like Pinehurst and Tullamore and stuff like that,
right?
Nothing but enhancement pills for the old folks, man. Marlboro Reds, American Spirits, and enhancement pills and a ton of condoms, man. So,
Man, that's quite an order.
They're
still getting after it.
They order them by the case once a week. When I pull in the parking lot, I kid you not, it's like Christmas morning, I'm Santa Claus. These old dudes are waiting on me out there.
I bet.
And women, too.
They need that boost.
Hilarious.
We sell the female ones, too, man. They're buy the hell out of them. So you guys are onto something, man.
That's a good boots on the ground report.
It might be.
Boots on the ground.
You're seeing a lot of videos. I don't know if you guys are seeing. I'm seeing a lot of ads about pills that help guys run a longer race. You know what I'm saying? Instead of like a really short race, like a Mike
10K
Barr race.
instead of a 5K.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Or 10K instead of like half a quarter of a K.
Right.
Right.
It's a lot of Ks.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, we will talk sports media with Jimmy Traina. He's a writer for Sports Illustrated, host of the SI Media podcast. We'll talk about Tony Romo, Tom Brady, and more with him next here on The Fan.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet here. Kick off the new year with huge savings. I'm talking huge savings at Ted Britt Ford in Fairfax and Chantilly. How about $6,750 off a new 2025 F-150 from Ted Britt, your F-150 headquarters, plus 2.9% APR for 60 months. And this is an and, no payments for 90 days. I love Ted Britt Ford. Best buying experience I have ever had. Went there about 10, 11 years ago now. Multiple cars from Ted Britt Ford. That's because they treat you great. They'll treat you great, too. Go see them and tell them Danny sent you.
It's your boy Bish from the Junkies, and when I needed a new HVAC system water heater and a sump pump, I called Foley Mechanical. Dan Foley, the owner, came out himself, not some faceless company owned by private equity. He owns 100% of Foley Mechanical. He takes pride in every job. His crew, top-notch. These guys know exactly what they're doing, especially with older homes and radiator heat. They crushed it at my house. They will for you. Foley Mechanical serves D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, and proudly installs Amana HVAC equipment. Call Dan Foley. He's the real deal.
JP from the Junkies here for my guy, Dr. Sean Kumra, and Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria. Look, I know a lot of people get nervous about going to the dentist. I was nervous myself, hadn't been in years. But Dr. Kumra's a local guy, went to JMU, University of Maryland Dental School, former quarterback in high school. He's been helping patients since 2005. Follow my lead. I had a great experience. You can do that too. Book your appointment today at elegantsmilesdds.com or call 703-750-1099.
Need a work truck that pulls its weight? My team over at Lindsay Ford of Wheaton is your commercial vehicle headquarters. Transit vans, Maverick, F-150s, Super Duty trucks, and more, all priced to move and built to keep your business moving. Or do what I did, plug in and power up your drive in a new F-150 Lightning or Mustang Mach-E. Lindsay's Chill Deals Winter Sales event is on right now, so get over to Lindsay Ford, ask for my guy Jay Raptor, and tell him Cake sent you. Take it from me. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsayford.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
BMitch here. Cats fans, it's a new year and a power play of a ride. Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers, have locked in with Harley-Davidson of D.C. and your Washington Capitals to give away a custom one-of-a-kind Caps Harley-Davidson, signed by the entire team. Drop the puck on a new year in the saddle and enter at capsfansbike.com. That's capsfansbike.com. And remember, when you ride protected with Law Tigers. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Calfus and Knockman, Olivia Donahue.
Celebrating 30 years of the Sports Junkies.
That's got to be a record.
Listen for details on events, exclusive merch.
You'll like this.
And follow or subscribe to the Junkies podcast feed for Throwback 30 segments every Thursday.
Oh, wow.
Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank. Member FDIC. Equal housing opportunity lender.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
It's the Sports Junkies.
You're on the air.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Every day is a new day, a
Let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We welcome in Jimmy Traina, writer for SI, host of SI Media Podcast. What's up, Jimmy? Good to have you on again.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it. How you guys doing?
We're doing well. Before we get to some of the other bigger topics, I did laugh when I looked at your Twitter. You posted this 14 hours ago. If I gave you 100 guesses on how Chris Mad Dog Russo just pronounced Jarrett Stidham's name, I guarantee you wouldn't get it right. We're going to play the audio for our audience so they can hear it right here.
But do you have confidence in Peyton getting the most out of the quarterback in this ball game here? Stick him in this game on Sunday afternoon against the Patriots.
Jarrett Stickham.
Hey, look, we've all misspoken at times in our radio and media careers, but that's a pretty good one.
He's done that a billion times, too.
Well, I mean, that is like, I don't know, maybe like a 6 on the scale of Mad Dog mispronunciation. He does not get any names right ever.
Right.
And it's not an act. He's not, there's dopes on Twitter who'll say to me like, oh, he does it on purpose. I can assure you, as someone who talks to him a lot off the air, it is not on purpose.
Mm-hmm. That's hilarious. Yeah, he's a legend,
he talks so fast, and his brain's he just talks so fast, and his brain's going so fast, and I think it all gets completely wires going haywire is basically what it is.
But what's the cliche he always botches? It's supposed to be any way, shape, or form. He always says any shape, form, or way, or he just he botches them.
Order's important.
He screws every time. He screws it up.
My personal favorite is he somehow has put the letter J in the word discombobulated, and he pronounces it discombobulated.
What a
but it's also like basic ones. I remember when Joey Gallo was on the Yankees, and he called him Joey Galloway.
Right,
so,
of course.
Right.
He'll add letters, he'll change letters, he'll take away letters. Like you never know what you're going to get.
Is his bit on First Take popular?
Yeah, I mean, I think, listen, if you're a Mad Dog fan, it is. I think Mad Dog is I think he's one of these people in sports media where either you get it or you don't get it. Now, I'm here in New York. He's a legend and an icon here in New York. He was here for 20 years on WFAN. Then he went to Sirius XM. And he sort of has had a career renaissance since joining First Take because there are all these people outside of sort of the Northeast who are now exposed to him. And like I said, I think he's one of these guys, either you get it or you don't. The only thing I can tell you about him, because I've gotten to know him very well and develop a personal relationship with him, what you see on First Take and what you hear on his Sirius XM show is not an act in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
I talk to him off the air, and that's how he is on a regular phone call.
Right.
So, and, I think, listen, you guys are in radio, you know this. There's nothing better than authenticity. He is 100% authentic. I can tell you that as a fact.
So with these big name quarterbacks who are now in the booth, Brady. I'm just going to give you the three big names: Brady, Romo, and now Drew Brees in his first year. Just as a football fan, which of those three do you like to listen to the most?
Well, it would be between Romo and Brady for sure. I didn't listen to a ton of Drew Brees this year because he came in, halfway through the season.
Right
after the Mark Sanchez
I thought he was pretty
thing.
good. I thought he was pretty good in his first year.
And so I heard him a little bit, didn't do anything for me. I know there is this massive Tony Romo backlash. I still enjoy listening to Tony. Now, listen, I can also say on the flip side of that, I thought obviously the Bills-Jaguars wildcard game, that was a really rough broadcast. So I get that there are issues there. I still enjoy Romo, and I wish Romo could go back to doing what he did when he first started with the predictions. We saw it last week in the Denver-Buffalo game when he basically said, if I was Denver, I'm running this guy to the post and this, and then it was a play right before the first half, and he nailed it. Brady, the Brady thing is really difficult because I feel like no matter where you fall on Tom Brady and whether you think he's a good analyst or average or not good, wherever you fall on it, I maybe it's just me. the fact that it's Tom Brady is almost a distraction for me. It's almost like you're listening even more intently because it's Tom Brady, and you don't feel like it's a real football analyst. You feel like it's Tom Brady, who's this, greatest quarterback of all time, won all these Super Bowls, and then has this whole separate off the field life that people, he's become one of these crossover people where even if you don't follow sports, you know who Tom Brady is. So it's almost like the celebrity of Tom Brady, I feel like almost can be a distraction. But I will say he's obviously way, way, way better in year 2 than he was in year 1. He seems so much more comfortable. I'd like to see a little more personality and levity when he's doing games. But I think he's a fine listen. I always say this. I've said this for years on my podcast. I've said it to the guests who come on. The way I judge sort of an analyst is, do you annoy me? And there's he doesn't really annoy me. I would love to see a little more of I'd like Burkhardt to set him up a little more. So Tom, when you were playing, what would you do? Whatever it is, whether it's a minute before the half, would you take knees here? I want to hear more about the strategy from Tom Brady.
I think he's given us more of that. I don't know. I feel like he's I'm learning something from watching him.
Right.
I used to feel like I learned something from Romo, and I don't dislike Romo, and I really liked him when he first came out. But why is everybody turning on him? What? Why?
He seems much more muted
I think,
at this point,
I think
too.
it's sort of the nature of the social media beast. I honestly believe there are people now who actually don't who don't dislike Tony Romo, but they figure, let me go on Twitter and send out a tweet because I know this is what this is like sort of the thing to do, the pile on and all that stuff. So I think there's a lot of that. And I don't know. I think it's. I watch the games and I'm like, I don't understand this massive backlash. I just don't get it.
I don't get it either. And you talk about a guy being authentic. They're giving him a hard time maybe for groaning or grunting or whatever the hell he does. I don't know. It doesn't bother me. I think the guy's just being him.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm the same way. Like when I see people giving a critique and they're like, well, he made a sound. I'm like, really? That's I don't know.
What about the pregame studio lineups? Does any of these guys get on your nerves? The Gronks or the Bradshaws or the Nate Burlesons?
I find those loathsome.
Do they get on your nerves?
I don't watch a ton of it.
Yeah.
Just because, here's what blows me away about those pregame shows. We live in this day and age now where there's content coming from all sort of avenues, and there are people who sort of have no business being famous for their content, and they're famous for their content, and you have ex-players, and everyone has their own podcast, and everyone's doing their own videos, and it's big, hold the phone up to your face, start screaming, make a video. So there's all this content everywhere. So it amazes me that all of these pregame shows are all the same. Like, is there really a big difference between the Fox pregame show and the CBS pregame show and the ESPN It's like, you have your host, you have your ex-coach, you have your ex-player, you have your information guy, and it's all the same.
Yeah. I'm
amazed no one at it, if you think CBS, Fox, ESPN, NFL Network, I am amazed none of them say, let's blow this up and do something different. I don't know, maybe it's because, they got to cater to the NFL and Roger Goodell, and, the league is very on top of those things where they want their presentations, they want their broadcasts presented a certain way. But it blows me away that, they're all, who can distinguish one from the other? They're all the same. Big panel, big desk, everyone there with their suits and their pins, and let's go check this weather, and here's your fantasy thing, and here's your betting thing, and here's an interview with this quarterback, and they're all the same.
Do you, by the way, following up on that, do you see Mike Tomlin going to do some form of media in 2026? The rumor, at least a few weeks ago, was that he was going to go to the Fox desk and basically knock Terry Bradshaw out because he has beef with Bradshaw from years, for many years, because Bradshaw basically called him a cheerleader, kind of dinged his X's and O's. What do you see Tomlin doing?
He called him a really great cheerleader guy.
Right.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I don't see Fox booting Terry Bradshaw. I think Terry has that job till Terry wants to go. You can make the argument he should have gone already, but
right.
And I also think Fox wouldn't boot Terry Bradshaw for Mike Tomlin if it was that kind of thing, because Tomlin's only going to do it for like a year or two before he goes back into coaching.
Right.
So I actually think the whole Mike Tomlin to TV thing is completely overblown and not a big deal, because number one, he's not the way you sort of make a name for yourself, get attention, become a factor, have some power, is doing games, not studio. There's really nowhere for him to do games. Romo's locked in at CBS. Collinsworth is locked in at NBC. Aikman at ESPN. Brady at Fox. Herb Street's there for another year on Thursday Night Football. So, and even the number two positions, Greg Olson's at Fox. J.J. Watt had a great rookie season for CBS. So there's not really a game analyst spot for Tomlin. So that means studio. And to me, it goes back to what I said before, you don't really make any headlines in studio. You don't really get that attention or go viral, or, viewers aren't going to, NFL fans are not going to tune into a pregame show because Mike Tomlin's on it. So, and again, just to repeat myself, he's going to go back into coaching. So, it's a stopgap thing for a year or two. I think Tomlin to TV is really a big nothing.
Are there any current players now, maybe quarterbacks, that are kind of at the end of the road that you think would be good, either in studio or calling a game?
Like bidding war good?
Like Matt Stafford seems like he might be pretty good. He's done some of the Fox stuff, like during bye weeks. He's got a good personality. I don't know how good he would be at calling games, but does anybody kind of jump out to you?
Well, yeah, this guy should have a long career, and I don't know if he'd ever want to go into it, but I find Joe Burrow to be fascinating.
Joe Burrow?
If you watch him being interviewed, he's different. He's not the same cookie-cutter guy. He has different sort of thoughts. If you watch his interviews, he'd have a really interesting personality for TV. Obviously, we don't know what's going to go on here with Aaron Rodgers, if he's going to come back, retire. He has said a million times he's not going to go into TV. He'll go into TV eventually. And obviously, Aaron Rodgers, wherever you feel about him, not a guy to, sugarcoat it, says what's on his mind. That's good for TV. So I'm sure the networks would pursue him hard, even though he has said he doesn't want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So
what about Kirk Cousins?
I don't know.
Or Joe Flacco, maybe.
Listen, those are guys I could see them doing studio and being fine. And like I said, the problem all these guys are going to have is that the game jobs are really locked up. It's really everyone loves Greg Olson.
Yeah.
So there's this whole thing where everyone wants Greg Olson to have a number one analyst job. And even this year, there was a big outcry that Ian Eagle and J.J. Watt should replace Nancy Romo. But those jobs are all filled. So if one of these quarterbacks wants to do games, they're kind of screwed. You got to go into studio.
Hey, Jimmy, is it worth having rules officials either in the booth or on the broadcast if all they're going to do is be in lockstep with the bad calls that are being made on the field? I mean, we've seen several instances of that just in this postseason alone. What's your takeaway on that?
Well, first of all, let me just say that I am a pioneer on this issue, because I think it was like 3 years ago where I wrote the first column saying that there's nothing more overrated in sports television than the rules analyst.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
And now everyone is sort of caught up, so I feel like a pioneer on this. You went right in my wheelhouse, so I appreciate it. I don't understand. Now, they're not going to go anywhere, because once one network does it, they all copy, and then they all have them. My beef is this. The rules analyst should only be used if there is confusion about a rule. They should not be used to go over a replay. All these analysts, the rules analysts, first of all, they all just agree with the refs 99% of the time. So they're useless from that standpoint. They really hinder a broadcast, in my opinion. It becomes it leads to massive confusion, especially when the guys doing the game disagree with the rules analyst or the ref. Or the guys doing the game will disagree with the ref's call on the field, but then the rules analyst comes in and says, "Oh, the ref got it right." And then there's all to me, they destroy a broadcast. But this is my issue. So, like last week, Denver Buffalo, the big controversial play, was it an interception or was it a reception?
Yeah,
that's where a rules analyst could be useful, because you can tell me what the rule is and how that play breaks down. The flip side of that is on Sunday in the Patriots-Texans game, there was a play where a Texans defensive play, I think it was Al Shazier, punched the ball out of Drake May's hand, and it was a fumble. Anybody with functioning eyesight saw that it was a fumble. It wasn't like a controversial call. He punched the ball, came out fumble. And Jim Nantz goes, Gene, what did you see?
Right.
Why does Gene Steratore need to tell me
He doesn't.
what I just saw?
Right.
But I don't understand. So if you want to be a rules analyst in terms of breaking down a rule, that's fine. But to say whether this was a fumble or whether this was a catch when we can all see what I'm not, I don't understand the point of using them that way.
Jimmy, thanks as always for the time, man. Would appreciate it. Jimmy Traina writes for SI, host of the SI Media Podcast. Thanks again.
Good stuff. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Take it easy. Be well.
All right.
Yep,
All right, bud.
you too. That's at Jimmy Traina on Twitter. When we come back, we'll give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Chris Stapleton's All-American Roadshow. Keep listening for your chance to win. It's coming up next.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Shooting, he scores! It's a power play goal!
And DC Sports Talk all day. Sports Radio, 106.7 The Fan.
Listen up, donkeys. Metropolitan Moving and Storage, they are the best. The official, unofficial moving and storage company of 106.7 The Fan. Why do we say that? Because everybody's used them. I've used them multiple times. GP, Grant Paulson's used them. CK, Chris Keinert, our boss, has used them. Why? Because they are the best. Recognized as an industry leader and the preferred moving company for savvy real estate agents, as well as DC's prominent move management companies and residential and commercial clients, all looking for the best service and results. Write down this number, 301-279-0090. My guy Justin over at Metropolitan Moving and Storage will take care of you. And Metropolitan Moving and Storage can do it all. They'll help stage your home, pack your boxes, build custom crates if you need that. They'll even send a moving consultant to your home to give you a free on-site estimate. So again, it's 301-279-0090. You tell them JP from the Junkie sent you, or visit dcmetropolitanmoving.com. That's dcmetropolitanmoving.com.
Cold temps, long season. This is when you lean on the thing or that someone who can handle real ice time. The Chill Deals Winter Sales event is on. Up under pressure, and by the final horn, you're just grabbing the key. Take it from me, GP. You will love it at Lindsay. LindsayChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Bulk up your meals with staple proteins at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off air-chilled boneless, skinless chicken breast with Prime through January 27th. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
You're not just a homeowner. You're also a bug in the basement with the frightening number of legs owner. Fortunately, you've got heating and cooling built and tested to keep going. American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, built to a higher standard.
Visit MidAtlanticComfort.com and bring home a new American Standard heating and cooling unit, rated the highest in customer satisfaction year after year. Built to a higher standard, American Standard Heating and Cooling, and MidAtlanticComfort.com. That's MidAtlanticComfort.com.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
the Inc. Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank. NA member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Danny Rouillet. Forget easing into the new year. My team over at Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling is coming out swinging. Now, score up to 25% off MSRP on a new 2026 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. That's Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, or shop TedBrittChevy.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's the Sports Junkies on 106.7 The Fan.
Man, these guys are so classy, you know? Pretty damn good.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
We're going to hook up callers 10 and 11 right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to score 2 tickets to Chris Stapleton All-American Roadshow Friday, October 2nd at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale right now. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/events, 800-636-1067. Callers 10 and 11, you will win.
Nice.
So congratulations in advance to you. 800-636-1067 is the number because it is an open line Thursday. You talk about the Commanders' DC search. You can talk about championship weekend. You can talk about the Caps slide. We haven't touched on that. It's looking pretty grim for the Caps as far as making the playoffs unless they really turn this ship around with 8 games left before the Olympic break.
They got Willie back last night. They need more scoring. They scored 3 last night. Of course, lost 4-3.
Yeah,
they've lost 4 in a row. It's not a good trend line, but I got faith in Coach Carbs.
I believe it's the first time since Carbs has been here that they've lost 4 games in regulation in a row. So there's a lot going wrong with the Capitals. Hopefully they can get that ship righted before the break.
They aren't very good right now.
They're not.
During the break, Mike Marr was asking us, what do you know about the blizzard of 96? And
96?
Jason wasn't remembering it. And then I did remember, and this is nerdy, but I do take it as one of my best accomplishments in life.
Okay.
So at the time, I was living in Philadelphia. I lived in Chestnut Hill, and I lived in a row house with our boy Mike Frazier and another guy named Dave.
It sounds like a swanky part of Philadelphia.
It's a nicer part.
Okay.
It's a nicer part, but it was just like a brick.
Did you still get your car broken into even there?
No, not there. But
Was
when
it
you
in
would
front of
park,
Temple?
yeah, when you'd park close to to the university.
I'm just going to randomly guess that like Rasheed Wallace didn't come from Chestnut Hill section of Philadelphia.
It was a nice section.
Okay.
It was about 15 minutes from the campus
Right.
on a drive. But we lived in a row house and was shoveling because of the blizzard. Next thing I know, I had like a pile about 10 feet high, and we didn't have school for a week. And I built an igloo with a bar inside that you could stand on a chair. It was that high. I mean, eventually it started coming down and started melting. But my boy Dave had kind of his first date with this girl in the igloo, like we were just drinking.
You're kidding. Did he
brought her
smash?
over. He married her. Since divorced, but that's a pretty damn good accomplishment.
They didn't consummate in the igloo.
No. But it was the first time.
It was the first date.
It was the first time they hung out.
So in other words, people were hanging out there to drink. People were coming in there.
I built a big enough igloo. Like, it's nerdy. I spent hours and hours just digging out.
So how many people did you have in
there?
there?
And I built a
4
bar.
or 5?
I think we fit like 4
were
or 5.
Afraid at all like the snow is just going to like bury you alive.
No,
Like,
it was a great construction.
I see a story every summer about somebody who is digging like in the sand, and then they get swallowed up by the hole,
Well,
and
look,
they die.
EB remembers this, and maybe you were in it, but we were once in like the Bowie Blade or the Prince George's Journal because we built a little igloo in front of EB's house.
Yeah.
And we got a picture in the paper.
If you say so.
So I've been big on building igloos. You just
something
you have
primal
to
about it.
You have to have a massive pile of snow.
Yeah.
All right, and then you dig really low, and you dig up. Then you keep throwing that snow back
JP's
on
low
top.
key, he's pumped for this big storm.
I am a little bit. But I don't think I have the heart to be out there for
will you
hours
build
and
another
hours.
igloo and put it on your social media?
I mean, to build that igloo, I probably spent a good 20 hours.
No, I've got your. This is the idea. It just came to me. You build an igloo bookstore, and you sell Faith Restored out of your igloo bookstore.
Pop-up bookstore.
The problem is nobody's gonna be able to get there because of the snow.
That's a good point. It's a very good
Yeah,
point.
Barnes and
Just tell-
Noble.
There you zing in the day.
Good job, buddy.
Yeah.
Hey, build one and then make a MTV Cribs video type thing.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I had a bar. Like we built the bar, and then me and Fraser got to like some Sam Adams. And
He loves building structures.
that's what
in
I
the
remember
snow.
about the blizzard of '96.
Well, because we did
and I didn't
do
have a
it
week
as-
of school.
We did do it as kids.
Like I top out at maybe like helping my kids build a snowman back in the day, but I'm not building some sort of structure with a bar inside.
There
of it.
is something primal about it.
I don't have the heart to. Ben was asking me, he's like, "Where are you going to go sledding?" Mm-hmm. Apparently, his neighborhood has just a killer hill. Okay,
You're going to go right down the street at whatever school is close by.
There's actually a hill that's not on the school. That is, it's probably
Pretty
like
steep.
back when we were kids, we used to use EB's hill.
yeah.
This is probably 4 times as high as EB's
Yeah, I
hill,
mean,
so
that
it's
hill's
pretty
a
steep.
joke. Yeah.
But I remember when we were kids, is we didn't just want to go down sledding. We wanted to make jumps and make like a bobsled course.
Sure.
Like, but that takes hours.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
That's what I don't have the heart to. It's it's too cold.
I loved doing that as a kid, but I stopped loving it at about age 15.
I agree. I'd say again, embarrassing.
Once you discovered chicks, you're
But-
like, you know what? This snow thing is
If
just
I can
way
find
overrated.
a picture, I'll tweet out a picture tonight or tomorrow of the igloo. Like this thing
Right.
was massive.
Yeah.
So that's
Well,
what
you'll
you
have another opportunity to top it this weekend.
Might have to do it. I mean, but it's got to snow. I mean, Mike Marr said that seems like a stretch. Did it snow 4 feet in '96?
I don't remember.
I just remember. So our row house.
I should remember
The
that.
reason it happened
I don't
was
I remember
had
that's
several
2016.
big ones.
we were the end unit, right? So I just started shoveling, and there was really only one place to throw the snow. And next thing you know, you had this pile that was like 12 feet high.
Is 2016 the one where we were in Fort Lauderdale or Miami, and then you and I got to miss the last plane? Like we had a choice. We could come back for the blizzard. Do you remember? We were in Miami for Super Bowl week.
I think that was Atlanta. I remember coming back from
I
a
think it
Super
was in
Bowl,
Florida.
and Cakes and
Yeah.
I can't remember
Fort
which airport it
Lauderdale?
was, but Cakes and I were back. We were doing satellite parking because we wanted to save cash, right?
We were nubs.
So we came back, and then we couldn't find our cars because everything was white out.
Every car
No, I was on the same flight.
16 inches of snow
and
on
this
it.
is
You couldn't tell
pre-cell
what car was
phone.
what.
This is before cell phone, so it's not like you took a picture of your spot. You know, you just kind of knew, oh, I'm in the blue lot. And then,
You know what?
3 days later, you're hoping that you know. And
I
it
don't
was
consider
just,
myself that silly in life, but I'm too silly to economy park.
Oh, yeah, I'm not satellite. The satellite parking is out.
I'm a daily parker now. No, I'm not an hourly parker. Okay, let's not get crazy.
You're a
paid-
tweener.
I'm a
tweener.
I'm a daily parker.
We paid,
I'm not an economy
we paid
parker.
the hourly. We did that. That's my wife
How
said.
long, hold on. How long were you gone?
Like 3 or 4 days. We did it.
No, but there's usually a maximum. There's usually like a $40
It's like
a day.
$36 or something a day.
That's
But I
a
mean,
lot.
It's a lot. I mean, it's an extra 160 you're just throwing out the window.
I'd rather park at the Daily and take the stupid bus.
Oh, I'm out on buses.
I hate the shuttle buses.
Eliminate buses from my
I'll
life.
take the bus.
I hate the shuttle buses. They
Freaking
stink.
hate buses. Oh my God.
You got to put.
I don't think the 2016 blizzard was Super
When we
Bowl.
were on Super Bowl week,
I don't think it. I think it was.
I don't think
I think
so.
it was sooner than that.
there was definitely one where it was a pretty big thing.
There was one in like 2010-ish, around there.
I remember we were in Florida, and I
That might
sent
have been
my
it.
wife like pictures of the beach, and she sent back pictures of 2 feet of snow.
Yeah.
We're just chilling at a beachfront bar with all the old
We coulda got on-
buying us drinks.
Yeah.
And my wife is breaking her back, shoveling with them with
That's
like
the same
with
one.
like 9-year-olds.
We could have
in the
gone
front
on the
yard.
last flight. We're like, we'll just stay.
Right. I
We'll
mean,
just
it's pretty
stay.
nice down here.
Everyone's
It's
like,
pretty warm and sunny down in
75 degrees
Florida.
in Tilly.
Now
Yes.
that was February 5th to the 6th, so that was probably the one you were
Which
thinking
one?
of.
What year?
The 2010. What he's
That's
talking about?
probably it.
Yeah, that was.
I remember
super.
my roommate at the time having to leave his car on Route 7 and walk to Tyson's because of he was stuck.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just
Every
abandoned
car was stuck. And
Right.
people were abandoning cars on 7.
Well, I abandoned my family. I just left my wife and 3 young children to fend for themselves.
Right. And we had like buckets of Miller Lights, like beachfront. It was a great time. Good times from back in the day. All right, it is an open line Thursday. You're welcome to call us throughout the show. 800-636-1067. Open line Thursday brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors. Search windownation.com. Their windows are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home because it's where you live.
DC's FM Sports Talk 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. People are dismissing the Broncos because Jared Stidham is the starting quarterback. I get it. He hasn't taken a snap in a long time, but these aren't Tom Brady's Patriots. Keep laughing at Denver, but they've got home field advantage. They've got Sean Payton. They got plenty of ways they can win, even with Jared Stidham. I'm John Lund.
What's up, it's JP for Dr. Sean Kumra and Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria. They're the best. Dr. Kumra's a local guy, went to JMU, University of Maryland Dental School, played some high school football, quarterback, and now he's been helping patients smile since 2005. At Elegant Smiles, you can experience dentistry with a touch of elegance. Dr. Kumra and his talented team make it easy. They cater to your schedule with extended hours and even emergency weekend appointments. I had a great experience, and you will too. Book your appointment at elegantsmilesdds.com or call 703-750-1099.
Hey, do you own a home and thinking about moving up, but worried about 2 mortgages? Hey, I'm John Leahy with the Fine Living Group. I help homeowners sell fast and stress-free. I guarantee to sell your home at your price and on your timeline, or my team will buy it. Want to skip the stress? Take my instant cash offer. No showings, no repairs, no cleaning. We've got buyers in waiting, so your next move could start today. Visit johnsellsdmv.com. That's JON sellsdmv.com, or call 301-900-3052 and start packing.
Hey, what's up? Danny Rouillet here for my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Plug into savings in a new sled just like mine. How about a 2025 Mustang Mach-E up to $9,500 off the MSRP and 0% APR for 72 months? And get this, no payments for 90 days. Silent, smooth, sleek, and stuffed with savings. Or a new 2026 Explorer from Ted Britt Ford, $4,250 off, plus no payments for 90 days. More space and more savings. Go see my pals at Ted Britt Ford and tell them Danny sent you.
Hey, it's BMitch here. Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Rude Pro Partners have access to 60 months of same-as-cash promotions on qualified equipment from February 1st to April 30th. Rude also offers other aggressive financing options. As temperatures continue to stay cold across the DMV, make sure you're saving money with the most efficient HVAC equipment. Rude makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Rude Pro Partner near you at rude.com. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Cold temps, hot cards, you know when the hand's right. It's the Chill Deals winter sales event at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, and my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, and much more. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsaychevy.com. Together, let's drive.
If we continue to consume our natural resources at the rate we do now, by 2050, it could take 3 Earths to meet our needs. The Earth can't speak up when it needs help, but we can. Be the voice for those who have no voice. Visit worldwildlife.org.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
Don't it feel good when your crowd behind you takes it in, fires, touchdown!
This is your home for the NFL playoffs and Super Bowl 60.
Let's go dominate! Touchdown! Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up! He's got it!
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
The Commanders will interview Bears defensive pass game coordinator Al Harris for the team's vacant defensive coordinator position per NFL Network. Harris previously worked with Commanders head coach Dan Quinn in Dallas, so there is that Washington connection already. And Brian Flores is staying put in Minnesota, probably. The Vikings have signed Flores to a new contract as their defensive coordinator. One caveat, though, is that Flores is still a candidate for the Ravens and Steelers head coaching vacancies. If he doesn't land one of those head coaching jobs, though, he's back as the Vikings DC. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Let's talk it out.
You can watch the show live or on demand.
What are we watching for? As I said, we're not sure.
On YouTube.
Join us in celebrating 30 years of the Junks, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We will do EB's entertainment page at 9:25, but right now we're going to get into the Commanders via the San Francisco 49ers. We're going to dive into the Brandon Ayuk situation in San Francisco. To give a quick update on his timeline in San Fran for this past season, he was entering his 6th season in the league on the PUP list. He was recovering from ACL and MCL injuries. In November, San Francisco voided all the guarantees in Ayuk's contract due to lack of communication and failure to complete the deal, according to the Athletics' Diana Rossini and Michael Silver. They reported that Ayuk, quote, failed to attend meetings and declined to participate in other team activities. Ayuk told the NFLPA that he would not file a grievance in contest. He was placed on the reserved left squad list in December. That same month, Ayuk posted a video of himself to his YouTube account that showed him driving past the 49ers stadium at high speeds exceeding 90 miles per hour, once topping 100 miles per hour through intersections. Speed limit in that area, by the way, is 25 miles per hour. So
is he videoing it while he's driving, or somebody videoed him?
It's probably the security cameras around
I'm
them.
not sure, but it looked like it was coming from inside the car, whether it was him filming it or somebody else.
And this season he was supposed to be recovering from an ACL.
ACL and MCL injuries.
With some expectation that he might be able to return during the season.
Right.
He just went MIA.
They didn't put him, originally he was on the IR, but then they put him on the reserve, left the team list.
Right. That happened in December.
That put him on in December, correct.
Right.
And that's usually for guys who aren't going to play anymore, who who are just going to leave football
Right.
or they're stepping away for personal reasons.
All right, so let's hear from John Lynch, the Niners general manager, talking about Ayuk and his fractured relationship with the team.
What is the plan for Brandon Ayuk, and do you envision a scenario in which he's on this team next year? If so, what would that look like?
Yeah. The plan in terms of the transaction, that will come in due time. I think it's safe to say that he's played his last snap with the Niners. It's unfortunate, situation that just went awry. And, I will look long and hard at, what could have been done differently, but sometimes just doesn't work out. And I think that this was a case where that happened.
So we know Brandon Ayuk is tight with Jaden Daniels of the Washington Commanders. So this, there was a Brandon Ayuk dalliance last offseason as far as possibly trading for him. Would you be interested in bringing Brandon Ayuk on board for the Washington Commanders in the wake of all of this turmoil that he's had with the Niners toward the end of his tenure there?
He's got issues.
Would you feel
no
safe
way.
bringing him
of course not.
into
This
the mix?
is what Kyle Shanahan said. He said, I'd say it officially stopped for me when the last time I tried to get a hold of him, I couldn't. And then I tried a couple more times, still couldn't. And then that matched everyone else who was trying to get a hold of him and couldn't.
I mean, if a guy's just going to go...
He shut himself off.
He's going to go AWOL on you.
I know.
And no one knows why. There's no
His
idea.
last
He won't-
excellent season
he
was
won't
in
talk.
2023. That's why I would say be out.
Unprecedented.
Go ahead,
to get him in
Valdez.
here and get involved, but it's kind of an unprecedented move for him to forfeit that kind of money. Have you been able to determine why he was so upset, why he wasn't showing up, and just any background you can give on that?
I wish I knew. Can't help you there. Sorry. Yeah.
Has there been a line of communication with him?
There was, but not anymore.
At what point did that snap?
Well, when I'm coaching, I don't hang out in the training room at all. So I don't see guys much that way. But I say it officially stopped for me when the last time I tried to get a hold of him and couldn't. And then tried a couple more times and still couldn't. And then that matched everyone else that was trying to get a hold of him and couldn't. And eventually, there's not much of an explanation because it's really hard for us and anyone else to understand. And that's why it's something I've never seen in 22 years of coaching. So it's unfortunate. And it's confusing because it's confusing for all of us. So, but it eventually becomes it is what it is. And you try as hard as you can to fix something that you don't understand. But it's not like we understand it very well still. But eventually you understand that it's not going to change and you got to move on with your football team, which
It's really bizarre.
It's bizarre behavior from Brandon Ayuk. He signed a
100% it is.
4-year, $120 million contract extension with the Niners in 2024.
So
they
if
gave
you-
him they gave him about $80 million guaranteed.
I mean, if he collected even 1 year of that, he's set for life.
should be.
Obviously, he wants to. You would think you'd want to make more money. You'd want to keep playing. That's a major red flag. Everything we just heard. But again, to my point, he had 2 really good seasons where he had over 1,000 yards receiving. 2022 and 2023. Next season's 2026. Like, I just wouldn't have much faith that he's going to be able to get back to what he was for those 2 seasons.
Yeah, he'll be age
agree.
28 when next season starts.
I totally
He's
agree.
coming off major injuries, and
Look, if
he's
he did-
exhibiting bizarre behavior.
But if he was a good teammate and they just released him because they weren't confident enough that he's going to come back from the knee injuries, that's one thing. But the fact that he doesn't communicate with anybody, and apparently, I mean, none of the teammates have come out and said, yeah, I've been talking to him. He's good.
They said they haven't heard from him.
They said they haven't heard of him.
I have a sinking feeling that because Adam Peters was obviously there when he was drafted, that he's going to feel like, well, this is my reclamation project. I'm gonna fix Brandon Ayuk and bring him here and pair him up with Jaden Daniels. And I think that's a terrible idea.
Replace Debo with Brandon Ayuk?
Possibly.
You got to figure out what's going on with his
I would just have to
personal
trust
life.
him. I
You
would
got to
just have to
figure out
trust
what's
his
going on with his
expertise.
personal life. Because torn ACL, torn MCL, he should have been able to come back this season. He didn't want to. He didn't want to play. So do I want a guy Now, maybe there's some backstory that Shanahan and Lynch aren't sharing, but do I want a guy who basically just didn't want to play and went MIA on a team? I don't know. I wouldn't have much faith. I wouldn't be willing to pay him much money.
If I'm Adam Peters, I'm staying a million miles away. I mean, there are so many red flags just jumping off the screen when it comes to Brandon Ayuk. I don't care how close he is with Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
You got to just move in a different direction.
Yeah, there's other guys available.
I mean, they played in college together in 2019?
Yeah, it was a while ago.
I get it. You can still be best friends. That's fine.
They can hang
but
out.
something's going on with him.
Yeah.
That he chose not to show up for all that money.
Right.
He forfeited the money. Now, again, he's probably made enough in the first few years of his life that he's set for life.
I don't know. I wouldn't ever assume that.
Well, if you made $30 or $40 million in the 1 year,
It doesn't mean he walked home with
look,
$30 million.
if he walked home with 20,
At
he
the
should
very
be set for
least,
life.
even if Adam Peters was interested and Dan Quinn was interested, of course they're going to go to Jaden and go, all right, what's the deal?
Right.
Because are you still talking to him? Are you still boys?
Mhm.
What's the deal with him? So I mean, you can probably find out what's going on in his head through Jaden if they're still talking.
800-636-1066.
It's a huge sign bonus, Eric.
Of Gilbert Arenas and why is his name escaping me? The LSU wideout from the Giants. Crazy cat.
Neighbors.
No, Beckham.
Odell, yeah. Odell, yeah.
Of those guys talking about, well, you know how easy it is to burn through $10 or $15 million? Like, those guys, like, these guys can burn through that money with the quickness.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying he could be in a position where maybe he's smart and has decided. I mean, this is complete speculation. He just doesn't like playing football. He doesn't want to go through it.
Could be the case.
And he made his money, and he's fine.
Maybe. But I
who
mean,
knows?
he is in the prime earning years of his football career. Like,
But is he in the
don't
prime
last
of
very
his
long.
playing career?
Probably not.
The prime of his playing career for the age should be, but he hasn't done it since 2023.
Well, he had a major injury. It's a major injury.
Yeah, if I'm
And
Adam
remember, he
Peters-
was also missing. He wouldn't come to the rehab assignments.
Right.
So he was skipping those too.
Right.
I think I would
and-
lean on Jaden. Jaden's like his best friend.
Yeah, but he's
but why do
he's
you want
gonna-
your quarterback to be a babysitter?
He's going to default and vouch for him. I
Well,
would
no,
think.
I mean, if Jaden hope maybe not. Jaden might be realistic and say, "Listen, this is
Behind closed
I don't
doors,
want
he
him.
might
Yeah,
say, "I
yeah.
like the guy, but he's
Yeah.
got issues."
Yeah, I would just trust Jaden's instincts.
He could be telling him that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, Peters would definitely go to Jaden,
right,
and say, well, "What's going on?"
Now,
If
somebody
they're
pointed
still
out on
talking.
Twitter, they hit me up if you want, EB Junkies on Twitter, is like, he already whiffed on Lattimore. He can't afford another big whiff. Might be true.
Well, you might be able to get him for bargain basement
You can
prices.
get it for nothing. Yeah.
Based on what's
stock,
happened.
His stock's at an all-time low.
Yeah.
Like he can't go out of the market and command huge money, acting the way he did at the end of his Niners tenure.
I know Valdez said maybe he's got CTE already. Maybe it's just something like that. Like literally, like his brain is scrambled
Yeah,
eggs.
that's possible. Sure.
Maybe.
Sure.
I don't know. I have no idea the kind of hits the guy took. I'm
The
sure he
top
took some big ones.
5 available free agent wideouts in 2026. Number 1 is Pickens.
Yeah.
2, they have listed Rashid Shaheed.
Mm-hmm. Seattle.
I mean, a little bit limited, but explosive playmaker. Debo is number 3 on this list.
Can't believe he's 3.
Alec Pierce is number 4 on
Wouldn't
this
you
list.
put Alec Pierce ahead of Debo?
I would.
I would.
Yeah.
And rounding out the top 5, Jacoby Myers, who got
He's good.
traded to Jacksonville
He's good.
in season.
I mean, I'd be interested in picking, but he's going to cost you a lot of money, and then of course he's got the.
He's also a guy
He's
who-
kind of crazy.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's-
he. I don't think he would have pulled something like this
Right.
with Ayuk, but he can be a headache. Pierce would be attractive to me.
Pierce is going to make a lot of money.
True.
That guy was a big play machine.
I mean, he's a
For the Colts.
down the field threat, man.
Just something
But
that
they'll
the
figure it out. I
Commanders
don't think
could definitely use.
I don't think they're going to be interested in Ayuk.
I don't think so either.
Looking back at
But I
the
just gotta trust
video,
him.
he's speeding. He might have even been using the Google glasses because it's the perspective definitely from inside the vehicle of him driving because you see the dashboard and you see where he's heading on the highway. I'm not that interested.
No.
Like if you had to bet right now, Brandon Ayuk plays for. I'll just throw him on a team. He plays for
The
Miami
Raiders.
next year.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you believe he's going to have a monster year?
I wouldn't. You could never
I mean,
bet
no.
monster. How could
No.
you'd have to be an insane person?
Yeah, I can't.
I wouldn't know what to expect. From him.
Not with his
I think you would
recent
put the
behavior.
number at like 35 catches. That
Yeah,
might be
so then why
optimistic.
would you invest in that guy?
You probably wouldn't.
You wouldn't.
Probably
You
wouldn't.
Got to stay
I
a
don't-
million miles away.
What was the
I
number?
mean, unless you gave him a 1-year incentive-laden deal.
What was
He's
the
got to
number
produce to
that
get
everybody
paid.
was beefing about Terry's age, where they said just the dividing line? Was it 30 or was it 28?
I think it was 30.
It was 30. That was the number where they're like, at receiver, that's where his drop-off typically happens.
cliff.
Mhm.
Yeah. He's only 28, but the injuries, he's been a non-factor. What's he not played in 2 years? Basically?
24 is we
Yeah,
got
like a year and a half.
7 years into the 24 season.
7 games.
I'm sorry. What did I say?
7 years.
7 games into the 24
7 games
season.
into the
Yes.
24 season,
Yep.
Yeah.
I think he's just got to pass.
And what's funny is when he was playing, because he turned into the number one in San Francisco. It was Debo,
Right.
But then Brandon Ayuk turned into the number one, and he was the guy.
Yeah,
and he was
for 2 seasons, he was a stud.
and he was putting up numbers, and everyone thought, okay, they're gonna get him a long-term deal, and he'll be there for 10 years. But
Flash in the pan.
He gone.
Yep.
He gone.
All right, when we come back, we'll get into EB's entertainment page. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's your boy Bish here for my guy Josh Cochran and the team over at Bayer Subaru in Alexandria, where giving back is just how they're built. The Subaru Loves to Help event is on, and Bayer is proud to support Operation Warm at Carpenter Shelter, helping local kids stay warm and taken care of this winter. While they're at it, Josh is making the math work. You can score as low as 0% APR on a new 2025 Forester or Outback for 36 months. So do what I'm doing. Get over to Bayer Subaru in Alexandria. Tell them Bish sent you in. Check them out online at BuyerSubaru.com.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Cold temps, red hot cards. You know when the hand is right. The Chill Deals winter sales event is on at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, and my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing. Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban. That's a hand you like to open. The flop, real inventory, silly savings. The turn, aggressive pricing that makes you lean in. And by the river, you're not guessing anymore. You're just grabbing your set of keys. Take it from your pal Cakes. When a hand plays out like that, you go all in at Lindsay Chevy. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsaychevy.com. Chevy, together, let's drive.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Just got back from your morning run and not sure what's causing that pain? Took a hard hit at practice and your shoulder's feeling funny? Not sure what you did to your knee this weekend and now it's bruised? For injuries and pain like this, call 844-VANTA-365. Reduce the wait time and cost of the ER or urgent care with the VantaStat Ortho Helpline. It's available 365 days a year. Streamline your care and go right to the source. Call 844-VANTA-365.
Hey guys, EB here. If you're planning to sell your home, I've got many great reasons why you should call my friends, the Realtor Rockstars, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Room team with Keller Williams today. Debbie and Sarah net their sellers over $30,000 more on average. Plus, Debbie and Sarah sell their homes 3 times faster than the average agent. How do they do it? Well, Debbie and Sarah already have the buyers, people. over 16,300 ready buyers in their exclusive database looking to buy right now. This is why many of Debbie and Sarah's homes are sold even before they hit the market, and how their sellers are more likely to receive multiple offers. Anyone can list a home, but not everyone can sell it right. Debbie and Sarah are so confident in their abilities to get the job done that if your home doesn't sell, they will buy it at a price agreeable to you, guaranteed in writing. So take it from me. Call right now, 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieAsTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieAsTheBuyers.com.
Winter's all about layers. Coats, gloves, boots. At Dulles Kia, the layers are in the lineup. Drive a new Kia K4, just $239 a month. Step up to a new Sorrento, only $379 a month. Or go all in with a Telluride as low as $389 a month. All brand new, all loaded with tech. And now all under one roof at Dulles Kia's sharp new facility. However winter hits, there's a Kia that fits at Dulles Kia in Leesburg or DullesKia.com. Call 703-669-6888 for details about costs and terms.
After a magical 2024 season turned into a nightmare 2025.
Jaden Daniels is going to be shut down.
The future of the Adam Peters and Dan Quinn regime comes down to the moves they make this offseason. From free agency to the NFL draft.
Washington Commanders.
This is your station for breaking Commanders news, expert analysis, and debate. Every move.
Rework this deal.
I think it's going to be tough.
Every day.
I'm definitely excited about
We are football. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's the Sports Junkies.
I hear what you're saying, and I like it.
On 106.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's get into Eric Bickle's entertainment page. Going to entertain the masses.
That's right, Ricky. Entertainment page driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, BMWFairfax.com. Not too late to get over there and pick up a nice X5 or X7 or X3 or something with some four-wheel drive, the X-Drive, before this big snowstorm hits. Might want to do it. Might be somebody over in that other room over there on the down low might have a new vehicle too, by the way. Oh,
like
yeah.
to hear that.
Yeah. That person might not want to go on record yet, but he has a brand new vehicle.
Always good when there are deals cooking in the background.
All right, Oscar nominations, guys. You know, let's just start out with Best Picture. I mean, I've heard of a couple of these, but I've seen zero.
All right, let's go through and see if anybody's seen these.
How many of you guys have seen Bugonia?
Bugonia, zippy.
That's with Emma Stone with a shaved head. That's all I know about
Anybody see F1?
it. Yes,
No.
liked it.
All right.
Liked it with Brad Pitt.
Wasn't this movie like 100 years old? Frankenstein.
Okay, haven't seen the new one.
The original is it's like 100 years old, but
Right.
there's
They
been
did
a
a remake?
remake.
Who
reboot.
plays
on
this
Netflix.
Frankenstein?
I don't know.
Was it Netflix? They're nominating Netflix movies. They've
Yes.
been doing that for a while now.
Yeah. I think maybe it has to be on a screen at the same time.
I feel like it needs to be on a big screen.
Didn't a Netflix one win Best Picture already?
Probably.
The one with like the maid. It was like a maid or one that worked at a house.
Okay. Good sum.
I don't know.
It's not triggering anything.
I can't figure it out.
Your
from that
summary's
perspective.
not
Isn't it called
triggering
like
anything.
Rosas or something like that?
I don't know.
I'll take your word for it. Hamnet?
Nope. I haven't seen Hamlet or Hamnet.
Me too. This one I'm
Red Hamlet.
bizarrely intrigued by. Marty Supreme. That's the ping
My
pong
son
one.
saw it, liked it a lot.
That's the what?
Ping pong movie.
Oh.
Right?
And that's Chalamet?
Yeah.
Chalamet?
Chalamet.
Timothy Chalamet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chalamet, whatever his name is. All right, one battle after another.
Overrated.
That's
It's probably gonna
DiCaprio,
win.
right?
I can't believe it's going to win.
What is that about?
Cakes?
Did you already see it?
Saw it.
What is
Already
it about?
forgotten.
Oh.
I love it.
I've already forgotten about
your
it.
Team EV on forgetting movies. All right,
You don't
like that.
remember who DiCaprio plays?
He plays the father. I think of like a girl who's like a revolutionary
Missing?
type.
Oh, okay.
You know what? Didn't like it.
All right.
Not a fan.
It follows an ex-revolutionary who's forced back into his former combative lifestyle when he and his daughter are pursued by a corrupt military officer.
Here's my review. It's not
Hold on.
that
Is it a
good.
period piece?
No, it's set like in modern day.
Oh, it is? Oh, okay.
By the way, Roma is the movie I was talking
Roma,
about. In
okay.
2018, it
That one.
follows an indigenous domestic worker of an upper middle class family.
I've heard he's lost his fastball calling NFL games.
Yeah. yeah.
Roma.
Nansen
Yes.
Roma. That's why they call him Roma now.
But did it win? Because when I just Googled has a Netflix movie won, it came up with no.
Don't know.
2018.
Maybe it was nominated?
Best Picture.
Maybe it was out simultaneously. Who knows? The Secret Agent. Have you seen that, Cakes?
Nope. Secret to me.
Sentimental Value.
Nope.
Sinners.
Haven't seen, but am planning on seeing.
Who's in that one?
Michael B. Jordan.
What's Sinners about?
Sinners is vampires.
Oh,
Does
that's,
he
that's
plays,
so stupid.
He plays two people, doesn't he?
Yeah, he
He
does.
plays two people.
Yeah, that's so dumb.
Spoiler alert.
And
Yeah, it's
then
about vampires. And Josh Allen's wife is in it.
Train Dreams.
Oh, I've definitely not seen that.
All right. Let me see here. Best Actor. Timothy Chalamet for Marty Supreme.
Yeah.
Leo for One Battle After Another. Ethan Hawke for Blue Moon. Michael B. Jordan for Sinners. And Wagner Moura for The Secret Agent.
That's a real person?
Yes.
Okay.
The only one I
Wagner Moore.
want to see is Sinners.
Sinners kind of intrigues me. The
I
rest
saw
of that list-
Weapons, which I think has some nominations.
Which one?
EB would hate
Weapons.
EB would hate Weapons with
Probably.
a passion, even though it's very good.
Kate Hudson is nominated for an Academy Award.
Four?
She's in the movie with
Hugh Jackman.
Song
Sung Blue.
It's about Neil Diamond.
I saw
It's
it.
Neil Diamond biopic.
Really good. No, it's not about Neil Diamond.
It's not?
No, it's about a cover band that does covers of Neil Diamond.
See, if I'd seen the movie,
All right,
I would have
good
known
enough.
that detail.
Good enough. But yeah, I remember you telling me it was good.
Sing Song Blue? Is that the name?
Song Blue.
Song Blue?
And I don't doubt that Kate Hudson's fantastic in it. It's just a little jarring to see it because you don't think of her as a super serious actress, right? You just don't.
You
Does anybody
sleep on
think of
her. You sleep on her a little bit
I
as
don't-
Penny Lane and
she-
Almost Famous.
Okay, that was
Pretty good.
30
performance.
years ago.
She's
Just a while ago.
She's a superstar. Like she's
Really?
Oh my God, Hollywood beauty. Just
Very pretty.
I'm smitten with Kate Hudson.
Oh, you
Yeah.
are smitten.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I could see being smitten by her, but I never took her as a super serious actress. But I guess
Why?
I should.
Because she did a few rom-coms?
Probably.
What's her best
Yeah.
movie?
Almost
This is a-
Famous.
That
Yeah.
is
In my opinion.
Didn't take her seriously. Never took her as like some critically acclaimed actress.
kind of a,
Just took her as the
kind of a
daughter of
smoking hottie.
Famous
She
parents.
comes from a good actor and actress lineage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Goldie
who's favored
and-
to win in that one? Jessica Buckley for
Who's her
Hamnet.
father? I don't think her father's Kurt Russell.
Bill Hudson?
Bill
Definitely
Hudson.
not. Definitely not.
You were thinking it was Kurt Russell
I
at the
knew that
time.
Kurt Russell's not the dad. I'm just going with the Goldie Hawn vibes.
Okay.
Rose Byrne. If
Rose
I had
Byrne's-
legs,
she's
I'd
a very
kick
good
you.
actress.
And of course, Kate Hudson, Renat Rensve for Sentimental Value, and Emma Stone for Begonia.
I knew
Yeah.
about 4% of those people or movies.
So those are the big ones. So remember we were talking
Who was
about
Rose Byrne married to?
No, I don't even know who
she's
she
married.
is.
I know who she's married to. She's
He's the
married-
guy who plays an Italian in a lot of...
He's Definitely in Boardwalk Empire, but I don't know his name. Oh, I do know it. It's Bobby Cannavale.
Yes.
Oh,
There you go.
yeah, he's
Hollywood
money.
expert cakes.
JP, you always
Yeah.
talk about Landman, right? You like that?
Big fan.
That's with Billy Bob.
My
Yeah.
wife and I watched the finale yesterday.
It was a
so
good.
he definitely plays
The
for-
season finale
He
was
plays
good.
for the Rams.
They say
linebacker, I
there's
think.
He does.
Landman season 2 ending explained. Is it?
Yeah.
Is it a wild ending?
I don't think you need to explain the ending, but
Okay.
maybe there's some symbolism with the wolf.
I mean, Billy Bob.
If you want to go to the exact ending, he's looking out on the horizon at the kind of the sunset, and there's a wolf.
Yeah. So Billy
And he's
Bob,
basically like, "Don't mess with me."
who plays Tommy, gets fired from a huge oil company.
Galeno? Is that who he gets fired from?
No, Tex-Mex
No,
or something
yeah.
like that.
Tommy-
Max Oil.
Here's what it says.
Demi Moore's company. It was her husband's who died, and so she took over the company.
Here's what
John
it says.
Hamm's company.
Landman season 2. Does Tommy work for Galeno now?
Oh, yeah,
Is
that's-
Cooper going to prison?
That's Andy Garcia.
Andy Garcia, and they're partners now.
And what's up with TL and Cheyenne? Cheyenne, or however you say that.
Probably Cheyenne.
Cheyenne.
Cheyenne's the
TL
lawyer.
is the dad. No. TL's his dad.
Oh, okay.
And Cheyenne is the girl,
the
the
stripper
stripper
girl.
that he hired to do like physical therapy on.
Who's the?
Got a stripper
And-
for physical therapy?
Well,
Pretty
It's
innovative.
a little beyond that.
I understand.
Who's the lawyer chick?
Yeah, that's she's hot. She's beautiful. And she's dating the Brit.
By the way, she's a corporate lawyer, but
Yeah.
in her 15-minute ride to the police station, she learned everything
I know.
so that she could go in there and just kick ass.
Little unrealistic.
Very inside, but it's a very good show.
What character does former Junks guest
Hey.
Allie Larder play? She's in that
The
show,
wife.
right?
She plays
Actually, the ex-wife
Okay.
of Landman.
What did she appear on our show for? What was she promoting? Valdez, you're the show historian. You should know that. Allie Larder.
We're
why was she
doing
on the show?
Landman recaps on the EP.
I mean, it's entertainment
It's
related.
entertainment,
He
right?
brought it up.
It's
Hey, though,
entertaining.
you said you wanted to report to your sister. Put that as a check mark and show that I finished
What?
in 2026.
No, I need the whole list.
Instead of books I've read,
Actually, I don't
shows
even-
I've watched.
I just want to get a kick out of just sitting here with my feet up.
I'm almost done with Chad Powers, Valdez. It's fun. It's not serious. You don't take it seriously, but it's entertaining.
What year was Allie Larder on the show?
I don't remember.
Oh my god!
20 years ago.
I was
Be a
just
throwback.
actually I was just looking at it the other day. It was like in 2006.
Okay.
Who is it? Who is she? Was she like a Doritos girl?
No, Varsity Blues. Wasn't she the her first big thing? Was
Yeah,
her
the-
first
right.
big thing Varsity Blues?
Yeah.
Yeah, the whipped cream bikini.
She was also in Final
She was in that.
Destination. The
Yep,
OG
she was.
Final Destination, I
She
believe.
was in both
Whipped
of them.
cream bikini, always an MTV staple for like beach
Oh,
week
yeah,
bits. They go
definitely.
in like a phone booth,
Yeah.
put on the whipped cream bikini
Sure.
or something.
Watch a lot of MTV
Well,
Spring Break
If you
back
like,
in the day.
if you like hot chicks in bikinis, Landman's your show.
No,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I think Billy Bob's very horny.
I'm sure he is.
Been married a bunch.
Oh yeah. Okay, so we talked about William Shatner and that viral photo of him where he's eating cereal while he's driving.
That is quite a move.
Well, turns out there's a reason why he was doing it. He's filming a Super Bowl ad.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes all the
There
sense
you
in the
go.
world.
He's doing a bit.
By the way, Shatner
that
is
makes
like,
sense.
I think he's like 91 or 92 years old.
94.
94.
He's 94?
Yeah,
Yes.
you were missing.
Yeah,
He's
we
94.
Wow.
And by the way, look how great he looks at 94. You know how you want to donk off at like
Yeah.
70?
You know why?
How great he looks.
Because he made millions on Priceline.com.
He
back
also
in the
has
day.
Super Bowl makeup on, commercial makeup.
That's probably
Yeah,
part of it.
yeah.
And actually,
He looks great.
I'm bitter. I'm bitter because I thought he was a psychopath.
For eating cereal.
Yeah, for eating cereal in a car at a
he's just a-
stoplight, and then he's filming a commercial
He's just
for
a
Raisin
brilliant-
Bran.
He's just getting
Capitalist.
paid.
Yeah, he just
wants to get more cash.
Is Leonard Nimoy still alive?
No chance.
don't
So
cough.
dead.
Dead.
Been dead for probably, I'm going to
10,
say,
15 years.
10 to a dozen years.
Yeah. Dead. Dead.
I'm going to guess most of that original Star Trek cast dead.
Dead. I mean, he's 94.
He's 94.
I mean, it can't be too many that are
Right,
still alive.
right.
George Takei still alive last time I
that's
checked.
true. He is still alive.
Still alive.
Jennifer Lawrence did a podcast recently where she told the host that she's had 4 different nicknames over the years. One was Floffin Nitro, whatever that means. Let me see. Some of her friends also called her Ken from the Barbie movie. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
Just terrible nicknames.
A couple others, but the one, I guess, that is the best, some of her friends call her Boobs.
Boobs? That's pretty good. That's better than the others. Yeah, it's a strong one.
Does she
Strong
have
one.
big ones? Jennifer?
I think
Lawrence?
she's kind of
solid.
known for her
Yeah.
milkers.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Have you
I
not
don't know if
seen
they're
Silver
big. I think
Linings
they're
Playbook,
they're
JP?
nice.
They're prominent. She's nice
Yeah.
milkers.
She's a good dancer with Bradley Cooper in Silver Linings Playbook.
I saw that.
Oh, is that
I saw
true?
It's a
that.
good flick.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Was it up for Academy Award? I think it was.
I believe it was.
Cakes' nickname's Dong.
How dare you? Exposing my nickname.
Will Smith tells a story. I guess he was he filming a documentary or something, but he was doing some deal where he was like ice fishing or he's doing some sort of scuba dive. And can you imagine?
Those are two different things.
It's a very titillating title. Pole to pole. I think it's the name of it. I think it's actually
is that what he was doing? Yeah,
I think
pole
so.
to pole. You're
Yeah.
right. So I don't know, doing something.
That's what Mike Mars is going to be doing this
Scuba diving
weekend.
in the North Pole, and they had him tethered, and he's way deep down there, and all of a sudden he starts hearing
He almost dies.
in his ears. He had some sort of connection, and they were saying abort dive. So he's just goes straight up, and he hits ice.
Okay.
10 feet thick of ice. It starts having a panic attack.
That sounds like 66
Yeah.
this weekend.
Yeah.
You know what he shouldn't have done? Slapped
So-
Chris Rock, and he wouldn't have to be ice diving in the Arctic,
Yeah.
nearly dying.
He just ruined his career. He
Ruined
won
his
an
career.
Academy Award for Best Actor.
Threw his career away.
Threw it away. He's a joke now. He tries to still rap. People mock it. But he's doing this bit.
I remember.
Why
that
would he
video
agree
that
to
came
do
out.
pole to pole?
I don't know. Jason,
Why
but
would
he
he agree to
panicked.
jump into the Arctic?
He panicked and he took his mask off.
No.
Then he realized, we better put that back on.
Dum-dum.
And then he's feeling, and all he's feeling is thick ice. He doesn't
So
know how
who
to get
saved
back
him?
up. Well, luckily he was tethered, and they started pulling
pulled
on the
him.
rope, and they got him out of there.
okay.
So many pole to pole jokes. I mean, there's be so many of Mike Mars' ski chalet this weekend.
So many poles.
Oh yeah.
There'll be so many poles. Ski poles.
Yep.
Other little poles.
You boys want to go skiing with me?
Need a camera.
No, man.
For that whole weekend.
He said it was a 7-to-9 ratio. It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. Yeah, pretty good.
More women than guys.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple of the guys have girlfriends. So
Very nice.
Jason, you know how you said the rip was okay. Yeah, you really murdered it for me.
he gave it a 4 out of 5. I give it a 4 out of 5.
I mean,
it
he
was-
seemed like a generous 4. It didn't seem like a real
I
strong
mean, it
4.
wasn't great.
He said it was okay.
Gave it a 4 because Ben and Matt were in it.
Yeah.
That's kind of why.
That's where he got blood
Oh
flow.
man, you guys are killing my zeal for it.
I know.
The
But
acting outside of Ben and Matt was
Well, did you
Cakes,
know?
it's the Rip Van Winkle. That put you to sleep.
It's just an action
Not
movie.
great.
Did you know what the film
I mean,
is
it was-
based on?
it was based on true events, but I didn't read the actual
A
true events.
2016 drug bust in shocker, Miami Lakes,
Yep.
that became the largest money seizure in Miami-Dade history.
Was it 20 million?
Don't know how much. On June 28, 2016, they conducted a raid on Miami Lake's home. It was owned by a suspected marijuana trafficker, and they found money stuffed in dozens of 5-gallon buckets
Right.
that were
That's-
bought at Home Depot in a hidden attic compartment.
That's
Is
what
that
happened.
exactly what happened?
That's exactly
Over
what happened.
21 million was seized.
There you go.
Cakes, would you rip the rip? Just like, they don't know. They expected it to be like 150,000. It
Yeah.
ended up being $200 million.
Okay. $20
million that they found, right? Would you rip, a couple thousand?
And then I know the cartel is going to be trying to chase me down to get the money back.
Well, no,
Is that what
it's-
you're saying?
The cartel would be coming to get you regardless.
Ah, okay.
I'm saying before it's reported to
I've talked
the
about,
officers.
I would be a shady cop. If I went into, I would either steal the evidence, I'd pocket a few dollars. I'd be a bad cop.
Like you would report that $19 million was
I
discovered.
would say we found $18.5 million
Right.
in his house.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it was $21 million, and I've got a
but
big
everyone's
duffel
gonna
bag.
know when
I'm going to look like Jeremy Renner at the end of the town when he's trying to get away from John Hamm. He's got the giant backpack and he's walking
Right.
away with his cop uniform on.
Yeah, before he has bullet wounds.
Well, it didn't end
happens.
well for him. But look, if you're going to,
Well, I mean, the fact that it's based on true events and that actually was true, that all of that happened, they didn't make that up, is kind of interesting. But the twist at the end of the movie That's all made up. It's got to be.
You didn't get emotional for the last scene?
You know what? You can talk about it because you guys ruined it for him. I'm not going to watch it.
Sitting on the beach drinking a couple of ultras.
I think we have to watch it. What are we going to do all weekend? We're just going to be sitting there.
Shovel? You're going to be shoveling?
I'll do less than 15 minutes of shoveling. That's how guaranteed.
Who's going to do it? Dina does it all?
This is a direct quote from her because I'm in a group chat
She's the
with
beast
friends.
of burden.
I like shoveling. She likes
My wife likes to do it
shoveling. It's a bizarre character trait.
She says it's a good workout. She likes to do it.
She likes shoveling?
Yeah, she likes to do it.
Yeah.
But I feel
don't
guilty.
like shoveling.
I hate it.
Deprive your wife of something she loves to do.
Yeah, I will not. I will not stand in the way of that.
No, you wouldn't. All right, when we come back, we're going to tell you about a new sport that may be coming to a pickleball court near you.
106.7 The Fan.
Brett Evans here to help you beat the Bulls for the best little on sports. In the NFC title game, one random player prop stands out. A.J. Barner yards. Seattle's tight end totaled 14 catches for 119 yards in 2 regular season matchups against the Rams. He could play X Factor. L.A. allowed 45.6 yards per game to tight ends prior to the playoffs. Give me the over. 27.5 Barner yards. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Cold temps, long season. This is when you lean on the thing or that someone who can handle real ice time. The Chill Deals Winter Sales event is on at Lindsay Chevy in Woodbridge. And my guy, GM Danny Dimes, has the lineup locked in. Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, big minutes, steady shifts, no scrambling on the bench, real inventory, smart pricing that holds up under pressure. And by the final horn, you're just grabbing the key. Take it from me, GP, you will love it at Lindsay. LindsayChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
You're not just a homeowner. You're also a bug in the basement with the frightening number of legs owner. Fortunately, you've got heating and cooling built and tested to keep going. American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, built to a higher standard.
Visit MidAtlanticComfort.com and bring home a new American Standard heating and cooling unit, rated the highest in customer satisfaction year after year. Built to a higher standard, American Standard Heating and Cooling, and MidAtlanticComfort.com. That's MidAtlanticComfort.com.
JP Finlay here for my team over at Oarsman Chantilly Kia, where they have a simple philosophy. Keep the customer happy, like with great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed with the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. They have a great selection of quality certified used vehicles. Oarsman Chantilly Kia offers free Virginia State inspections on your vehicle. It's that simple. Keeping customers happy keeps them coming back. Take it from your buddy JP and go see my buddy Billy and Chantilly at Oarsman Chantilly Kia. Let's ride together.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Cold temps, hot cards, you know when the hand's right. It's the Chill Deals Winter Sales event at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, and my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, and much more. You'll love it at Lindsay, LindsayChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
If we continue to consume our natural resources at the rate we do now, by 2050, it could take 3 Earths to meet our needs. The Earth can't speak up when it needs help, but we can. Be the voice for those who have no voice. Visit worldwildlife.org.
Danny Krebs, GM at Lindsay Volvo Cars of Alexandria, where we're paying over the cap for trades. No doubt about it.
Hold up, Danny. Dowd is about it. Why are you leaving me out of this?
No, Nick Dowd, not you. Your trade-in value. We need all cars and are paying top dollar.
No way, Danny. Dowd loves it at Lindsay. And even though my XC90 seats 7, I never feel like I'm in the box. I'm not taking any offers.
I see, Nick. But how's about...
Psst, psst. Wow, one question though. Do you make checks?
Only the paper kind for your car.
Lindsay Volvo Cars in the heart of Alexandria. LindsayVolvoCars.com.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. All your roles, fill them sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Just hear me out. Speaking of fans, let's go to the phones. It's funny.
106.7 The Fan.
All right.
My brother plays paddle.
Do you consider ping pong?
That's a floofy sport.
Is ping pong like a racket sport? Or it's
Yeah, I guess so. Table
maybe
tennis.
to a lesser extent.
Yeah.
There's a new kid on the block.
A new paddle?
There's a new
Hold on.
sport.
What's it called?
Is it
It's
just like
called-
amongst young people or
Drew Brees is promoting
Drew
it.
Brees is part
right.
of basically.
He's one of the top 10 players in the
introducing
world
it.
right now.
Is that what they're saying?
He's
I think so.
overseeing the rollout along with Steve Bellamy, who used to be like a huge, like I think tennis, some sort of tennis executive, maybe with the Tennis Network,
All right.
Tennis Channel. A new sport called Tipty, a cross between tennis and pickleball. It's played on a pickleball court with small tennis-style rackets and a foam ball. Now, this is where it gets weird.
By the way, you missed a bunch of racket sports like racquetball, squash.
I don't really consider
I
those.
see racquetball
Those are lesser.
played.
I mentioned the big boys.
All right, what is
to
this
me,
called?
racquetball and squash and paddle tennis, that's all. Those are lesser.
But
Those are
highlight.
lesser than.
How do you spell it?
TYP.
TYPTI.
So apparently they're trying to dip into the tennis players who resist playing pickleball, which they say are about 15 million. And they want to tap into it because this is more tennis-like, according to the creators.
What's the ball? Here's where it gets wacky. It's a foam ball. But listen.
Oh, I like foam
This
balls.
is the wacky part. The ball is still in play if it hits the net. And athletes can choose to hit the ball with their foot, hand, or the racket itself.
You just got to get it over.
Yes. That's a little weird to me that you can instead of like if you can use your free hand to hit the ball.
Is it the same type of paddle or racket
the
as
smaller tennis style?
Kind of
racket.
looks like a racquetball racket.
It's got strings.
And it's played on a pickleball dimension court.
Is there any video of anybody playing it? I see stills.
Your advantage might be you don't have that annoying noise from all the pickleball haters who don't like the noise of I'll call it a wiffle ball, pickleball being hit.
Right.
My message to those people would be get over it. It's the sound of a plastic ball being hit. It's not that big of a deal. Other investors in this new paddle sport include, this first name kind of makes me laugh, Tony Robbins, the motivational speaker.
All right, but he's got a lot of money.
Does have a lot of cash. J.J. Abrams, the filmmaker, and Tiffany Haddish. So I guess they're lining up a bunch of celebrities to help roll it out, spread the word on it. Tipty, coming to a pickleball court near you.
I see Terrell Owens trying to play.
Terrell Owens is in the
Look,
mix.
they're taking advantage of the boom of pickleball courts,
Right.
and they're just trying to make it
Something different.
Something different.
Yeah.
And they're like I said, they're trying to tap into what I read in the article: 15 million tennis players who despise pickleball.
But why do they despise pickleball? Like pickleball
Just because it's the new rage, it's the new trend.
Ask those 15 million
Purists.
people.
All right, but you can't be a purist and be playing tipty.
Well, they're hoping that
Tipty.
they could tap into it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's going to be a whiff for Drew Brees.
This article says professional tiptee tournaments will also begin to take place with at least $500,000 in prize money. Talks of $1 million tournament in the future are also reportedly happening.
Yeah, you wouldn't like play golf with a bigger hole, would you?
No,
well, you might.
I mean,
I would like that.
I would. Make the hole bigger for the putts at least.
Make the hole the size of a basketball.
All right, hold
I'd love
on.
it.
So, yeah, so what is the bit when it hits the net? You could use your hand to kick it over.
Or your
Yes.
foot.
You can
or
use your hand,
racket.
any part of your body, right?
But why did they add that element?
It's
I don't
it's
know.
a twist that they add. I don't know.
Because it probably takes athleticism.
You thi-
if you're
you think I
grasping
came up
at a
with the
net ball.
rules? I'm just learning about
But
it.
why add that? It makes it just dumb. Like, why not just play regular foam ball with your little racket and just play it like tennis?
Because they want to add a twist.
It does add a twist. So you think the point, like normally a point's over,
Yeah.
but then if you think quick enough, you can put it over with your
Tap it
hand.
with your
You
hand.
watching video?
I don't
Yeah, I'm
hate
watching
it.
it right now.
I don't hate that element.
Every sport's different. Like paddle is the small court, right? But you can play it off the walls.
Can you play
Right.
your hand just anytime you want?
Sounds like it.
So if it's a short ball, you can just play your hand and like dead hand it, so to speak,
Sure.
over the. God, what a weird sport.
But you know what? You probably thought pickleball was weird the first time you saw it.
Maybe
too.
in this case, you're allowed to be in the kitchen. Hate that in the kitchen.
I think I'm seeing a lot of guys go to the kitchen.
I hate stumbling
In the
into the
kitchen?
kitchen when I'm not supposed to. It's
In the
the
kitchen.
worst.
They're in the kitchen, no big deal.
Who came
Yeah,
up
they're not.
with that?
They're not
kitchen?
staying outside of
I
the
don't
kitchen.
know, the nerds that came up with pickleball whenever it was developed.
Weirdo in like Seattle or something. I think that's where it
You know
came.
what? I'd much rather watch the Aussie Open than Tipty. I'm sorry.
Would you rather watch Tipty or the Rip again?
Dude,
Tipty.
they've hired
From the
real
sound of it.
tennis
Probably
players.
watch the Rip again.
They have Ashley Harkleroad. She was a pro tennis player, right?
I
mean, wailing.
Yeah, I do
By
recognize
the way,
that name.
color me stupid. I didn't know that the Bills owner, who's in the news for
Yeah.
clubbing
You didn't know
Keon
that?
Coleman,
Yeah.
is the
Jessica
pops
Pegula.
of like this top tennis player.
Yeah.
No, I never connected
They're
those
just
dots.
clueless.
Because
Well, they've been talking about
I
that
don't really
forever.
follow
Yeah, such a popular
female
name. It's like
tennis.
Smith.
I'm personally surprised that a billionaire's daughter is really good at tennis. I'm really shocked that she's had the best schooling and teachers and that sort of thing handed
Well,
to
I'll
her.
be honest. If you asked me 2 days ago, name the Bills owner, I wouldn't have been able to name.
You didn't know
him.
the
I just didn't know
Pegulas own the Bills?
No. I don't really follow all the owners in the NFL.
I don't follow all of them, but that's
Quiz me
one
on the
I
owner, see if I can pull it.
All right, the owner,
Jacksonville's owner.
Jackson, Shad Khan.
Shad Khan.
Duh,
yeah.
everybody
All right, I
knows
got
him.
The
that.
Houston Texans owner.
McNair.
Yeah, used to be. Is it the
All right.
wife now?
The
Not sure. It's the
The
son
guy
and the
died.
wife,
Yeah, he
maybe?
died, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that guy died.
Denver Broncos.
It's the Walton family or Penner. Is it the Penner Waltons? They got Walmart money, is what I know.
Chargers.
Chargers Spanos. Ooh,
Cakes is good at this.
stumbled upon.
I think I could have got that.
You got a new
stumbled
special.
upon a skill.
Um,
Can't stump me.
Tampa Bay.
Detroit.
Tampa.
The Glazers.
Detroit
Yeah.
Lions.
Ford family. Come on.
I think we know most of them.
Yeah.
I think we know most of them.
They're like American celebrities.
Arizona Cardinals. Is it
The
still
Bidwells.
Bidwell, yeah.
Bidwells?
Colts is Ursay.
Yep.
Ravens, you know.
Seattle.
Seattle. It
The-
was in the
ooh.
Paul
Allen.
Allen family.
Is it the son of Paul
I
Allen?
think it's the Paul Allen estate might own the
Or maybe the
Seahawks.
sister? Yeah, the sister.
I'm going to go with that.
Did Paul Allen
Jody
walk off
Jody
cancer?
Allen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't stump me.
Titans.
Titans. Amy Sistrunk Adams.
Wow.
Winner.
That's
Bud
a
Adams'
good one.
daughter. She's
That's
a little bit of a wackadoo.
That's a good one.
Solid.
You
know,
have a new specialty.
I'm done for the day. I've found my
Retire.
calling. I'm
Well, we
done.
used to put, hey, we might have to bring back Stump the Cakes.
Let's do it.
You might be you can put you can be
Vikings.
owner name
Vikings.
king on your Twitter.
Vikings, Ziggy Wilf.
Yeah, you got it.
Winner. I know all. I'm all knowing.
You knew Pagula?
Pagula.
Yeah, I knew Pagula.
I knew that
I
one.
didn't know that one.
You're just not paying attention.
All right, we got to get out of here. BMitch and Finlay, they're coming up next here on The Fan. We'll see you tomorrow.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Buffalo Bills made the right move in firing head coach Sean McDermott. Couldn't get the team over the hump. But promoting general manager Brandon Beane in the wake of all of this does feel a little odd. And then in the press conference announcing the firing of McDermott, Bills owner Terry Pagula defended the drafting of wide receiver Keon Coleman, saying the coaching staff wanted to do it despite there being video of Beane wanting him. What gives? I'm Nick Costos.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight,
bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet. Forget about easing into the new year. My guys over at Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling are coming out swinging. Now, for a limited time, score up to 25% off MSRP on a new 2026 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. That's up to 25% off. Real savings on one of the most in-demand trucks on the road. I'm not doing the math, but that sounds like a ton of dough. Starting the year with torque, not talk, at Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling. Cruise by and tell them Danny sent you, or check them out now at tedbrittchevy.com.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply.
Hey, it's your boy Bish here for my guy Josh Cochran and the team over at Bayer Subaru in Alexandria, where giving back is just how they're built. The Subaru Loves to Help event is on, and Bayer is proud to support Operation Warm at Carpenter Shelter, helping local kids stay warm and taken care of this winter. While they're at it, Josh is making the math work. You can score as low as 0% APR on a new 2025 Forester or Outback for 36 months. So do what I'm doing. Get over to Bayer Subaru in Alexandria. Tell them Bish sent you in. Check them out online at BuyerSubaru.com.
Is life insurance part of your New Year's resolution? Listen, if you're young and healthy, it's simple, and any old agent can get it done. But if you're 50 to 60 years old with a touch of wide waistband syndrome or have correlating health glitches, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou doesn't bait and switch you in with young and healthy rates only to clobber you with the truth down the road. $1 million of coverage could be as low as $200 per month. And unlike that treadmill, this one won't collect dust in the corner. Call Term Provider, speak with Big Lou, and find out how much he can save you on your new $1 million life insurance policy. Start this year off with peace of mind by calling Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
New year feels like you're playing shorthanded. Time to capitalize at Lindsay Ford of Wheaton. My guy Jay Raptor's got F-150s, Mavericks, Transit vans, and more, all priced to clear the zone. And you'll be in and out quicker than a line change. You'll love it at lindsayford.com.
Hey, it's JP from the Junkies for Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria. Dr. Sean Kuma has been creating confident smiles since 2005. At Elegant Smiles, you'll get dentistry with a touch of elegance from a talented, caring team. I had a great experience there. You will too. Visit elegantsmilesdds.com.
Mr. Rogers said, look for the helpers. You can always find people who are helping. Thank you to all the first responders who put their lives in danger to help us when my brothers and sisters need them. We look out for the helpers because they look out for us. Thank you, first responders! Thank you, first responders!
Learn how you can help first responders by texting BRAVE to 24365.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Brett Evans here to help you beat the Bulls for the best little on sports. In the NFC title game, one random player prop stands out. A.J. Barner yards. Seattle's tight end total 14 catches for 119 yards in 2 regular season matchups against the Rams. He could play X Factor. L.A. allowed 45.6 yards per game to tight ends prior to the playoffs. Give me the over 27.5 Barner yards. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
WJFK FM and HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD2 Morningside. Sports Radio 1067 The Fan, an Odyssey Sports station.
1067 The Fan, Sports Flash.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Bears defensive backs coach and passing game coordinator Al Harris is set to interview with the Commanders for their defensive coordinator opening. He spent time with the Dolphins, Chiefs, and Cowboys before leading the Bears to an NFL best 23 interceptions during his first season in Chicago. And your NFL Honors MVP finalists are Josh Allen, Trevor Lawrence, Christian McCaffrey, Drake May, and Matt Stafford. The winners will be announced at the NFL Honors on February 5th. Christian McCaffrey is the first player to be a finalist for 3 AP NFL awards in the same year, as he's also a finalist for Offensive Player of the Year and Comeback Player of the Year. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's BMitch and Finlay.
You've got a lot to say in a short time to say it, so sit down, shut up, and listen.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We're hanging in the Navy Yard studios. We'll see how this ride goes next week, but we were chilling today. I don't know if yours was easy. Pretty easy to get downtown.
Yeah. Easy for me.
Lots going on in the universe. There's a bunch of local sports last night. Terps got drilled. Hoyas got drilled. Caps, bad loss.
Yeah.
To the worst team in hockey.
Yeah.
When they had a lead.
Yep.
But, as far the biggest news, I would say, for sports in our area last night, and I really don't think this should have been a surprise, was Brian Flores signing a deal with Minnesota that allows him. Obviously, Brian Flores was already the Minnesota defensive coordinator for the last 2 seasons, and his contract was up. Most of the time, assistant coaches and coordinators sign 2 or 3 year deals, just so people are aware of that. Contract's up, and there was talk of, what's Flores going to do? Is anybody going to make a run at him? He did interview here in Washington, but he also has interviewed with Baltimore and Pittsburgh, I believe, for the head coaching job. Mm-hmm. Last night, the news came out, I think Pelissero had it first, that Flores has signed a new contract with the Minnesota Vikings, which, unless he gets a head coaching job, he will be back in Minnesota to be the defensive coordinator, effectively cutting Washington off the list.
Yeah.
You and I always joke about how rarely coaches tell the truth at the podium.
Mm-hmm.
But I believed Kevin O'Connell when he's like, unless he gets a head coaching job, we're confident he'll be back.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if
Washington just helped drive his price tag up a little bit. Like, hey, I got a market, dog.
Hey,
we're gonna need some more cash.
He could have. Hey, they could have been serious about it and put a price there. And then if you want to keep him, you got to go meet that price.
Right. And I believed O'Connell when he said it, and the manner with which he said it. And I know there was a ton of excitement about Flores. I just don't think it was ever going to happen. And now we know it's not.
Yeah. Hey, you didn't have him, you move on.
Did you ever think it was like even when
I thought it was a possibility because the whole thing about it, once you, like I said, if he got some more money, that's the way that it happened because they offered something, and he went back and said, "Hey, what's it gonna be?" They got to go match it,
right?
You know. So let's be real. Every time we talk about players, coaches, contracts coming here, we seem to only talk about it from our side. I always look at it from both sides. You know, if Kevin O'Connell, when he made that comment, I'm like, if that's a fact, then you're going to have to offer more than somebody else offer.
Yeah, and I don't know, but I don't know that you're going to pay a D coordinator. You think that number is $6 million?
I don't know if it's that much.
But coaches are making.
Some coaches are making up there. Like
15.
Hell, damn. Harbaugh may be close to 20.
Right.
You know, because he was already close to 20. It was like 18 or something when he was in Baltimore.
Right.
You know, Tomlin was up there as well.
Right.
So it's like these coaches are making it, but if you're going to have a guy of the caliber of Flores, you know, you're going to have to pay for it.
I never thought Flores was going to happen. Even when we did the phone segments, I was like, who do you want non-Flores division? But we've also now arrived at this position where Flores off the chart, Jeff Ulbrich from Atlanta off the chart. Like, those guys aren't leaving where they are.
Yeah.
So what have we seen last night? I don't know who had it first. I know I was able to confirm it, that they're going to interview Al Harris.
My old teammate.
Al Harris is a dude that was with Dan Quinn in Dallas.
The guys had 12 and 13 interceptions.
Al Harris was in Chicago this year.
They led the league in
interceptions.
He knows something about taking the football.
Where did you play with him?
In Philly.
What was he like as a dude?
Al, cool as hell. That's my golf buddy. My Tuesday and Saturday morning golf buddy. But he's also been interviewed by Green Bay, which he's in their Ring of Fame.
Right.
So, you
won
know,
a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's something you have to be thinking about as well.
And so with Al Harris, I think there's legitimate excitement. With Carl Scott, the dude from Seattle, that's the defensive pass game coordinator up there, there is legitimate excitement about him. And I think when you look at what the Seahawks do, it's different. And it's a really confusing, hard system. And I think that's a legitimate. I mean, they run a cover 7, which has like a match quarter cover, like a match quarter zone that's really hard to implement unless you really know how to do it.
But that only works when you got 4 dominant people up front.
Sure.
You don't have that cover 7 get 8 alive.
If you look at Carl Scott's resume, he was in Alabama with Nick Saban, now with Mike McDonald, who might be like the smartest defensive mind in football right now. The thing with both Scott and Harris, they've never been the defensive play caller.
Mm-hmm.
Considering you have an offensive coordinator, an offensive play caller that's never done it, can you do that on both sides of the ball?
I believe you can. Listen, the thing, there are guys, see, we put that pressure because somebody hadn't done the calls per se. There are people who've been calling it for 10 years that come in and they suck. So my problem is, you got to, if that guy is the pass game coordinator, he's implementing all this stuff. So when it comes down to 3rd and long and different things, that D coordinator is communicating with him on the headset to find out what he's thinking. So he has some implementation. He has some part of calling that play. But guys need a chance just sometimes. You know, listen, when you're sitting there as a player, you don't get to call the plays. But a coach sitting in a play and you're like, man, we should run this play. I'm sure the coaches do that exact same thing, you know? And Al played the game at a high level. So I don't. If we're gonna knock the guys that getting the first time call, I understand you don't have the great experience, but how about that? We've seen guys with 10 years experience that completely suck, but we keep giving them jobs.
I mean, to that point, the dude Zach Robinson was running Atlanta's offense, which just seemed kind of mismatched at times.
Mm-hmm.
He just got a job in Tampa to go run the Tampa offense, right? Like sometimes these guys just are in the right rotation and know the right people and just stay getting jobs.
But you remember when you were getting ready to do certain levels of jobs?
Yeah.
What they always told you. Need experience, right?
Right.
And you were wondering, how the hell am I going to get the experience? Nobody to give me an opportunity to do it. But when you jumped into it and you dedicated yourself to it, you were able to accomplish a lot because of it. Because it comes down to who's going to work and who's going to BS. And if you got guys that are going to work at it, I don't think you have a problem per se. It's always a learning curve. It's a learning curve if a guy been calling. If you've been calling it for 10 years and then you go to another team and they have a different mindset, you have a learning curve of what they like to do. So it doesn't make a difference if you got experience or you don't. Like when I was here in Washington for 10 years, when I went to Philly, I was always running plays, but I had to learn a new way of doing things how they wanted it to do. Went to New York, exact same thing. It's the same thing when it comes down to play calling.
Now, it also seems, considering there hasn't been a big shakeup, at least on the offensive side of the ball, the offense is going to look similar. Maybe they're under center more. Maybe there's more play action. But when you keep Blau and then you keep the offensive line coach, and as of now, everybody else is stuck around, that's not going to be a completely redesigned offense. Now, I think how you run things in-game would look different. If you brought Flores in, it would have looked completely different.
Mm-hmm.
If you bring Al Harris in, I'm not so sure it does.
I don't know if Al was with Dan in Dallas for a bit. I think he might have been there a little bit
3 years, I think.
Prior. He's been under other people's tutelage as well. He played under Jim Johnson in Philadelphia, went to to Green Bay and played under. So that person has a little different mindset of things they like to do as well. You know what Jim Johnson did? Blitz the hell out of people.
Blitz.
And I know Al believes in his cornerbacks being able to one-on-one coverage. Because that's what Troy Vincent, Bobby Taylor, they all had to do that. Because they were blitzing, they were bringing Dawkins from deep and everything. So they had to be able to handle that. But when you look at what he's been able to do, he had one receiver, but Trayvon had 11 or 12 interceptions. Bland came that next year and broke that. And then last year, what he did with the Bears, you have to believe that he has a damn good way of teaching his guys how to play some damn cornerback. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going down the rabbit hole a little bit. But you know who I believe got a head coaching job without being a play caller, a primary play caller?
John Harbaugh.
Sure, but I was going to Andy Reid. When the Eagles hired Andy Reid, he was the QB coach and assistant head coach for the Packers, but Mike Holmgren's calling the plays there.
Yeah. But like John Harbaugh was a special teams coach. And you know what they told me he had to do? Go coach a position before you get a head coaching job. So he went and coached linebackers. And then he got a head coaching job. Did it cause him any problem having success? Andy Reid, like you said, he wasn't calling the plays. But then now they won't give anybody else credit for calling plays when I know Andy's not calling every play. I know Andy's not calling the plays all the time because he got to a point where he just can't keep up with it too much.
Listen to this, and maybe you knew this, but you were still on the Skins at this point. Steve Mariucci was the offensive coordinator in Green Bay. He got the Niners head coaching job. Mariucci wanted to hire Andy Reid to be OC. Holmgren blocked that move. Mariucci hires Marty Morningweg, and then Reid leaves for the Philly job a year later.
Yeah.
2 years later. Kind of interesting.
But see, this is the thing, man. I guarantee if everyone just take time and think, in every profession out there, you've always seen a guy roll in, or a young lady roll in, and you're like, damn, they're damn good at this. They're like, they've done this before. It's no different in pro sports. It's always somebody that steps in and you go, that's why when you first start seeing Blau, you're like, man, this guy going to be a coach. You start hearing that about tons of people. Many people said it about Sean McVay. You know, when you start hearing that stuff, and then when I see multiple people talking about certain people, I forget about the fact that, well, he don't have the experience. The way certain people move all the way up is because they just got a little bit something that you don't have.
What do you say about this? This is a tweet I just got from Richmond John. Dan Quinn hired his boy from Dallas in Joe Witt to be the D coordinator. It very obviously did not work out. Do you share concern that he'd be doing it again with Al Harris?
I've seen Al Harris have success without Dan Quinn, right?
Right.
Case closed.
Didn't they try to interview Harris and Dallas wouldn't let him?
They tried to do it before and they wouldn't let him. But the thing of it is, it's like the guy said before, if you date a girl from Denmark and it didn't work, if the next beautiful one came from Denmark and she like you, you won't date her just because she's from damn Denmark? This dude he just went to another team and they led the league in interceptions, something that Joe talked about all the time but didn't get it done. He's been able to have like 12 interceptions in a year is astronomical, dude. And then Bland came right back and went one more than that. So there's something that they're doing and something he understands to get people doing stuff. But let's be real. No matter if it's Al, no matter if it would have been Flores coming in or whoever else, you got to get some more pieces to it. You know, yeah, you got some more bullets for this thing to go out there and make things happen.
We, I had an episode of All Ears last night, and we're still kind of going through all the different players' sound, all the different interviews from the end of locker cleanout day. And we've already done a lot of the offensive guys. Last night we did a lot of the defensive guys, and we played two clips that I thought were really telling. One was Mikey Samerstill, one was Von Miller. And Mikey kind of had really good perspective on I didn't have the year I wanted, and we didn't have the year we wanted.
Yeah.
And how it's all cohesive. You know what I mean? Like it's all one cog in the wheel impacts the whole wheel, but another cog impacts everything. Like I don't think from the secondary perspective, anybody's really going to celebrate their 25 tape.
No.
Like it just
no.
Now,
but I guarantee you can go through it and you can find things that you go, okay, this is what we want. And you want to try to replicate that. But there are a lot of plays where you're going to say, please don't do this ever again.
Sure.
You know, so I just think that what it is you got to be able to find what was done well and remember the situation and circumstance and try to practice that at a certain level. Listen, I know the rules have changed. You can't do so much physical stuff, but you got to pick that damn speed up. You know, the 49ers back in the day when everybody was hitting and playing full gear, they had on shorts and T-shirts. But they did everything like a damn track meet. And you go back to the 80s and 90s, they had a lot of success, did they not?
Yeah.
So, I don't care if you can't hit, but the speed got to pick up a little bit. The intensity has to pick up a little bit, you know. And like they say you can't tackle anymore. But I turn on TV and I see guys tackling like hell. The defensive backs in Houston, they know how to tackle. So what are they doing that we are not doing? And find out what other people are doing and try to implement some of that stuff. I understand you want to take care of guys, but one thing about what I've always learned about football, and I said it before, if you don't practice football, you're not going to be good at playing football.
Well, and I think you got to reassess how you handle training camp, how you handle the preseason.
It doesn't have to be much more physical. Like when I left here and went to Philly, Andy said, we got 3 days or 2 days, and then we'll never go 2 days again. And I was like, oh, this is going to be a cakewalk. after that first week of not going 2 days,
legs cooked.
Man, I was like, what the hell is this? I said, yo, I'd rather put on pads. This dude had, because he had some of the background of 49er stuff.
Sure, yeah.
Because the homeroom came from there.
Yeah, of course.
And when you put on those pants and shorts and T-shirt, he wanted you running from period to period. Play, when you run a route, we don't walk back to the huddle. You get back to the damn huddle. And I found out the team was in much better shape, and we did things at a high level. That's what you have to continue doing. You don't have to kill each other in practice to get that done, but you have to be intentional on what the hell you're doing.
The other clip we played was Von Miller, who I think has gotten to a stage of his career where Von Miller's going to the Hall of Fame. Like, his accomplishments are so significant. He's climbing up the NFL all-time sack list, all these things, right? He very clearly wants to play another season. Whether that's here or somewhere else, we'll find out eventually. But Von Miller got asked, with this defense this year, how bad, more or less, like, what could be schemed differently? And he's like, man, we had Wick calling plays, then we had Quinn calling plays. We weren't good with either of them. It ain't about the scheme sometimes. It's about guys. It's about guys making plays. And defensively, that's what I continue to circle back to. You got to get better on defense. You got to add new, young, fast talent. Like, we can talk about this all day long, and we'll do it for months when the free agency opens up. Young guys coming off rookie contracts, real guarantees, younger, faster, stronger. They said that's what they got to do. I think the defensive side of the ball is where that has to happen. All right, BMitch Finlay, busy day. Peter Rosenberg going to join us next. Diana Rossini is going to join us at noon. Josh Robbins talking a little NBA at 1:30. Nobody go anywhere. We're just getting warmed up.
BMitch and Finlay are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Join us as he does every week. Our friend from New York, the dude, Peter Rosenberg. What's up, Peter? How you doing, brother?
Yo, man. JP back on vacation again?
No. He just is like he sits on his butt. I'm gonna say his ass. Well, I said it now. He sits there till like 6 minutes. Then he decides he's gonna go walk into the kitchen. You know.
Listen.
He don't leave immediately to go do stuff. He waits 5 to 6 minutes. Then
Not
he
my
leaves.
fault. The stupid iPhone update is the problem.
iPhone update has nothing to do with it.
The iPhone update.
The iPhone update is god awful.
Peter,
it wouldn't work to pay for the damn bottle of water I just bought. You want me to steal the water?
Ain't got nothing to do with it. Well, you did it before. You may as well go back to your old ways.
My only option was steal the water or figure it out. Peter, I'm sorry for the delay.
I'm more upset that Odyssey has you guys paying for water in there.
Well, if I had a cup, I could fill it up at the water thing.
Like,
But
Peter,
you
I bring a Terps Yeti every day, and I just fill up mine with the ice that they provide in the water. JP wants to go and get water.
I can't find my cup.
Well,
Everybody
JP,
got the cup.
JP, you have 2 young daughters. They have to have. Both of them have probably given up on one of their
pink cups,
stupid
though.
cup situations. You have to have a backup laying around the house.
The amount of water bottles and Odwalla, whatever that company is.
Hey.
These cup companies are on the come up. We should all invest.
He can just grab a cup because we have our guy White Brian over here who comes in with a cup that says Dog Mom.
And he's not a dog, and he doesn't have a dog.
He doesn't have a dog, and he's damn sure not a mom.
Dog Mom is hilarious. I love that for him.
Dude, I want to talk to you about everything going on with the Commanders, but I want to start in a different fashion. You and I are proud Terps. We were there when things were great. This Maryland basketball team is completely irrelevant. They lost last night to Illinois by about 20. They're now 8-11, under 500. I mean, have you even paid the slightest bit of attention?
Basically, after the injury, I was like, oh, well, this is my. I have a group text that gets very hyped. Like when I'm in the middle of football, they're hitting me up about Maryland Towson games in the first week of November,
right.
And I'm like, all right, guys, let's talk soon. But then when I saw what went down, I was like, oh, so it looks like we're in for another year of this, and it's disappointing because the Terps seem to be a team that regularly wins the off season, and then you get to the season, and it just has not. Let's just be real, man. They have really not figured this thing out in a very long time. Like I'm trying to think about the last team I really, really believed in. Like names like Grievous Vasquez come to mind, which is a problem.
Last year with Derek Queen, they had real momentum, and then the Weasel coach decided to submarine the whole thing. And you could go to Villanova, dude. Just wait, and just don't take it public. You know what I mean?
Last year was such an odd tease because you have this phenomenal player and they have this moment. That yes, the coach thing, which we talked about a bunch last year, was horrible. And maybe that is what deep six them. But even with the Queen team, like as much as I like them, I did feel like if they were not able to get him a look, I just felt like their offense still didn't have a ton.
Totally.
And that's kind of been what their issue is whenever I check in is I'm like, we don't have options on the floor. We'll occasionally have a great player who comes, then goes to the league and turns out to be a nice pro. But when they were at Maryland, what did it amount to? Mm-hmm. And, that one was an unusual circumstance, but it doesn't change the fact that looking back, guys, I mean, this has been – remember Melo Trimble? I thought we were going to have a moment.
I remember that.
He hit that bomb three against Wisconsin.
And then here we are.
Yeah, Terps are currently sitting at 1-7 in Big Ten play. All right, I want to talk Commanders. Talking with our friend Peter Rosenberg here, WWE, ESPN New York, does it all. Give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. Check out the new podcast YouTube show. Commanders, there's a lot going on in the NFL. We're having this conversation because I think it's a non-zero chance that Washington already has selected an offensive coordinator in David Blau that has never called plays before. Young guy, but a lot of excitement around him. They've interviewed another coach, Carl Scott from Seattle, that young guy, a lot of excitement, but has never been a defensive coordinator before. Now they're going to interview Al Harris, a guy that just is great for every secondary he works with that has never called plays before. What's your concern level if Dan Quinn ends up with two coordinators that have never called plays before?
Well, in theory, you would say you should have less concern about a defensive coordinator who hasn't called plays because, as you saw this year, in a pinch, DQ can call plays. Now, I don't think that's what you want, but, I mean, you could argue they were better once he was calling plays than prior to that. Whereas on the offensive side of the ball, you really won't have a fail-safe. However, I feel more comfortable with the young upstart, never-done-it OC than I do DC for some reason. You know, it's really interesting in that way. Like, there is something about the grizzled vet defensive coordinator, and don't get me wrong, guys, we've seen many of them suck. Like, we have seen the grizzled DC be absolutely awful. You know, don't make me talk about Jack Del Rio. We have seen this, okay? But for some reason, that idea of a really inexperienced DC does feel to me more frightening than the idea of David Blau, who for some reason I'm believing the hype on.
I think if you give that DC, when he hadn't called some plays, a maniac off the edge and a run stopper in the middle, he'll be as good as anybody out there. You know, I've seen too many times where we have the recycled coaches, the guys with the experience, and they still look terrible. So why not come up with something new every once in a while? I mean, it's not normal, but that's the way. That's the reason we see so many people stay in mediocrity, because they always want to do what everybody's done. Sometimes you got to just try something new.
In other words, you think it's more important, if you looked at Kuiper's mock draft yesterday, that they get the D end at 7 and come in with something new on the edge. That's a bigger deal to you.
Hell yeah.
Than the DC. Yeah,
definitely.
I think a defensive coordinator is far more hamstrung by talent than an offensive coordinator is. Like, offensively, you could try to scheme stuff up. Now, you need talent at one position, which I think Washington has, right? Like, you got to have a quarterback, and then you can kind of make a bunch of other stuff work. Defensively, you got to have players, and Washington doesn't have them. But you've said it, B said it earlier, there are so many guys that have bounced around the league and continue to get jobs that stink. So I'm not that scared of two first-time coordinators. I do wonder about a lack of significant coaching experience kind of on both sides of the football, but DQ's been doing it forever. Like, at some point, to me, a lot of the way this hiring cycle is going in Washington just continues to put a lot of pressure on Quinn. And I wonder if he's comfortable in that space. You know, like, he's like, F it, I'm going to build what I want, and we'll see how it goes.
I mean, eventually in the NFL, you're going to get canned. You may as well do it the way that you want to do it instead of doing it the way somebody else wants you to do it.
Yeah, it is interesting in that way, because you're right. It really does become all about DQ. Like, if that's what we have at the coordinators, then obviously it is all on Dan Quinn, and I would assume that means he's comfortable with it, or he's been given some level of assurance of like, hey, man, we know this year didn't go well, but we think you are the guy to set the culture in this locker room. And I got to tell you, you know, I don't hate that. You know, we operate in a world in the NFL right now where every season is make or break practically for every coach. You know, if they really like the way Quinn operates and in what is a new regime overall, they think he brings stability to the organization. I don't hate that. And as much as I really hated so much about the play of this last season, and I know that some of the stories that came out at the end show there may have been more dysfunction higher up than we would have liked. What I didn't see, and you guys are closer to it, so correct me if I'm wrong, but what I didn't see was dudes fighting on the sideline and turning on each other.
Literally throwing bunches.
I saw a bad play. But I did not see a group that is not being led by someone who keeps people in the right place mentally. So I don't hate DQ having the helm right now. I really don't.
Yeah, and they stayed in it late when teams easily could kind of just quit. You know what I mean? Like they were playing hard through the final weeks. The only game that really stands out, like if I have to do a diorama of, I think DQ does a great job of keeping this team locked in. That Minnesota game is an outlier.
Yeah.
That was not a locked in team, and I don't know
Minnesota
how
was
the hell
bizarre.
that game happened. That was the only of all the games, that's the only one you point to you get fired off that tape. That was bad.
No, Minnesota was insane because it was the week that you went, you know what? Things haven't turned out the way we thought, but Daniels is back. We know he's good to go. This is a vulnerable team. We're playing inside. Let's go have a season. Let's go play the second half of the year. Let's show something right now. And to get completely mollywopped by a team that at that point was showing nothing. Now, Minnesota had a little run there after that.
Yep.
But at that moment, they were doing absolutely squat. So, yeah, that's the worst one you have. But I agree. I mean, even down to the Philly game at the end of the year, the Giant game, they did keep fighting. And I've seen a lot there. And hopefully, this is where you really get to find out the level of sort of leader of men that this guy is. If he can now truly be the leader of these two young coordinators, if that's where we go, it'll be a real test for him.
Yeah, man. How last one, how crazy is everybody in New York about the Harbaugh hire?
People are happy, man. People seem pretty happy. I mean, they definitely. I'm not going to go as far. Some people the day of were being like silly and giddy. I think more than silly and giddy, there's okay, this is what the New York Giants should be doing. This is like a solid stability building move that they expect for this team. And man, it's crazy. I mean, we talk about quarterbacks so much. I'm sure you guys saw the win total for the Giants went up to 8.5 after Harbaugh.
That's higher than I would have. I thought Harbaugh raises the floor in New York, and the floor has been bottoming out. I thought it would go to 7, 7.5. 8.5 still seems pretty high.
8.5 feels extremely high. But, we're also coming off a weekend where all of us were talking about, or at least I can't speak for you guys, so many of us were talking about quarterbacks. It's the battle of quarterbacks. Josh Allen's the most talented player left, blah, blah. And in the end, man, sometimes is Sean Payton the most important name left in the playoffs? And is the head coach just that important? So
that's a good point.
We'll see if Harbaugh can bring that to New York. He said the right things in the press conference. We'll see how that goes.
Peter, thank you for the time, buddy.
All right, Pete.
Appreciate it.
Have a good weekend, boys.
All right,
brother.
That's our guy, Peter Rosenberg. Coming up at 11 a.m., the DC Defenders will reveal their 2026 schedule. It's going to be a lot of fun. XFL's coming. UFL, maybe. Nobody go anywhere.
Snapping the ball.
How far back is the punter?
Anyway, I think it's about 10. No, about like 14.
Okay,
12 to 14.
I think we're about right. I'm going to post a video in a second. Folks can watch it. It was fun, quite stupid. I think if we had to snap for a real punt and there was a punt block on, that joint's getting blocked.
Touchdown punt return.
It was slow.
It was very slow and inaccurate.
Anybody hit a spiral?
No, not even close.
I'm gonna have to come out there and check this out later.
Jeff hit Mike in the hands. I was low, but it got there. And Mike hit the desk. So it wasn't great. Speaking of things that aren't that great, in about 10 minutes, this should be really cool. DC Defenders head coach Shannon Harris is going to join us, and we're going to reveal the Defenders 2026 schedule live on the radio.
All right.
So all the Beer Snake crowd,
get ready.
Get ready. Who's like the Defenders' biggest rival? Do we know? New York, Dallas? Like, what game would people get amped for?
I think they amp every game over there.
As long as they're selling beer.
All these home games, they get fired.
Rowdy
Fired
outy,
over
baby.
there, man.
Rowdy outy. You know what's not great, though, Brian?
What's that?
Caps. You said you were watching in the first period. They were up 2-0.
They were up 2-0, and then I think which one got a late score in the first, and then
so it was 2-2 at the end of the first.
And yeah, well, I know they were pressing them. I don't understand, like, the same thing that Carolina does to us. They just keep the puck and we keep trying to pass. I watch other teams in that situation, they flip that thing out of their zone. We, for some reason, don't like to flip. We like to try to pass, make these little passes, and we get caught up. And at that point, I was like, if they score here, it's going to be a problem.
Rooster, I saw this tweet last night. Such a disappointing performance by the Caps tonight after taking a 2-0 lead. Now down 4-2. The Canucks suck and are awful.
Well,
that's a bad loss. And now I think their next game they get a bad Seattle. Oh no, then they have to go play Edmonton, who's one of the best. I mean, Edmonton's a freight train. That's Saturday night. Then they play Seattle, who's bad.
Yep.
They still have 4 games left on this road.
The thing that troubles me when I hear every time we in this town start talking about how bad another team is and we go play them, we lose to them. So what does this say about us? You know what I mean? Like yesterday we were like, oh, this is a bad team. It's bad. And I'm like, oh, I don't like this. Then I turn it on. I see us up 2-0. Then we 2-1. Then they're pressing us. I guess I fell asleep at that time. I wake up and I go, oh, Lord, they lost that damn game.
Yeah, man. Not great. All right, when we return, we're going to do a schedule reveal for the DC Defenders. Should be a lot of fun. Nobody go anywhere.
BMitch and Finlay are presented by
7, The Fan. We are fired up to welcome DC Defenders head coach Shannon Harris to the program. Hey, Coach, how you doing?
Good morning. Doing well. How's everything your way?
Oh, it's good. It's good here, man.
How excited are you, man? We're about to do the schedule release. I imagine this is an exciting day for you.
Yeah, it's like Christmas, right? You wake up and you can't wait for that gift to get unwrapped from under the tree. And so, that's where we are with this thing, man. And excited to see the schedule come out. I know players are itching at the bit to see, where we'll be starting out at. And, that's kind of how we approach training camp, based off the schedule. So, we're excited about it.
What's it like coming into this season fresh off a championship and a Coach of the Year award?
You're going to be the 100.
Yeah, I mean, you can either be the hunted or the hunter, right?
Uh-huh.
And so, but that's never going to change, the way we approach the game, man. We going to still be the hunter. Even though, we've a championship now and we put a huge bull's out on our back, but, pressure either bust pipes or it can make diamonds. So we're all in the diamond business.
There you go.
I like that.
I like it.
What's it like having that home field advantage at Audi Field?
Yeah, I tell you, it's huge. And, to bring back championship to the District of Champion, to D.C., to the Audi, it couldn't happen to a better group of fans. And, they were so excited to do that. And, to come back with a championship now into that stadium, I tell you, man, we're expecting a huge crowd, especially game one, whenever the schedule come out and we play back there. But home field advantage is huge when our fans are there and engaged and with a lot of energy and things like that. So I tell you, make it tough on the opponent. And we love to see more and more of this season coming up.
Coach, I've been to a lot of those games, and I'm going to tell you, you have to be hard-pressed to find a livelier, rowdier bunch than the D.C. Defenders fans out there, right?
That's right, man. The passion behind it and to see them come in, with the beer snake, with the lemons, with all the other things, the shields and everything else, the costumes, everything else that goes into it, man. And it's a fun event. And that's what we like to come back. And they make us come back to that stadium with a lot of energy, knowing that our fan base is going to be living there.
Like the training camp aspect, you all go down to Arlington, Texas, right?
That's correct. Yep.
And you're based there all year, right?
Yep, we're based in Arlington, Texas all year. And, from a league perspective, they feel that's the best way right now, which has been really good for us. And to all the guys to get the proper training, nutrition, and all the things they need to make sure that, they're safe and taken care of the right way. I'm pretty sure, with new ownerships every year coming into it and they see the progress with our league every year, more and more people want to buy into it. So I'm pretty sure here in the next couple of years, teams will be moving to their own home base.
Well, and Coach, before we get to the actual schedule release here, how much different is your team looking? Who'd you lose? Who'd you get? How excited are you about this group?
Yeah, we're very excited about our group. First and foremost, when we got our team together, it was more about, putting together continuity. And so we were able to do that with a lot of our key players, on the offensive side, Jordan Thomo coming back with us, as a quarterback. Our whole backfield has looked the same. Our tight ends will look the same. Up front, we lost some key pieces, but we got some key pieces in there too. But, our starting center, Mike Maietti, will be back with us. Our starting left guard, Doss, will be back with us. So, and outside at the receiver position, we remain to keep a lot of our key players as well. We lost a few, but that's okay. And then on the defensive side of the ball, up front, we're going to look the same. And our linebacker position will be a little different, but we got better there as well, I thought. And then even in the secondary, it'll remain the same with some key pieces there that we added on. And then with our specialists, all of our guys coming back, our kicker, our punter, our snapper. So we're excited about that part to remain some continuity, even with the coaching staff.
That's great.
We have continuity there. Our offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, our offensive line coach will be back, who's really great for us. And, our receiver, just everybody on the offensive side will be back. Defensive side of the ball will be back. And we add a couple key pieces there. at the defense side and our special team coordinator. So we're excited about it, man.
Coach, do you get up for any one team more any team has developed themselves as the rival of the defenders?
No,
or you just
man,
don't like all of them?
Hey, if you're on that schedule, you're on the clock, man. So there's not one team that we say we're going to gear up for one more than the other, you know? Yeah, once we see that schedule and, it's like a heavyweight bout. You know, we thinking 12 rounds, 10 regular season, and then them last 2 rounds will be championship for the championship game So, we look at this thing, man, round by round. We don't hold no punches. So, Mike Tyson, man, we're trying every match, we're trying to go in there and do the things that we need to do to win the game.
I love that. Coach, if you need it, we just did a long snapping drill here at the radio station, and our producer, Jeff, won it. So
I'll help you out, Coach. It's not. Don't even waste your time with it.
It wasn't very impressive.
I tell you, man, come out to the fan rally and show the people, man, on February 1st, that we need to sign you.
It won't be me.
Hey, Coach, the fact that they wasn't there trying out,
yeah,
that's about
that's
you.
Right.
That's what you need to worry about.
Well, Coach, should
not be any good.
Should we announce the schedule? Are you ready?
Ready.
Fire away.
Oh, you said, do I have? Oh, well,
I can read it.
All right, we got you.
We have it. We can read it.
Oh, we do have it right now.
Yeah.
It just popped off?
Yes.
Yeah, it's out.
Oh, awesome. That is huge. Okay.
All right.
Read it off.
You start off on the road, Coach. You're going to St. Louis, March 28th against the Battlehawks.
Hey, we call that Audi West.
All right. Oh, wow.
Do fans travel?
Fans travel, man. I tell you, and we've had a lot of success there before, and we look to continue to do that, man. And that's Audi West to us now.
That's awesome. Then you beat them in the championship game, right?
We beat them in the conference championship game.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Go to the championship game, yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
You want to keep it going, B?
All right. Then you go to Columbus and play the Aviators on April 3rd.
Oh, okay. My man Ted again, right?
All right.
Columbus, thank God it's not going to be as cold, hopefully.
Yeah, we hope it's not going to be like it'll be this week, man. Then you come home for your April 11th, your first home game. You're playing against the Houston Gamblers.
How about it? Coach Sumlin, another great coach there, man. And I know he's going to have those guys ready.
And then you got another home game that next week. You break the St. Louis Battlehawks come to Audi East. And you're going to make them feel that pain right there, then, aren't you?
That's right, man. Ricky Pro going to come back for a vengeance.
April 26th, you playing against the Dallas Renegades. Anything in Dallas I hate, so y'all got to destroy them.
Hey, for whatever reason, man, that game is always tough for us. Coach Neuhauser is a great mind, great coach. He's been doing it for so long, and beyond excited to compete against him.
And then right the following week, you follow up again. Y'all playing Dallas Renegades again, but they'll be coming here to D.C. and Audi. Yeah.
Okay.
Got them back to – well, you have nothing but back-to-backs the last 6 games.
Yeah, that's
then
crazy.
May 9th, you got Louisville here, and then you go to them on May 16th. And you finish up – yeah, a lot of back-to-back. And you finish up with the Orlando Storm on May 22nd and May 31st.
Last 6 games are all back-to-back.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. How about it, man? Well, it is what it is. That makes our job easier as a coaching staff when it comes to, game planning,
Let me ask you this question. Like, you got a team back-to-back, and you go in with a game plan. Do you do the same things the next week, or you completely change it up?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you want to go in there, hopefully you come out with the win, right? And so but at the same time, you still want to go in there and look at the things you did right, the things you did wrong, and try to tweak things from that standpoint. So, it depends on what happens and what looks good, and if it's great for us, we'll see if it still works for us. I'm sure, and then, but you also want to make sure you have an adjustment ready too as well.
Coach, what's it like knowing you have? I mean, the back-to-backs is just kind of funky, but I can't help but wonder, I mean, you're defending champs. Why the hell don't you get to open at home?
Yeah.
I was hoping for that, man. And, to go back home with a home opener, be it that it was St. Louis or whomever, but I was hoping for that. But at the end of the day, we can't control it. And so we control the thing we can control. And we're going to play the schedule or the cards that have been dealt to us. And we're going to play it out. And then we're going to let the chips lay where they may.
Well, I'm also curious when you guys, obviously, I think Audi Field, like we've talked to Spirit players, we've talked to you guys. Audi Field is a legit home field advantage.
Yep.
It's an awesome stadium. I think people just get really fired up when they walk over there. What is the toughest place for you guys to go play?
I tell you, man, it's pretty loud in St. Louis. It is. They do a great job there. When it get hot, as the season go on, and then it starts to get hot, right? So you play in Houston, the heat there, man, is unbelievable. So that's a tough spot, when it comes to that, and their fans are pretty rowdy. But St. Louis is pretty tough, but at the same time, we always go in there with a great game plan, and to be able to kind of minimize the crowd noise for us. And so, but all of the games that we go and we've played at, DC bring a good crowd out, man. So the fans come out and they try to heckle us a lot too.
Where all does everybody play? I mean, you guys play at Audi. Are there other kind of MLS stadiums or like when you go on the road to Orlando and Louisville, like where are the games? Like in Dallas?
Yes. Yep. So all the games now, with Mike Rapoli and a lot of the other ownerships, so they've all gone to this MLS venues, right? So every game that in every place that we play, all going to be MLS stadiums, with the exception of St. Louis. So, which was pretty cool, So everyone kind of gone to that model from what we've had so far and seen the success that we've had. So that's kind of how it's going to look like going forward now.
I think that's smart,
cool.
dude, because that's like the perfect size. Still plenty of people in there to get rowdy and enjoy the day. I think that's really smart. Where do you play in St. Louis? Is that the old Edward Jones Dome or whatever?
It's the Dome of America now, I think the name of it. Yep.
That's a big
place.
That's a big barn, dude. That's where the greatest show on turf was, right? Like when the Rams were still there?
That's right, man. And, they do a great job of fitting at least 40,000+ in there for sure. So they do a great job with their fan base there.
When that beer snake start getting going around back in that end zone stands, do y'all pay attention to that? I mean, I know you're on the sideline. You guys got to be looking over there saying, man, look, that's a lot of damn beer being drank.
I tell you, man, it's a lot of beer being sold and drunk over there. So I can only trying to get back home.
So
Uber.
Love it.
Talking with Defenders head coach Shannon Harris. Defenders won the UFL trophy, the championship last year. They opened their season March 28th in St. Louis. Coach, I'm guessing you're not going to do it, so I'm going to do it for you. That is absolute BS that you are the defending champion.
You got to go on the road.
And you have to go on the road to open for starters, but you also have to go to the biggest stadium in the league for, 40, 50,000. That is junk.
That's right, man. But you know what? We embrace it, man. We embrace it. Again, we don't complain about anything. Like I said earlier, we're not going to worry about things that we can't control. We only going to control the controllables.
Sure.
And we're going to prepare like we always prepare, and then go there and do the things we got to do, and get back and be ready to go for the next one.
I'm with it.
With all that said, a big goal of the UFL is to get guys to the NFL, right?
That's right.
How much success have you guys had in that capacity?
With us, I mean, since even back at 2023 when we first started out, we've had a lot of success in every year that we've been a part of the DC organization and gotten guys back into the NFL. And like you said, that's the number one goal. But it's not just for players, but it's for every our support staff. There's anyone that's affiliated with what we do and what we have. I mean, we've had trainers go back into the NFL. We've had, equipment guys go back into the NFL. We've had video coordinators go back into the NFL and be a part of back into the NFL. So not just the players and, from or coaches, but, I mean, everyone that's involved with the organization, it creates a great opportunity for everyone.
That's great. And
it is.
How do you balance trying to develop guys with trying to win games?
Guys already talented, and we just try to make sure that we put the guys in good situation to where whatever they need to be shown back to the NFL, we put them in those situations. And then, at the same time, we have a really good coaching staff. Our guys do a great job with scheme and all of that stuff. So, you want to develop guys, but then at the same time, you want to make sure that you go out and win games too, because the one way you get teams or NFL teams to come back and check you out is to win games too.
Hey, Coach, thank you for the time today, man. Congrats on the title, and good luck getting another one. We'll be watching in March when you kick the season off.
Appreciate it. Yeah, again, man. February 1st at Audi Field. Come out to our fan rally, 1 to 4 at Audi Field. So get the people out there, man. Come out. We want to sell out that first home game. We want to sell out. We want season tickets sold. Across. We want to fill that thing up, man. So tell the people to come out. Bring a friend, tell another friend, so everybody come out and have a good time.
All right. We'll send Jeff. He's trying out for long snapper. Thank you, Coach.
That's right, man. Appreciate it. Y'all have a good one.
All right, Coach. Take care, man.
Thank
Good
you.
luck
Good luck
to you.
this season. That is DC Defenders head coach Shannon
If that
Harris.
man turns on your social media right now and see that long snapping, he gonna say, "Don't any one of y'all come over there."
It wasn't a great
Mikey almost knocked the back off the chair. I didn't see yours.
It was on there.
Yeah, I didn't see
It's
yours.
at the end. It's not good.
That's probably
mine was low. I think if I got another crack at it, I think I'd realize I got to snap it harder. I got to give it more juice. I understand this is a different league. For the defending champion to have to go on the road to the loudest, biggest stadium to open the season is junk.
Yeah. But, you're the best. Go whip them.
I remember
make that team that you have to go play on the road, make them pay for it.
When the Ravens won that last Super Bowl in 2012, the Super Bowl champ always opens at home that Thursday night game, right? But the Orioles, in all the wisdom of Peter Angelos, would not allow
the game.
They had a game that night.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, we won't move it. And then the parking wouldn't work. So then the Ravens had to go on the road to Denver and just got boat raced because I think it was the first year Peyton was there and he was out for blood. Just different times. Speaking of just briefly on baseball, a number of moves in baseball over the last couple of days. Bellinger stays with the Yanks, some big trades. The Brewers just traded away legit star players. Freddie Peralta, you know what I mean? You know what name we haven't heard much of? The Washington Nationals.
Yeah.
Just doing nothing.
Yeah.
And if you want to tell me you're excited because apparently they're investing in scouting, good for you. Until they spend money
on players that you go to see.
I hope the new Skip, I hope the new GM, all the analytics in the world, I hope you guys can turn it around. I don't believe ownership's allowing you to turn it around.
I mean, because my whole thing about analytics, if you could do analytics all you want, if you don't have players, it's not going to work. People like to push analytics so much. I still tell you, without some dogs out there, that analytics crap don't work. If analytics is so great, I can take anybody in here and do what I'm supposed to do on a regular basis with them, and I should be able to win. You got to have athletes. You got to have stars. And if you're not spending money there, all the other stuff is for naught.
Baseball, maybe you can really develop, right? Because let's be real, whatever the Nats' plan is, it's 5 years away. Because they're not going to just spend their way back, so they got to get the prospects. I get this daily email from MLB. It's like the Major League Baseball daily update. And I was reading this because Peralta getting traded is a big deal. That's a star pitcher getting traded. And this is from a dude, Mark Feinsand, I think, is the author from MLB.com. Since the start, this is a question, and then he answers. Since the start of this offseason, Peralta was discussed as one of the top trade candidates available. Are there any other starting pitchers of note who appear likely to be dealt before opening day? I'm a bit surprised that Mackenzie Gore is still on the Nationals. And now that we've seen the price the Mets paid for 1 year of Peralta, it wouldn't shock me if Washington asked for more than that for 2 years of control with Gore. Because he's under control for 2 years, the Nats could wait and try to trade Gore before the trade deadline when he would be able to impact 2 pennant races. You're trading him.
Yeah. Don't hold him hostage.
1, don't hold him hostage, but 2, a lot could happen between now and the trade deadline. If his value is high now, and this rebuild for the Nats is a significantly long process. I want to say it was for Luga. I don't remember who said it. But when they made the decision to trade Soto, because God forbid the Nats deal with Scott Boras, even though everybody in baseball does, and they used to, and then they just decided to stop spending, and everybody wants to blame Boras. Well, he reps the best players. You want any of them, you got to deal with them.
You got to deal with them, and you got to pay.
When they decided to trade Soto, I heard this line that stuck with me. The best time to trade Juan Soto is never. The second best time is yesterday. So
there you go.
What are we doing with Gore? You want him for opening day, so you hopefully get 30,000 people in the stands?
Nah.
If you brought these new dudes in to run the organization and rebuild it, let them rebuild it. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to BMitch Finlay.
BMitch Finlay.
Joey, our producer at Monumental, wants to put the long snapping contest on television. Jeff, how do you feel about that?
I would love to see it.
Jeff won, so I think that's fair. I think it's going to look bad for our boy Mike Marr, who's already running kind of...
Might look a little terrible.
He's running kind of low right now with the gambling. And
yeah, he's not very good at what he's trying to do.
You know, this is pretty indicative of where Washington was this year. Washington, Dan Quinn, Adam Peters gave their season-ending press conference on January 5th.
Mm-hmm.
John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and Terry Pegula and Brandon Beane gave theirs on January 21st.
Uh-huh.
2.5 weeks later.
Yeah.
Because they were still playing.
They were still playing.
But there's plenty of news kind of coming out about where things are around the NFL. And I want to get to something that's probably more relevant to us locally in a moment. But we got to start with the wildest moment of all these NFL press conferences so far.
Yeah.
So far. Landville, this is the Bills season-ending press conference. Of course, the Bills had recently fired Sean McDermott, the head coach up there. And so Brandon Beane, the GM, and Terry Pegula, the team owner, addressed the media.
Yeah, can I interrupt? I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice. That was Brandon being a team player and taking advice of his coaching staff, who felt strongly about the player. And, he's taken, for some reason, heat over it and not saying a word about it. But I'm here to tell you the true story.
All right, let's just run this back. The question was about Keon Coleman.
Yeah.
A second-round pick in 2024 who through 2 years has been disappointing. Through 2 seasons, he's got 67 catches for under 1,000 yards. Buffalo obviously desperately needs a stud receiver. A lot of folks thought Coleman might become that. He hasn't. Does have 8 touchdowns in 2 years. I also think it's relevant to point out Keon Coleman made a big play in the playoff loss to Denver. He had a heck of a touchdown reception. He had, but regardless, Coleman has not only been that good on the field, there's been off-field stuff. He's been suspended. He's missed practices. It hasn't gone well. So then you have a reporter asking the GM about Coleman. Then you have the owner stepping in and say, I'm going to tell the truth. May I interject?
How would the owner know all of this unless the GM went and told him this?
Throwing all the dirt on the coach that he just
leaving.
fired.
Yeah.
Throwing all the dirt on him. Meanwhile, the kid's still on your roster. He's on a rookie deal.
Yeah.
Like he's got 2 more years on his deal.
Please let me go.
You got no choice now, right?
You would think. But see, we talk about respect. We talk about doing the right things and character. So I've always said, everyone hold the players to a certain extent. That owner, that was garbage. And that GM to sit there and accept it. You should say, no. I was heavily involved with that. But no, he's not going to do that because he just got promoted.
I can't believe that happened. And Pegula, by all accounts, a good guy, whatever. That was insane. Just insane. And the pressure on Josh Allen must be tremendous because you've got the owner coming up and doing stuff like that. That's just kind of crazy. You know what I mean? Now, what could be a little more relevant to Washington, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan spoke in San Francisco after their season ended. And Kyle Shanahan was really terrific this year. I don't know why my voice is so dry. Is it because the air is so dry?
I don't know, Jay. Because you talk like that.
I'm not trying to talk like that. It's just when you got to talk for 4 hours, you end up talking like this.
No, you kind of strain a little bit when you talk.
Right now it feels more strained than normal.
Yeah.
But like some days I know, like during the season, like, I haven't slept in 3 days. You know what I mean? But like, I don't know. I went to bed last night. I feel like I should sound better.
Yeah.
Maybe this is just what I sound like.
Just some of this. My voice sounds good all the time.
What are you pointing to? What should I do?
My voice. Just be cool with it. Train your voice.
I'll work on it. I wouldn't expect that to happen. Much has been made about Brandon Ayuk and Jaden Daniels having this friendship from their early years at Arizona State. Brandon Ayuk went completely AWOL on the Niners.
Yeah.
And frankly is not a player I have much of any interest in. Maybe the whole league doesn't sign him and you get him on a super cheap, like, veteran minimum type thing because he's got no other options. This is John Lynch talking about the Brandon Ayuk situation in San Francisco.
What is the plan for Brandon Ayuk, and do you envision a scenario in which he's on this team next year? If so, what would that look like?
Yeah. The plan in terms of the transaction, that will come in due time. I think it's safe to say that he's played his last snap with the Niners. It's unfortunate, situation that just went awry. And, I will look long and hard at, what could have been done differently, but sometimes just doesn't work out. And I think that this was a case where that happened.
For a GM to say the transaction will come eventually, but he's not going to play for us is pretty wild. I don't know that Brandon Ayuk has any trade value.
I don't see nothing wrong with what he said, though.
Oh, I think John Lynch took the high road.
Yeah, because let's be real, man. I always say this. That's a situation of buyer beware. When something didn't work out how he wanted it to work out, he went AWOL. So when he comes to you, what you gonna do? Just drop everything he says? Better be careful with that one,
dude. For me,
friend or not,
the most telling by a mile part of the Ayuk saga when I was fully all the way out, when the Niners went to void his contract, and the PA is like, "Do you want us to fight this?" And he was like, "Nah, I'm good."
Yeah.
That means you don't have a leg to stand on.
Definitely.
Because like you said, the PA's got lawyers. Maybe he at least gets a third of it, half of it. And this is significant money.
Yeah.
I don't know what's up with Ayuk, but he seems to me like he signed a 4-year, $120 million contract. And played 7 games and now is gone. And I don't know if the medical situation impacted his mental situation, but like he just doesn't seem.
Some
like
people,
the video. Did you see the video he posted driving by Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, going like 100 and like laughing?
Listen,
and that was while the season was still going on.
Some people handle stress and strife a different way. Some can handle it in a classy, mature way. Some lose their damn minds. That's a situation where that kid need to go lay down on the couch and talk to somebody.
Yeah.
Because we could sit up here all we want and always try to act like, oh, man, No. Mental illness is real these days. And sometimes that type of stuff, what he's doing, that's a person calling out for help. Help him. Don't just think, oh, he's just doing something. Normal people don't just throw away money like that. He just threw away some damn money.
John Lynch said, I would say the last time it stopped for me was when I tried to get a hold of him and couldn't. Tried a couple more times and couldn't. And that matched everyone else who tried to get a hold of him and couldn't. There's not much of an explanation because it's hard for us and anyone else to understand. That's why it's something I've never seen in 22 years of coaching. When you were playing and you got in an argument with a teammate or a coach, you guys were riding a losing streak, Now, granted, it was different. Like, you couldn't text then or whatever.
Yeah, but we did what real men today do. Talk to people face to face.
But even for us now, if CK texts me or calls me, I'm going to text him or call him back.
Yeah.
Like at NBC, if Goldrick texts me or calls me, I'm going to text or call him back. Like, you could be in unhappy situations.
Totally.
You know what I mean? But you call them back. Because
all the time.
There's like a hierarchy to this.
One thing about it, bro, you gotta realize, coaches, GMs, all those people, it's a close knit group. You get a bad reputation in those circles, you lose out. Try not to burn the bridges. He just destroyed his. He just blew it up.
Do you think Brandon Ayuk's in the NFL next year? Week 1 on a roster.
I think yes. You know why? It's always somebody. When you got great talent, somebody will always give you a chance.
Week 1 active roster.
Yes.
Wow.
Because if he gets another chance, look, I just feel like when people hit rock bottom, they have to learn differently and do differently. If he see where he's at and he's serious about it, and someone gets to him and explain to him how stupid he's being, he'll find a way to be good until he gets on the team. But then once he get there, will he stay if things don't be just working in the great, going well for him? We'll see.
It's crazy. The flip side of that is I saw Chad Ochocinco tweeted out he's going to have Keon Coleman train with him this offseason, and he's going to push that kid to figure out what life's like in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
If it works, that could be cool.
And I think, and I hope that kid Keon take that seriously. Chad was damn good at what he did.
Yeah.
Chad still does a lot of great stuff. Chad knows how to handle his money. Chad's not a stupid dude. Okay? A lot of these young players need to start talking to some of these older players who've been through this stuff instead of listening to these damn hang-alongs who's telling them all kind of stuff and only happen to be getting their damn money. They don't educate them in nothing else. So they might want to look at situations like that. So I hope he take heed to that and be serious about it.
We've got a pulled pork situation, and then Diana Rossini joins us at noon.
BMitch Finlay are presented by John Lay.
Gonna be
BMitch Finlay,
alright.
106.7 The Fan.
Don't worry.
Shout out to everybody hanging with us on the YouTube stream. 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. Everybody watching on Monumental Sports Network. We appreciate you. Diana Rossini going to join the program at high noon. Should be fun to talk to Diana. Our friend Joey Sabat from Monumental, our producer over there, is trying to get the long snapping contest turned into video. And I have heard from Commanders long snapper Tyler Ott on our technique. Got a little feedback.
Tyler, they're awful.
I'll share the feedback when Joey's able to run the video. However, there's a story.
Tyler, you don't worry about your job, dog. You're safe.
There's a story that we can't ignore. So sometimes, listen, we don't get into politics or a lot of the sad stuff on the planet. But some stuff cannot be ignored, Brian.
Yeah.
Dateline Springfield, Missouri. A Springfield man is accused of breaking into a Walnut Grove home and eating pulled pork. Josh Peacock, is that this dude's real name? Josh Peacock is jailed on a burglary charge. A woman says she woke up on December 31st to find her back door open and an empty container of pulled pork on the counter. She told police the container was full and in the refrigerator the night before. The woman also found a backpack on the porch that contained identification leading officers to Peacock.
Dumbass.
Now, we have an extensive array of correspondents around the United States that are always looking for new information and trying to tell the news. Landfill, it's my understanding you've reached out to our Springfield, Missouri bureau to get boots on the ground reporting here.
A Springfield man is accused of breaking into a Walnut Grove home and enjoying a midnight snack of pulled pork. Josh Peacock is jailed on a burglary charge. A woman says she woke up on December 31st to find her back door open. Then she found an empty container of pulled pork on the counter. She told police she left the container full and in the fridge the night before. The woman also found a backpack on the porch which had identification inside, and that led officers to Peacock.
How? So it's New Year's Eve.
Hold on.
It's New Year's Eve.
Yeah. So he breaks into the house. He eats the pork and leaves, but he leaves his bag. How does he know she had pulled pork? It looked like he went there for the pulled pork.
That's Jeff in Madrid drunk. That's what that is. Like, what happened is...
No, that's worse than Jeff.
I can tell you what happened. My man got wasted on New Year's Eve. Thought he was going to his house. Went to somebody else's house. Thought it was his house. Started eating whatever he found in the fridge, which was a container of pulled pork. And then maybe got sober enough to realize, this isn't my house. And left. And leaving the backpack he was probably just like, oh, I got to get out of here. I'm in the wrong house. And just booked it. I have never done that, but I have friends that have gone to the wrong apartment.
But the question is, she found her door open. Did they pick the lock? Did they break in?
Doesn't seem like it.
See, my question is,
if there's a broken window,
if he just walked in the house, he could have be thinking what you're thinking. But if he broke in the house, he ain't breaking in your own house.
If he just opened the door,
then she need to learn how to close her damn door. Because the next guy not coming in and eat no pulled pork.
This dude was wasted. Do you think this dude should go to jail for this? Pay a fine.
Yeah. You went in somebody else's house. He could have been dead, Jay. Pay a fine. No. Listen, bro. He don't look like he was that wasted. He just looked like somebody that thought he could get away with something.
I think he looks pretty damn wasted.
He saw him out there cooking the pork and stuff and said, oh, I'm going to get some of that
tonight. I highly doubt that. If it wasn't New Year's Eve.
Everybody not wasted on New Year's Eve night.
All right. While we're doing quick food talk here, I just saw this and it made me think of you. According to Instacart data, what state do you think likes hot sauce the most?
I would think it's going to be Louisiana.
No.
Well, and probably not because, they probably didn't ask everybody in Louisiana because they make their own damn hot sauce.
Of course. I knew you'd have some reason why it isn't.
But
Louisiana doesn't even rank that high. This is hot sauce consumed or purchased, I suppose.
Okay. Ooh.
You sleep on this one. Once I heard this made sense to me. You want another guess?
Where?
It is only, here's a hint. It is only one state removed from Louisiana.
Alabama?
No.
One state removed.
It's a big state removed, though.
Well, it's just next to it. Texas?
Jeff, you got a guess? The state that consumes the most hot sauce.
Texas?
No.
We were thinking Mississippi, me and White Brian.
No. Y'all keep going east. Look west, young man.
New Mexico.
New Mexico.
Okay.
That tracks.
Why?
I think they eat a lot of spicy food. It's
But
New Mexico.
You said hot sauce.
Yeah. They like it hot.
They cut up peppers.
According to the data, it's New Mexico. And Louisiana is not even they'd be on the bottom. You know the second most hot saucy state?
What?
This one is a surprise to me. Yes.
New York.
Nah. Jeff?
Vegas.
Nevada. No. But that's a good guess.
California?
Nah. Further north.
Maine.
Further north.
Past New York?
Yeah.
Chicago. Illinois.
Alaska.
Alaska?
That makes sense. They need to keep warm.
If you're in Alaska, heat that. I need all my food spicy.
But the thing about it, though, to be honest with you, I'm a little baffled with that one. They're buying it from where? We know they don't have a ton of stores just stocked with.
Instacart calculated the total number of ounces of hot sauce purchased per customer between October 2023 and September 2024 for each state. Now, what could happen? How many Instacart people are delivering in Alaska? 3? So they delivered 5 bottles of hot sauce in a year, and per capita, that's going to be 80% or something. I don't know. Maybe people in Alaska are eating.
I don't know, man.
What do you eat in Alaska? Caribou?
I can just tell you this.
You got to put some caribou hot sauce on the caribou.
I go to different states, I always ask for hot sauce. I have to ask for hot sauce. Most of them don't have what I'm looking for. I go to Louisiana, they got every damn thing.
They have there's a hot sauce just named Louisiana.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's all over the place, and I don't know. Then again, maybe down in Louisiana they don't just use Instacart.
I don't know, man. New Mexico 1, Alaska 2. Diana Rossini joins us next.
I don't buy that.
BMitch Finlay.
And talk to our friend, Miss Diana Rossini. Diana, how are you? What's going on? You've been busy.
You just took an exhale that I took at the same time.
You've been slammed, man.
Yeah, I've never covered a cycle like this. This is new. I've been doing this a while. This is a new one for me. I just didn't expect this many head coach openings, and then I also did not expect the head coach openings that are available to be open. Thinking about Pittsburgh, Buffalo, and Baltimore. Those three spots just kind of look. It was always on the table, right? You hear whispers. We reported on it a bit, but it's different when it's the reality, and you're watching these teams go through this search process. Organizations that haven't done it in almost 2 decades, and it's. I feel like I could write a book on the last 2 weeks on everything that's gone down and all the drama and the relationships that are now ruined through some of this. It's all been really, really electric, actually, but also there's a lot of needs. And I know Washington's got a bunch, too, coming up here. And, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinators in general across the market right now, it's hard to find good ones.
You're right about that.
It's really, really interesting because I think especially with Harbaugh, because he was legit fired. I think that stood out a lot. Then Tomlin steps away, and then McDermott, 2 weeks later, fired. What job right now do you think is the best, the most attractive?
First of all, I wish I wrote down. I'm not a journaler. I guess I could go back to my Twitter, but I wish I kept track of everything, because remember there was a time when Mike McDaniel wasn't going to lose his job and he was staying in Miami.
Yeah.
Right, we went from that to John Harbaugh getting that job in Miami because of who they were interviewing. They were interviewing Chad Alexander, who had connections to his brother, who worked with him in Baltimore. All these little connectors. And then we come to find out that John wanted New York the entire time. And I think Harbaugh actually has the best job of all the ones that have been available and that are out there. I'd say Buffalo's probably look, it's Josh Allen, so it's hard to say that that's not a great job. You're going to the playoffs every year. But I think in terms of ownership and the way the roster is built in New York, I think that was a really good place for him to step in and have immediate success and make some of those changes that I think he's going to be able to bring. Buffalo, look, we see the roster, which I know we could probably talk all about why they kept Brandon Beane if the roster isn't that sharp, but they've still gone to the playoffs every year. So I think a lot of coaches are interested in trying to grab that one. And the one, and I'm sure you guys understand it, the one that I think is most intriguing to me is Baltimore, because I can't believe there'd be any hesitation with the way that front office is. They're excellent. Steve Bisciotti is hands-off. He's easy to work for, from what I hear. And you have Lamar Jackson. Why would you not be moving mountains to get that job? But that wasn't the case, because, look, John Harbaugh didn't take it. Kevin Stefanski didn't take it. I think there are elements of Baltimore. I think there's things that come with Lamar that have scared some of these head coach candidates. So we'll see who they wind up going with. And knowing Baltimore, and you guys know better than anyone, they're going to probably lean towards what they're comfortable with, what they know. A Jesse Minter and Anthony Weaver, the Baltimore way. Obviously, Weaver being a former Raven himself, Minter being on that staff years ago. So that would make the most sense.
Looking at, Josh Allen, yes, I say that that's a good job. But watching that fiasco yesterday, what real coach want to put themselves in that situation?
Terry Pegula isn't a bad owner, and Brandon Beane's not a bad GM across the league in terms of how people see them. That was the worst. That was the worst version of them that I've seen. And they know it too. This isn't they have good awareness. They knew they bombed that.
They bombed it for sure.
Some of it's just PR, right? Let's just start with let's play communication directors right now. If we were in control and we found out that Sean McDermott, who is loved and has taken this team to the playoffs and is a good leader and respected and classy and has family in their city, in their town, and you guys know Buffalo, it's a small little town. If you're going to fire the guy, you're going to put out a press release to fire him separately than putting in the press release that you're, also going to give a promotion to the general manager, all in one release, right? Whereas if you just separate it and maybe even give it a 24-hour period, I think people could take it better. But Brandon Beane immediately became the enemy when you saw that, because you're like, well, look at this guy trying to climb the ladder, right? Like, he was obviously in the owner's ear talking bad about McDermott. He got a promotion. So I think that was one thing I'd do different. And then the other would be, I've learned this from covering it over the years. If you're going to make a fire and even a promotion of your general manager, you don't put them together. You don't put the owner and the general manager together at the same press conference, because then the owner is in a position where they have to defend the general manager to his right. Like, you don't want anyone being defensive. So keep the owner in a separate press conference. Again, this is all little and stupid, and if you're listening, you're like, who cares? But it's important because you're speaking to the fans, and you're also speaking to the league. Do we know what we're doing? And Buffalo's a joke right now, and that's not really who they are. So now they're going to have to recover, and hopefully making a good hire helps kind of fix some of the mistake that they made yesterday.
Who do you think gets that Bills job? Would it actually be Daboll?
By the way, you think Sean's shaking in his shoes right now? Like, God, Rossini's kind of good at this PR thing. Maybe I should go over to the Commanders, take his job. He is someone who knows what he's doing, so I will never criticize that man.
He's good.
He gets it.
Especially considering all the stuff he had to deal with in the old days.
Yeah, but I think he's even navigating this very well. I think the Commanders don't... Look, you go to the NFC Championship game and fire 2 coordinators. What are we doing? Like, this should be a mess, but I don't really sense that feeling around the league. That
if you watched the year last year, firing one of them coordinators wouldn't be no mess. There ain't got nothing to do with mess right there. That was obvious.
That was obvious. There was no surprise. Obviously, on the offensive side of the ball, it was a little bit of a surprise just because they've had success, and we knew that the quarterback liked them, and that's all over now, and we'll see where Cliff lands. I'm going to guess he's going to wind up being in Baltimore with either Minter or Weaver, so he'll be close by.
So I wanted to ask you about that specifically because I saw you reported that Lamar is involved in the OC, the offensive discussions, and that Lamar is in on Cliff.
Correct.
What is that relationship like with those guys?
So that locker room it's fun and entertaining, but they have cliques in there a little bit more than other teams. And sometimes it's good because it's usually the star players and guys that hang out with each other. And Lamar's, we'll call it his group. They're important pieces of this team. And, some of them have familiarity with Cliff. Some have talked to guys in Washington before. And soon as John was fired, actually, you know what? To be fair to it, it kind of started I talked to someone in Baltimore before Cliff was technically fired. And they were like, oh man, like he's got to come here. Like he'd be awesome with Lamar. And so I think it kind of started then. And I think there's just a lot of supporters of Cliff. I had a player there be like, look what he did with Kyler Murray. Imagine Lamar. Like that's the type of offense they want to run there. So I think Cliff's got a really good shot of being the OC if it winds up being either Minter or Weaver.
Talking with Diana Rossini from The Athletic. You can give her a follow at DM Rossini, 2 S's, RUSSINI. With Cliff gone, did it seem like it was always Blau here in Washington? Do you think they really considered anybody else?
No, I don't, actually. I think it was always Blau because, look, they're going to have conversations. Adam Peters and Dan Quinn are smart people. They've been around football for a long time. And if you have some superstar OC sitting there that you think you got to go get, they would have done it. I think that's been the result of a lot of these hirings, and this is not a shot at David at all, but I think some of this is about the competition and what's out there. I think the familiarity is obviously working in his favor. And just from hearing stories about the way he worked, the work ethic, he was always there with Jaden and Cliff, working out in the mornings. He was just around, which I know probably sounds like basic job 101, but I think commitment is a big factor in this stuff. And doing things above and beyond what your job title is comes in handy, and you build a good reputation. We do it with quarterbacks, right? Like, are you the first one in? Well, coaches are viewed that way too, because not every coach on the offensive side of the ball is showing up at 5 a.m. I can tell you that, not in Washington.
Sure in the hell not.
So that works. So I think they have a good plan. They feel comfortable with him. And I think it's a great hire. I'm excited to see what this is going to look like.
What about in Washington on the defensive side of the ball? I never thought the Brian Flores thing was going to happen. Sure enough, it didn't. Ulbrich staying in Atlanta. They're kind of starting to interview some dudes that aren't, that don't have the experience in Al Harris and Carl Scott. Like, where do you think they end up going?
Yeah, you have Al Harris. He's familiar with the NFC East, right, from the time with the Cowboys. He was on that staff. He's in Chicago, who, hey, let's go Bears there, right? They had the most turnovers in the league this year. Brian, you know better than any of us, right? Like we know that's not always scheme and coaching, but there's something there, right? Like the players are a big part of that. Some of it's luck. Dan Quinn could probably speak to it best, right? With when he was in Dallas. Jonathan Gannon, I mean, he is somebody, like, I know we kind of laugh at some of the goofiness, and he didn't have the most success in Arizona, but I mean, he was loved in Philadelphia and I know Vic Fangio is fantastic, but that is someone whose reputation as a coordinator, and I think for fans, if you can just like be patient and separate the difference between head coach and coordinator, because some of these guys are just better in these roles, and we've seen it. I think Cliff is a great example, right? Like, he's a good coordinator. He's not a great head coach. And I think he'd tell you that. I don't even really know how much he wants to be a head coach. I always felt any conversation I had with Cliff, even if it was quick, it was like play caller, And the Flores thing, I thought had a real shot of him. I thought he would really test the market to just see what's out there. I don't think it's perfect for him. I don't think it's the best situation for him in Minnesota. But obviously he felt it was good enough for him to go back there if he doesn't get a head coaching job, which I don't have any reporting that he's a top candidate in either Pittsburgh or Baltimore. So he's going to re-up with Minnesota most likely. And really, guys, the question I want to maybe ask you, Jay, if you know more than me, like, how much is Dan Quinn going to be involved in this defense? In general, as a whole, is he going to completely give the keys to this new DC? Like, for example, Philly's looking for an offensive coordinator right now. And when they met with Mike McDaniel, when they met with Brian Dable, they were like, this is your offense. Here's the keys. Nick's not involved. You go. Like, how is Dan going to do this? Has he shared any of that?
Well, I think that's what would have made the Flores hire so interesting. Yeah. Because Flores ain't taking the job unless he's running everything he wants to run. I think if it's Al Harris and they've worked together in Dallas and have kind of, they're approaching this thing with the same base language, for lack of a word. I think DQ wants to be hands off specifically on the defensive play calling, the snap to sap stuff. Now, he's still the head coach, and if he thinks something is or isn't working or wants to try something else, he'll be involved. But I think at this point, through 2 years, there are certainly some criticisms you can level at DQ, but I don't think he's the micromanaging type. And I think if they went and got Carl Scott and that system that they run in Seattle, like, he'd have to back off and let him run his thing. Otherwise, why are you bringing him in?
Yeah, no, that's true. And I think fans would want Dan to be in a position where, he's overseeing and he's keeping an eye on it, but he needs to focus on the head coaching job and those responsibilities. And I mean, it is so hard to be a play caller and a head coach. And I recently was having a conversation with people in Denver about how Sean does it. And look, he is a phenomenal head coach, but Sean doesn't get involved with the defense because he doesn't have time. Right? Like, Vance Joseph runs the ship down there or out there, and Sean's kind of been like that all his life. Like, I don't think anyone out here thinks he's getting in those meetings. I'm sure there's some cases where he probably should get a little bit more involved, but they do such a good job out there, he doesn't need to. So I just use that example as, like, Dan needs to be doing the job as a head coach and allow these great coordinators to do their work,
I think that is the plan. I mean, honestly, where eventually things went somewhere between sideways and just grew apart with him and Cliff, and I think some of that is we want things to look a certain way and all to collaborate, and maybe there's not enough collaboration going on, or a stubbornness to go along with something.
If I think back to when I first got in the league, head coaches that were not making calls, when they spoke about something need to change, they got somebody to go along with it. And I think a lot of things today, the coordinator think, well, this is my side of the ball. I run everything. you're still not the head coach. If the head coach tell you he needs to see something differently, you got to abide. You got to go along with that.
Oh, yeah.
So, and I think that's the problem with a lot of this, like with that situation of the guys being the head coach and the coordinators running their side the ball. But if you're not getting it done properly, and I got a quarterback who's getting injured, and I say something to you, you need to change a little bit instead of bucking the system.
Well, I think the problem is a lot of these guys can't. I just was talking to a general manager yesterday about what he's looking for in his offensive coordinator, and that was like a topic of some of these guys just want to run what they do, and that doesn't match with our quarterback. So, yeah, you may be a great connector. You may be great with relationship with the quarterback, which I think we could all agree. It does not matter what you do. You have to have that relationship with the quarterback.
Totally.
Which is why I think Washington went in the direction they did, because they understand that that is so crucial. But I also think a new first-time offensive coordinator is probably going to be a lot more open to listening. I think some of the hardest coordinators are those that were head coaches, right? Because they've been in the big seat before, and they still have a little bit of that juice in them where they think that they know and that they should have that power. And I don't know specifically that was Cliff, and you guys have been around. I'm like, Cliff's not like some maniac ego guy who's like, you must do it my way. Like, if anything, he's way more like type B than most assistants I've been around over the years.
Yeah, he's pretty like removed. Like he's not out like puffing his chest. He's kind of
like he's like he's very laid back about stuff. Yeah. But look, if you have strong belief in what you can do as a play caller, and that's what that came down to, you know, Dan Quinn's going to win in the end, and I'm sure the general manager is going to support him in that. But you know, look, Washington's got so much to do this offseason to get back up on his feet, because this is what's so hard when you do so well in the first year. I was in New England on Sunday night, and I was at Gillette looking around like, holy crap, like this reminds me of when Tom was here, like Tom Brady. Like, this is exactly what it felt like. How did they get here? And JP, I saw you up there in the summer.
Yeah.
And what a difference in terms of the way teams are carrying themselves. You would have thought Washington was going to the Super Bowl the way the energy was up there, and that New England had everything to prove. And in the end, here they are, the ones playing in it, you know?
It's crazy.
But we'll see. We'll see if they're going to be able to fix a lot of the stuff. And obviously, they got a lot of needs this offseason, and not a lot of premium picks, unfortunately. But you know what? $70 million in cap space. That's not terrible. That's not bad. So we'll see how it shakes.
It's going to be fun. Who do you like this weekend? Pats?
No, I'm going Broncos. Sean Payton scares the heck out of me when he is doubted, and like this is the best scenario. When I was at ESPN, I say stuck because I hate flying to New Orleans, but I covered them a lot, and there were tons of games I covered where Teddy Bridgewater had to step in for Drew Brees, and they never lost. And I remember Alvin Kamara saying to me that Sean Payton's got this way of telling everyone in the room that all his confidence is in the quarterback and no one else. So it's like almost like you go in there with a chip on your shoulder that you have to show Sean that you're good, even though you're the reason you carried the team. It's like, why do you believe in the quarterback that didn't even play? But that's just what he does, and he's got a good pulse of the team. So I think he's working wonders already, and from what I heard, he is in these meetings of getting these guys going, and I think it's going to be scary at home. So I'm taking Denver, and I'm taking Sean McVay. I haven't yet to see Matthew Stafford put the cape on this playoff. He's going to. I think this is a game where he stands out as this is a future Hall of Famer.
You and I have been friends a long time. One of my favorite moments was on the sideline pregame in New Orleans when I had quite the night before, and you just looked at me and go, dude, you look like bleep. I think you and I were on that trip together, B.
We were. Going to say, I think I was just as guilty of you. We were together watching games, so I wasn't much better. But at the same time, I have a very good way of hiding it, and you don't. And it's the voice.
You specifically called out my voice, and that maybe I should take it easy on the parliaments. Was a very specific line.
Here's the thing. Then I can't believe I'm admitting this publicly, but I will post up right next to you after a few with the Parliament.
I know.
You know where to find me.
I know. We've been there before. Thank you for the time. Seriously, I know you're slammed. We appreciate it.
I love you guys. Anything for you. I'll see you soon.
All right. Thank you, Diana. Take care. Diana Rossini from The Athletic. Give her a follow at DM Rossini I mean, she's everywhere, man. Colin Cowherd got her own podcast, just doing it all, man. It's always fun to hang out and talk with Diana, too. Nobody go anywhere. We got to talk about Bill. We meant to do this yesterday, weren't able to. It's BMitch and Finlay.
BMitch and Finlay are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than
BMitch Finlay 106.7 The Fan. Lest we not give the Nats credit when they make moves, Brian. Per Mark Zuckerman, the Nationals announced minor league deals with spring training invites to Tres Barrera, Trevor Gott, and Zach Penrod.
Okay.
Other teams in the division are trading for true ace pitchers. Trevor Penrod, B.
That's that dude, man.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Mets just traded for Freddie Peralta. But hey, we're spending money on R&D now. Don't worry, everything's turning around. Don't believe you. Now, I try not to give controversies too much run, right? Like we can make, in the sports media business, you can make something out of nothing all the time. I don't know, though, if this is nothing.
What is it?
Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, had a pretty good rookie year.
Yeah.
Some highs, some lows. Honestly, there were times there where it seemed like Bill was really going to kind of emerge as a serious running back, right? Then he had some fumble issues that, frankly, sent him to the bench for a while.
Yeah.
Then he rebounded, especially when C-Rod got hurt late. Bill finished the year as a 7th-round rookie with almost 900 yards from scrimmage and 8 touchdowns.
Okay.
Bill was named Rookie of the Week 4 times.
Yes.
And a couple of them were just after really good games. Christmas Day, I don't even know when he got the Rookie of the Week awards. On Christmas Day, he went for over 100 yards and 2 touchdowns against Dallas. The game in L.A., 14 carries for $111 with 2 scores, another 2 catches for 39 yards. Bill had some real highlight games.
Yeah.
When they beat the Giants in New York, 18 for 96 with a touchdown. The Rookie of the Week award. What has happened in the age of the internet?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm the only one. I don't know if you'll remember this. I remember as a kid going up to Camden Yards. Nats didn't exist. And they would pass out all-star ballots.
Yeah.
And a pencil. And you literally like poked out the dude you were voting for.
Mm-hmm.
And there were only like 4 options. You picked one. In the era of the internet and internet voting for player awards and bots, especially. To me, bots are the great game changer. Because there are people out there that are smart enough to just program a bot to go vote 1,000 times or 100,000 times, whatever it is. So I recognize the diminished stature of these awards, specifically ones that are only internet fan voting.
Yeah.
And let's be real, the Pepsi Rookie of the Week award is not that significant of an award, and it's generally only done to get Pepsi a zillion email addresses for people to log in and vote. Still, he won it 4 times. The Rookie
And nobody else did, right?
Nobody won it that many times.
Yeah. Okay.
The NFL, the league, comes out with the Rookie of the Year award.
Yeah.
And that is not a fan vote award. But still, 6 rookies get nominated. 6. Bill's not one of them. I can kind of wrap my head around it.
I can't.
I'm not saying he should win.
No.
But I feel like a nomination
I'm
is
saying
warranted.
a nomination is warranted when he did it 4 weeks. Okay. The league, do they give out something every week? Maybe they should.
That's it. That's what they do.
They give out the Pepsi thing.
There's Pepsi Rookie of the Week, and then they do the FedEx Air Player
How
of the
many
Week.
times he won the FedEx?
None, because that's the whole league. That's not a rookie thing. The FedEx Air Player
I'm
of the
talking
Week.
about. I'm talking
Ground
about
Player of
for the rookies. If they're not going to do anything for the rookies, then why just
rookie thing is the Rookie of the Week.
Okay, but that's with Pepsi, right?
Yeah.
So they just getting paid off of it. They don't really give it no merit.
Apparently, it appears that way.
Yeah. So my thing is, if you're gonna do the Pepsi rookie, you make people think this is a yearly thing going, like something that's gonna be tallied up at the end and you figure it out. Obviously, it's not.
Right.
So you say what if he won that 10 times? Okay, out of 17, and then at the end of the year he's not invited. People be like, "What the hell was that?"
Jaden won it 11 times in 2024.
And people were talking about how close it was.
Right. I don't think it's a
name the people that were all nominated.
I gotta find
quarterbacks.
So two guys that were nominated that did not win Rookie of the Week once would be Tyler Shook in New Orleans and Jackson Dart in.
Okay, but they didn't win Rookie of the Week once. Okay,
nope.
So running backs,
Genty
won it any?
I don't know if he won it. Now, he ended up with a better season.
Yeah, but he was given more opportunities, right?
A lot more.
How many yards per carry did he have?
Bill finished with, you want yards per carry as a metric. I see what you're doing there. Bill finished with 4.6 YPC and 4.7 yards per touch.
Okay.
Let's see what Genty did. Genty finished with a pretty nice year. He started slow. Genty finished. See, that Brian Mitchell has a point. 3.7 YPC.
And how many times?
4.1.
How many times he carried the football?
He had 266 carries for 970 yards.
How many Bill carried?
But hold on. Let's include the receiving, though, because Genty caught 55 passes for 346 yards.
That's cool, but what I'm trying to say is
Genty finished with 10 touchdowns. Bill finished with 8.
Okay, Bill is a running back. Genty is a running back. So you could throw in the
Genty got about 75 carries more than Bill did.
75 more,
almost 100, 90.
How many more yards did he have than he did?
Genty finished from scrimmage over 1,300 yards. Bill was less than 900.
I'm just saying the running.
Straight running, Bill's about 100 yards less, 975 to 875.
Okay.
975 to 805.
I could understand, like, when you throw in the running the receiving and things like that. Bill wasn't the guy they throw the ball to a lot.
They had a guy for that in Nichols.
That's what I'm saying. So if we go with the thing we did just amongst what we're going to do consistently, Bill was as good or better. But the problem is, Genty was drafted first.
Yeah.
And the league is going to give him more favoritism.
I agree with that.
And I think that's a bunch of BS. Almost said the real word.
Travion Henderson also nominated. He finished with 1,100 yards from scrimmage. He finished with a higher YPC than both these guys. He was 5.1 per carry. And he finished 180 carries for 911 yards. That's actually very similar to Bill. Bill finished 175 for 805. And Henderson, on just 5 more carries, had over 100 yards more. Henderson has more of like a home run swing.
Yeah, he's a home run guy. Did he win Rookie of the Year?
He's one of the nominees.
Of the week, I mean?
I don't know. The nominees, here's my point. The nominees appear to have nothing to do with the Rookie of the Week winners. Now, the guy that's going to win this thing is Teteroa McMillan. He had a monster year for Carolina.
Yeah,
he deserves it. Like, I'm good with that.
Mm-hmm.
Carson Sweshinger, linebacker for the Browns, I believe, had a monster year. I don't think a defensive guy is going to win it. My beef is not with Genty or Travion or McMillan or Swessinger, but like the agenda to promote quarterbacks is just so obvious.
Mm-hmm.
And I know we're living in this world where people are like the hype machine.
Jackson Dart played how many games?
That's what I was going to bring up.
Tyler Shook played how many games?
Shook was pretty damn good when he played.
I asked how many games he played, Jay. I don't care if he was good when he played. If he plays 4 or 5 games or 8 games, and other dudes played the whole year and they were damn good too, I'm not giving him, just because he's a quarterback, more apt than them.
We'll look at these quarterbacks when we return. It's BMitch Finlay.
BMitch and Finlay are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than
Landville, what time we got camera tomorrow? Can't remember. 11 or 12?
11.
All right. Doug Kammerer are going to join us tomorrow, chief meteorologist, NBC4. Obviously, the snowstorm is kind of all anybody's talking about. I went to the grocery store yesterday and was shocked it wasn't that crazy yet. Have you been yet? You know, people go bananas for these snowstorms.
My house is like a storage shelter.
That I believe. I know how you roll.
I got a lot of stuff already.
And you got the space. Jeffrey, you go?
No, I'm going after work today.
I think I might try to hit the Wegmans up on Wisconsin Avenue today. Landfill, as somebody who's a firm believer in delivery food, how do you prepare for a snowstorm?
I mean, you can just deliver, have them leave it outside. It'll keep.
Wait, what? So you're like, if there's a foot of snow on the ground, you're still just going to call DoorDash for movie theater popcorn?
You figured they prepared.
That's just extra freezer space, baby.
I always feel bad. People get delivery food in the worst weather, and you end up seeing some 19-year-old kid driving a Honda Civic up a hill in the sleet. You know what I mean? It's like, you know what, young man, I'm at least going to give you an extra $5 for the effort today. I did want to finish this Bill thing because I don't have a quarrel with the other running backs that were nominated in Travion Henderson and Ashton Genty. They both had good seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Schlesinger, to me, deserves to win, although I don't think he will. He was a monster, played in every game for a really good Browns defense. But just the NFL world we live in is so quarterback-centric. Jackson Dart, who by the time we get to next fall, there's going to be so much hype around him. Started 12 games, completed 63% of his passes, 15 touchdowns against 5 picks. He averaged about 160 yards per game passing.
Mm-hmm.
QBR was 57.6. QBR is the metric that tells you generally the percentage chance the quarterback is giving you to win.
Okay.
So he was a little bit better than a coin flip. Was sacked 35 times in 12 games. Now, undeniably a playmaker with his legs also. Had another 9 touchdowns on the ground. He had 5 fumbles. I'm not sure how many of those he lost. I think Dart is an intriguing prospect.
I agree with that.
But, like, those numbers combined with a 4-8 record,
don't look like rookie of anything to me.
If he was on the Vikings, he's not getting nominated.
Yeah.
That's just the reality. Yeah. White Brian, do you think, is that a fair assessment that Dart is the positive beneficiary of an extreme amount of hype right now?
Yeah, I think Abdul Carter being named a finalist for Defensive Rookie of the Year was more of a
he don't show up to work though. Why would he win it?
Because Carter didn't do anything. Dart at least showed some promise.
Right. I'm saying like
Carter showed a little bit late after they had to bench
put his
him.
name up on something?
Who are the Defensive Rookie of the Year nominees?
Because Carter don't go to practice.
Carter, James Pierce Jr., Schlesinger, Xavier Watts, and Nick Morney, the Seattle guy.
Emanuori. I think Schlesinger wins that. But there's some actual good players.
Schlesinger probably going to win that
and
one.
You're right. Carter does not belong on that list. Tyler Shook, to me, started the last 9 games winning record, 5-4.
Okay. But, like, see, that to me, too, we always say quarterback winning record. Quarterback going to game and has 3 interceptions and have under 50% and they win the game. That's not the quarterback's fault.
But I watched some of the Saints games. Like, he gave them something. Yeah. And Dart did, too, to White Brian's point. It's just the constant need to hype up quarterbacks.
But we all do it, dog.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's something that happens every day. You know, they get hyped up and they're gonna get the blame too. But the whole thing about it is the NFL makes money off the quarterback position more than they do any. All right. They're gonna always promote that.
Landville, I know we worked on this yesterday, but it was the end of the show, and I think we ran out of time. Can we hear a 5-Finger Death Punch song? because it's about to be ticket giveaway time. I know folks are excited. I think Brian and I need some five-finger death punch in our lives just to understand the tickets we're blessing the people with. I am actually going to a concert. Oh, here we go. I kind of like the open. Is that a violin? Sounds like a violin, right? I did not expect
like a piano.
That's not a piano.
Sounds like a piano, dog.
This is a lot calmer than I was expecting. Like, is the heat coming? This doesn't even qualify as metal to me right now.
It ain't gonna stay like this. Not the whole song.
All right, we got to let it play a minute. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You can win 2 tickets to Five Finger Death Punch. Here we go. It's building now. Friday, October 23rd at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events.
There you go.
This sounds like reasonable, good rock music. I thought it was going to be like screaming, like, ah!
You get one song like this, and the rest of them going to be probably like that.
Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm probably not going to go see Five Finger Death Punch.
We know you're not.
At Jiffy Lube Live on October 23rd. But the folks that are into this, I hope you enjoy it. I like this more than I expected. I thought it was going to be legit, like metal, which is not my thing.
Yeah. It's all right.
All right, caller number 10 right now. You win the tickets. Jeff's ready. We gave some tickets away yesterday. Doing it today. Maybe again tomorrow. Nobody go anywhere. Going to talk some NBA with Josh Robbins when we return.
BMitch and Finlay are presented.
right, BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Let's go straight to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And let's talk to our guy, Josh Robbins from The Athletic. You can follow him on X at Joshua B. Robbins. That's Joshua B. Robbins.
Josh, what's up, man? Thanks for joining us.
Josh,
Happy to be here.
What's the B
right
stand
here
for?
in the arena right now.
What does the B stand for, Joshua?
Well, thanks for asking. I'm not going to answer because I hate my middle name.
Ooh, can we guess?
Well, you can guess.
Is it like
I don't like it.
Is it a family name, like a last name?
Benedict.
Ooh, Benedict.
Well, the one part I do like is Benedict. The one thing I do like about it is that the first initial is named after my great grandma. But it's not. But I'm not. It's not a women's name. That's not what.
Blanche.
Beulah.
Blanche or Beulah.
My dad's name is Blanche. That's why I used to mess with him all the time, because everything Blanche in French was feminine, and I would always say, "Man, you got a feminine name," and he kind of proved to me that you better stop messing with me, son, before I take care of you.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with a feminine name.
Yeah. I'm just saying. I used to just mess with him when I was a young kid.
Our producer Landfill has a guess, Bartholomew.
Man, I think that would be an improvement. What do I have to do to get a name change?
Talk to Chad Ochocinco. He's an expert.
Josh, you got to take the B out.
Listening.
You got to take the B out if you're not going to answer the question for people.
Well, that would be disrespectful to my great grandma. So I won't do that.
You don't think by not saying a name is not disrespectful?
No, to eliminate it altogether would mean to just erase it. Would be her.
All right, so
I believe this is our first time having Josh on the show, and we're just gonna harass him about his middle name.
I was just asking. I just wanted to know.
All right.
Well, thank you for taking an interest in me. I mean, I'm one of your biggest fans.
Appreciate you.
As always, thank you for everything you and your teammates did for us in the city. And somewhere, that's heartfelt, and I know I speak for all the people who are listening. So,
appreciate it, man.
You guys don't really care about my middle name. I sure as hell know I don't care about my middle name.
All right, let's talk about something. The reason we wanted to have you on, honestly, we know the NBA trade deadline's coming up, and you had an article in The Athletic talking about what the Wiz may or may not do here. Obviously, we're only a couple weeks removed from a big deal trade to go get Trae Young, who hasn't played yet, and seems like he might not play at all
this year.
What else could be happening for the Wiz?
So they have a lot to work with. They have several expiring contracts, most notably Chris Middleton's $33 million contract. They have trade exceptions, including a $14 million trade exception, give or take, that I think came from the Kelly Olynyk to San Antonio trade. So they could take on money if it includes a future draft pick attached to it. The problem is that some of the teams with these onerous contracts, I'm thinking Jeremy Grant in Portland, Emmanuel Quickley in Toronto, these big long-term contracts that they would love to part with, those teams are trying to get better right now. And that makes it tough for the Wizards to put together a deal with those teams, because the Wizards are trying to keep their powder dry for a year from now, 2 years from now. And they're not going to be giving away the players who they have, the young players who could help a contending team right now. But there are these pathways to get involved, and a lot of the people in the league who I speak to just are forecasting that there might be a major multi-team trade involving more than 3 teams, and that's the kind of deal that the Wizards could get involved in as one of these ancillary teams where they take back money and they take back picks. A lot can happen in the age of these aprons in the league, which I think even people in the league are still trying to understand and get a sense of what the real long-term impact of this is.
All right. The headline in your article that I can't get past here is Zion. And I know that Zion hasn't been what people wanted in New Orleans. BMitch always jokes that for a guy that maybe has a little extra weight on his frame, New Orleans is the wrong city to land in. I worry about my guy Derek Queen down there. But you mentioned, I'm reading from the article now, with the Young trade as the template of a low-cost trade for a distressed asset, league sources speculated that New Orleans Pelicans big man Zion Williamson would be someone the Wizards would have to consider if the price is right. What does that possibly look like, Zion coming to D.C.?
That would look like the New Orleans Pelicans being every bit as desperate as the Atlanta Hawks were to unload Trae Young, and the Hawks were desperate, as the people coming in reveal. The Pelicans want to move on from Zion Williamson. They've been trying to do it for some time now, and his trade value is extremely low. For all the progress the Wizards have made, and there has been a lot of progress, they still need to bring in talent, and they need high-level talent. And Trae Young, he does have some faults, but he's a talent. Zion Williamson has some very well-publicized faults for sure. He's a talent. And if the Wizards have an opportunity to add an extreme-level talent at a low cost that doesn't jeopardize their future draft capital, they have to consider it. They have to at least consider it. They have to at least have a discussion, because if they can get things right with these individual players, and they also have tried with Cam Whitmore, then that's a net positive for them.
The thing about it, though, the question will be asked is, do you think that they can help you along the way as the future comes? And do you think a guy like Zion, to what he's been thus far, can help them moving forward?
If he's right, if he's at his best, if he stays healthy, which given his frame and all the power he generates is going to be very difficult, yes, he can help a team, because he's a tremendous talent. Yeah, very few people who have entered the league resemble him with the power and the agility that he has. The problem is when you're that large, that fast, and you play with that velocity, you're leaving yourself up for injury. And as his weight clauses in his contract with New Orleans show, he hasn't always taken the best care of himself physically. So that would be a significant risk. And that would be one of the mitigating factors why you would want to avoid someone like that. And it's not just he's available to the whole league, by the way.
Yeah.
But it's where the Wizards are right now. They have to at least be open to the possibility to add an elite level talent as he is.
All right.
So
makes sense.
Talking with Josh Robbins from The Athletic, does a great job covering the NBA and the Wizards here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the best HVAC equipment in the DMV. You can give Josh a follow at Joshua B. Robbins. With all the young guys, to me, I see the path for Sar, Keyshawn, certainly Trey, even Bilal. Trading for Trae Young, is there any way that changes the path for Bub?
I think it does mean most likely that Bub will be coming off the bench to begin next year, because Trae Young is going to be the starting point guard. I think that's quite certain, and I'm assuming that their off guards remain healthy. And if that's the case, then Bub most likely won't be in the starting lineup. Is that horrendous for him, considering that he'll still only be 21 next year? No, but it does change some of the developmental pathways he has, where he will be with a second unit. So that does impact him. As for the other people you mentioned, it's going to mean a whole lot more open shots, but also probably fewer ball handling opportunities. And that's going to be something to monitor. How do the young guys deal with that change? Because I do think that this kind of ball movement offense, this motion offense that the Wizards have actually developed this year and at the end of last year, I think that has the potential to change. Trae Young is a ball dominant player, And it's just going to look different. It will actually create more shots probably in the long run, but it's going to look and feel different for the people who he's playing alongside.
So we heard a lot about the Trae Young trade. There's no way they're flipping him right now, right? Like, he's not going anywhere in the next 10 days or whatever till the deadline.
Correct. I think that that's 100% correct. And they couldn't aggregate his contract with another contract if they want to, I believe. But no, he's not going anywhere. The Hawks and Trae's agent shopped him all around the league. And this was the best fit for him. This was probably the most interest that both the Hawks and Trae Young's agent could find. He's not going anywhere. And the Wizards have a very kind of extensive rationale for that move, but one of them is to help try to amplify their young guys. And it's also, in my opinion, a hedge against a lottery disaster this May, that if they wind up with the 6th or 7th pick, which could happen, having Trae Young there helps them move forward next year when they have to start taking these steps forward.
And I think him being injured right now kind of fits their situation. Like, they are still building this thing where he comes back healthy next year, and he's right. You got something special in Trae Young.
That's the hope. And all the people I speak to in the league, and hopefully that article gave you a sense, there's not one person among them who doesn't think that a part of the rationale for trading for Trae Young is that he's going to be sat for at least the majority of the remaining time this season. And because of that, that should help the Wizards' lottery odds, which, of course, the Wizards are going to get ripped for nationally. That's a given. But if you're going to ask my opinion, which you did, thank you for having an interest, they have to do that. That it would be organizational malpractice, in my opinion, to play him extensively now. And if they can try to not play him at all, if they can make that work, I think that's absolutely necessary for them.
Does Trae even play this year, you think?
There's a possibility. I do not expect him to play much.
Okay. So it's funny, the Wiz had that, calling it a hot streak might be unfair to hot streaks, but the Wiz had that weird 10, 12 game stretch where they were almost 500 and there was some concern oh man, they might fall out of where they need to be lottery protected. The Wiz are firmly back in the bottom 4 now. I think there's 3 teams tied with 10 wins. That's the worst in the NBA. Is the biggest goal for the organization to make sure they stay in the bottom 4 to be lottery protected?
I'm certain that is a goal.
Okay.
And it needs to be. But
yeah,
it just absolutely needs to be. For the same reasons why they would have to consider a trade for someone whose career hasn't worked out, like a Zion or most recently Trae Young, are the reasons why I think it's necessary not just to keep the pick, but to try to win the lottery.
Right.
There's not been a championship team in the NBA since 1988 or 89. It's one of the bad boys, Detroit Pistons team, that did not have a first, second, or third team All-NBA player on the roster that year. And you have to have elite talent.
Stars,
and, oh, by the way, that Pistons team, they had 2 future Hall of Famers who, for some reason, weren't all NBA players that season, Isaiah Thomas and Joe Dumars, who are among the all-time greats. So that's what I mean. And I think, and they are going to disagree with me on this, but they're entitled to their opinion, they being the Wizards. You have to raise the floor of where you might pick in a worst-case scenario. You have to, in my opinion, you have to get to try to guarantee you can pick no worse than 5th versus 6th. I think there's great value to that, particularly in a draft like this one.
What lottery odds do you have to get to guarantee top 5?
You would have to guarantee that you finish that you get a top 5 pick. You have to finish the season with the worst record in the league.
Oh man,
wow!
And by the way, you'll remember at the end of last season they entered, I believe, the last game of the regular season tied with, I believe it was Utah, I think, for the worst record in the league. The Wizards won that game on a buzzer-beating shot by Bub.
Yeah, in Miami. I did
Correct.
an alt cast for that game. It was a wild.
Oh yes, I remember that. And okay, so it worked out, I think, well. Trey Johnson, who they picked 6th, he's going to be a very good player in the league. But it's thought in the league that the Wizards would have preferred, if they had their choice over the 2 guys, to draft Ace Bailey. And they tried to move up in that draft. They couldn't do it. Ace Bailey went off the board at 5. And they remained at number 6. They picked Trey Johnson. So that's what I mean. If they view 2 players as having significant differences, then you're better off raising your floor. Now, they didn't think that the differences between Ace Bailey and Trey Johnson were that immense, but there is value to raising the floor of where you could pick.
I wanted Con Knipple. They never had a chance at him. And Con Knipple's balling out now.
Well, that guy that player, Knipple, yeah, I think there were some eyebrows raised when the Hornets drafted him, where they drafted him. He was either going to go 5th or 6th, if not 4th. Well, the Hornets, they made the right decision for once.
Yeah.
And, he's been excellent. He's arguably, I guess, the leading candidate now for Rookie of the Year.
Something to be said for dudes to just do the right thing on the basketball court.
Do the
Aren't
right thing all
necessarily
the time. You'll be
highest
good.
flying and everything else. With the Wiz, here's my big picture question for you, Josh. Like the Wiz are trying to model it after OKC. We've now seen Detroit do the tear it down and come out the other side. The Pistons are a legit good team. Like, have the Wiz hit any of the markers that some of these other successful rebuilds did? Or are they still trying? Like I feel like they're doing a good job, but are they? I guess is my question.
They're doing as well as they could with the luck that they've had.
The lottery luck.
Correct. I guess I could make the argument that Alex Sarr has a chance to be the Wizards' Chet Holmgren. The more likely, if everything works out right, I think the model is less Oklahoma City now, and it's more like Houston. Again, if things work out well. Where Houston's best player, they drafted him at 16th. That was Şengün. They got help along the way from veterans who were brought in, like Fred VanVleet, Dylan Brooks, and they moved off of Dylan Brooks. And although they did get the second pick, that pick did not work out. I think that if the way things are going, if things really start to go well for the Wizards, more likely the Houston Rockets are the model.
Okay.
All right.
And the number 1 pick's going to be the kid Peterson out of Kansas, right?
Well, it might be DeBanza. One of those 2 guys, and the whole world would change for Washington if they can luck out and draft one of them.
All right.
And just imagine what the vibes would be in the city if the Wizards were lucky last spring and drafted either Dylan Harper or Cooper Flagg. I mean, this place would be, I don't know if the place would be packed, but there would be many thousand more people here, several thousand more people here for every game.
Yeah.
And then you would say this rebuild is going great. It's the one thing they can't control to a degree, and that's their luck.
Man, the curse of Le Boulay. Please, let this work. I've been rooting for this team my whole life, man. Calbert Chaney, you the man, you the man. All right, Josh, does Ja Morant get traded?
I know that he wants to be traded. That's I think that's obvious. And I think Memphis is in a spot now where they almost have to trade him because that's just not working out. Either trade him or fire the coach.
Wow. That sounds like a great place to be. Josh, we appreciate you, man. Let's check back in after the trade
Josh,
deadline.
appreciate you, brother.
All right, my pleasure, guys.
Thank you, man.
All right. Josh Robbins from The Athletic. Good stuff there, man. Interesting times for the Wiz.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious, do they need some
it could
ping
work.
pong luck.
It could work.
No matter what you do, you got to make sure you're bottom 3.
Yeah.
Like, period. Which is such a weird place to root, but that's where we're rooting. All right. It's time.
We're number 3.
We got to get some stuff. Oh, I think it'd be number 27.
We're going to say 3 for the bottom.
Yeah. I'm angry about some things. I imagine others are as well.
It's every day with you.
It is Bleep You Thursday. The phone number is 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Call in. Be mad. It's your time. It's Bleep You Thursday. Finlay. Ain't that some? All right, folks. Every Thursday we come together as a congregation to get some stuff off our chest. Whoever you're mad at, this is your chance.
All right.
I'm going to let the phone start it off. I'm mad at someone. I'm going to let Mike.
You always mad.
Michael in Alexandria. Mike, who you mad at, dude?
BMitch Finlay, what's going on, y'all?
What's up, man?
Man, I got to give a dual bleep you. This is for next year, though, but it's a dual bleep you to the NFL and to Valentine's Day for the audacity for them to schedule the Super Bowl on Valentine's Day next year. And then we'll put this on the tangent bleep you to my lady. I hope she's not listening, but she actually thinks that I'm going to miss the Super Bowl to spend this Valentine's Day with her. I don't know about that, man.
All right.
I'm out there bleep you all three of them, bro.
Is it for sure on Valentine's Day next year?
February 14th.
It is.
Hey, you know what?
They are so fun.
Hey, they got to understand.
Yeah.
Super Bowl coming before Valentine's Day.
How old are you, Mike?
Just give a Valentine's Day for the 2 weeks prior to the day.
I'm 31, and BMitch is a great idea, actually.
How old's your girl?
She just turned 30.
Y'all are too old to be that stressed about Valentine's Day.
That's what I'm saying, man.
That's crazy.
I'm not stressed about it. She's stressed about it because she's the mushy-gushy type, and I'm the football-watching type. So,
you listen to JP. He bought 2 pairs of Louboutins last year.
No, sir.
JP must have got money like that, man.
Nah, that's inaccurate.
He got 800 jobs.
Mike, do Valentine's Day Saturday night the 13th, and then do like a brunch, and then just your girl.
She can come watch football with you.
Yeah, dude. You can make statements at halftime.
If she gets
45 minutes.
He's not going to be at home. He's going to watch it with his boys.
Absolutely.
And tell her if she wanted to get some kudos, come hang out with me and the boy. But don't complain about nothing. If you complain, I'm going to send you home.
What if the NFL leans into Valentine's Day? Who's like the best, like kind of love singer they could get to perform at halftime?
Oh, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Let me get some,
having erotic Valentine's halftime. Bang. Be making babies all over the country.
What's the dude? Something in London now, right now? What's the dude?
Yeah, that's my idea. All right, thank you, Mike. Good
Jeff,
luck.
what's the guy named something London?
Drake London.
No, the singer.
London Fletcher.
No.
London?
I think his last name is London.
I don't know that one. Let me check.
You know how I try not to get pre-mad? I'm anti being mad in advance. My man's girlfriend's mad a year out about Valentine's Day. Let's go to Tim in Ashburn. Timmy, what's up?
How's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, bud.
All right. My belief is to the Loudoun County school system, and I do this respectfully. I know you guys did the over-under earlier in the week on whether school will be back on Tuesday or Wednesday, but I'm not prepared to have another vacation for my kids right after we come off of a holiday break just because there's a little bit of snow coming our way.
You say vacation from your friends, or you say vacation with your friend? With your kids.
They just came off of the holiday vacation. They got spring break coming up. I feel like I went to school about 3 times more often than they do when they are in school now. So, yeah, I'm not looking forward to next week.
Tim.
Snow.
This is also pre-mad, dog. Listen,
It is pre-med.
I have succumbed to knowing my kids are going to be home a couple days next week. I have mentally prepared for 3 days, Monday to Wednesday.
You're a better man than I am. You're a better man than I am.
Well, I'm also going to be here at the radio station. Good luck to Lauren and the girls. But if we get to Thursday and school is still closed, that's when you next week. Save this call for a week from now. Because they should be able to, especially, dude, the forecast now, and we're going to have Cameron tomorrow for what will probably be close to his final forecast. I mean, they're saying 5 to 10. You can clear 6 inches of snow in 3 days.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yes, you can.
Appreciate the
and
call,
I will
Tim.
say.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
So I did drive on 7 West last Saturday, and we had no snow, but we had a little bit of ice. I saw over a dozen accidents on 7 heading out West Virginia. So I understand that the driving does get a little precarious.
Especially out there,
not ready
dude.
for school closures. Oh,
I mean, out there.
You saw what?
He's talking about 7 out past Leesburg.
It's gonna be freezing out there.
Yeah, we saw over a dozen crashes. There were police and ambulances everywhere.
Well, they should close.
See, that's the reason why your kid's going to be out of school. It's not going to be because of right there in Leeds, in Loudon and Ashburn area. It's going to be what's farther out.
But isn't that another county out there?
That, bro,
Loudon goes the whole way to West
Loudon
Virginia?
goes out there, dog. Loudon damn near touches West Virginia.
I thought that's Fauquier or something.
But it's Loudon going way out that way, going towards West Virginia. It goes into those little hills. So I keep telling you, if a few kids can't go, nobody goes.
Nah, you get Loudon, then Clark, then.
But I'm telling you how far it goes out there, dude. Monica works in Loudon for Loudon County.
We're
That's
not
why
going to get pre-mad at the schools. We might get.
I'm going to tell you who won't be pre-mad if they don't have to go to school. Monica.
I believe that. I believe that. Thanks for the call, Tim. Wild card Scotty on the line. Lord knows where this is going. Hello, Scott.
What's happening, fellas? How you doing?
What up, brother?
Nah, just chilling, man. Just chilling. Listen, I got my bleep you for you, JP. My bleep you. I try to bring and join in the celebration for my man Jeff's birthday. Put me on ice, man. I was gonna bring some cake, ice cream. Not that I was even trying to eat any of that, but I was trying to celebrate. And I'm only welcome whenever I'm
put you on the banned from coming in list. Don't blame me.
I didn't put him on no banned from coming in list.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Oh, come on now.
I didn't do that to him.
Maybe it was landfill.
He can't eat no damn ice cream right now anyway. He's working out.
I've been bringing food to y'all for 5 years. Come on now.
Man, Scotty, I told you he forgot to hit you back because we had people in
He
here.
didn't forget. If I ain't here for comic relief, there ain't no use. You need me to drop bars, and that's about all.
Come
that's
on,
all
nobody.
I'm for.
You barely
Scotty
dropped
out here
any
with
bars.
his
feelings hurt. In other words, hey, you know who blocked you from coming in, Scotty? Jeff, because you beat him in bars.
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Listen, Scott, you want to bring in cake and ice cream? Fire away, dude. I don't know what to tell you. We already had, that was when our friends from Edgewater were here dropping off the ribs and everything.
Yeah, we had ribs.
Wait, is Donnie bringing ribs in tomorrow? We're on a ribs heater to start 2026.
I should believe Donnie because he was supposed to call me back and let me know.
Yeah, Donnie. All right. Thank you, Scotty. Good to hear from you, buddy.
Have a good one, fellas.
Scared's Terrence on Twitter says, bleep this fake-ass spring day the day before Snowmageddon. I bundle up every morning and
I'm
I was
going to get 9 holes in.
Good for you, dude. Maybe I'll try to go hit a couple balls. My bleep you is fairly simple. I've told you this before. This happened at the CVS in my neighborhood, and I'm so morally opposed to it. And you see these videos all over the country, and maybe it's died down some in the post-COVID craziness of the world. But these dudes used to walk into CVS with these giant containers and just steal everything. And CVS didn't call the police. Nothing happened. There was no ramifications, right? And a lot of that just gets sold on Amazon. Mm-hmm. And I'm just so opposed to that I've tried to not use Amazon for everything. And I started a Walmart Plus account, right? So I'm trying to order from Walmart Plus. 3 times out of my last 5 orders with Walmart Plus, they don't have what I want. That's fine. Just don't deliver anything.
Huh?
Instead, they make substitutions. I don't want the substitution. I want what I ordered. And you can't stop the substitution. You can only then return it, which is like a total onerous process.
Wait,
Do not deliver the thing that you say you have and then don't have. Or deliver it the following day. I don't want what you think I want. I want what I want. Stop doing this.
Go into Walmart. Stop ordering stuff like that. That's how y'all get gypped.
That's why I'm just going to go back to Amazon because they deliver what they're supposed to deliver.
Sometimes but I'm just saying, go into the damn store. It'll be cheaper.
It's not, the whole point of it is that it gets delivered to your house. You don't have to go to the store.
That's what I'm saying. When you don't have to go to the store, you're paying more money.
Why don't you just turn substitutions off?
How do I do that?
It's on the app.
Okay, now that is valuable information.
See? Man, you arguing about stuff, you need to go pay attention to the app. Landfill knew it.
I love that your answer is to go to the store. I'm trying to avoid going to the store.
But that's the problem. Everybody want everything so damn easy, but complain about stuff when it's not what they want. If you don't go choose it yourself, then guess what?
I am choosing it myself. There's an app for it.
And
I'm choosing it.
The app is sending you some other crap because you didn't change it.
Landfill, where do I change it? I'm doing it right now.
I mean, it's like you have to, when you place an order, You can just say preferences, don't substitute.
It is driving me nuts. And I'm not asking for exotic stuff. If I order Diet Coke and you don't have it, don't ship me something else. I like my aspartame, damn it. No, I don't want something else. Like, I'm not asking for, what did the Dave Chappelle skit when he sent them to the Queens for for Mongolian breast milk or whatever? Like, that's not what I'm requesting. I want Diet Coke.
You know where he got that joke from, right?
I do, yes.
From you,
Had
Jeff?
to make sure.
No,
No,
from
making the band.
yeah. It was a Diddy joke.
Hey,
all right,
you gotta do your stuff, man.
I may give this one more opportunity because I'm done. I'm done with their substitutions. I don't want your life, Walmart delivery person. I want the stuff I'm paying for and ordering. Damn it. When we come back, you get to see me, Jeff, and Mike Marr look like fools. Don't go anywhere.
Good Thursday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. It's January 22nd, 2026, and you are listening live to The Fan. We'll take you all the way up to 6:30 tonight on G&D. Coming up in 2 hours at 4 ahead of the Blitz, we're giving away Caps tickets, so you'd better be listening. Danny, what's up?
Not much, my friend. We're sort of settled in now, right? Where there's all of a sudden there's no more championships. The final couple of games here left in the NFL season before the long sort of desert crawl through everything else that's the spring and the summer. But it's interesting, man. It just felt like a whirlwind. All we're doing is talking about football. And now all of a sudden it's like, whoa, everything's kind of slowed down. Business of the offseason will sustain us, but it just kind of occurred to me. There are 3 games of the NFL season left, and then nothing until September.
I don't want to think about it. It's a lot like being at camp or something where you're having fun and you've been there for 12 days and there's only 1 day left and you know you're going home tomorrow. I don't want to think about the fact that we only have Championship Sunday and Super Bowl Sunday in front of us. I need to worry about that when the time comes. Although, speaking of worrying about things, have you guys realized this? I saw this floating around in my algorithm yesterday on social media. Do you know that next year the Super Bowl is on Valentine's Day for the first time ever? How many relationships are going to end? Now, if you're married, my wife understands she happens to like football, actually, and we'll have a Super Bowl party or do whatever it is that we're going to do. But think about relationships in their infancy, where this is your first chance to really show commitment. It would be a red flag if you opted generally to hang out with buddies or to watch football over spending Valentine's Day with your girlfriend. Like if my daughter, who luckily is just a child and we don't do boyfriends and girlfriends yet, and hopefully she'll never have a boyfriend as long as she lives. That would be my ideal situation for her.
Yeah, I have a rule for my nieces. When you can pay your mortgage, you can date.
See, that's too early as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Potentially, they could start paying for their mortgage like at 18 or 25.
I'm thinking like in their 40s.
Even still, way too early.
The way the inflation's going? Yeah.
My rule for my daughter is as soon as I die, if you want to go on a date with a guy, you can do that. But until then, it's not happening. So anyway, what were we talking about?
Dating?
No.
Valentine's Day?
Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
If she was dating someone for a month or two and the dummy decided on Valentine's Day to hang out and watch football and didn't show up and give her a nice present or something, I would tell her, this guy stinks, get out of this relationship. But the Super Bowl is a little bit different.
It is, isn't it?
Super Bowl and Valentine's Day should never be allowed to be on the same day. I don't even know how you avoid it. It's never happened before, but apparently it's going to happen every 7 years now.
As the counter kind of gets pushed back. Yeah, so someone's got to do something. I don't know what exactly. But the Super Bowl could be on a Saturday in those given years, but it just, we're so used to it being that Sunday, etc. So it's bad luck when it falls on that same Sunday as Valentine's Day, I guess.
The league's not actually going to do that, but do you think that's a decent idea? That just once every 7 years, but in lieu of Valentine's Day, we have the Super Bowl on Super Bowl Saturday. Like, is that a realistic fix?
It would be, but I don't think the NFL is going to do that.
They definitely won't.
Right.
I'm saying in Danny Rouillet's world, would you make that move?
Oh, I would.
That gets to your desk, you're signing that law.
I would grab the pen and I would sign that right away, just to avoid any potential issues.
I think there's going to be some.
Yeah.
So you got a year to figure that out. I'm just getting that on your radar. All right, before we get into what is pertinent, good NFL news, some Commanders coaching search stuff that we've got to cover, I want to play a little game. And the game is going to be called How Much Did I Pay for 2 phone chargers today? Couple things you need to know. Number 1, nobody buys phone chargers as much as I do. Nobody. Is it a day of the week? I'm probably in the market for a phone charger.
How much do you really think lifetime you've spent on phone chargers?
Thousands.
Like I think it is. I think it's thousands of dollars.
I'm positive it is. I mean, they cost so much.
Yeah. And you lose them so much.
And I get them all the time.
So often.
It's not even about losing them. Like, that does happen. You're right. I'll give you that. But my bigger issue than losing them, that's rarer, is they stop working. They don't charge correctly. They get bent. They get frayed.
Oh, yeah.
It's not as bad now because I would say they make them better than they used to, but it is just ridiculous how often I'm getting Justin Herbert's and Austin Eckler's and I'm trying to find a Keenan Allen. It's constant. So, Danny, today I needed 2 of them. Long story, but the wife does not have a car charger, and I made it very clear to her, hey, I need you to be able to answer your phone if you and the kids are going on this trip. She's like, oh, I don't have a car charger, so I don't know if it's going to have battery or not. I'll fix that. Man of the house, going to get you a charger, put it in your car.
I will handle that. Good for you.
No problem. While I was there, I can always use a new wall charger.
Sure.
So I said, you know what? That looks like a Trey Harris over there. I'm going to go take a peek. Which Quentin Johnson do I want? All right, I'll grab this Lad McConkey, and we'll pay for this here. So I got a Mekhi Becton, and then I got another.
You got a second Amari in Hampton.
I got a Scott Matlock. I threw him in the bag, and we walked on out of the store. But not before I paid for a Khalil Mack. So my question to you, Danny, is I got 2 Denzel Perrymans. How much did I spend on those Tony Jeffersons? On those Tair Tarts, how much did I spend on a Derwin James?
Okay.
2 Chargers.
Now, does that include taxation?
Out the door, total
Out the
price,
door cost.
it does.
I'm going to say that's a $54 situation. That's a $54 situation.
Okay. Danny is in at $54.
Did we establish which place you got this
I
from?
went to the store, like the Verizon store. So just so we're all on the same page, okay? Now everyone's going to do the thing where they're like, get it on Amazon, go to the 7-Eleven. I buy chargers all the time from gas stations. They work for 2 weeks, and the 19 hours of being on the wall, and you might get a full charge.
And that's enough, yeah.
Okay, I got one of the big sillies, and yes, these are the most expensive that you can get. Would I have done it differently next time? Yes. If I knew they were going to cost this much, absolutely. Have I bought my final charger from that store? Probably. But that's what I did today. I wanted to get something reliable that would charge my wife's phone quickly and make sure that I can get in touch with her when I need to, even though she won't answer anyway, so all of this is moot.
And this is wall charger and car charger, correct?
Right. I got 1 wall charger.
For iPhones.
And I got 1 car charger for iPhone.
Because I was thinking 30 for one, 20 for the other.
Yeah.
And it sounds like I undershot based on what Grant's saying.
Well,
54 is a good
It sounds
spot.
like you've never bought a charger. That's what I would say.
I haven't bought one in a while. I just keep them.
About
And they
your
just,
gas.
I just have
Yes. Now, something Danny doesn't know, but I'll educate everybody else on this as well. When you buy a charger, you used to go in and it was one piece, especially for a car charger.
Oh, no.
So you could do like the cigarette lighter thing with the long, wrappy cord that you kind of stretch like a first down marker into the back seat. Not anymore, you don't. So now they have these all different. So you got the one box, which is like the charger block for the wall, or the box for the, you plug this in your car, and then there's the wire that is a USB end that goes into that. So there's 2 pieces per charger,
right?
4 boxes, 4 pieces total. But anyway, Danny's in at $54.
I'm going to go with $76 will
Okay.
be what I like.
Now, to be clear, I got 2 chargers. You're familiar with this, okay? Good. So these guys don't buy chargers. Ryan, how much did I spend? Only 2 chargers. Walked in, got 2 chargers, walked out.
I'm going to go a little lower than Dad. I'm going to go $74.
Wow, this is a terrible guessing game. Everybody's so wrong. Okay, Ryan, $74. Toby.
I'm going to go with my favorite commander, Javon Kinlaw, $99.
$99. Again, you guys are aware that I got 2 of these chargers. Yep. Okay, very good.
Should we go around again and guess again?
Yeah,
we're
you
all
probably
undershotted.
I can tell you that there's no commanders that wear this number because you're only allowed to put 2 numbers on a jersey. Okay?
Oh, dear.
For the 2 chargers that I purchased today,
oh dear,
in and out, the total was $137.76.
These are chargers.
$137.76.
This is to provide power to the.
This is
phone.
what a charger costs.
What?
Or I guess 2 of them, as it were. So I'm voting phone chargers as first team selection on the cost way too much team this year, with an outrageous amount of money. A lot of people will not tell you about their ballots. I will. I believe in transparency. Chargers, first team, this shouldn't cost that much. Now, are tariffs involved? I don't know.
Man.
I don't know what happened. I know that it cost me $137. Here's what's going to happen. Everyone's going to be like, you shouldn't have bought those. You're right. You're focusing on the wrong thing. You're focusing on the wrong thing.
Because you needed it now. You don't have time for like the delay because your wife's leaving.
Amazon. Nope. I had to buy them now. Go to 7-Eleven. Terrible quality. You can focus on the fact that I bought them if you want to. You're allowed to. That's what everyone will do.
Because you know how it's going to go, right?
I'm the sucker.
Right,
Sure.
right.
We can all agree. That's what they cost. If you walk into a store and buy 2 of the high-end chargers that they have. It's not like I had options, by the way, and I'm like, I'll go with the best version you have. This is just what they sell them for at these stores. $137 and some change.
That is unbelievable. So I've always argued, not argued is the wrong word. I've always believed, like, certain things that when you try to find the deal, you never can, because it's just a balloon. And they squeeze one side. We're like, look, the balloon's smaller here. And then on the other side, where it's like phones are cheaper than they've ever been because the technology is great. And now chargers cost $1 billion. Like a printer. Dude, you can get a printer for like $90. One ink cartridge costs like a pinky. You know what I mean? Like they're going to get your money somehow.
Everything costs so much. Go out to eat. Do anything with anyone at any time. I say this all the time, but if you go get a Diet Coke at a bar in D.C., it costs $5.25.
Yeah.
It is insane what things cost now. We could just do 4.5 hours complaining about that. That's not why people are coming here. We're a steakhouse. We'll serve steak. But just so we're all on the same page.
Steak costs a lot now.
Everything costs too much money.
Yeah. That I have nothing to add to that because that's correct. I'm astounded so many times. And I know this happened. I remember being in my teens and even almost 20 years old and hearing my dad go, I remember when this cost blank. And I would go, Dad, I don't have time to explain the progress of the world to you. I don't have time to explain the wage price increase spiral that has governed capitalism for hundreds of. I don't have time to explain it to you, Dad. But now I get it. I do it. I'm doing the exact same thing he did. I drive with my son the other day and I go, this used to be different. Talking about like some shopping center. I guarantee he didn't care at all, but he's a captive audience. He's sitting in the car with me and I go, that store didn't exist. That used to be a used video game store where we used to buy stuff. I could get a Nintendo 64 game for $2.99. I don't know how they made money, but that's where I used to buy them. He's sitting there just going, Dad, can you turn up the radio or something? Like, this is so boring. It's happened. I have become the thing.
Already seeing a lot of people blaming me. It's my fault.
Mm-hmm.
I won't buy from this place anymore.
Okay.
I walked in. I got the chargers.
That charger needs to last forever.
I walked out. You're focusing on the wrong thing.
That needs to be a Dan Fouts for you. That needs to be a Hall of Famer.
There ain't a charger you could name. Okay? Kellen Winslow ain't walking through that door. You understand what I'm saying? Stan Humphries can't be $137. Now, I have bought chargers before, one at a time, and I remember it going up. It used to be $29.99. Then it was $39. Then it was $50. Like, it's $60, $70 per. I kind of know that. That's what it costs now. So buying 2, I should have expected that. But
oh my God.
I am going to start just having the super crappy chargers all the time. Just the 7-Eleven, rip open the package, nubby charger that gives me
it's gonna break
juice over hours
in a week.
I'll just do that. It's worth 10 of those equaling up to the price of a good one, especially how much I go through them. Like, this thing will be lost and in the 980 studio because someone borrowed it, and I'll never see it again in like 6 days. You know what I'm saying?
I do know exactly what you're saying. So the thing that gets me about certain stuff like that is that costs probably $1.75 to make. You know what I mean? They're going to sell it for $1 billion, like 50 times what it actually costs. Like,
I don't know how it works.
Stuff like that drives me crazy.
Yes, I mean,
I understand an automobile, craftsmanship, expertise, materials from all over the world. You know, some of the smartest people designing something. I get that a car is going to cost a lot of money. It's not a box and some pedals. You know what I mean? I get that. That makes perfect sense to me. It's more expensive than it used to be, but I get it. You know what I mean? Like, the amount of human hands that had to invent something and tweak something and build this thing, this complex supercomputer on wheels. I get that costs a lot. That little wire connected to that little thing that they change just so often so that the old one doesn't work anymore.
Also, let's talk about that.
Cost $1.17 for them to make, and they're going to charge me $50.
The amount of tweaks to the design of these chargers, which you can say whatever the reason is behind the scenes. We all know, don't we? iPhone has their own specific stupid charger, different than Droid. Now, finally, somebody somewhere along the way said this is outrageous, and everybody's going to these mini USB oval hockey rink-looking chargers, which is great, but we're not completely there yet, because my wife's got one charger. That's another thing. My wife's got one charger on her iPhone. I've got another charger on my iPhone, because hers are a little older than mine. So we can't just have a charger for everybody's phone. We need multiple chargers, but they get you that way. They used to be all one piece. Now it's 2 pieces. Now you need the block, different from the wire. Some of this is just the man getting over on Grant and Danny. See what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
There is an element of that.
As someone who just got a new phone, they don't even come with the block anymore.
Oh, I know all about that.
It doesn't even come with the
That's
block
a
anymore.
great point. How is that possible? Think about this, by the way. You spend $900 on a cell phone or whatever. Used to come with your charger. Everything you needed to charge that phone up was in there. Now it's just a wire. You want a block? Well, we got them over there. Now they're $46, but you can go buy your charger block. Just go to 7-Eleven. Okay, I'll get a crappy one that will do the worst job ever charging my phone for cheap. Or I could spend another $50 and get a block. They screw you in every which way possible. Just kick to the ribs, kick to the shin, kick to the ass, kick to the ribs. It's constant.
Little wiffle ball bat to the handbag. That's what it is, man.
It is constant.
Constant.
It's just so expensive.
And I don't like being taken advantage of in general. That's like, again, if I'm walking in to buy something major or otherwise. Like, I understand. I know how the world works. I'm a citizen. I get it. I get stuff. It's when I go, you're screwing me. Like this is too much. This is like a thing where you're eking out an extra $1.75 a month off of me or whatever. I can't live with that.
What is so I'm going phone charger as my first team selection for the cost way too much team. What is your first team all pro there?
Oh man, actually,
this thing can't possibly cost this much. What are we doing here?
I tell you, first thing came to my mind, the couch. I know I've just finished saying like I get craftsmanship and a bunch of stuff. I remember you and I had this conversation before, but when my wife was like, we're going to get now our forever couch, which is probably the wrong time because then we had another baby. Anyway, but it was like we have enough kids. They're old enough now. They know we're not eating on this couch. Like, this is a nice couch. It's going to be here on our forever home, our forever couch. And I go, you know what? Let's make it nice. It's like, let's spend a couple $1,000s. And she looked at me like, that would get us a foot of couch. That would get us a fraction of a couch.
Well, here's what you said to her. You said, let's spend a couple $1,000s. Let's get the best couch. It would be like me saying, you want to go out to dinner? And my wife's like, yeah. And I'm like, you know what, babe? We haven't done a good date in a while. I'm going to wine and dine you. Let's do something super ritzy. You put on your best dress. Look hot. Let's go do this right. Let's go have dinner for like $75 tonight. Which, by the way, is what an appetizer and half of a meal costs at like your favorite nubby chain restaurant.
Well, it's to me, it would be like, tell you what we're going to do. You get all dolled up. I'll put on a nice little suit, right? No tie. Just keep it informal. And let's go to the dumpster and see if anybody threw out some bagels. Like that's the equivalent of how much I wanted to spend on the couch. I was stunned by that. Couches.
Couches cost. I mean, I can't even imagine buying anything right now.
Right.
A car, because like literally everything's gotten worse. And in the last several months, it's gotten worse than worse. So I right now, this moment, if you had to buy something coming from another country, God bless you. I need a phone charger. I'm just taking out a loan in a week or two. Like, that's where we're headed at this point. Like, hey, can I put this on layaway? Do you have payment plans? I'm the learners trying to get a bat.
Seriously,
I'm just
that's your Joey Gallo charger.
I am deferring payment on this phone charger for Joey Gallo's $5 million. We'll pay you $1 million this year, and then we'll do $1 million every year for the next 4 years. He's like, dude, it's a 1 year, $5 million contract.
Not the way we do it.
We're deferring that. I got 12 payments over the year for my phone charger.
My God,
that's where we're headed. All right, that went longer than I thought, but I'm glad we had that conversation. It needed to be said, and if I could say this, it helped me a little bit. It was good therapy. Next, though, the Commanders might be zeroing in on a defensive coordinator. They've added a name that fans are excited about to their list of interviewees. We'll get to that on The Fan. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30, 4 o'clock, 90 minutes from now. The Beltway Blitz. And at that time, we're giving away Caps tickets. Danny, we've got a new candidate for the DC job for the Commanders. And they're going off the grid a little bit. Fans will be excited because his name's come up a lot within the fan base. It's Al Harris, who's the pass game coordinator and DB's coach in Chicago with the Bears. Prior to that, he worked in Dallas with Dan Quinn. Wherever he has gone, takeaways have followed. The Bears had 33 takeaways this year, the most in the NFL. They had 23 interceptions, the most in the NFL. Dallas, similarly, was one of the higher takeaway interception teams in the league when he was there. And they've had the league leader in picks in Chicago, in Dallas, under him and his secondary for years now. That part of him as a candidate is intriguing, but this goes against what they've been saying they want.
That's
They've
right.
Talked a lot about experience, play caller, someone who's done this before, and this is more would be like a David Blau hire. Never been a DC, never called plays.
Yeah, it is certainly interesting. It's a name that I was wondering where he was in his process because he had been with Dan Quinn before. I think at one point he said he would go wherever Dan Quinn went as kind of a matter of policy. Of course, it didn't work out that way. But everywhere he's been, as you said, the turnovers have followed. So I'm at least intrigued by that because my philosophy on defense, if you can be great, that's awesome. If you can be Seattle or Houston and Denver at times and be dominant, that's great. But for me, at least a minimum is take something away. Do something to affect the offense. You could be a high turnover team like Chicago, force a bunch of turnovers, but you're going to give up yards, you'll give up points. That's kind of the way Dallas was for the last couple of years. You could be we're eliminating all big plays. That probably means not that much pressure, not that many turnovers, but we're not going to get gashed for 25, 35, 40 yards a chunk. Washington, last several years, has taken nothing away. They've been a disaster on that side of the ball. They don't turn you over. They don't create pressure. They give up huge chunk plays. They stay on the field too long. It's not bend but don't break. It's just bend, break, and shatter and get thrown in the garbage. So he's intriguing in that sense that everywhere he's been, I think to your point, turnovers have followed. At least something positive is on his resume. It's just interesting, though, that he hasn't been more of a candidate, both internally in Dallas and now kind of it's late in the game as some of the musical chairs have stopped. I just sort of was wondering about it. I couldn't tell you how he'd be as a DC. We don't know yet. But again, there's at least some feather in his cap there. There's something on the wall that says where he goes, you get a lot of turnovers.
I get the sense that the fan base would be really excited about hiring Al Harris. He's the name that I've seen come up the most among our listeners online and then on the phones as well. And we can open up the phones on this for you guys at 800-636-1067. In fact, his name came up so much that pretty early in the process I'd called over to some of my people over in the building, and I was like, hey, where's Al Harris's name? You guys are talking to Flores and Gannon and Graham and Cullen and Wilson and Scott and Ulbrich and whoever else. Like, what about this up-and-coming guy that everyone seems to love that worked under Dan Quinn, that is one of his buddies, Al Harris? And they're like, yeah, the experience seemed to be what they cared the most about. So that's why they talked to Flores and Gannon and Graham and Cullen, who had all been DC's and called plays. Same with Denard Wilson. In fact, the only guy that they'd interviewed until Al Harris's name popped up yesterday that had not previously been a coordinator and has not called plays was Carl Scott. So I want to get into later in the show when we come back to this topic in the 5 o'clock hour maybe. My secondary angle is going to be that I do think this defensive coordinating search is not going ideally. This has not been idealistic. They wanted Flores. He's staying in Minnesota or becoming a head coach. They wanted Raheem Morris. He's still doing head coaching interviews and has not taken a DC interview from them. They wanted Ulbrich. At one point, I was told he was their top target. He wasn't allowed out of the building in Atlanta and is now their defensive coordinator back under contract with Kevin Stefanski. They wanted or want Jonathan Gannon, but he's got head coaching interviews still ongoing, plus a bunch of DC options, and it just feels to me like maybe they're preparing that he may not either be a fit or take the job. So now, if that's the case, if I'm reading the tea leaves correctly, you're down to Patrick Graham, who's like the one gray-in-the-beard, long-time play-caller DC type, and then Joe Cullen, who was a D-line coach who used to be a coordinator, Denard Wilson, local guy who's younger and a D coordinator, and then the last one would be the pass game coordinator from the Seahawks, Carl Scott, who doesn't really have the experience. So you add Al Harris to that mix. But we'll focus more on what I believe is the search has not gone the way they were hoping or wanted, and that's why they're now kind of regrouping. And it seems like adding someone to the list. We're 2 weeks into this thing.
Yeah.
You're just now interviewing Harris. You basically did one batch of interviews with a bunch of guys, and he wasn't a part of that. But we can get into that in a bit. Focusing just on Harris as a candidate, I actually would be excited by it. My one curiosity, or at least anxiety about the hiring would be you have two really green coordinators now. And supposedly, when they hired David Blau, they said, all right, we need a veteran to call the defensive plays so Dan doesn't have to worry about both. We want Quinn or Quinn wanted to like not have to call the defensive plays and help out a lot, which he would have to do if you bring in a guy who'd never done it with Harris. It'd be more like Joe Witt last year.
Right.
But with Blau on the other side, I think the whole thing is he doesn't want to have to deal with both sides of the building with these new guys that might need help. If you have two of those, that's a nerve-wracking situation for me.
Yeah, so Harris at least has had more responsibility or larger roles than has Blau, who really is a true neophyte. He was playing as recently as a couple seasons ago. Harris is 51, has been around for a handful of seasons as a coach, having held several different positions. But it's still, I think the point stands. This isn't, as you said, gray-bearded, a Romeo Crennel type that's been a defensive coordinator in 10 different cities, et cetera, and has seen everything twice. He would still be elevated to responsibility he's never had before. But again, the name is intriguing to me, both because of the relationship with Quinn, and again, there is something to hang your hat on with him. At a minimum, it's like a really strong correlation, but at a maximum, you got to figure he's doing something right to encourage guys to get guys to intercept the football in the way that he has. I mean, he leaves, and Trayvon Diggs is now about to be on his third team. It seems like, whereas that guy was a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. He made Deron Bland a thing, and you look at Chicago, a group that was terrible on defense. It's not as if they're good, but they sure as bleep turn you over. At least that's something, right? But yeah, it's. I think to me, Grant, this was inevitable. When you swam or kind of fished in this big pond that they were in, the offensive coordinator, when they took themselves out of it, they said, we're not going after any of these big fish. We've got our own in-house baby fish that we're going to maybe grow to be a whale one day in David Blau. They swam in the big pond with the big boys. You're sitting out there holding hope for Brian Flores, who's got head coaching interview stuff lined up. And he's basically locked into either Minnesota or a head coaching job. When you swim in the big waters, you might miss some of these guys that are in demand. So all of a sudden, they found themselves on the bad end of it.
How would you feel about Al Harris being hired as the defensive coordinator? 800-636-1067. And would you have any reservations about that hire because of the fact that they already have a first-time coordinator who's never done it before, who's going to probably make some mistakes along the way and need some help on the offensive side? It seemed to me like they originally thought, if we're going with Blau, then we can't do the same thing on defense. And that has changed as a lot of their top options, Flores, Ulbrich, Raheem, and maybe Gannon, are either out or likely not going to be the guy. I guess Gannon I'll write with pencil because I think they could still maybe land him. We'll see. But I think I would get excited about Harris just because of the resume. It would be cautiously so because it could go really poorly. And I'll come back to the point. I tweeted this earlier today at Grant H. Paulson. You just referenced it. But I need someone to explain to me why the Dallas Cowboys didn't bring him in and interview him. Now, you could say, well, the Cowboys, like maybe they wanted an experienced defensive coordinator. They went and got Matt Eberflus last year. They have a type. Except they are working as we speak right now to sign the Philadelphia Eagles pass game coordinator, effectively the Al Harris of their building, the DB's coach in Philly who coordinates their pass game on defense, who has never called plays, who has never been a defensive coordinator. They're doing the Al Harris hiring, and they didn't even interview the guy that they know better than anybody else. So when David Blau gets a job in Washington or something like that, you go, oh, they love this guy so much, they couldn't let him out of the building, year too early. Like when you've got a real star, this rising, ascending piece in your building, you act accordingly. That's what Washington did when they had an opening. They basically said, search be damned. This is cursory. This is not real. We're going to hire, interview a couple of guys and hire the dude right down the hall. The Cowboys have had multiple openings the last couple of years, and Harris hasn't even gotten an interview for it. Why is that?
That's the question I don't have an answer to.
Does that give you any pause?
It does. It's the only thing that I can't quite shake. Because, again, in concept, yes, right? A riser. Obviously, again, there is tangible work that you can put up on the board that is good. This isn't a, we hope he will turn into X. It's a, when Al Harris shows up, you get interceptions. right? I mean, at least that's something. So I can go, okay, that'll be the identity of the defense then. They'll bend, they'll break at times, they'll give up some big stuff, but they'll turn you over. And maybe that's the way for this offense, just to get the ball back a couple more times, maybe a big play here or there, but at least that's a philosophy, at least it's something. So to me, that's exciting. There's some intrigue there. That's the only pause. That's the negative to me, is why didn't others jump at this when there have been multiple opportunities to do so? That's it.
Jerry in Gaithersburg, if they hire Al Harris and they have 2 first-time coordinators in the building going into this huge year for Dan Quinn, could you get down with that?
Well, not really, unless they bring on Greg Williams, G-R-E-G-G, Greg Williams. He was interviewed by John Kime this past week. Oh, my goodness, this guy, he's consulting the NFL folks. Right now, he's just taking care of his daddy over where his parents live. He'd be chomping at the bit, if not to be the D coordinator, at least a consultant.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with him as a consultant. He has not coached in the NFL since 2020. So this isn't quite the Marty Morningwig call that we had so much fun with, because I think Greg Williams has actually still had recent success. He was with the DC Defenders from 2023 to 2025, but he's been coaching recently at Tennessee State. I don't know what level that is or much about that program. I know they play their home games at the Tennessee Titans Stadium in Nashville because my buddy Dan Lang calls their games. But Tennessee State is kind of where he's been plying his trade recently. Would I be interested in talking to him to see what he thinks about my defense? Yes. Do I love him as an advisor? I think that's the role. I'm not hiring him as a DC in 2026.
Not at this point, no.
Let's go to Manny in Southeast in the city. What's up, Manny?
Hey guys, how you doing? Good to talk to you guys, man.
Hey, buddy.
You as well.
I want to be realistic. Al, name a team that he went to where he was the D-backs coach that they didn't give up 30 points a game. Dallas gave up 30 points a game.
They gave up a lot of points.
Don't get it twisted. They produced turnovers, but the defense still gave up 30 points a game.
It's a good point, and you got to ask yourself, like, what's important? I would point out, by the way, the Bears this year gave up the 4th most yards in the NFL.
Yeah.
They gave up the 5th most yards in the NFL on the ground per play. They gave up the 4th most yards in the NFL per, I don't know if it was attempt or completion. This was a bad statistical defense when they weren't taking the ball away. But you could say the same about the Cowboys.
That's what Dallas was, yeah.
At times, too, post Dan Quinn. So that is a reasonable question, I think. The hype is, as you said, wherever he goes, they generate takeaways. A lot of times, though, the DB's coaches are not thought of as D coordinators as much as like linebackers or defensive line types. And the reason for that is they do way more run game stuff. It's like the pass game guys that are in the secondary often need a lot of help with the run game. And maybe he's got a plan and he'd know exactly what he's doing. But just stylistically speaking, you don't see that transition quite as much.
No, that's a good point. Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely a data point. Now, how much of that is on him? I have no idea. There's no real way to know because you haven't been the DC before. You go, did they give up 30 points a game because his defensive backs were getting beat a ton? Part of that, yeah, their guys were gambling all the time. But that, again, it's the philosophy. My point is, do something. Take something away, right? Right now, the current paradigm in the NFL is just bend but don't break. 2 high shells, everybody drops off. You can complete it underneath a million times. It's what happened as a result of how great Pat Mahomes was. Everyone got tired of getting beaten over the top, so they said, fine, do 15 plays, execute underneath. Eventually you'll hold or we'll get a sack or something. And that's where everybody is right now.
Next, we're closing in on Championship Sunday. We're going to rank the remaining 4 quarterbacks in the NFL in order of how confident we are in them going into their games on Sunday. We'll do that next on The Fan. He's Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan Championship. Sunday is looming. Double dip. This is the Danny Rouillet time of game that you prefer. We've got a 3 o'clock, 6:30 doubleheader, as we always do on Championship Sunday.
This is the good stuff.
I would advocate for 4 and 8:30, but I'm just a boy, and that's not what they're going to do. So we'll go Patriots, Broncos in Game 1, and Rams, Seahawks in Game 2. Going to be a fun Sunday. So, Danny, I figured we could go through our rankings. They might be similar here, but of the remaining 4 head coaches, so in order, chronologically, it's Vrabel, who has been to an AFC Championship game but doesn't have a ring. Sean Payton, a Super Bowl champion. Sean McVay, a Super Bowl champion. And Mike Macdonald coaching in his first ever championship game with no ring and just his second ever year as a head coach. Let's rank them in order. So we'll start with 4. We'll work our way to 1. How much confidence do you have in these guys being an X factor in a positive way for their teams on Sunday?
So I like this guy. I'm a huge fan of this guy. His accomplishments speak for themselves, but he's been a little shaky. Sean McVay is my number 4 at this point. Again, we're coming off of a game that he, by his own admission, didn't call particularly well. The Rams can't seem to put anybody away. He's a brilliant offensive mind. There's nothing wrong with Sean McVay, and this is a great list to be on right here. I think these are 4 of the best coaches we got in the sport right now, but McVay is my 4th. I'm losing a little bit of trust right now, wavering on McVay, especially when compared to these other 3 guys.
I understand why you would say that, because I thought he had a rough go of it with the Bears.
Yeah, by his own admission, yeah.
Timeouts are never really his strength, in my opinion. 4th and 1 decisions can be a little bit tough, but I think he's gotten more aggressive as he's gone on as a coach there. He also does have hardware, so it's not like he hasn't won a Super Bowl before.
Sure.
I'm going to go with Sean Payton 4th, actually, the other of the Seans, interestingly. Part of it is, he's got Jarrett Stidham at quarterback, so he's got to deal with that. I think offensively, he's not going to get to do what he would prefer to do. He's going to have to coach a different kind of game, if that makes sense.
It does.
If you have your starter Bo Nix out there and you're just looking at your IHOP sheet, he uses the very hard plastic that you could snap in half.
His is like a weight. It's like a substantial plastic laminated IHOP menu.
Well, it's a true menu,
Right.
not like a diner menu where it's like flimsy and you can do this.
Right.
Some of the menus, it's like tri-folded, but there's like leather binded, and it's
Right.
like that. It's like a
that.
steakhouse kind of menu. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Where there's like hard, and again, you could break it over your knee in a plastic kind of way. I'm gonna go Peyton 4th though. Part of that is supporting cast. 3rd for me, I'm going to go with McVay. I really like McVay. I think highly of him. Right now, McDonald's just on a heater where it seems like every button he touches works. And I think Vrabel has long been in control of games in a way that is a mastery of coaching in terms of timeouts and rules and all kinds of those game management things. So I'll put McVay 3rd. I would have had him 2nd, but last week was a rough go on the road.
Yeah, so I just flipped he and Peyton for my ranking. So I've got Sean Payton 3rd, and I think it's one of those, his hands are tied. Like any magic he was going to do, it's like, well, I got to give this play to Jarrett Stidham, so I'm a little bit boned. But I think he is still very much a net positive. I'm a big Sean Payton fan. He comes off as arrogant and brash, and the answer is yeah. I mean, he is here to coach his team. He's not really worried about anything else. Comments be damned. But he's really smart. He'll get the most out of them. I just don't know that the most is going to be good enough this week. Mike Macdonald's number 2, even though he's never been here, he belongs here. That dude is the real deal. He's also got the best team. They are complete. Everything, they have no weaknesses. Everything they do is really good. It's a matter of if Sam Darnold doesn't have a meltdown, ... they're winning this one and probably the next one. And number 1, my favorite coach in the NFL, Mike Vrabel.
I'll put Vrabel 2 and McDonald 1, just specific to this week. Vrabel's on the road, tougher situation, I think, against a really good Denver defense. McDonald hasn't been in this environment either. I'm not saying he's going to crawl into the fetal position and not know what to do, but the fact that he hasn't been in the environment is why you would maybe take away from him a little bit. But I think had he have been here, had he had Vrabel's experience where he got here and lost, we give Vrabel that credit. He's been in an AFC Championship game before. Yeah, they didn't win it. I don't hold that against McDonald as much. I don't know how different it is than 1 week ago where they bludgeoned the San Francisco 49ers. I also think if you're talking about just who's going to have the best week, it seems like McDonald's got a really good plan for this offense. I think in some ways, the Shanahan matchup a week ago with San Francisco is good prep for this week with McVay. It's comparable in how they operate and move the football. Now, the Rams have more talent at almost every single position, so it's a much bigger challenge. But I kind of like that McDonald got a little bit of a dress rehearsal, if you will, for this game.
Yep.
Also playing a team for the third time this season as a head coach. And in my opinion, you could say the same, I guess, about McVay, but I think that's going to help McDonald too. There is not the same familiarity with Vrabel in Denver as there is for McDonald with the Rams.
That's a sharp point. Yeah, but again, I think it helps to have the biggest gun, right? Which is what Seattle has. That is the most complete team. They are really, really good. But to your point, McDonald is just sharp as a tack and seems to have the kryptonite right now to that Shanahan scheme.
Next on Grant and Danny, we'll kick off our second hour with a quick look at some of the finalists lists for the awards in the NFL. Generally, ahead of the Super Bowl at the honors event that the NFL does, they give out all the awards, but we now know who the finalists are for each, so we'll take a peek at some of those. And then I want to get into our Commanders position group a day breakdown. Today, we're talking about the running back spot for Washington. This is The Fan.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Thanks to Toby for the update. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. In 1 hour, we're giving away Caps tickets. If you want them, you better be listening to The Fan.
We are brought to you, as always, exclusively by the law firm of Condori and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
I wanted to spin through some of the categories for NFL awards people care about and look at the finalists going into what is championship weekend. So we're about a week and a half away from figuring out who's actually going to win these awards. We'll start with the Most Valuable Player Award. We've actually got Seth Walder of ESPN coming on the show today at 4:30. He wrote a piece on how he would rank the MVP finalists. I think Matt Stafford's going to win this thing pretty convincingly. I say that, Danny, because I feel like there's a career achievement element for Matt Stafford. He's never won an MVP. A lot of people are talking about him as a future Hall of Famer. Maybe he wins the Super Bowl and walks into the sunset. But it would be the last thing he hasn't done. So I think that bodes well for him. I also think there's a lot of people that'll look at his touchdown total and his interceptions and be like, he had the best season for a quarterback. He threw the most touchdowns. By the way, I think 14 of his touchdowns are 1-yard touchdown passes. Not to take away, but my point is just that's not the best metric for quarterback play, but he certainly has had the most of them. So I think Stafford will win. I think Drake May will be second. I would vote May and have Stafford as number 2. Walder, I think, has May as his MVP. We'll talk about him when he joins us. Who do you think is going to win?
I think it's going to be Stafford, but I think it's going to be closer than you do. And I'm one of those simpletons that cares about it. When your touchdown numbers are a dozen more than anybody else, I don't care how fluky some of them are. You're now running circles around people. 4,700 yards, most yards per game. It's not as if he's they're picking like Cam Ward or Daniel Jones to win it. Like, this guy's pretty deserving. Again, Drake May is a worthy candidate as well. Really, you're talking about the best of the best at this point. But I do think we do this sometimes with MVPs where the guy's been really good for a long time, has never done that, and he's having an MVP-worthy season. We'll just give it to him. You know what I mean? Like, the MVP award isn't always the blind ballot who had the best season. There's other emotional things in it too.
And to be clear, if Matt Stafford wins the MVP award, it's not going to be like they're giving it to the 19th best quarterback in the league.
Right. I think that's kind of what I was saying. Yeah.
He is very deserving, and in most years would probably be my choice for MVP. I just think when you compare him and May, which you do, and you come away Stafford, which is fine, I compare the two and I come away May. Stafford is throwing to 2 Hall of Fame wide receivers with one of the most respected offensive head coach, play caller, designers in the sport, and a superior offensive line playing indoors on carpet. He's just got a lot of things going for him, but we can get more in detail into the MVP race next week. How about Defensive Player of the Year? This feels like it's going to be a runaway. Myles Garrett broke the record for sacks this season in Cleveland. It's almost like, who would it be if it wasn't Myles Garrett?
I'm sure there are other nominees, and that's adorable.
Will Anderson of the Texans, Nick Bonito of the Denver Broncos, who's still playing, by the way, super underrated. We saw him play well here in Washington. Terrific. Aiden Hutchinson's great with the Detroit Lions, and then Micah Parsons, who dominated for many of the 14 games he played in Green Bay with the Packers this year. I bring this up just to say, I wish Will Anderson could win this award. He is that good. I actually love the personality, too. I think he's great for the game. He needs more exposure. He is an awesome guy. I think his agent should be working to get him on Fox or CBS this weekend like Kirk Cousins did last week before a pregame show, because just the more people see of Will Anderson, the more they're going to fall in love with him. And he's also incredibly talented. But this is Garrett's award, and there's really no competition this year.
Yeah, 9 sacks clear of the next guy. You set a record. One of these, and it's not easier to sack the quarterback now than it was before. I know people throw more, but remember, it's 2.5 seconds and that's it.
Especially when your team is trailing,
and that's the other
constantly.
Part. Yeah,
it's one thing for Will Anderson. Yeah. You're pinning your ears back. Your team's leading. Myles Garrett's team is terrible, never in the lead, and he's still getting.
Yeah, you're going to have to do it basically to get your sacks. Other than that, it's like they're handing it off, running out the clock. So yeah, it is that much of a remarkable season.
Offensive Player of the Year award. So this could go to the quarterback that doesn't win the MVP, May or Stafford. I know May's a finalist for this as an example. I think you kick the quarterbacks out of this because basically no one else is allowed to win MVP anyway. So OPOY to me should be the non-quarterback who had the best season. And if that's the way we're looking at it, your candidates include Christian McCaffrey of the Niners. I love that because of how often he was used 300 plus touches, had 100 catches this year, was invaluable as a running back. Puka Nacua, who's the best receiver in the sport statistically with the LA Rams. Jackson Smith-Njigba, who is the most dynamic, kind of best threat down the field, making catches, plays after the catch with Seattle. And then Bijan Robinson was probably the scariest running back with the ball in his hand all season. So you got McCaffrey, Nacua, Robinson, and Njigba. I actually said McCaffrey at the end of the year. A lot of people disagreed, but I just thought the usage and the importance, like from a value standpoint, Purdy gets hurt. Mac Jones is their quarterback.
Yep.
They just keep handing him the ball 25 times and throwing it to him 7 and winning football games. So I would go with McCaffrey, even though maybe the numbers aren't quite as elite as they are for Njigba or Nacua.
This is one where I think you really can't go wrong. Like if you tell me it's Puka Nacua, yeah, that made sense. 130 catches, 1,700 yards. It's JSN. Yep, that makes sense too. 1,800 yards, receiving 120 catches, 10 touchdowns. My answer is Bijan Robinson, though, where the quarterback situation is yuck and muck. It's bad. It's gross. They can't go down the field. The offensive coordinator is adult, and that dude racked up 2,300 scrimmage yards, 1,500 rushing, and almost, I think 820 receiving.
When Cousins came in there, it was like Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson. That was it.
Yeah.
So he started putting up huge numbers as a receiver.
He's my answer. But again, your argument for McCaffrey is just as good. I think that's I won't say most competitive award because they're all pretty competitive, but that one, I don't think you can go wrong, but my answer is Bijan.
Offensive Rookie of the Year probably will go to Jackson Dart. I haven't looked at the betting market or the prediction market. I say that just because he's a quarterback, and it almost always goes to a quarterback. Tyler Shuck, sneaky, had a really good year, too.
Yes, he did.
With the New Orleans Saints. He could be their quarterback for the next several seasons based on how he looked. But for me, I actually thought Tet McMillan
That's my answer.
of the Carolina Panthers was the most impressive rookie. If we did this at the midway point, it would have been Emeka Egbuka from the Bucks, their rookie wide receiver. He ended up getting hurt, missing some time, and then falling off. Travion Henderson had some huge games, and in the middle of the year, kind of carried the Patriots in the backfield over Ramondre Stevenson. But as the year went on, Henderson fell off. Stevenson took over, and he's actually been their bell cow stretch run into the playoffs. Tet McMillan's the guy, if you actually look up the numbers in Carolina, who was their best weapon in the passing game.
Oh, yeah.
70 catches for 1,000 yards and 70 touchdowns. A very kind of like Terry McLaurin-like season for him as a rookie.
He's my answer. And I wonder if because the other guys, because Dart, remember, got hurt a bunch, didn't start right away.
I just worry about the New York element and quarterback.
Yeah, of course.
It feels like if you're a wide receiver, you've got to do something amazing. Remember, Puka Nacua had 1,500 yards and didn't win the award because C.J. Stroud threw 20 touchdowns. It's just really hard to unseed a quarterback.
It is, and I'm thinking because he and Shug respectively didn't play full seasons, so maybe this is finally the time where you get someone that had a better year objectively. Tet McMillan is my answer. The best half of the season was Egbuka, but that of course fell off as other receivers on that roster got healthy. I bet it goes to Dart, but it should go to Tet McMillan.
AP Defensive Rookie of the Year. This one's interesting. So you got Abdul Carter from the Giants. Carter twice got benched for issues in the building. Ended up having a really good stretch run after they moved on from Dable and brought in the interim head coach from the offensive side of the ball, who kind of had some come-to-Jesus conversations with him, Mike Kafka. I think he got more out of him. Nick Amenwori from the Seahawks is a do-everything safety. James Pierce from the Falcons ended up being a quality pass rusher, led the Falcons in sacks. They had the most as a team this year. Carson Schweichinger is the linebacker from the Cleveland Browns, who was a tackling machine. And then Xavier Watts, safety from Atlanta. So I debated between Amenwori, who I thought was the best defensive player in just overall, and then Schweichinger, the linebacker from the Browns. Amenwori, it's harder because the numbers aren't there, and he's a little bit of a tweener positionally. Like, he's the guy, if I could take any player from this defensive class right now and put him on Washington, Amenwori would be one, and then honestly, Abdul Carter would still be number 2. But I'm actually giving the award to Carson Schweichinger, the linebacker from the Browns, just because if you ever watched them, like, he was their Bobby Wagner.
Yep.
He's green dot. He's getting dudes in position. He's 22 years old. He was actually the 33rd overall pick in the second round, so it's not like it was out of obscurity. But he made 160 tackles this year, had 3 sacks, hit the quarterback 10 times, had 11 TFLs. He was awesome.
Averaged 12 a game down the stretch, basically, over his last 8 games or so. He's a worthy choice. This one is really hard because you don't have this guy had 14 sacks or something crazy, or this guy had 7 interceptions. My answer is Amenwori, just because if you know, he's kind of a deal. But there are no numbers that are that gaudy. He has like a sack, I think, and maybe 1 pick. But if you watch them play, he lines up somewhere different every play and is there to make the tackle or there to make the play or there to pick up the pass or there to cover the guy or hit the running back or the TFL. He is an absolute animal. He's my favorite player in this group, but it's hard for that to win the award because there's no gaudy statistic to point to.
It's a great point. I mean, it's kind of, to me, like, this would be a huge win for being in a smart football era of smart watchers.
Right.
What I mean by that is it's 80 tackles, it's 2.5 sacks, it's 9 TFLs. Like, there's nothing you look at statistically to say Eamon Warrior should win it, but he was the most impactful, and he's probably the most dynamic player on the best defense. And so it's one of those, like, if you're voting for him, you know ball kind of things. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But I don't know that we live in that time either. Like, I think Stafford's going to win the MVP, partially because he threw all those touchdowns. People aren't going to look at the deeper dive numbers or some of the other stuff. So, I don't know. I'd be surprised if he won, but I'll be happy if he does. And by the way, check him out in the NFC Championship game if you're not familiar. He is a badass. A comeback player of the year.
You'll notice him, yeah.
We'll do 2 more. Comeback player of the year. Stephon Diggs of the Patriots was okay. Aiden Hutchinson of the Lions had a great year. Trevor Lawrence, Jaguars, is coming back from what? Being average, I guess, and having a little bit of a shoulder thing. McCaffrey of the 49ers got hurt, was good again. And Dak, I feel like every other year, is in the running for this award. Top of my head, I think Hutchinson should win this thing. Serious injury, missed most of the season, and was one of the better edges in the league.
Came back and was great. So it's between him and McCaffrey for me. I'm going to
How hurt was McCaffrey last year?
He missed a bunch. I can't remember exactly what it was. I only played a few games, if memory serves.
Last year, McCaffrey played in 4 games. That's a good one. Honestly,
Yeah.
I thought he played half a season.
So that's why I'm giving it to him, because I didn't give him my Offensive Player of the Year award. Right? I went Bijan, and I got it. This dude was so important, and coming off an injury, he had 500 touches. That, to me, sort of screams, not only did you come back, but you were the Iron Man, basically. So I'm giving him that, but Hutchinson is incredibly worthy.
I think the most competitive award given out this year, and probably the one if I had a vote that I would most be intrigued to be a part of, is the Coach of the Year. Your candidates include Liam Cohen, who takes over Jacksonville, gets them to the playoffs, and gave the Bills all they could handle, and a home game as a division champion.
Yep.
Ben Johnson, who completely turned Caleb Williams' trajectory around and made the Bears one of the best teams in the NFC. Mike McDonald, whose team is in the NFC Championship game, 2 years into his career, already looks like one of the best coaches in the league. They're the 1 seed playing at home throughout the playoffs. Kyle Shanahan did his best coaching job with 1 million injuries, and it never meant that they couldn't keep winning and they couldn't make the playoffs. And then Mike Vrabel, the 2 seed New England Patriots. Everybody knocks who they played all year. They're now 2-0 against teams with a winning record. On to the AFC Championship game they go. I've said Vrabel throughout the season. I would not have a problem with any of these guys winning. Cohen, Johnson, McDonald, Shanahan, all very, very deserving. I think people forget how bad the situation was in New England last year.
Right.
They were
That's
awful,
where I'm going.
And they had hired a guy that had no business coaching, as it turned out, who just seemed right away in his press conferences like he was overmatched in Gerard Mayo. And they went from one of the worst hires that you could probably make in a one-and-done head coach, and after a couple years of Belichick being awful, kind of spiraling, it looked like they were going to go football. They never lost to one of these bad teams. Everyone says, oh, they played a bunch of bad teams. They don't lose to them. That's great coaching. Vrabel, to me, is your coach of the year.
He's mine, too. And let me just go into a couple bits of nuance here. The only guy that I wouldn't love getting the award is someone I think is great, Mike McDaniel. Mike McDonald. I'm sure Mike McDaniel getting coach of the year would be bad, too.
That would be really weird.
It wouldn't make much sense. Mike McDonald. Now, not because he's not great. I think he's awesome. He's got a keys to the Ferrari, and that Ferrari went fast. If we're talking coach of the year,
so?
Yeah, I think that Seattle team's.
Fair.
I think the Seattle team's awesome. And I think he's
done
really
a
good.
Ridiculous job to make them better.
I think he has too, but it pales in comparison to the other guys to me.
But his defense, when he took it over, stunk. That Seattle defense 2 years ago was not good.
Right.
Last
if
year,
this is an award for 2-year development, yes. But
I'm just saying, like, the offensive coaches were giving credit for what they did with their offenses or whatever. I'm just arguing against that was not a Ferrari. That was what is the crappiest car? Pinto or I don't know.
Pinto.
Yeah, he took over a bad car, and now it's a Ferrari on defense, and it's the best defense in the league outside of the Texans.
They'd been decent just as a roster and as a team for a few years. They were 10-7 last year under him, and they developed again this year and moved forward. And we're talking about coach of the year. He's on my list. He should be a nominee, but he's the guy that I would go, there's too much from these other dudes. So for Liam Cohen, took over a 4-13 team, and they're, as you said, hosting a playoff game at 13-4. Same kind of deal with Ben Johnson. Took over a broken system, got the most out of Caleb, etc. Kyle Shanahan, this individual year, on paper, they're very talented. Well, you have to tear up that paper because they're all hurt. My answer for Vrabel is this simple. They were a disaster. One of the worst rosters, one of the worst managed. It was just a joke. 4-13, and 8-9 in Belichick's final reasonable year a couple years back. It had been so mismanaged, so just off the cliff. Not only does you bring them back to relevance, but they are a breath away from the Super Bowl in his first season. And it's not as if they've got everything. It's a quarterback that now is an MVP candidate, but he hadn't done any of these things before. Raising this group up with a lot more Keyshawn booty than anybody else has to deal with, that guy to me is coach of the year, given the several years cleanup that he did in one season.
There's breaking news. Are we ready? Let's go to Toby right now with breaking Nats news.
Breaking sports news on 106.7 The Fan.
We've been waiting for this to happen. Mackenzie Gore is on the move. He has been traded to the Texas Rangers in a 5-for-1 deal. A handful of prospects coming back to the Washington Nationals. John Heyman, Jeff Passan reporting this. Mackenzie Gore going to the Texas Rangers. Still waiting details on who's coming back to the Nationals. But the Nationals ace, Mackenzie Gore, will be pitching for the Rangers in a 5-for-1 deal. The Nats getting back 5 prospects. I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on The Fan.
Incredible.
Whoa. Okay.
This move for the Washington Nationals needed to happen. If you are going the route of the rebuild, which they are, if you are going to be making the decision all offseason that you're spending no money on the parent club, that you are going with youth, you hired a 33-year-old manager, a very young coaching staff, everything they and C.J. Abrams with 3 years of control left. Both of those were your trade chips this offseason that you could use to add significant talent to the minor leagues and reboot. There's not going to be a Juan Soto deal happening. That was a generational, once-in-a-lifetime deal. But you can make a trade for 4 or 5 pieces with a Gore, which they did. You can make a trade, if you're C.J. Abrams, for 3 or 4 pieces, which it sounds like they've done. But I think this was a no-brainer for Paul Taboni. You had to move Mackenzie Gore, especially when you start to look at some of the market establishment of starters. Freddie Peralta was traded to the Mets by the Brewers last night, and the Brewers were able to net 2 of the top prospects in the organization. You could just tell, because starting pitching's at a premium, because there aren't quality options on the free agent pile. There's nobody as good as Mackenzie Gore still available in free agency, and he's cheap. He's still on his first deal. He's got 2 years left. It's arbitration numbers, but he's still very, very cheap considering the overall talent. So teams would be desperate to add a guy like that. The Rangers have a good system. I'm fascinated to see who the prospects are so that we can start to break those players down.
Seeing a couple names here. Gavin Fine, shortstop, and Alejandro Rosario.
Gavin Fine is their number 1 bat at shortstop, single A, 18-year-old, was just drafted this past year, 12th overall. Was a nice high school player who is a pretty big kid. He is 18 years old and 6'3", 200 pounds. I don't know if he stays at shortstop or not. A lot of people think he ends up at third base. Who's the other one?
Alejandro Rosario. This is the 2 names that Spencer Nussbaum has.
Yeah, Rosario's a right-handed pitcher who's 24 years old, who's in that system. He's a top 5 prospect. He pitched 17 times last year to a 2.2 ERA, struck out 130 batters in 88 innings to a 2.07 average against, got to Double-A. So he's actually a lot closer to the big leagues. He's almost 25 years old. So he's actually a guy that would probably pitch in the major leagues for them this year in the rotation at some point.
According to MILB prospects, Fiend was their 2nd overall prospect. And again, that's recent because everyone's excited. They hadn't had a chance
their number 1 prospect is Sebastian Walcott. So if they got him, I think we would know it. And Walcott is one of the best prospects in baseball. He's a 19-year-old teenager and an infielder. So I would imagine he's off limits. After that, I think Fiend's the best of the rest for them.
Yeah, Rosario was listed 6. Those are the 2 names we have so far.
So 2 of their top 6 prospects as the centerpieces maybe of this deal, and we'll await word on the other 3. But the Nats, who have been idle all offseason, have not made any moves, have not brought in real major league talent. I thought keeping Gore would have made no sense because you can keep Gore if you're competing. If you're going to keep Mackenzie Gore, go spend money.
Right.
Go try to win 83 games and stub your toe into the wild card in the final couple of weeks of the season. But if you're not spending money, if you're prioritizing the money you spent being behind the scenes on technology and on, development stuff and just being able to actually turn out better players, and you're not actually adding to the big league roster, then you should trade Gore. And by the way, I would re-sign Abrams. I'd keep him around for the long haul, move him to second, pay him like one of the top second basemen in baseball. But I would not take trading C.J. Abrams off the table.
No, I would trade him yesterday. But I here's where I'm stunned. Not that it happened. It's that there was not a murmur. They're very tight-lipped over there, kind of the new regime, and that's how things are. There's no whispers, the Nationals could be trying to do this because someone floated that or an agent put that out there. This is out of nowhere. I hadn't heard any activity about anything. And just to me, I was actually going to bring it up today. Later on, we kind of have a general Nats conversation. Have you noticed there's just nothing in the news about them? No signings, no movement, no doing anything. And it's just, are we doing the Mackenzie Gore and T.J. Abrams are here thing? That's kind of where I was going. And that's there. I got my answer, I suppose. Wow.
Nats fans, if you want to react, Mackenzie Gore, the ace of the staff, the best pitcher for your Washington Nationals the last couple of years, who's been an all-star and been your opening day starter, has been moved. Prospects coming back from the Texas Rangers. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan. Dave Jagler on the call of a Mackenzie Gore punchy. There were plenty of those this past season. Gore is one of the most talented left-handed pitchers in baseball. 97-mile-an-hour fastball, wipeout slider, was an all-star, deservingly so this year. Ended up running out of gas late in the season, was on his way to 200 strikeouts, finished with 185, and pitched to a 4.1 ERA as a 3-win player. It's hard to carry a pitching staff and to be a part of such a bad team as he did this year and was all season long the leader of this group. But the 6'2" lefty, who is only 26 years old, this is a prime candidate for a contender. It's a really good deal for Texas.
It's a great deal for them.
Bring him in. You pay him next to nothing in terms of what he's going to make on the open market in 2 years. Controllable for multiple seasons. I'm surprised a smaller market team didn't do this. Baltimore, Milwaukee, somebody like that. Contender that doesn't have a lot of money. But the Rangers trading 5 prospects for Mackenzie Gore. We'll get into the prospects in a second because we now know the 5-player haul coming back to Washington. But I want to reiterate that I think that this is the right move for the Nats. I've always said about the Soto deal, I was with it the day it happened, right? The best time to do it is never. Second best time is now. Well, because they're rebuilding the rebuild, because they're restarting, and they have made that clear all offseason with every decision they've made. The young staff they put together, this is not a win-now mode. They've done nothing to bring in major league talent. I mean, nothing at the big league level. Everything they've done has been kind of grabbing former prospects that are available to be fringe 40-man roster type guys or minor league additions, hoping you can catch lightning in a bottle. It didn't make any sense that they hadn't traded Gore yet. But you knew something could be imminent, something could be looming. And here it is today, Mackenzie Gore to the Texas Rangers in the most impactful, biggest thing that they have done. They traded Jose Ferrer. They get back their starting catcher this year in Harry Ford. And now you bring in 5 prospects. I'd say 2 of whom you'll see in the big leagues this year. 3 of them are teenagers in single A. But this is a huge, huge decision for Paul Taboni and one of his first real opportunities to significantly upgrade a system that's well into the top 10 now in baseball after this offseason.
Yeah, and good for them and good for the organization for give them the autonomy to do it. Because here's the kind of the underbelly of this. This is not a great team right now. This is not a team that, you know, as you're charging fans to come see them play, that was one of the couple attractions that you had. You heard that from Dave Jagler on opening day. Here's Mackenzie Gore doing a little HR shoving stuff with 13 strikeouts in 1 hit ball through 6 innings. That's a reason to come to the ballpark. That just went down. Frankly, there's one less reason to come see the club this year, and it's hard to advertise that. It's hard to generate some of the buzz. And this fan base, understandably, by the way, has already been through 6 years worth of rebuilding. I put that in quotes. Some of it wasn't, but that's, you know, kind of where we've been, where they've lost and they're rebuilding, and now we're restarting the rebuild, as you correctly said. So that's not that easy of a sell upwards towards ownership. This is the right baseball move, without a doubt. Like, I don't think that with Mackenzie Gore and some spending, they're competing with the Phillies and the Mets and maybe even the Braves this year in that division. So you go, what's the smartest baseball thing to do? As you said, the best thing to do is to have Mackenzie Gore on your roster and give him an extension, and et cetera. If that doesn't make tangible sense right now this minute, which it probably doesn't, you trade him and you get really good pieces back, and that's exactly what they did. This is a future move. So again, Nats fans, they're asking you, please be patient. I know you were patient before us. We didn't do that. We're doing this one. And so far, it's off to a rip-roaring start.
Yeah, they've done a really good job adding young major league talent. And people are going to be upset about the fact that they're not spending major league money. And I understand that because they're asking, to your point, for patience from people who have been probably overly patient. I mean, at this point, you should have been getting a return on your investment. But they're going to tell you, hey, we're new. We just got here.
Right.
I'm sorry that the last group that ran this restaurant didn't do a good job, but we're going to remodel again, and for a couple of weeks you can't come in and eat them. You know, that's our problem. We're sorry. But I'll say this about this trade specifically with Mackenzie Gore. It really would have made a lot less sense to not do this, and I don't think you can worry about your fan base right now and how they feel. I don't think you can worry about the season ticket holder who's threatening or calling the Nats today at Nationals Park and saying they're getting rid of their tickets. Necessarily one I would make. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a bad product. I go to a lot of these games. I get that. But if you don't want to pay the big prices, that's okay. I think that's reasonable. But this is what they should be doing. They absolutely should be trading Mackenzie Gore, one of the few assets that they have for young pieces. So let's talk about the return here. It's 5 players in a pretty pedestrian system for the Texas Rangers, honestly. But it is their 2nd, 6th, and 12th, 16th, and 18th ranked prospects. 2, 6, 12, 16, and 18. So these are all among the better prospects in the Rangers organization. Gavin Feen's their number 2 prospect, an 18-year-old in single A, was a shortstop drafted in the top 15 this year. So think about this. The Nats with Eli Willits, their shortstop of the future, and Gavin Feen have 2 of the best high schoolers in America that were in the conversation to be top 10 picks this year, both in their system, which is pretty awesome. Feen ends up probably at 2nd or 3rd base. Willits ends up your future shortstop, ideally. Then you've got Alejandro Rosario, who is close to the majors. I think he will pitch in the show this year. 24-year-old right-hander who struck out over 13 batters per 9 last season, getting to Double-A, which ain't nothing. You skip to Devin Fitzgerald, the number 12 prospect, 20-year-old in single-A, switch hitter. This is a teenager who put up some good numbers. Hit 300 with a 900 ops in 41 games last year, dealing with injuries, rookie ball in single-A. He's a long way from the majors, and that's kind of a lottery ticket, but it's an upside play. The number 16 prospect is Yeremy Cabrera, who is a 20-year-old left-handed hitting outfielder. He played at A-ball last year, had a 730 OPS in 100 games. He is a little under 6 foot, still hasn't filled out, really scrawny, 155-pound guy. But his best tools are going to be his run.
Wheels, yeah.
He's got speed, and he can hit for a little bit of power. And then the most interesting name right away, I think, is probably the last guy into this deal, if you will, and that's BMitch Ortiz. Ortiz was in the majors last season with the Rangers. Didn't play in games, but had gotten to a point where he was big league ready. He's 23 years old. He played a lot of AAA ball, Danny, and hit 835 OPS, 25 home runs. The Nats right now don't have a first baseman.
It's Andres Chaparro and maybe?
Well, Matt Mervis, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
Who they signed from
right.
the Marlins
You're
for
right.
like no money, who's actually a local guy who played high school in D.C. But if Mervis or Chaparro aren't the answer, who is? I think Ortiz at 23, maybe not right away, starts the year in AAA. But, Danny, I think there's a real chance he could play first base for them at some point this season. Now, he is not going to run or move particularly well. He is, kind of clogging things up. Really a squatty, fire hydrant type built dude. But it's above big league average power, like legitimate power. The question, I guess, is just defensively, is he more of a DH or can he play some first base? But he's someone that might figure into that mix because they've spent no money and they don't have an answer there.
Yeah, just to find a body count. Remember Eric Thames? Like that at the major league level at first base, I would say. So I bet you he leads the team by the end of the year unless they trade for somebody to do something else. But I think that's the guy that gets the most looks at first base.
If you guys want to talk about the Mackenzie Gore trade, one of the most popular players on the Nats has been moved. Of course, it was his opening day, 13 strikeout, 7-inning masterpiece that ended up being one of the highlights of the season. He was an all-star for the Nats last year. We'd love to hear from you. 800-636-1067. Gibbs is in Connecticut on Grant and Danny. What's up, Gibbs? How are you?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Hey, buddy.
Good.
So from like a 1,000-foot view, fans who check out in like August probably see Alter traded for not a single top 100 prospect. They're probably upset. But Gore tails off in June. His stats get worse. So the bottom line is you're not going to get a Leiter. You're not going to get a Walcott from the Rangers. I think a 5-for-1 deal with Fiend, who's going to be pretty good, in my opinion, at shortstop or third. I think that's a great return. I think 5 guys for a prospect farm that wasn't great like 2 years ago. I think Taboni's doing this the right way.
So it's interesting. I wouldn't say that you couldn't have gotten like a Walcott for a Gore, but here's the problem. You're making a straight-up trade if you want one guy that's that good. Like last night, as an example, the Brewers traded Freddie Peralta to the Mets, and they got 2 really high-end prospects that are probably more highly regarded than anybody but Fiend in this deal, I would say. Fiend, by the way, may not be in the top 100 right now. I haven't looked, but he certainly is a top 100 prospect a year or so from now. I mean, he's barely played. He just got drafted. He's 18 years old, played in 10 games in affiliated ball, to this point. This is a guy that's got top 100 written all over him. He was literally drafted in just outside of the top 10 this year. But that said, if you wanted to go get one of the really good prospects or one of the famous top 100 guys like the Brewers did last night, where they got two of the top players in the Mets system, Brandon Sproat was in that deal, Jet Williams was in that deal, well, you're only getting one or two of those guys. So that's a choice you have to make. I have to imagine Taboni and the Nat staff decided, I don't want to say quantity over quality, but there's an element of that. Like you're playing the lottery a little bit with some teenagers here.
Yep.
Do we want a guy that we're banking on as a return for Gore, one really good top 40 prospect, top 50 prospect, or would we rather reboot the system a little bit here?
And you also don't know what they were offered and what was acceptable, right? You don't know if they're talking to, I'm just making this up, 10 other teams, and to a man, nobody said, we will give you our number one prospect. Like you're talking to, I'm making this up, the Brewers, we're not giving up Jesus Mate. Or we're not, you talk to the Orioles, we're not giving up Basalo. Like there's no way we're doing that. Maybe this was the only thing that you could get. Maybe this was the best market for it. And if you're adding up potential war value or potential impact for a deal, you go, well, we see these guys as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that adds up math-wise to us, even though if we can't get their number one guy, which is Walcott.
Paul's in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Paul? How are you?
All right, man. Thanks a lot for taking my call. I understand the part about trading Gore and everything. I'm not blind when it comes down to that. Those things should be done. But let's be honest about some things here. The additional get once that first contract is over with, that prospect once become trading bait. We do not keep anybody, my man. We're not trying to build this team up, man. I'm telling you, man, I was a Washington Senator fan, so I told you I'm old as grapes, man. The learners are going to run this team into the ground, my man, and we're not going to be competitive. They're not going to pay anybody to play baseball, man. What's the use in getting the prospects if we're not going to use them, man?
So I'll answer this two ways, right? I'll come back to the learners part in a second because I make no bones about my frustrations with this ownership group. But you asked an important question that a lot of people ask me. What is the point of getting prospects if they don't eventually re-sign? Or why care about when they acquire these young players? Because I'll like them if they're good, and then they'll just leave. You'd get 4 or 5 bites at the apple right now with James Wood as a World Series contender if the rebuild had worked and you were on the precipice of being really good again. So that's why you do it. You do it because of the 6 years of control, even if you do become a team like Tampa, like the A's, like the Marlins, where you can't re-sign any of these guys and they all walk. It shouldn't be that way, by the way. They shouldn't. We're not market number 29. This should be a place where you can re-sign and keep these players. And I think if you don't have all Boris players, by the way, Mackenzie Gore was a Boris-advised guy that was not coming back here. But if you don't have all Boris guys, you can eventually and occasionally re-sign some of these players and keep them around as well. So that would be one thing I would mention. But yes, if you're just complaining about ownership, you've come to the right place. They don't spend the money at the big league level. It has been ridiculous in terms of the investment. When you look at free agency, when you look at keeping your own, it's been unacceptable post-World Series. We say that on the show all the time. It's infuriating that they don't spend more on this product, that they don't invest more in the roster, and I have been really, really upset about it. And that's a reality we're going to have to deal with. I think part of the reason, Danny, they hired Paul Taboni and this staff of really sharp, analytic-driven gurus, hopefully, is that they're trying to do this on the cheap.
Yeah, they want to make that dollar go further.
Right. So if I'm only going to spend 60 cents, well, the last group didn't prove that those 60 cents can equal a dollar's worth of production. So they're going and getting some people that might be able to cut corners and make the 60 cents go further. But I am worried that they're still going to be spending the 60 cents. And frankly, until they do otherwise, I'm not giving the benefit of the doubt. I do worry that those days are farther away than we want. I don't know what to tell you about that.
No other response there. But
you can still build a winner, and you can still have shots to win a World Series. It's a lot harder, and that's why there's going to be a work stoppage a year from now.
And this is for anybody. I mean, there are their own rules for teams like the Red Sox if they wanted to, or the Mets, the Dodgers, certainly the Yankees, etc. But for everybody else, the regular mortals with normal cost obligations and the like, you could still open a window. And when a player is on your roster and his time under contract doesn't coincide with a window, he's going to be traded. So it's frustrating in the past when they couldn't re-sign all the guys you mentioned, Turner and Harper and Rendon and all those other dudes. I'm with you. I get that. This is not that, though, to me, right? Like, re-signing Mackenzie Gore right now would be foolish, quite frankly. Like, they're not ready to compete when he's going to be great for you. And then it's going to cost way too much, and you're still not going to be great. This is maybe the way to get great. That's different to me in terms of, like, keeping guys, not keeping guys, than ones in the past when your window is wide open, you're winning 90-plus games a year, and you've got a star that's homegrown that you earned. Please keep one of those guys. I think that's not exactly the same as this.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in. Our double play is next. Breaking news on the Fan. If you're just getting in the car, the Nats have moved Mackenzie Gore to the Texas Rangers for 5 prospects. We're Grant and Danny.
Wake up with the Sports Junkies.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play is driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
It's time for the double play.
Give you a real quick double play. I want to get into some of the calls on the Mackenzie Gore trade. The Nats shipping him to the Texas Rangers. Breaking news that had us throw out the rundown this hour here on Grant and Danny. I finished His and Hers last night, Danny.
Oh, yes.
This is a Whodunit, and Whodunit Paulson was in his rare form for this one. I got a lot of things I'd like to tell you about. A lot of things I'd like to brag about as far as just how good Whodunit Paulson is at these Whodunits. But if I say anything, it'll be too much.
Because it'll give something away. Yeah.
Toby and I both watched this. There were some texts going back and forth. I can't say much more, but when you're done watching it, there's a lot of things I want to say about how great I am at all of this.
Sidwell Friends' own, John Bernthal.
My guy, John Barenthal, DMV superstar, is great in this, as is Tessa Thompson, one of my favorite actresses. She is extremely talented. Really, really, really good at acting.
What's your favorite role of hers?
Probably Creed.
Yeah.
She's really good at Creed. I think she's really good in this too, though.
Mm-hmm.
She does a nice job. Tessa Thompson, John Barenthal, both acting their butts off. A Whodunit, 6 episodes, the perfect amount, mini-series. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. You got to check out His and Hers.
Is 6 the perfect amount for you? Or do you like an 8?
It's the dream. 6 is a 10 out of 10. 8 is a 9 out of 10.
Yeah.
Anything other than that?
Multiple seasons you can't do.
10 seasons is like a 7 out of 10. Multiple seasons, now we've dropped off to like a 3 out of 10. 6 to 8's the wheelhouse. This is perfect. Nice and tidy.
It looks really good.
Well done.
And I'm a Bernthal guy. All right. I competed against his younger brother, played with him, talking about John, for one fall team for Coach Ken Beatrice for like this baseball thing. He was a catcher. So he wouldn't remember me though. But how's the Southern accent for John Bernthal? John Bernthal's not a Southern guy, you might notice.
Right.
How does that go? Does he do it?
It's fine.
Okay.
I mean, you don't really notice. It doesn't really matter. I mean, it's also like it's not like they're in the deep South. It's like they're basically they're Atlanta.
Oh, I thought it was like Georgia
no,
kind of thing.
Well,
it's not.
It is. So they're from Atlanta, and then they go to like Atlanta adjacent.
Oh, okay.
Like an hour outside of Atlanta. So it just doesn't become a big thing.
Oh, so because I thought it was like rural Georgia. Well, y'all don't know how we do it around here kind of thing.
There's not a whole lot
It's
of like,
not,
you
okay.
want some sweet tea, baby?
Okay,
None
it's
of
not that. Okay.
No. I need you to get started on this because we have to talk about it as soon as possible.
People sleep on this. There was an HBO show he did. I can't remember the name of it. It's like We Own the Night or something like that, about the Baltimore City Gun Task Force.
Okay.
Where he and a bunch of other guys, allegedly, whatever I'm supposed to say, to whatever, were billing the city like hundreds of thousands of dollars in overtime and just sort of like ripping through. They would show up with all the gangbanger guns, supposedly, that they confiscated, but they were also doing things they maybe shouldn't have been doing. And he is the lead in that show, and he's tremendous.
We Own the Night is a film.
That's not it then.
Joaquin Phoenix, Mark Wahlberg, and Eva Mendes. There's a scene in there that you would be uncomfortable to watch with your family that involves Eva Mendes, is what I'm going to tell you.
Oh.
Yeah. Eva Mendes is, she's doing some good acting in that scene.
She acts really well there?
In that specific scene, I wouldn't want to watch that with the entire family, but Eva Mendes deserved an Academy Award, if you know what I mean.
She acts really well in that scene.
Let's go to Evan in Reston on Grant and Danny. What's up, Evan? How are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing? First, let me say that I love this move, but I might be approaching this as a bit of a pessimist, and I'm wondering if this trade has a lockout kind of baked in. And what I mean is that we're staring down what you could call the Dodger problem or a lockout in 2027. This trade could allow Willits, who might not be major league ready for a minute, and now Gavin Feen, time to mature as our left side of the infield, in time for what could be a new competitive window for the entire league. So I'm curious to hear what you think about that baked-in process.
I think a lot of things are with that in mind when it comes to this organization. They get out of the Steven Strasburg deal this year. I believe it's the last one of that. The payroll will be remarkably low in terms of future assets going forward. They didn't want any big commitment salary-wise for multiple years. It just seems, I mean, again, reading the tea leaves, beyond this potential lockout year, also to make themselves, A, so they don't have to pay for someone ultimately not to play for them, but B, to make themselves attractive again for a potential suitor for sale. You don't have any financial obligations beyond the bare minimum, and I mean bare minimum for what it takes to field a Major League Baseball team. So that all of a sudden makes you, that much more enticing that a new owner could come in and remake it in his own image. So I think a lot of things that they're doing or not doing in this case are with that in mind. They're going to be able to turn around and show financial statements to any prospective buyer and go, look at what we're doing with how little we're doing it. You could take over that operation for a pretty penny.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. Let's squeeze in Tim in Southern Maryland. Tim, Mackenzie Gore traded to the Texas Rangers. The Nats rebuild continues. What do you think?
Well, I tell you what I think. I'm going to go a little off the rail here a little bit, but I'm thinking this is like a Dan Snyder of baseball. Our owners they're just not going to do anything for us, and I don't have any faith in them whatsoever. And this is the same thing we went through with the Commanders and the Redskins. It's like the ownership is everything. If you don't have a good ownership, you have nothing. And I just feel really, really bad that I think that's what we're going through right now with this. And I hate it. I really do hate it because
why is that? I hear you. Hold on. I'm going to ask you a question. Why is this related to that? So you know what I'm saying? Like this seems like a good baseball move where the owner isn't getting in the way. No?
Well, maybe, but I mean, Dan Snyder did a lot of things that were good too. But what ended up happening, he ended up ruining the team.
Yeah, I mean, his point is, and I think a lot of people are incapable of like doing both, talking about a move they like or this or that, when the fact is, I have an owner that will not spend and gives me no chance, and that's kind of my thesis. And I'm not going to push back, by the way. They are going to have to prove it. They are the parent that didn't come to so many things for so long that just saying, I'm going to try again now. I'm back in your life. I moved back here, and I'll be there this weekend. Show me. When it's time, and it apparently isn't, spend some money. Be a player. Actually commit here. Do something that shows me that you care. And they haven't. So I'm not telling you anything other than I agree. It's been a long, frustrating several years where it seems like there's been an absentee ownership in terms of spending on veteran players. It's been frustrating. Definitely. I think this front office has done a good job with this reboot this offseason, though. And this Gore deal seems like the latest way to hit the NOS button and helping to try to turn this thing around. Let's get you your Beltway Blitz. Next, we're giving away Caps tickets when we return on Grant and Danny.
Sports Radio.
G&D welcoming you back on the Fan on the day that Mackenzie Gore got traded. Day. Welcome to Texas, Mackenzie. Day.
Hello.
Day. Congrats to caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're winning 2 tickets to see the Capitals Saturday, January 31st against the Carolina Hurricanes. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Escape to Hockey Paradise and join the Capitals for Margaritaville, presented by Ocean City Tourism. All special tickets purchased include an Alex Ovechkin tropical mug. We're giving away one more pair of Caps tickets on the show tomorrow at 4 ahead of the Blitz.
This radio show, we're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condoria and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
It is time to go blitzing on G&D. We're going to cover the teams and the stories you care the most about on Grant and Danny. Spin you around town. We do it every day. Jam it into one segment so you get all the intel you need. NFL, Major League Baseball Commanders. Let's get started.
The NFL.
Andrew Destin covers the Seahawks for the Associated Press. Let's take a peek at the NFC Championship game. Andrew, what an incredible performance by Seattle to completely dominate San Francisco for the second time in a month. I mean, they just shoved Kyle Shanahan, that offensive staff, into a locker.
Yeah, they truly did. And first off, thanks for having me on, guys. Really appreciate it. They most certainly did. I think what we saw was an absolute clinic by that Seattle defense, which there's a reason this is the top-ranked scoring defense in the NFL. It's across the board. They did a fantastic job of making Brock Purdy run for his life all night. They shut down his top targets. Jawan Jennings was a non-factor. The front seven really wreaked havoc all evening. And the secondary for the Seahawks has shown that as it continues to get healthier and healthier with each week, it's a force to be reckoned with, too. So I think what we saw in that game really was just a clinic of a performance from that Seahawks defense, which we've seen a number of them this year. But against the Niners, Mike McDonald's squad, he seems to have Kyle Shanahan's book right now. He certainly seems to have the upper hand on him just based off the performances that we've seen in the first week of the season, the last week of the season, and of course in that playoff game, which I think was, the cherry on top in terms of just a dominant defensive effort.
Well, speaking of dominant, Andrew, this team lost 3 games all year by a total of 9 points, I think, if my rudimentary mathematics are correct. A blowout loss to San Francisco by 4. That's the worst on their resume, game 1 of the year. But this team is a buzzsaw. What can stop them?
Themselves. That's such a cliche answer, but it truly is. I think you look at those losses, you look at what caused them trouble. It's turnovers. It's if the offense can't hold up its end of the bargain. So you look at this team offensively. Sam Darnold has done his job as quarterback. He was a Pro Bowl guy for a reason. However, he also led the NFL in turnovers with 20 of them, 14 picks and 6 lost fumbles. If they are to fall before the Super Bowl, if they lose to the Rams or if they are to lose in the Super Bowl, it will probably be because they do not take care of the ball and they can't establish the run game. Now, what we've seen the last month or so is that the Seahawks run game, which was much maligned for most of the year, has really come alive the last month, even with Zach Charbonnet getting hurt last game. Kenneth Walker III has been excellent. But to answer your question of what can stop the Seahawks, it's if there's an opposing team that has an excellent defense that can bait Sam Darnold into making mistakes, that can bait the Seahawks offense into making mistakes, and has a potent enough offense that can wreak havoc for a really good defense. The Rams have that, and the Rams nearly did that on December 18th in that crazy 38-37 overtime game. So, I don't know. To me, it feels like this is the last challenge. Not to say that the Super Bowl would be easy, but I think what we're seeing might be the matchup of the 2 best teams in the NFL coming up on Sunday in the NFC Championship game.
They're going to play a better defense in the Super Bowl, though, is the only thing I'd say. If they do beat the Rams, I get your point about L.A. providing problems, but like New England's playing at an elite level. Denver's defense is really good as well. Educate us on Mike McDonald. He was a candidate here when they hired Dan Quinn, thank goodness. What do you make of just what he's done in 2 years and what makes him so good?
Yeah, this is my first year on the beat. I previously covered sports out in Pittsburgh, covering the Penguins and the Pirates, so very different from me making the transition to the NFL. What stood out the most to me about Mike McDonald, man, is he even-keeled. It may be under the surface, it's different. He always jokes about that his mind is racing a million different places, but outwardly what he presents to the team is confidence, it's direction, it's conviction. It's fantastic. I mean, Mike McDonald is a guy who is on top of everything. So I think what you really see, he has created a culture here of trying to be 1% better every day. And it's loaded with cliches, all those sorts of things, but the guys believe it. They buy into it. And sure enough, the results are tangible. Guys like Jackson Smith and Jigba have gotten better as the season has worn on. Kenneth Walker III, the defense across the board, guys have really picked it up. I don't know. I think what really stands out to me most about Mike McDonald is just that he has the full buy-in of the team. The proof is in the pudding in terms of what they've done. I mean, 15-3, this team is off to an unbelievable season, franchise record for wins in a regular season. What Mike McDonald conveys to this team is nothing but strength, nothing but power, and these guys buy into it, by and large, and it's pretty impressive to watch.
Andrew, really appreciate you joining us, man. Enjoy the game this weekend.
Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it.
You got it, bud. Hit that national sounder, please.
The Washington Nationals.
Nats news.
Here we go.
Chelsea Janes.
Nats news. This is news.
Something happened
about the Nationals.
They did something. A new baseball player might play for the Nationals
Here
sometime.
we go.
It's going to be a few years, but it might happen.
It's a big day. It's a really historic
day. Yay! Nats news.
Okay, so Chelsea, before we get to the nuts and bolts of it, I hadn't heard. I mean, this always made sense on paper, right? We've talked about it. You've written about it. Grant and I've kicked it around. People that are kind of plugged into this thing. This always kind of made sense. I feel like I didn't hear a murmur about any developments or any trades or any requests or any bubbling up that this may happen. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, here we go. 5-for-1. Mackenzie Gore goes to Texas.
Totally. My understanding of the way this has played out is that the Nats have just asked for the absolute world. And it seemed like they were content to not make the deal. Like, they made it seem like they were okay if it didn't happen. And I think as the pitching market has kind of started to move, you see teams, taking the free agents off the board, the Freddie Peralta deal goes, and you kind of have a bit of a template. I think that kind of made it easier to make them feel like, they were getting what they should get. And it sounds like they got a pretty big haul.
5-for-1 deal. Danny, say it with me. Nats news. Nats news. Nats news. Nats news. Here we go. Can you believe it? Nobody can believe it. What is Mackenzie Gore on the trade market? It would seem to me it made a lot of sense for like Baltimore, Milwaukee. You're not getting a guy in free agency right now as good as him, and certainly not at his price tag where he's not on the market. He's pretty cheap considering how good he is. I feel like Texas just got a hell of an arm.
Totally. I think so, too. I think, he had a little bit of a drop-off in the second half last year. I think pretty much just due to, the malaise of being a member of the Washington Nationals and to trade rumors. And, it wasn't an inspiring place to play. And I think he's a guy who will improve the second he gets around kind of a winning culture. So seems like I don't think it's a steal, but it's a guy who I think maybe the market was a little slow to jump on. But he's a really good pitcher. I think his value is also hurt by the idea of a potential lockout. I've heard from a lot of teams when we're trading for 2 years of Mackenzie Gore, it really might be 1 year, which I don't think is actually the case, but I think was part of the logic. So I think they just kind of had to wait to find a team that was going to be willing to pay what they thought they were owed. And that was probably only going to come when, some other options were exhausted on the market.
Yeah, Chelsea, go into that. The backdrop of this lockout, labor stoppage, whatever you want to call it, is certainly there. How is it affecting baseball at large, and then kind of the way the Nationals are, or maybe in some cases, not doing business?
Yeah, I think at large, maybe the impact on the market this offseason has been less than people expected. I think generally speaking, when people talk about the threat of 27, it's like we're going to lose a whole season. I don't think that's true. Maybe I'm optimistic, but I don't see how at peak value, which the sport is right now, they tank a season. It just doesn't make sense to me. So I think people are nervous about it. I think they think next off season is going to be a bit of a mess. But I don't see teams, hunkering down the way maybe I thought they would. I think people kind of assume, do what you can now. If you're the big market teams, get as much talent as you can now, like the Dodgers are doing, and then deal with what comes in the lockout later. And as for the Nationals, I think they're at a point where they weren't going to compete in 26. 27 is a bit of a reach, so I think they're just operating as they probably would be anyway.
But they did make a move today.
A move was made.
They did something today that involved major league players, Chelsea. You're forgetting that part. But specific to the Nats, and let's just talk about another move that would be so crazy. C.J. Abrams, do you think they should or will shop him? I have made the case all along. I would extend him, and I have reservations just kind of with the knowledge I have behind the scenes of hey, there's some things you got to clean up with, his work habits or whatever it is. I think he grinds enough, but he's only really ever been in a bad clubhouse. That said, I'm moving him to second. I'm trying to pay him at the top of the second base market. If he's not willing to do that, then I'll shop him. Where do you think we are on C.J. Abrams?
I think they're still listening. I think that there is hope among the new Nats people that they can get their hands on him, get him in a program, get him with coaches who, try to understand him and make him better. And he's already a 2020 guy, even with, terrible second half last year.
He's a great player. Yeah, he's good.
So if you can harness him, you've got a real asset. The question is, do they need that asset? It's terrible to say in the next 2 years. Can you extend him and make him a part of the next core? And if they don't see him as that player, I think you have to trade him. I think there has been interest. It's been kind of definitely less than Gore. You haven't heard as much, but sort of behind the scenes, teams are kind of trying to figure out who he is from what I've heard. So I think it's possible. I especially think it's possible now when, once again, the market has had a chance to work. And if you're a team that lost musical chairs on a big time hitter, a Bo Bichette or something, Ketel Marte is maybe not getting traded, then maybe you start thinking could I get C.J. Abrams, who's not going to cost me a lot, who I could move to second if that's what I need. I think there's probably a bit of a market there, and it'll just be a question of, how much the Nats believe they can fix him versus how much they think they can get.
For the actual product on the field in the short term, what are kind of the big question marks, battles, or things like that as we head to pitchers and catchers here in a few weeks?
I mean, without Gore, the main question is who's going to pitch. I've heard from a lot of people that, who's going to eat these innings? And certainly it'll be people that you're familiar with, but those people have not traditionally been very good, right? So, they signed Foster Griffin, who's coming back from Asia. He'll, it seems, get a chance to start. You've got guys like Irvin, Josiah Gray, all these guys who have never been, frankly, elite or shown elite promise at the big league level, who will be having to eat innings. But, I think it'll just be kind of whoever, the bullpen, the starting rotation. I think that'll be really interesting to watch in spring training because I don't think they're going to spend to make those better, and it's going to be a competition. But it's going to be a different competition than we've ever seen before because I think these guys will be evaluated on different things and by different eyes, and maybe, guys settle into new roles in better ways than they had before, I think is the hope.
Chelsea Janes of the Washington Post. Excellent as always. Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, Chelsea, the Nationals made a move.
That's the key. That's the underline there. That's your headline. The Nationals.
Speaking of teams that make moves, Mitch Tischler's a Mets fan. I don't know if he talks about that publicly or not, or if I'm outing him or how that works.
No, he is.
But they actually get to trade for pitchers. So, the Nats give up Mackenzie Gore. They bring Freddie Peralta in. They're making moves with David Stern's team president. Let's talk to Mitch.
The Washington Commanders.
Monumental Sports. Mitch Tischler does join us to talk about the Commanders. The Nats made a move, Mitch.
I know. I'm so happy for you guys that the Nats finally made a move.
Now it's trading our best player, who's the ace of the staff, away for 5 prospects. But you don't understand. They made a move.
Yeah, it's ridding ourselves of the best we got for the future.
But they did something,
They did something.
I'm happy they did something. The Mets have been doing some stuff. I don't know that I love the direction of the offseason, but here we are.
Here we are. Speaking of directions and maybe things going the way that they weren't supposed to, I'm old enough to remember when the Commanders said they needed a defensive coordinator who had called plays before and who was a veteran DC because David Blau was a first-timer and Dan Quinn didn't want to have 2 first-timers on his staff. Enter Al Harris now interviewing for the job. Why are they pivoting here?
Yeah, it's interesting that Dan Quinn would kind of think that way because to me, we saw how hands-off Dan Quinn was with the offense last year. So the fact that David Blau is young, hopefully, guys like Anthony Lynn and Brian Johnson are still in-house to kind of help work his way through the learning a new system and learning a new job. Similarly, you can bring in a guy like Al Harris because Dan Quinn is there and is a guy that's kind of been there, done that. To me, you can bring in a young guy to be a coordinator as long as you have the right guys around him to prop him up to support him. I've been kind of equating it to so many of these first number 1 overall pick quarterbacks go to a team that have just a god-awful culture and no real good coaching, and they flame out because they didn't have the correct support staff. I'm kind of equating that to what potentially is happening in Washington with both coordinator positions.
Of the candidates that are left and remaining, and maybe there's more, to come here in terms of the defensive coordinator spot, who would get you excited?
I got to be honest, there isn't a single name that I am overly bullish on or overly bearish on. I think that right now it's kind of spaghetti against the wall and see what sticks. There are certain things about different guys that I like. At the end of the day, I want a guy that's going to run an aggressive offense, a guy that's going to come out and get after the quarterback and force the issue, dictate to opposing offenses. To me, Dan Quinn's defense and by an extent, Joe Witt's defense was far too passive, too reliant on creating turnovers. They didn't force the issue enough, and maybe part of that had to do with the personnel that's there. But at the same time, there was no real major changes that were made through a season that was clearly going in the wrong direction. So, I know folks are starting. There's a little bit of a groundswell for Carl Scott from Seattle. To me, Seattle's defense is awesome, but their personnel is great, and they run what they run, and they don't dictate to other teams. So I'm a little less excited about them. But at the end of the day, the names that are being buoyed around, there's nobody out there that I think's left that's going to get me, 10 out of 10, super excited about what's happening, because ultimately it's going to come down to what we see on the field. The question is, do good coaches make mediocre players better, or do good players make mediocre coaches better? And for the most part, the group that they're looking at aren't coming from teams that have a dearth of talent, similar to what the Commanders are looking at right now on the defensive side of the ball.
Do you think Daron Payne's on this team in Week 1?
I do, because I don't think they can afford to lose him. And not that I think Daron Payne is the greatest D-tackle in football, but I think we've seen who Johnny Newton is, and he's kind of a pass rusher and not really a three-down defensive tackle. And if you're getting rid of a guy like that, you're going to have to bring in somebody else to do it, and probably somebody around the Javon Kinlaw pay scale. If you're bringing in somebody that you want to be a starter and play a bunch. So
does that mean they have to extend Payne to lower the cap number? Or do you think he could play at $28 million?
This team has a lot of money this offseason. I don't know that they necessarily need to extend it out. At the same time, obviously, that $28 million number is pretty hefty and not the most exciting for what we've seen from Daron's play on the field.
Do you think the fan base would revolt if they drafted offense with the 7th overall pick?
No. I mean, this team has, close to $100 million to spend this offseason. If $75 million of that goes towards the defensive side of the football, and you have 4 new starting caliber players, not guys who raise the floor or are a little bit better than the guy that was there before, but you go out and get, legit starters to come in, I think you can add on offense. And, I just think it creates the same situation that this team ran into last year, where they kind of knew the defense was going to be a little suspect and expected that the offense was just going to be good enough to make it all work for them. And then when the offense started going downhill, there was no recourse for them. So I don't think folks would be happy about it. I personally wouldn't be happy about it, but I can see a situation where you go out and get, the best receiver in the first round and then go, spend every last dollar you have on securing that defensive side of the ball in free agency.
Mitch, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, guys.
You got it. Mitch Tischler, Monumental Sports on Grant and Danny's Beltway Blitz. Seth Walder of ESPN, their analytics deep diver on the MVP race. Should it be May? Should it be Stafford? Could it be somebody else? We'll talk to him next. live on G&D. Thanks to Toby for the update. You're locked into the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. Seth Walder works at ESPN. Very, very sharp analytics mind who's heavily involved in a lot of the number and data analysis that they do. He wrote a piece today on the MVP race, and he joins us now on Grant and Danny on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Seth, how are you?
I'm well. How are you guys?
Good, buddy.
Doing well. We went through all the list of the finalists ahead of the honors night that's coming up next week and who's actually going to win these awards. But there's a couple particular awards we want to get your thoughts on in lieu of you writing the piece on the MVP. So we'll just start there. The debate is largely Matthew Stafford against Drake May. I think Stafford is the favorite. He was just named the first team All-Pro by the same folks that largely vote on the award, which is normally an indication he's going to win it. What's your take?
Yeah, it's for me. This is Drake. This ought to be Drake May's award. I think if you look at the numbers, Drake May finished first in QBR. He was first in the sort of volume translation of QBR. Stafford, by the way, was fourth in QBR. Now, I'm not here to tell you that that's the end-all, be-all. That's the entire thing. But when you consider the context of what that metric does not capture, it doesn't tell you that Matthew Stafford was throwing to much better receivers than what Drake May had. It doesn't tell you that Stafford had the better offensive line. It doesn't tell you that he had Sean McVay calling his plays. It doesn't tell you that Stafford was supported by a really good running game. So I think when you look at I think you have sort of this Drake May has the baseline metrics, and then when you consider all the additional context, it only further pushes me towards Drake May for MVP.
Why do you think Stafford has such a? Is it as simple as the big bold stats? It seems to be that's more or less the consensus, right, among all the non-smart folks, like idiots like myself. Basically, I'm going, yeah, I'd probably vote for Matt Stafford. Is it just because of the bold ink there at the top of the page?
What do you mean, like to the touchdowns?
Yeah, touchdowns, yards, how few interceptions he had, how prolific he was for a great team with a really hard schedule. Like, do you think that's why why do you think he's more consensus and you've got him third on your ranking? Spoiler alert.
Yeah, I have him third. Yeah, I think it's the combination of yes, the basic numbers, the touchdowns, right? And I think we've got to be able to get past that and say like, hey, how effective were you on a down-to-down basis? And consider all the factors around the quarterback. And then the second thing is I think that ultimately I think sometimes people just want to give it to the guy who's been around for a long time and feel like he ought to have one. To me, that doesn't work for me. I'm not gonna give him the award just because of that. He had an amazing season. I think that's true. I think he was the third most valuable player. That's a great season, but he's not number one.
Of those two, those are the two guys that everybody's talking about that one's going to win it, right? May or Stafford, and you've kind of laid out your case for Drake May. Who's being undervalued here? Who are some of the guys that you think are MVP candidates that maybe should get more attention?
Yeah, I mean, the guy that, and I know it's a hot take, the guy that I have at number 2 is Dak Prescott, and I realize that he is nowhere near the conversation when it comes to MVP, but I think that's because of, truly the fact that he doesn't have a good defense. If they had a decent defense, and they had the Rams defense, that's all you're asking for, or then he would be in the MVP conversation because Dallas would be in the playoffs and easily. So Dak Prescott, if you look at the numbers, he was relied upon very heavily. I think I sort of make a similar argument with Stafford, with what I do with May and Stafford. Okay, I think the counter argument I hear on Dak Prescott is, well, look who he's throwing to, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens. That's true, but a worse offensive line than Stafford, a worse play caller, worse running game. But he has really similar numbers when it comes to efficiency, and they relied on him so heavily. He was their offense. He was their team because the defense was so bad. He also had to – it's easier to play quarterback when you are playing from ahead. You can do things like run play action and not take risks because you're ahead. Dak Prescott did not have that advantage. He was playing from behind quite frequently, and his numbers were still great.
And Seth Walder with us here on G&D, what is the best stat that's in favor of Drake May for you? You know what I mean? What's the one where you go, someone here isn't, the next guy isn't even close in this regard. What's the one that if you only had 10 seconds to explain to somebody, what's the one for Drake May that you go, man, that is so elite?
I'm going to cheat because I'm going to give you the one is QBR because it's going to capture everything, but that's not the blow away stat. The blow away stat is completion percentage over expected. It's basically an accuracy stat.
Yep.
Drake May was plus 9%. That's the record for a quarterback in since the stat was created in 2016. Best season ever in that metric.
Well, and beyond that, I mean, you could say like CPOE takes into account difficulty of throw and like what should and shouldn't be completed. So there's a little bit of that in there. But for his completion percentage to be so historical and his ADOT, you know, how often he pushes the ball down the field to be what it is miraculous. This is not just like check down Charlie in your way to 72%. They really threw the ball into some big-time windows, middle of the field, down the field. I mean, it's like eating fast food every day and not gaining weight. It's amazing.
I like that analogy. That's the number one thing that when we talk about CPOE is we're accounting for that, because you can't just look at completion percentage because, like you said, what if you're just throwing the ball 2 yards downfield? That's not really that hard. No, he was pushing the ball downfield, and so he gets credit for that, and it's one of the reasons why he was the best quarterback this year.
So one of the things, and I'm not saying you, Seth, but that always it frustrates me a little bit is sometimes we hold personnel and a coaching staff against a player. Other times we don't. It's kind of like we pick and choose when we decide to do it. Your point about the Rams versus the Patriots, I would take the Rams personnel every time, so that's not a question. I would take the Rams offensive staff every time, so that's not a question. But just in general, just your thoughts on that it feels like sometimes we hold it against somebody and sometimes we don't.
I think that's fair. I think it's one thing that when I do this exercise, so I do this, the story you're referencing, it's a 100-player MVP ballot. I try to keep in mind, do I do it perfectly fairly every time? No, but I do think about, because I think you're right. It's like, when do we do this? When do we hold it against somebody? And when do we not? And it's hard to perfectly capture all that. I do try and keep it in mind. It's like why C.J. Stroud is higher than I think in my list than I think most people would think, because he had a terrible offensive line in front of him. It's why Caleb Williams is not on that list, because he had a great running game, great offensive line, and great coach, and still mediocre efficiency. And so I do try to apply it, but I think you're right that we could all be better in the consistency of that.
And that's not the only one. There's consistency across the board that bothers me with MVP. Like, there's one that's actually going to work in Stafford's favor, not hurt him this time, which is, in the past, I've always heard, and I think this is ridiculous, I've never agreed with this, like, if you don't win the division, you don't win MVP.
Yeah.
You know, if you're a wild card team, you weren't even the division champion, don't come to me to talk MVP. No one's brought that up. Like, they're playing road games in the playoffs. They're down they won a lot of games, but they didn't win the division, and that's always been held against. I'm not saying Justin Herbert should have won it or whatever, but like, he can't win it because Mahomes is going to win that division or whatever. And
I could not agree more.
That's always been odd. And with Stafford, I haven't heard it brought up one time. The schedule is brought up a lot for the Patriots, strength of schedule. When if you actually look at common opponents for Drake May and Matt Stafford, May's got better numbers against common opponents, and it's not close.
Yeah, I think that I completely agree with you. I think it's very interesting where it's like, you got to win the division, or it's about wins. You got to make the playoffs. It's like we talked about Dak Prescott, right? He's not even a consideration because they didn't get to the playoffs. But then the QB wins things goes out the window with Stafford, and it's like I don't like to harp on that because we shouldn't be considering that. I mean, no one thinks Sam Darnold should be in the MVP conversation, even though they were the 1 seed. That's correct. That is the correct answer. But I do think it is pick and choosy where it seems like that takes hold.
Seth, on this list, and I love reading it. It's just so informative and good, and I love how you make stats accessible to adults like me. But give me some other names that are higher than anybody would think on that list for you.
Yeah, sure. I think I'll give you a few. Chris Jones. I think that he was knocked this year a lot. People really, and it was maybe a little bit of a down year, I guess, for him a little bit. He barely, he was not an All-Pro. But if you look at the numbers, I mean, he was right there. I'm the second best defensive tackle behind only Jeffrey Simmons. It's just, he was 8th in All-Pro voting, but he's still the best pass rush win rate of any defensive tackle, 10.5 sacks created, 7 sacks. Like, he was still a very effective defensive tackle this year. even in that. I think a guy, one I didn't write about that popped. This is a player that I thought I had ranked high, but then when I write this story, I send it around to personnel folks in the league, front office people, and ask them what they think. Who am I higher on that I should be? Who should I be higher on? Who should I be lower on? A guy like Kamari Lassiter, I had pretty high, and then was told no, not high enough. That's how good he was this year. So those are like some names that pop for me. Sometimes it's about where I start. Like I underranked Carson Schlesinger at the beginning of the year. I mean, at the beginning of this process, and people consistently told me how great he was. So I think those are some that come to mind. I thought there were some divisive players. I mean, like guys like Penei Sewell and Deion Dawkins. I had people tell me each of them were the best tackle in the league this year. I also had each of them say, down year for them, they should be lower on your list. So I love that. To me, that's one of my favorite parts about this process is that player evaluation is so far from a settled science, and we can have really smart people who drastically disagree on some of these players.
Seth Walder does a great job covering the NFL for ESPN, dives deep inside the numbers. Go check out his piece on his top 100 most valuable players this year right now at ESPN.com. Seth, thank you. We appreciate you, buddy.
No problem. Thank you.
Thanks, Seth.
Be well. Next on Grant and Danny, Kurt Cignetti, known as a Chipotle guy, has a Chipotle order named after him at this point. That's what kind of year it is for Kurt Cignetti. What food item would you want named after you and where? We're G&D. Back live in our Half Street Studios in the Navy Yard, just a few blocks from Nats Park, the house that Mackenzie built. Mackenzie Gore is on his way to Texas. He will be one of the key pieces in the Rangers rotation as they vie for the postseason in the American League West.
I really like that dude, by the way. It was good to get to know him over the years. Like, I am not here to mess around. I am here to compete and grit my teeth and, throw harder next time. If you get me this time, I'm going to get you the next time. Like a ornery, tough as nails competitor that kind of didn't have any time for shenanigans. You need a couple of guys like that around.
Well, he was on our show last season, down the stretch of the year for the last few months, every single week, and did some really, I thought, good interviews with us on what the clubhouse was like and what was going on. I remember a couple of times after games, he would be the one to stand up and say, this isn't good enough. Like, this is unacceptable. He was an important member of that clubhouse where they didn't have many veterans, and he kind of became a leader of sorts. But yeah, I liked him too. No nonsense. Really good dude. He's going to be a nice asset for Texas. I think there's still more in the tank too. He has been excellent. He's an all-star. He's a number 2 type starter, number 3 type starter. But I think there is more in the tank. I think he could be a guy that routinely finishes somewhere around 3.2 to 3.6 in earned run average, strikes out 180 to 200 batters year in and year out, and kind of ends up being a real star from the left side in Major League Baseball. But the Nats are at a place where they move him and they go get 5 minor leaguers from the Texas Rangers. Prospects, did a full breakdown on Instagram, Grant H. Paulson, if you want to go check that out for some details on the prospects. And we had a nice breakdown segment as well. You can grab that podcast when we're done, wherever you get your audio. Frank is in Great Falls, wants to hop in. What's up, Frank? How are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Couple of quick things. I watched a heck of a lot of games for the Nats since they've been here, and I understand Gore's potential, but I never really saw it developing the way you see real top-line stud pitchers, like, name one, Skubal or the kid from Pittsburgh. I mean, I never saw Gore in that way. And you got to factor in he's a Boris client, so he's going free agency in 2 years. And by the way, I just heard your talk with Chelsea Janes, and I love Chelsea. I love her writing. I think she's great, but she drastically underestimates the pettiness and stupidity of baseball owners and the bad blood history between them if she thinks there's impossible for a full year to go.
Yeah.
She admitted she was more optimistic maybe than consensus.
She said, I'm more optimistic. Now, if your point on Mackenzie Gore, by the way,
that's where I was going.
Is that he's not going to win a Cy Young Award, or that he's not one of the 5 best pitchers in baseball, because you named the 2 guys that won Cy Young Awards, who right now, Skubal the best lefty, Skeens the best righty. You're right. That's not what Mackenzie Gore, a former number 3 overall pick, is going to end up being. If your point is he's not an ace, by definition, an ace is, when you see it kind of thing, I would agree with that too. I don't think there are 30 of them. There probably aren't even 25 of them in Major League Baseball. But yes, is he a true ace? I would say no. He's the number 1 pitcher here because someone has to be. I think he's more of a true number 2 type starter, and there are plenty of days where he doesn't throw like that either. There are days, by the way, where he looks like an ace and a top 10 pitcher in the game. Look back at opening day when he had 1 hit outing over 7 innings and struck out 13. There's only 15 or 20 pitchers in the game that are capable of that outing. That's kind of his ceiling. But I'll disagree on the trajectory if you say, like, that's not what it looks like early in the career. He went from 4.5 to 4.4 to 3.9 in ERA and was on pace to have a better ERA for a 4th straight season this year, and then he ran into a wall. I think people talk about James Wood and how disappointing his second half was. There's not enough consideration or understanding of what it is like to be really good and really young and to have no other really good players around you. I think it hurt James Wood, and it hurt Mackenzie Gore quite a bit. So I think he'll be better off for being in Texas. Is he a superstar? Is he a Cy Young Award winner? No, of course not. But is he a legitimate, front line is what I would call like a number 1 or a number 2? I think that's exactly what he's becoming as a 27-year-old who touches 98 from the left side.
So it's a good phone call. Appreciate you making it. But if you say you've never seen it, 19 starts last year in the first half, 110 innings, 11.3 strikeouts per 9, ERA right at 3.
Yeah.
I mean, healthy and excellent.
By the way, that's Cy Young caliber production over that period.
Yeah, you get a couple of good variables on some fielding independent pitching, a couple of little weak fly balls fall into a glove instead of down for extra base hits. Your ERA is 2.6, 2.7, and all of a sudden now people are talking about you that way. Now he hit a wall and fell apart. He's done that a couple different times where he's his ERA I think in the second half to 11 starts was 6.75 and all the numbers were bad. That happened. That's the thing.
He had his worst stretch that he's had in like 2.5 years.
A good organization goes, we'll fix that. We'll figure that out, please and thank you. We know what we're about. Here, it was just sort of, all right, McKenzie, good luck to you, buddy. Go out there and get them.
By the way, horrendous defensive team. Horrendous. Awful infield defense. Awful. Third base, frying pan until Brady House came up. Shortstop, C.J. Abrams, well below average. Second base, Luis Garcia, slightly better than Darris or Toby. Not that you guys are catching shrapnel here, but he is a terrible defensive player at second base. First base, who's playing first base? Nathaniel Lowe, who's supposed to be good, who they moved on from, who was bad defensively, and then a bunch of DHs like Josh Bell and Andres Chaparro. I mean, that was as bad an infield defense as I've ever seen. So I think that was part of what was going on as well. But we'll see, what he becomes, what he turns into. Does he turn a corner? I'm a big believer. I'm a big fan of Mackenzie Gores. I think it's legit, but it doesn't really matter anymore. The five guys coming back here are what matter more. Speaking of five guys, what food item are you naming after yourself and where in honor of Kurt Signetti getting his own bowl at Chipotle? We'll get to that next. Plus, Al Harris interviewing with the Commanders. I want to get back into their DC search. We'll do that next on Grant and Danny.
to come out ahead in this game was a lot of guts. I give Miami a lot of credit. They played really hard. We couldn't get anything done couldn't protect quarterback at all. Made a few plays and adjustments, but they were back shoulders and a sprint out, got the ball, run game going. Made the interception when we had to. A couple fourth down, where we went for it. Mendoza, great run. Took some chances, found a way. Let me tell you, we won the national championship at Indiana University. It can be done.
The voice of Curt Cignetti, one of the great coaching jobs ever that he's done at Indiana the last couple years. They just won the national championship. G&D is exclusively sponsored by the law firm Condori and Murad.
We love those guys. We're exclusively sponsored by them, as a matter of fact. That's estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We play the clip from Curt Cignetti because Chipotle has added a Coach Cignetti's I Win Bowl. The I Win Bowl named after when he said, Google me, I win. It's on their menu in, I guess, select Chipotles in and around Indiana's campus.
I was going to say, you might see one around Indiana. Yeah.
Chicken, brown rice, black beans, and a side of guacamole. That is Cignetti's order from Chipotle, which he does every single day. He is a daily Chipotle eater. How about that?
You find that every once in a while. Like, Wade Boggs ate chicken exactly, 2 hours and 41 minutes, whatever, before first pitch. Some people are just creatures of habit like that, and they do that thing and they win.
I'm one of them. I order the same things at every place. Yeah. I could eat the same thing every single day, no problem, chicken and rice or whatever. If we started doing that, where every day we just did Chipotle at noon in the office for a meeting or something, no problem. I'll just eat my Chipotle. I will tell you, Danny, chicken check, brown rice check. I'm out on black beans. I don't do beans. And I'm out on the side of guacamole. So I'll do 2 of those 4 things. It's pretty bland order, though, overall. Just 4 items from the whole line of Chipotle options.
Yeah, two of the 4 things are the pretty big things, though, in terms of bringing the flavor. Like, that's where it comes from, is the beans and the guacamole.
So I'm out on those. But
Right.
if you just did chicken and rice, I'll throw a couple other things in there. I want some shredded cheese.
Sure, yeah.
Probably a tiny bit of lettuce and a little bit of corn. That would probably be all I would do.
I think we should just get rid of lettuce entirely. It is just a giant waste. And it's one of those things that tricks you. Because you're like, okay, I'll tolerate this thing. It's green. It's healthy. It's not. It doesn't do anything. It provides you nothing. It's like eating air. It's just in the way.
To an extent, yeah, but it feels healthier to do it. Gives a little bit of,
feels healthy.
Changes the texture a little bit. Again, I'm going very, very light lettuce. But because of the Cignetti Bowl at Chipotle, it got us thinking, what food item would you want named after yourself and where? So, Danny, I want to start with you. What are you naming after yourself, and where is it available?
You and I have been so honored to have the Grant and Danny burger back in the day at the Big Stick. I was also honored, one of my favorite...
Can we pour one out for the Big Stick, please?
R.I.P.
Do you have Sarah McLachlan that we could play or something?
The Big Stick.
Navy Yard's Big Stick, which is now gone.
The Grant and Danny burger, which is no more, of course. I was honored, one of my favorite sandwich places, Bub and Pops. Remember the Danny Rouillet for a whole month? It was a salty Italian meat festival. And that's kind of where I'm going here. Like to introduce you to the Danny Rouillet. It's at the Italian store. It is a combination that they probably don't have. They got pretty much everything under the sun. But it's an Italian hoagie of some sort with my specifications that's got everything, no substitutions allowed. If you try to substitute it, we kick you out and you can't come back for a month. But the thing that makes it the Danny Rouillet is it's not just the Italian sub, okay? It's a side of pizza. Certain people are geniuses. I am one of those people. Certain people are pioneers. Certain people will things, and their will is so strong that it becomes ubiquitous. As far as I can tell, I invented the idea of a side of pizza, because anything's a side if you say it is. You just get your main dish, and all of a sudden we have a pizza. That's your side dish. That's your side. It's a side of pizza. So you get a side of pizza from the Italian store to go with your Italian sandwich. That's the Danny Rouillet.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. So I got 2 things I would like named after myself. One would be at they're both sports bar related, I would say. I don't have a specific spot. Maybe you could say like Glory Days in the area or something. Mm-hmm. But the first thing's a cup of meatballs.
Yeah, I mean, you already have that.
That is the Paulson.
Right. But at a restaurant, that's the Paulson.
At a restaurant.
Yeah.
So they just, they say, would you like a Paulson to get started? Instead of bread when they come over to the table.
Can we bring you guys a Paulson
Can
to
we
get
bring
started?
you guys a Paulson? And then someone says, yeah, no problem. And then they just bring a little red Solo cup filled with warm meatballs that you pour right down into the gullet.
Yep.
That's how they start the meal. That's compliments on the house. Can we get you guys a Paulson? So we'll start with that. But the item on a menu that would be named after me, I'm thinking I'm putting this at Yard House, somewhere like that.
Okay.
I'd be okay with Walters down here in D.C. at the Navy Yard by Nats Park during baseball season. It's got to be kind of sports bar vibe. It's an appetizer sampler. This would be the Paulson sampler.
Okay, what's on it?
Potato skins.
Good.
Chicken wings.
Yep.
Mozzarella sticks.
Yep.
Deviled eggs.
Yep.
And cheese fries. It is a sampler. I need a price point of probably like $59.99.
I was going to say $81.
But yeah, I'm thinking like $19.99 because you get, I'm going to say 3 potato skins, 3 buffalo wings, just a taste, Old Bay extra, well done,
Crispy,
extra crispy, mozzarella sticks, then the deviled eggs and the cheese fries. I think you're doing about 3 of each, small order of cheese fries, all together on a platter. This is the appetizer sampler. This is the Paulson sampler.
I got to tell you, that's a fantastic idea.
Thank you.
Like, that is fantastic. Now, Fridays for years had the 3-for-all where you got to choose from their sample.
I think they called it like the triple dipper or something.
Yeah,
Maybe
whatever, the different names, different iterations over the years. And that was the best thing. It sold itself. It was the reason to go to Fridays, right? I mean, it was awesome. And I always thought to myself, why doesn't everyone do stuff like that all the time?
Someone should, yeah.
Someone should. And it takes, if I can say this, innovative geniuses to just start branding these things. Maybe it becomes nationally known as the Paulson.
Feel free, if you want to reach out to me to get the Paulson on your menu. If you want to work with a genius like
Culinary
myself
genius, yeah.
on a sampler, call Darius now and he can get you to me. But yeah, I think Chili's did something like this at one point too. So I want to give them some credit for getting on my radar.
Yeah.
Toby, we're naming a food after you somewhere. What is it and where?
Yeah, so it's kind of tough because I could go a number of different ways, but I feel like if I didn't go with some sort of beef, Danny would be disappointed knowing our usual bit.
Yep.
But I am going to change it up a little bit, Danny.
What?
So we're going to go with a hibachi, all right? This is what we're going to go with. We're going to go with, you've heard of Kobe beef. We're going to go with the Tobe beef.
Okay.
And salmon bowl. Little edamame in there. Some rice.
And this is at like a Japanese steakhouse?
Yeah, like a little hibachi spot.
A little Gilbert Arenas spot, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Big fan of that.
And you're getting Toby beef.
Yeah, Toby beef.
What kind of sauce are we working with over there?
The regular hibachi stuff, but then we got to put some yum yum on the side.
A little bit of yum yum.
And with the Toby beef, you get extra because of the Toby special.
Right.
There's going to be plenty of yum yum sauce to spread around.
Darius, what are we naming after you and where is it available?
So this will be available at any pizza place of your choice. You know how you go to most pizza places?
Pupatella Pizza?
It could be Pupatella Pizza, absolutely.
Go on.
You know how you go to most pizza places and they always have the Supreme or the Works, the Meat Lovers, like those generics?
Yeah.
Well, how about the Dameron? Let's get the Dameron on the menu. What the Dameron is it's a cheese pizza.
It's the entire 980 lineup.
Yes, correct.
Nope, sorry.
No.
This is yours.
It'll have sausage, mushrooms, green peppers, and grilled chicken. That'll be the Dameron specialty pizza. On every menu at any pizza place there is, especially Pupatella.
Cheese pizza, sausage, grilled chicken. We're on to something.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll ruin it with green peppers and mushrooms.
That'd be right.
I'm a mushrooms guy. The Dameron. We'll call that the dad.
Now, if you're at Pupatella, it's obviously the Neapolitan crust. But in general, is there a specific kind of crust you're thinking about? Are you like a New York, New Haven? Are you a Detroit guy? Are you a Chicago guy? What are we thinking about?
That's a great question. I think the ideal is the New York style crust, but we want to brush a little bit of that like garlic butter.
You're gonna have to
sprinkle some Parmesan on it,
Mm-hmm.
just to add some extra flavor. That's all we want. We just love flavor.
Clary, what are we naming after you and where's it going to be?
So we are actually following the pizza route as well. We're going to go to Colony Grill. That thin, crispy pizza. We're going to go just a normal cheese pizza, hot oil. Their special thing, it's a spicy oil. It's really good. We're going to go grilled onions, pepperoni, and a ton of Parmesan cheese. And that thing is going to be crispy right into your mouth and you're going to love it with a side of Miller Lite. It's great.
It comes with Miller Lite. And Broken Hearts.
A side of Miller Lite and that.
Now, you probably spend a little less time at Colony Grill than you once did, so you wouldn't be getting the Clary as much.
Don't get the Clary as much, unfortunately, but I'm still remembered there.
Paul's in Woodbridge on the Fan. What's up, Paul? How are
Paul.
you?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Hey, I am all about the Paulson, but point of clarification. For the meatballs, are we talking like hearty Swedish? Are we talking sweet and sour? Are we talking like a barbecue? Or
So
are
I
we
think it
talking
depends
something?
where this is. So, like, if this is at, a steakhouse or somewhere kind of a little bit elevated or nicer, I think you're probably going with like a big, kind of like a ground beef meatball with like marinara sauce, something like that.
Because if I can say this, I've seen you do multiple kinds.
There's a lot of different types.
Yeah.
Generally, what I'm talking about is the meatball that is cooked in a crock pot with like grape jelly and barbecue sauce. Something like that.
Little on the sweeter side.
But it's not that, like, I don't want it to be that saucy. I can't be, this is not something you're eating this by pouring it into your mouth like you're drinking water out of a cup.
Right. It's not you've got a toothpick and you're going one at a time. It's not a fork on a plate. This has got to fit into a red Solo cup. So it's got to be on the smaller side, if I can be frank about that.
Brown sugar and molasses can help if you want more of that, like a rich, a sticky glaze, if you will. But
Nicky Glazer, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of jokes being slung and people being made fun of.
Right.
Very possible. But yes, it's a great question. I think there are multiple different options for the Paulson. We could even have different variations based on where we are.
Oh.
What restaurant is doing it.
Okay.
But typically, I would say it's more of a barbecue, kind of a grape jelly, like a party cocktail hour meatball.
With you on that. I think that's, if I can say that's the standard.
Yes.
Right? For you? Because I've seen you do it with the marinara one, and it made the thing happen that you can't stand when it happens is there's food outside of your mouth for a brief microsecond.
It can be a little bit
You
messy.
hate that. Yeah.
Nobody wants that.
Right.
Ben's in Rockville on the Fan. What's up, Ben?
Hi, how you guys doing?
Hey, dude.
For my meal, I'm going to go with a variation on a Reuben sandwich. I'm going to have turkey, pastrami, coleslaw, as opposed to sauerkraut, Swiss cheese, and your Russian dressing.
And what kind of bread?
Rye bread.
Yep. Are you doing it warm, or are you just keeping it room temperature?
Definitely warm, yeah.
Toast it up a little bit.
Corned beef.
What corned beef?
I realized, so you know how I've never ordered a sub from any sub place ever other than roast beef and provolone cheese my entire life? You know that about me.
I do.
I realized, why don't I occasionally get like a turkey sub?
I don't know.
I think I'm going to do that next time I'm at Jersey Mike's. So I've probably ordered subs 37 years old, 20 years worth of doing it. I don't know. 500 times?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's high or low or probably crazy high or whatever. But 100% of the time, in the same way that I've never gone to a place and gotten ice cream, which I've done thousands of times, and not ordered regular chocolate ice cream. I've never gotten another flavor. I've never ordered any sub that was not roast beef, provolone, mayonnaise, salt, pepper, some variation therein.
Because you had that once and you liked it, and that's it. That's what you get.
So there's oil that I'll add at Mike's. There's pickles that I'll add to the sandwich. But that is what I do, is a roast beef and provolone cheese sub.
Yep.
Why have I never ordered? Like, I was thinking about it the other day. I'm like, I'm not really in the mood that much for roast beef, but I ordered it anyway. I'm like, I'm more in the mood for a turkey sub. But it was like it wasn't even an option. It was like,
well, you can't break away.
Right.
Right. Now, I will tell you that if you're just getting turkey, regular old turkey, it's not that exciting.
It's not exciting at all, but for whatever reason in that moment, I was kind of like, you know what? A turkey and provolone sub would slap right now. I was kind of in the mood for turkey and provolone. My wife always gets the number 8 there, which is like the turkey on it. I think it's a bunch of meats. There's no turkey on an Italian.
No, not usually.
What are all the meats?
That's your salami, your mortadella, your capicola.
Okay, so she doesn't get an Italian.
Yeah.
She gets another one. Club sub, classic cold sub with turkey, ham, provolone cheese, applewood smoked bacon. Like, why have I never got that?
I don't know.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I want turkey.
Why don't you do Italian subs,
I
by
want
the way?
ham. They're fine, but I'm not.
Wow.
I don't crave them. I don't want them. Provolone cheese and bacon. Now, there's a lot of other stuff like lettuce, tomato. Nope. But that's what I'm going to do. I've never done this before, but next time I get a sub at Jersey Mike's and I'm one of their club members, I'm in the Hall of Fame, I'm on their Mount Rushmore. When I walk in, like music plays and like, Mr. Paulson, how are you? When I go back into Jersey Mike's, I think I'm going to get something I've never done before, which is a non-roast beef sub.
Like it'll be like a record scratch, like the girl that was nerdy now is the prom queen comes into the dance.
A lot like
no one's
that.
going to know what to do with that. You've never gone and gotten a Reuben then, for example.
Is that a sub that's not a roast beef sub?
It's not a sub. It's usually a sandwich.
Yeah. So I've never
at
ordered...
a sandwich joint. You've never had anything other than...
I'll do you one better.
Okay.
I've never ordered a sandwich at a restaurant other than a burger.
Okay.
I do chicken sandwiches occasionally.
I've seen that before from
so
you.
I'll do like some type of grilled chicken or like a
look, you've eaten Chick-fil-A.
Nashville hot chicken or whatever.
Right.
But I'll do chicken, I'll do a burger, and I've gotten real crazy with like a barbecue, like pulled pork.
Sure.
But I've never ordered a sandwich, like a Reuben or any kind of like bread with meat on it that isn't a roast beef hoagie sub.
Yeah.
Never done that.
Like, do you hear that now at your age and go, I can't believe that's a thing? Or is it just full speed ahead?
It's the right way to do it.
Is it?
I've never been disappointed. I get what I want. I eat what I want. I like what I want.
Yeah.
Everybody's happy.
That is true. You know what you want, and you get that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, like name types of sandwiches. I've never ordered them, not once. Reuben, pastrami. Like I've eaten pastrami. I've eaten sandwiches like that.
But you never ordered one.
I've never ordered one.
I see. So
I've
like,
eaten other types of
yeah,
ice
so like
cream.
when Jetties came here years ago, and they're like, here's the Thanksgiving Day sub, which to me is like a godsend. It's like that turkey, the stuffing, the cranberry sauce, a little bit of mayo. It is divine. It's so good. You ate that, but you wouldn't go there and order it.
Correct.
Even after having had it and liking it.
Right.
Yeah.
I should add that I love breakfast sandwiches. I've ordered those.
Oh, yeah. This is different, though. I'm with you.
I've ordered that. I don't know that I've ever ordered a grilled cheese, but I love grilled cheese. I've ordered pulled pork. Never done an Italian. Never done a BLT. Not saying I've never eaten them, but never ordered them.
Right.
Banh mi. Lobster roll. Never ordered that other than for my wife. Never done a turkey club or a tuna melt.
You never had a turkey club?
I have ordered cheesesteaks. I'm just thinking about like handheld sandwiches.
Yeah. I'm with you.
I've done a meatball sub at Subway. Used to do that all the time. Haven't done it in probably 12 years. Haven't been to Subway probably since I was like 18. Never done a Cubano. I know you're big on those.
You would love a Cubano.
I've eaten a Reuben, but never ordered one. Do you say hero or gyro?
So I say, so I think a hero sub is different than a gyro. I say gyro for the actual thing that's a gyro.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not trying to pretend that I'm like Greek
Never
and like
done
I'm
that.
from the Mediterranean.
Never ordered a po' boy, but ate one when Christian made me eat one.
Yeah.
And then Caprice?
Yeah.
Mozzarella, tomato, basil, olive oil? Nope, never. And that's done with like, it looks like grill marks.
Little drizzle. Yeah, that's good. I mean, you ate rabbit in New Orleans. Was that in a sandwich? I can't remember.
No, definitely not. It was in like a soup or something.
Oh.
Never done a French dip.
Oh, you've never done a French dip?
Never done a French
dip. That's roast beef, dude.
No, I know, but I've never ordered one. Never done that. Patty melt. You know what I used to love? You're going to hate this. Egg salad sandwiches.
I love egg salad.
Do you really?
I love it.
I do too.
It's by the way, we're weird on that one.
I'm going to give you guys a bad food take. Typically, I only give you good food takes.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a bad food take right now. This is something I'm not proud of. I got into a habit for probably a couple months, like college age, where I would go to 7-Eleven and get egg salad sandwiches off of like the shelf. Like the cold area of 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
You are playing with fire.
I was going to say, that's the game of international domination called Risk.
Guy, egg salad sandwich at a 7-Eleven was my move.
Man, oh man.
Never done a torta. I'm just looking.
Look at the types of sandwiches.
Oh, Monte Cristo. Never ordered that, but those are great.
They're really good. You've never had one? Oh, you've had one, I guess, but you never ordered it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Falafel, no. Chicken salad, no. Big chicken salad guy, though. You ever had chicken salad chick? Fantastic chicken salad place.
Chicken salad. Oh, it's a spot?
It's like a spot where you just do chicken salad.
Okay.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Is Al Harris going to be the defensive coordinator of the Commanders? Let's get to that next.
Listen to Grant and Danny for your chance to win tickets to see the Capitals January 31st versus
Thanks, Toby. Jesse Minter to the Baltimore Ravens. That means there have been 5 of 10 head coaching vacancies filled now in the NFL. We are halfway home on this game of musical chairs for head coaches. Jesse Minter, a rising star defensive coordinator with the LA Chargers. This is the most Ravens thing ever, by the way. He's a Jim Harbaugh disciple, essentially. He was at Michigan, then he went to LA. The Harbaughs have this incestuous thing where, like, they are constantly hiring the same guys that worked with the other brother. So, like, Ortiz, the general manager in LA, was in Baltimore as an assistant GM, and they go back and forth. And, I mean, you've seen this, right? But this hire feels like it's the most Ravens guy ever who was available, and they landed right back where they started. But with this up-and-coming long-term solution, they're looking for a Mike McDonald hire here, I think.
Yeah, so it's twofold. One, a guy that's specifically defense, and his defenses have been pretty damn good over the last couple of years, I would say, with rotating personnel in and out of the lineup, a lot of guys injured, kind of that standard story. But two, you're basically signing up for more of the Harbaugh experience, but it's not as if it was all bad. This year was terrible. It was. It got toxic, and maybe he got tired, and or his voice wasn't getting through to people, and all the stuff that leaked out of there wasn't particularly flattering. But there's a lot of sustained success for a long time doing it that way, and they kind of just said, let's restart the clock for a young guy. That's what John Harbaugh was rather. Whatever it was, 15 years ago when we hired him. Let's kind of start over again and do that.
Jesse Minter was a defensive assistant in Baltimore in 17 and 18, then the assistant DB's coach in 19, became the DB's coach in 20, all under John Harbaugh, then went to college where he was the coordinator for Jim Harbaugh. This is kind of my point. They pass these guys back and forth. Then he goes to the Chargers, and now he's back in Baltimore to replace John Harbaugh. I don't dislike this hire at all. He's 42. He's considered one of the sharpest defensive minds in the entire NFL. So if you're a big fan of hiring, the offensive guys that are the next McVay, this is the defensive version. This is the Mike McDonald hire, who also, by the way, came from Baltimore, It is one of those things where I wonder if you're the Ravens, in hindsight, and maybe it doesn't matter to think this way because it's useless, but if you would have gone a couple of years earlier with Harbaugh, who went 18 years, whatever it was, you could have kept Mike McDonald in your building. If you knew, like Washington did, how much they love David Blau, they get rid of Cliff Kingsbury to go to Blau. People say they should have moved on from Jay Gruden and gone with Sean McVay. And not really realistic, but it's kind of one of those things for me where it's spiraled and gone downhill and gotten worse. You waited probably a year too long on Harbaugh with the staleness. You would have had McDonald. Maybe they're trying to make amends here with the next version of him in Jesse Minter. But I think the OC hire becomes vital.
Oh, and it always is. That's the case. I mean, but just in context, as Jay Gruden was struggling and floundering around 500, that timing would have been they lost in the conference championship to Pat Mahomes after a 13-4 season. You're not firing John Harbaugh to promote Mike McDonald that year. So it's not exactly analogous, but I do see your point where it's like, God, we just had that guy. Let's find the mirror image of it. But yeah, I mean, to your point, and you've hammered this for years, I think correctly. When you sign up for this, it is the challenge. Even under John Harbaugh, the pinnacle of stability there in Baltimore for damn near 20 years, you're still doing this every couple of years. Now we're the Greg Roman team, or now we're this kind of offense, or now we're that kind of offense. And it's all sort of rotating around the idea that you've got one superstar centerpiece in Lamar Jackson and kind of everything else around it. What's the best way to get the most out of it? But that offensive coordinator hire is absolutely essential. It's important for everybody, but it's especially so when you're basically in charge of that side of the building.
When you have an MVP quarterback like Lamar, it doesn't really matter. Like, you can win with a defensive-minded coach, with a special teams coach like Harbaugh. When you've got Josh Allen, Sean McDermott can get you to the playoffs year in and year out in the AFC Championship game a bunch of times. Because you're just the floor is so high, right? I get that. But I just wonder, because you're trying to get Lamar back to playing at that level, because he didn't this year, because there are these now stories and rumors about his work habits, or falling out of favor with the coaches, being at odds with John Harbaugh, the fact that they were butting heads and it led to the locker room kind of turning against the coach. This OC hire becomes massive, paramount. You heard after he left, Todd Monken, who was the OC there last year under Harbaugh, saying he didn't do a good enough job manicuring and working on his relationship with Lamar and coaching Lamar. And he felt like if he had it to do over again, maybe he would have managed his, I don't mean this negatively, it sounds that way, his ego, but like the personality a little bit better, and thought more about their relationship. Something he said on a Baltimore podcast he'd done with Ryan Ripken that I listened to. So I just wonder, where do they go? Who I think would be interesting is Cliff Kingsbury. Kingsbury was a finalist for the head coaching job. he could still get one of the 5 head coaching jobs out there, but that would actually be a great landing spot for Cliff, who wants to have a quarterback run around, wants to operate out of the gun a ton. You could do some of your Jaden Daniels stuff with Lamar Jackson. And supposedly, and I don't have any data on this, but Diana Rossini reported, I saw this just yesterday, that players, including Lamar Jackson, were backing Cliff Kingsbury to get the head coaching job. Well, if that's true, maybe they felt like if we get Minter as the head coach, we can get Cliff as the OC and get both the guys we really like. If we hire Kingsbury, we're not getting Minter. So maybe they go Minter with Kingsbury as the OC. That would be interesting.
That would be something. I'd also add maybe if, you think of it, it's not quite like Spurrier and why am I blanking on his name? Defensive court, Marvin Lewis. But it could be something like that, right? Where Minter's young, so's Kingsbury. Maybe you sort of make him an assistant head coach and give him a little bit more authority as kind of like a precursor to him being an NFL head coach again. And that's maybe the way to entice Kingsbury to take an OC job if he's maybe vying for head coaching jobs, or maybe thinks he's not going to get him or something. Who knows how the structure could go. But yeah, I could certainly see that fit, right? Where if you don't have a superstar premium outside wide receiver, they do not. Zay Flowers is a nice piece. They have a couple tight ends that are nice pieces, and that's fine. Obviously, and a great run game. You could say this is how we'll do it, right? We will generate some of these yards with different looks and going sideways and stretching the field because we got enough speed here for some yards after the catch.
I want to get into the Commanders' DC search because it shifted pretty significantly yesterday when we found out they were going to be interviewing Al Harris. Everything that has been said by the reporters that are plugged in over there, nationally, locally, and what I have certainly been led to believe is that they have been hunting for an experienced defensive coordinator who has called plays before. That is what they want, especially after hiring David Blau, because it is their opinion that they don't want Dan Quinn to have to deal with first-timer neophyte coordinators calling plays for the first time on both sides of the ball. They are willing to have David Blau take the training wheels off on the fly, so to speak, and Quinn occasionally help him where need be and get in where he fits in. But they would prefer that the DC be this play caller that doesn't need his help. Quinn doesn't have to call plays, doesn't have to be in defensive meetings as much if it's a Flores or a Raheem Morris or a Jeff Ulbrich or somebody like that. Well, here is how I perceive what's happening. I think they really wanted Ulbrich. He wasn't allowed to interview, stayed in Atlanta, not their fault. I think they really wanted Brian Flores and made their pitch in the interview. He chose to stay in Minnesota, still has a chance to be a head coach. He basically turned them down and said no, not their fault. They are very interested in still and have been interested in Raheem Morris, who is not taking the interview and not willing to talk DC yet because he's trying to get a head coaching job. Not their fault. But you're just, think about the scene where you're looking for a babysitter and you're going down the list, crossing off each name. This is Dennis the Menace or something. Yep. Nope. All right, who's next on the list? So now you get to Jonathan Gannon. And this is me speculating, but it seems to me with Gannon doing other interviews, adding the Cowboys to his list this past week, continuing to do head coaching interviews as well, I think they are getting the sense that Jonathan Gannon may not be the answer. I don't know if it's because of their perception of how he would run things or how the interview went, or because they don't think he's going to say yes. But I think they're preparing for Jonathan Gannon to not be the guy. So now you get to who are the guys that actually have the experience that we want if you're the staff. And it's basically Patrick Graham from the Raiders, among a couple of other options of young one-time defensive coordinators or somebody who was a DC at one point, Cullen, who's now a D-line coach in Kansas City. So they're starting to broaden this search again to a guy like Al Harris, who a couple weeks ago was not a candidate. They don't have his number. He's Dan Quinn's guy. They could have called him right away and put him on the original list. They didn't do that. Do you think I'm misreading this to say it feels like this search has not gone the way they had hoped, that they are now well down their list of options in terms of what they preferred, and now they're expanding this thing again for Tier 2 because it has not gone ideally?
I think that's a fair assessment. And I don't take as negative a tact maybe as you are. I'm not saying you're ripping it or criticizing anybody or anything like that, but I mean, to me, it's like, I'm reminded, when you play the Game of Thrones, you either win or you die. So when you're in this high-stakes environment here, you can find an up-and-comer anywhere. There are 1,000 up-and-coming guys that, who doesn't have the experience of calling plays. You could dip into that pool anytime, whenever you want. You could find another David Blau, but for defense. They decided we're going to be in this big whale tier where we're going to harpoon the big fish. Brian Flores, please come on down. Well, he's got plenty of options because he's well sought after. And again, my pipe dream is Jim Schwartz, that whoever the new coach is in Cleveland says I don't want him, but he's not going anywhere.
Another guy
either.
that didn't get out of his building.
Right. So when you play that game where you're in that pool that they opted out of for offense, for whatever reason, I don't know that I would have, to be honest with you, but you risk having people tell you no, right? Because there are other options that may be more attractive, or you don't know the mind of somebody. They could say, I don't want to work with that defense, or I don't want to live in Washington, or I don't want to have to face my dear friend Jalen Hurts. We have no idea what people are thinking. But it's a riskier proposition when you dip into a pool of people with experience. They decided that's what they wanted to do. When that hasn't gone their way, which is indisputable to your point, they wanted, I'm just making this up, their top 3 candidates. It sounds like they could very easily miss out on all 3. They've already missed on 2, and Jonathan Gannon, they're going, oh my God, he could sign somewhere else.
There's just
we
no
have to
other
change
way
the
for me to
search.
view this than if I know that your preference tonight, Danny, is to eat somewhere where you sit down. That is, I've talked to you and I'm like, hey, let's go get Chipotle and bring it home. You're like, I want to eat somewhere where I sit down. I'm like, let's go get Five Guys. We'll just bring it back to the house. No, I want to sit down. I want to, waiter, waitress, whatever. I want a good experience, whatever the thing is. And then in the end, you just go through the drive-thru and you get like something delicious and wonderful like Popeyes, right?
That's not what I was looking for.
But I know that was not your original preference.
Right.
Now, that also doesn't mean that's a bad thing. I said this yesterday about the Nats at second base with Daniel Murphy, who ended up being a Hall of Fame national, like one of the best hitters in team history. He was their 4th option at second base. They tried to sign a bunch of guys, including Ben Zobrist and Brandon Phillips. They ended up having to settle on Daniel Murphy. They didn't think he was going to be the guy that he was, and then ended up working out great. So if you end up on Patrick Graham of the Raiders and he comes in here and he does a good job, who cares? It might still work out very, very well. Denard Wilson could work out. Carl Scott, who's never called plays before, from the Seattle Seahawks, who's their pass game coordinator. Or Al Harris could end up being a great defensive coordinator. My point is just, from the outside looking in, this feels like they're being told no by a lot of the people they wanted, and now they're changing their search to include the types of candidates that they originally weren't looking at all because they thought it was a bad idea. They didn't want Dan Quinn to have to call plays. He might have to. They didn't want Dan Quinn to have to help a young DC out. With Scott or Harris, he would have to. But you've kind of said that quiet part out loud, and now you go back to that. I just know.
Yep.
It's like your buddy broke up with a girl. You said a few things. You're like, yeah, man, she was this. And then they get back together, and it's like, well, he now knows what I think.
Yeah.
I know you wanted a guy who's done this for a long time, who's called plays. If you end up with Al Harris, how did we get here? Probably because a few of the people you offered or asked didn't want the gig. Doesn't mean it's a bad thing, but I wonder if people care about that. And I'll ask that question on the phones now. 800-636-1067. If they end up with Al Harris, this guy is a takeaway machine as a secondary coach. Dallas and Chicago, where they were number 1 this year. It could still be a really exciting Blau-like hire on the other side of the ball. Does that excite you? Are you cool with that? Or does it feel like they didn't get one of their first few options, so are you less high on the hire? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Wake up with the Sports Junkies.
Coming up Friday on the Junks, it's a